Marx on Capitalism. The Interaction Recognition Antinomy Thesis. By James Furner. Chapter 1. The Interaction Recognition Antinomy Thesis. Books that begin. Why another book on Karl Marx? Indulge a misconception. It is a misconception that there are many books on Karl Marx. There is a vast literature of second-hand commentary on the official translations of Marx's writings. But those translations do not render central passages unobjectionably. They conceal the substantive philosophical thesis about capitalism defended in this book. The thesis about capitalism defended here, and which the official translations conceal, is one that connects the capitalist economic structure with the state and classes. The question as to whether Marx's writings contain an overarching thesis connecting these topics, which transcend a single specialism, deserves study in its own right. It goes to the core of how one might think about capitalism. It also raises the most fundamental question of Marxism: is there a plausible thesis in Marx's writings that connects the capitalist economic structure with the state and classes so as to suggest that socialism is both possible and desirable? The reader will be relieved that the thesis advanced here does not attempt to cover all of what could be said in Marx's name on these topics. Rather, it says just enough about them to connect them through a conception of interaction recognition and antinomy. Thesis is that the most minimal description of the capitalist economic structure is a description of two types of interaction, which explain the existence of two forms of recognition, and two antinomies. More specifically, the interactions of purchase and sale and capitalist labor exploitation are said to explain the recognition of personhood, and a recognition-based form of bureaucratic domination, as well as an antinomy between natural rights and popular authorization, and a rights antinomy in capitalist production. This thesis is called the Interaction Recognition Antinomy Thesis. An antinomy, the least familiar of these terms, here denotes an oscillation of thought or will between two incompatible assertions that leave no middle ground and appear to be valid although both rest on the same premises, at least one of which is false. Point 1. The Interaction Recognition Antinomy Thesis is a new thesis. But it is offered in the spirit of an old project, associated with the philosophers George Lukács (1885–1971) and Theodor Adorno (1903–69). For both Lukács and Adorno, Marx's analysis of the commodity as a general form of wealth, or commodity form, provides the basis for a superdisciplinary critical theory of capitalism. The research project to explore the superdisciplinary significance of an analysis of the commodity form may be termed commodity form philosophy. The Interaction Recognition Antinomy Thesis is a thesis in the spirit of commodity form philosophy. The Interaction Recognition Antinomy Thesis is defended both as a reconstruction of Marx's writings, and as a substantive thesis. As a substantive thesis, it can be assessed without any special interest in Marx, or the development of Marx's thought. The texts of a great thinker can command the attention of non-specialists because they broach topics that are common themes in broader traditions of thought. The aspects of Marx's writings that support the Interaction Recognition Antinomy Thesis can interest a non-specialist, for they address broader problems in social and political philosophy as various as what social relations are, whether a principle of autonomy can condemn capitalism, how domination or recognition may be conceived, and whether there can be antinomies in the social world. Marx's relation to thinkers in traditions of thought that articulate these concerns is more evident when, as here, passages from across the range of his writings are systematically retranslated. As a reconstruction of Marx's writings, the Interaction Recognition Antinomy Thesis places Marx in the post-Kantian tradition. Its conceptions of exploitation and antinomy engage critically with Kant, while recognition is a Hegelian motif. The Interaction Recognition Antinomy Thesis also bears out the German Marxist Hans-Georg Backhaus's claim that there is striking continuity in Marx's thought from 1843 to 1882 on account of the superdisciplinary significance of Marx's critique of the value form of wealth, commodities, money, and capital, over this period. One of the more controversial features of the Interaction Recognition Antinomy Thesis is that it challenges the view, advanced by scholars as diverse as Backhaus 3, Michael Heinrich 4 and G.A. Cohen 5 that Marx, or at least the mature Marx, or at least the mature and self-aware Marx, offers a critique of capitalism that avoids any normative commitment. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis holds that Marx's account of capitalism, in the Grundriss, 1857-58, and Capital Volume I, 1867, in particular, sustains a normative critique. It seeks to testify to the capacity of commodity form philosophy to combine explanatory social theory with normative political philosophy. As the thought that a Marxist project can join both of these concerns is acknowledged as controversial enough to be likened to having your cake and eating it sick even by its advocates, its basis is best outlined at the start, to bring out the significance of the connection to be established between the three components of the thesis. Marx's mature account of capitalism sustains a normative critique, for it can be read to honor Marx's declaration of 1843, in his letters from the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher, to develop new principles for the world out of the world's own principles. We merely show the world why wherein it is really struggling, and that consciousness is something it must acquire, even if it does not want to. Point 7. The approach Marx declares here is that of showing how social conflicts imbued with principles belonging to the world as it is can be more decisively prosecuted only if participants adopt new, normatively superior principles with those conflicts but them in opposition to adopt. Marx's mature account of capitalism honors this approach, for Capital Volume I identifies a rights antinomy in capitalist production that rests on a normative premise, the recognition of self-ownership. This rights antinomy explains the formation of a working class movement to limit the working day that gives its participants the chance to adopt a normatively superior principle, superior in that it rejects a premise of the rights antinomy, and would better satisfy the need for recognition expressed in the form of this premise. This superior principle is a system universalisability principle of justice. Marx hints at this principle when, in the Grundriss, he submits money maximization to a universalisability test. If this principle is superior, condemns capitalism, and could be applied in socialism, the interaction recognition antinomy thesis offers a new argument for socialism. From this angle, we see the relevance of a suggestion made by Alan Wood, that John Stuart Mill and Immanuel Kant adopt the same kind of argumentative strategy as one another in arguing for an ultimate value, the principle of utility and humanity in a person, respectively. Point 8. The argumentative strategy is one that shows this value to be one we already acknowledge both in theory and in practice. Point 9. The strategy is to start from something that can be taken as given, something we do of necessity, and then to argue that whether by acknowledge the value. The argument is to show that this claim about ultimate value is a reasonable interpretation of what we are committed to in our thinking and doing. Point 10. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis shows that a version of this strategy is open to commodity form philosophy. In Capital Chapter 2, Marx argues that commodity exchange, in which all actors in capitalism necessarily engage, is accompanied by a form of recognition. Then, later on in Capital Volume I, Marx identifies a rights antinomy in capitalist production that problematizes this form of recognition. No form of recognition can be satisfactory if it is encumbered by an antinomy. If it can be shown that this rights antinomy is a necessary result of certain fundamental features of capitalism, that this antinomy produces practical responses that, while problematic, give a type of actor the chance to affirm a principle with which to resolve it, and that this principle rests on an ultimate value, then this ultimate value is one to which we are committed. What is distinctive about this version of the argumentative strategy is that its starting point is a socially anchored defect. A commitment to what Marx's theses on Feuerbach term human society, or social humanity 11 arises from the rational requirement to address a socially anchored defect, an antinomy, by adopting a principle that is available to a type of actor in the class struggle that this antinomy prompts, and which rests on this value. Point 12. The author who has carried out the most sustained reconstructive work on the official translations of Marx's writings is the late Oxford philosopher G.A. Cohen, first in Karl Marx's Theory of History A Defense, 1978, and followed up by, among others, History, Labor and Freedom, 1988, and Self-Ownership, Freedom and Equality, 1995. Insofar as Cohen's critique of Rawlsian liberal thought in rescuing justice and equality, 2008, is Marx inspired? It, too, must be factored in. Point 13. Whatever one's judgment of the project of analytical Marxism for which Cohen was a leading advocate, one may admire Cohen's commitment to offer a coherent reconstruction, which Marx's voluminous but diverse and incomplete set of writings cry out for. It is on account of Cohen's commitment to reconstruction and the resulting influence of his work 14 that many of the arguments in this book for the interaction recognition antinomy thesis defend it either from objections implicitly raised by Cohen's reconstruction, or as a better reconstruction. Even if analytical Marxism has long ceased to be a live movement. 15. No reconstruction is more widely known among analytic philosophers with a current interest in Marx than Cohen's. Even on broader terms, there is a reason why Cohen's reconstruction remains the one to better. Systematic accounts of Marx's mature writings since Cohen's do not tend to defend a substantive thesis linking the capitalist economic structure with the state and classes. For example, Moishe Postow's Time, Labor, and Social Domination, 1993, theorizes the dynamics of capitalist production. But it does not seek to advance a substantive thesis based on Marx's writings linking the capitalist economic structure with the state and classes. Nor do the commentaries on Marx's Capital that have appeared since the publication of Postow's study explicitly offer such a thesis. Point 16. The reason for this is simple. To offer such a thesis, it is necessary to argue that the Grundrisse and Capital allow some of the insights of Marx's earlier writings from the 1840s to come into their own. As this argument exceeds the bounds of a commentary on Capital, and Capital has absorbed the larger part of recent interest in Marx, it is still Cohen's reconstruction that remains the one to better. The positive aim of this book is to support the project of commodity form philosophy by reconstructing a thesis from Marx's original texts, unavailable to readers of the official translations, connecting the capitalist economic structure, the state, and classes. Its arguments are part interpretive, part linguistic, and part substantive. The interpretive part of the argument is that the interaction recognition antinomy thesis is a thesis about capitalism that can be reconstructed from the best translation of Marx's texts. The linguistic argument is that the translations offered here are superior to the official ones, which are often inadequate. On the substantive side, three sorts of argument are advanced: arguments for the project of commodity form philosophy, arguments for a specific conception of interaction, recognition, and antinomy, and arguments for the interaction recognition antinomy thesis. It could, of course, be doubted whether there is any defensible overarching thesis about capitalism to be reconstructed from Marx's writings. Insofar as the skeptic is not an a priori skeptic, a mirror image of the Stalinist apparatchik who maintained at all costs that Marx and Engels's writings provide the answer for every problem, their skepticism may rest on one of two challengeable beliefs. A skeptic might believe that there is no overarching thesis about capitalism to reconstruct from Marx's writings because Marx's writings are valuable only for their individual insights, or because Marx was an inconsistent thinker. These are different grounds of skepticism, although both appear conjoined in Agnes Heller's claim that Marx's many-sided search for truth resulted in a brilliant lack of coherence. Point 17. The only way to overcome the first of these two challengeable forms of skepticism is to go ahead and defend an overarching thesis. Even if this skeptic remains unmoved, they might still adopt one or other aspect of the thesis. The second form of skepticism requires further distinction. If the claim is that Marx is a less than perfectly consistent thinker, then the claim is neither possible to disprove, there being too much potential evidence to retranslate and sift through, nor necessary to disprove, to establish the interpretive part of the argument. If the claim is instead that Marx's writings support different and incompatible overarching theses, the claim is possible to disprove but, again, not necessary to disprove. If, finally, the claim is that a defensible overarching thesis about capitalism based on Marx's writings is condemned to rely on isolated and unrepresentative passages, the claim is possible to disprove and actually disproved, if the argument in this book is accepted. The passages central for the argument of each chapter include some passages that are already prominent in existing interpretations, from which it may be presumed that they are not unrepresentative. The bulk of the rest of this chapter situates the interaction recognition antinomy thesis in relation to existing debates. It does not seek to elaborate the full version of the argument for any particular aspect of the thesis. The full version will be elaborated in later chapters. Rather, it indicates how the thesis would shift or advance some live or influential debates in the Anglophone and German language receptions of, or critical reactions to, Marx's writings. Readers seeking a chapter-by-chapter outline of the argument may turn to Section 5. Section 1 situates the interaction component of the thesis in relation to, among others, Cohen's and Postone's readings of Marx. Section 2 situates its recognition component in relation to rational choice theory, and Axel Honneth's recognition-based social theory. Section 3 relates the antinomy between natural rights and popular authorization to the Russian legal theorist Evgeny Pashakoniz's general theory of law and Marxism, and the West German state debate. Section 4 situates the rights antinomy in capitalist production in relation to what Lukács calls the standpoint of the proletariat 18 and Lenin's thesis of political awareness in what is to be done. The appended note on translation, which follows the chapter-by-chapter outline in Section 5, documents some prominent errors in the official translations of Marx's writings, and outlines the policy adopted for identifying when and explaining how the official translations have been improved. 1. The interaction component. The interaction component of the thesis offers a solution to the problem of how, by virtue of an analysis of the commodity form, capitalist production can be characterized as exploitative. The background to the problem is as follows. In the preface to the first edition of Capital, Marx indicates that his analysis will begin with the commodity form of the product of labor. 19 The commodity, Marx writes in Capital, is a unity of use value and value. 20 Roughly, use value is anything that can be used as a means to satisfy a human want, while value is the power of general exchangeability of a product produced for exchange. After arguing that commodities, as a general form of wealth, presuppose money and wage labor, Marx characterizes capitalist production by a degree of exploitation. 21 The question is, leaving aside quantitative matters of degree, how does a characterization of capitalist production as exploitative relate to an analysis of the commodity form? How can capitalist production be conceived as exploitative by applying that characterization to a description of it that follows purely from what the commodity form presupposes? Only then can Marx take capitalism to be inherently exploitative. The problem of how to link capitalist exploitation to the commodity form is one a thought philosophically informed scholarship and Marx has bequeathed rather than solved. Much work falls into one of two categories. On the one hand, the project of analytical Marxism originated in annual meetings of Anglophone Marxists over the period 1979 to 1981, all of whom, Cohen reports, were working on the concept of exploitation. 22 The trend among this group of theorists has been to place the concept of exploitation self-consciously on general foundations that do not relate capitalist exploitation to the commodity form, more on which below. 23 On the other hand, the studies of Isaac Rubin, Helmut Reichelt, Hans-Georg Backhaus and Moishe Postone on the group of terms abstract labor, commodity and money thought now shape philologically informed scholarship on Marx more than analytical Marxism offer no analysis of exploitation. 24 Postone's time labor and social domination explicitly downplaced importancia of exploitation for Marx's mature critique of capitalism. 25 While the first group does not seek to relate capitalist exploitation to the commodity form, the second has not taken any positive steps towards doing so. Other accounts of capitalist exploitation do seek to relate it to the commodity form. However, these accounts end up relying on conditions or facts that are not strictly related to the commodity form. One proposal by Lenwood is to conceive the exploitation as a beneficial playing on some weakness or vulnerability. 26 Wood interprets Marx in this light. In a discussion of Marx's account of capitalist exploitation, Wood says, the basic vulnerability of workers to capital, as Marx presents it, consists in the fact that if they are going to live, they have no choice but to sell their labor power to capitalists. 27 Marx can use this vulnerability conception of exploitation to characterize capitalist production as exploitative on the basis of an analysis of the commodity form if the commodity form presupposes that those who sell their labor power to a capitalist have no choice but to do so if they are going to live. The commodity form does not presuppose this, however. Wage labor can be presumed to be available for hire if those who perform it lack any better or equal option. But that is not to say that they lack any other life-preserving option. Point 28 revealingly, Wood no longer repeats his claim, of 2004, that the secret of surplus value is due to the vulnerability of labor to capital. Point 29 Wood now says that it makes sense to think of Marx as using this vulnerability conception of exploitation once we avoid Marx's own technical notion for its obfuscation. Point 30 If vulnerability is conceived of, following Nicholas Vrousalis, as susceptibility to a substantial risk of a significant loss. 31 A similar objection applies. Wage labor can be presumed to be available for hire if those who perform it lack a better or equal option, even if they have a slightly worse option. The common point is this: if capitalist exploitation is taken to rest on equality of an exploitee's choice situation, rather than on the nature of the option they choose in being played by the exploiter, then, as this option may be chosen in a non-vulnerable choice situation, it is possible to conceive of capitalist production without exploitation. A different proposal, by William Clare Roberts, is to say that capitalist production is exploitative, for Marx, because it is an unnatural use of labor power. 32 Thesis Labour Power be capitalist susceptob unnatural because it is oriented toward accumulation, toward a purpose that could not possibly spring from human deliberation among the workers themselves. 33 For Roberts, Marx's characterization of capitalist production as exploitative rests on the counterfactual claim: accumulation is a purpose that workers themselves, after human deliberation, could not possibly adopt. Roberts's arguments for this counterfactual claim relate to the quantity of labor that producers would commit themselves to performing if they were to adopt accumulation as their purpose. In one argument, Roberts refers to surplus labor, labor that continues beyond the point at which it has reproduced its wage, as an extension that can only come about by somehow getting the laborers to work longer than they would if they were under their own direction. 34 This argument is not convincing, however. What is sometimes called market socialism is not impossible. Producer cooperatives could deliberate to compete for custom on the market and to require their members to perform a quantity of labor sufficient not only to reproduce their wage, but also to reproduce means of life for those unable to work. Roberts suggests a second line of argument: however, to adopt accumulation as a purpose is to be committed to perform an amount of labor for which there is no limit to the demand for more. 35 By adopting accumulation as a purpose, producers would impose on themselves an unlimited demand for more labor. Knowing this, Roberts says, they could not possibly deliberate to adopt this purpose. This deliberative result is not impossible, however, if the members of market-oriented producer cooperatives thought that they could thereby maximize their monetary wealth, or their power of investment. As this deliberative result is not impossible, Roberts's premises do not support the judgment that accumulation is unnatural and thus exploitative when a separate class imposes it. Lastly, Chris Arthur offers an inversion account of capitalist exploitation. Arthur insists that capitalist exploitation has to be explicated within an account of specifically capitalist forms. 36 And adds that it is the concept of abstract labor, which is a determination of social form. 37 This leads one to expect Arthur to offer an account of capitalist exploitation characterized by an abstraction in the constitution of labor and the capital relation. 38 For as Arthur's Day says, industrial capital treats all labors as identical because it has an equal interest in exploiting them regardless of their concrete specificity. 39 Yet Arthur goes on to define capitalistically exploited labor as labor subject to an inversion of subject and object, in which capital and not labor sets the agenda, directs, organizes, enforces and commands. 40 This inversion of subject and object is an inversion of concretely specific functions. However, if as Arthur's Day says capital treats all labors as identical for the purpose of exploiting labor, capitalist exploitation must involve treating labor subject to inversion and labor not subject to inversion, labor performed on a producer's own initiative, as identical. But if so, capitalist exploitation is defined by a feature of social form that pertains regardless of inversion, namely, the real object aimed at, money returns. 41 We need an account of capitalist production in terms of accumulation on which it is exploitative in virtue of the kind of purpose accumulation is. This is where the interaction component of the thesis comes in. There is a connection and a similarity between the argument for why generalized production for exchange presupposes money, and the argument for why generalized production with wage labor for money maximization is exploitative. In the dialectic of the value form, Backhouse remarks that a premonetary value form has an aporetic self-abolishing structure. Generalized production for exchange cannot be thought without money. 42 The interaction recognition antinomy thesis goes a step further. A society in which everyone maximizes their monetary wealth also cannot be thought. The very thought contains a logical contradiction, or is contradictory in conception, and that is what justifies a characterization of capitalist production as exploitative. Capitalist labor exploitation is an instance of self-seeking action that fails a system-level universalizability test. This test, an anthropological and system-level version of the contradiction in conception test, CC test, belonging to Kant's formula of the law of nature in the groundwork to the metaphysics of morals, tests whether or not a maxim reinforced by a system can be acted on successfully by everyone when it is a universal law of human nature. The key passage of text for this argument is provided by Marx's counterfactual thought experiment in the Grundriss. 43 If capitalist exploitation, on the system universalizability conception, can be linked to an analysis of the commodity form, theorists critical of commodification and instrumental reason have a reason to take an interest in exploitation, while egalitarians have a reason not to ignore the value form of wealth, commodities, money, and capital. Further, by conceiving exploitation as self-seeking action that fails a system-level universalizability test, the interaction recognition antinomy thesis facilitates a solution to what is here called the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem. The capitalism, rights, and injustice problem is, how is it possible to hold that capitalism is unjust without appeal to rights? The capitalism, rights, and injustice problem has two premises. It arises if one holds that capitalism is unjust, and that, 2. Capitalism is not to be condemned by appeal to rights. 44 If it is possible to condemn capitalism as unjust without appeal to rights, then John Rawls's claim that people cannot suffer from a greater liberty 45 must be rejected. If it is possible to do so by laying a charge of exploitation against capitalism, Axel Honneth's claim that if exploitation becomes a common accusation, then workers must implicitly be legally entitled to the product of their labor 46 must also be rejected. To pose the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem is to be committed to a critique of the entire Anglophone debate on Marx and justice. The usual approach to Marx and justice within this debate is to ask whether Marx, consistently, thought that capitalism was unjust on grounds of distributive justice. Its three positions are articulated by Alan Wood, Gary Young, and G.A. Cohen. According to Wood, Marx never based his critique of capitalism on right or justice, but on other values. 47 According to Young, Marx did consistently think that capitalism is unjust because it violates the rights of workers, and any contradiction is merely apparent. 48 According to Cohen, Marx did not always realize that he thought capitalism was unjust. 49 It is argued here that these three positions share Marethanthirad the all rest in the same false interpretive premise that capitalist exploitation belongs to the dimension of value or product, and on the same falsage substantive premise thought questions of justice are reducible to questions of rights. 50 If one or more false premises are common to all of the above positions, they will not exhaust all of the possibilities. It will be possible to propose a fourth position, namely, Marx condemned the use of labor in capitalism as unjust, but did not condemn capitalism by appeal to right, and simply by virtue of this, Marx is not inconsistent or suffering from deficient self-understanding. If the interaction recognition antinomy thesis is to allow commodity form philosophy to solve the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem, then that can only be because the system-level universalizability test that informs its conception of exploitation suggests a value by which to condemn capitalism that is not the value of freedom of choice. If the value that underpins this condemnation is not freedom of choice, then it need not be enforced in a form that gives effect to individual preferences. The form of guarantee that gives effect to individual preferences is the guarantee of rights. 51 So if the value underpinning a normative charge of exploitation based on the system universalisability conception of exploitation is not the value of freedom of choice, exploitation need not be overcome by bestowing rights. It need not be condemned by appeal to a right. Consider a relevantly analogous case. It is possible to believe that public access to court proceedings ought to be enforced, on the grounds of public education in the court process, and public scrutiny. But as public access to court proceedings is not grounded on the value of freedom of choice, it is not enforced in the form of rights. Although an official is placed under a duty to facilitate public access to court proceedings, no individual has a right to enter the public gallery. 52 If the gallery is full, the official may prohibit a newcomer from entering. The advantage acquired by any given individual, in virtue of the duty on the official, is conditional. A may lose their opportunity to enter a public gallery in virtue of action by an independent individual, B, who turns up before A and takes the last available seat. A conditional advantage is thus a wholly different kind of legal advantage to a right. A right is a type of legal advantage a thought canon lid waived in its shoulder say so. Only a rights holder, or their designated representative, can waive a right. If C has, say, a right against D for payment of damages that occurred in D's performance of a contract, then only C, or C's designated representative, may release D from that liability. By contrast, the reason A is prevented by an official from entering the public gallery of a court is not that A has waived a right, A does not have a right to waive. The analogous point to make about a condemnation of capitalist exploitation is this. If exploitation is defined by a system-level universalisability test, it is defined by a test that facilitates a normative charge that rests on a prohibition, or duty not to X. As is illustrated by the duty to facilitate public access to court proceedings, an enforceable duty need not create a right. If, like public access to court proceedings, a prohibition on exploitation is underpinned by a value than freedom of choice, then exploitation, like an official's refusal to admit individuals into an empty public gallery, may be condemned by a principle of justice, a principle that ought to be enforced impartially, now if not forever, without being condemned by appeal to a right. According to the interaction recognition antinomy thesis, the commodity form and capitalist exploitation are intimately related. Both are central to a Marxist account of capitalism. As Cohen rejects the former claim, while Postone rejects the latter claim, it strengthens the case for these claims to show how both rejections come at a cost. Cohen's attempt to separate the concept of capitalist exploitation from the commodity form has a positive side and a negative side. Positively, Cohen formulates a product-based charge of exploitation that eschews claims about value, and which, he says, is the argument which really moves Marxists politically. 53 Negatively, Cohen argues that Marx's theory of value is irrelevant to the charge that capitalism is exploitative. The labor theory of value is not a suitable basis for the charge of exploitation directed by Marxists against capitalism. 54 Consider, first, the positive side of this attempt. Cohen's charge of exploitation against capitalism is that capitalism is wrong in virtue of the fact that proletarians produce all of the products in capitalist society, but capitalists appropriate some of them. 55 The charge is a product-based charge if the wrong relating to this fact is identified without advancing a claim about value. To really move Marxists politically. 56 A charge of exploitation must support the judgment that capitalism is inherently bad. The attractiveness, for anti-capitalists, of Cohen's product-based charge of exploitation is diminished, therefore, if this charge cannot support the judgment that capitalism is inherently bad. To show that this is indeed the case, it is not necessary to dispute the implicit assumption that capitalism is defined by non-capitalist proletarians and non-proletarian capitalists. This idea could be disputed, on the basis that a form of production dominated by money-maximizing cooperatives is a form of capitalist production. Here it is granted 57 that, if non-proletarian capitalists' appropriation of some of the product is always wrong, then capitalism is inherently bad. What will be disputed, however, is that any one of Cohen's three versions of the product-based charge of exploitation can establish that non-proletarian capitalists' appropriation of some of the product is always wrong. Each version only supports the conclusion that non-proletarian capitalists' appropriation of some of the product is sometimes wrong. No version, or combination of versions, supports a charge of exploitation against capitalism as such. The crucial point is this. If a charge of exploitation eschews claims about value, and hence the value form of wealth, it cannot refer to a capitalist's end, continuous money maximization. Point 58. If it cannot refer to the capitalist's end, it cannot, by directly condemning that end, discount the non-producing activities that capitalists perform to that end, such as investment decisions, as a ground for them to appropriate and a part of the product. It cannot discount the capitalists' non-producing activities as a ground for appropriation. Indirectly, by condemning their conditions, or by condemning these activities by reference to a counterfactual outcome. Yet an indirect condemnation of capitalists' non-producing activities will not imply that capitalists always have no right to appropriate any part of the product. So, the charge will be unable to condemn all possible capitalisms. On a product-based charge of exploitation, the capitalist's non-producing activities can be discounted as a ground for appropriation for one of two reasons. One reason is to hold that differential ownership of means of production is morally illegitimate. 59. And so the appropriation facilitating non-producing activities that capitalists perform are not activities they ought to be in a position to perform. That is the normatively fundamental reason in both the autonomy version and the Luck egalitarianism version of the charge. But another reason to discount the non-producing activities that capitalists perform as a ground for appropriation is if they lead to unreciprocated product transfers that are unjust because they do not accord with need. Point 60. That is the normatively fundamental 61 reason in the needs version of the charge. On the needs version of the charge, an unreciprocated product transfer is wrong because of what it is, and not because it inherits the wrong of something else. Point 62. Consider, first, the autonomy version of the charge, which has echoes in charges of exploitation grounded on vulnerability-based or force-based conceptions of exploitation. Point 63. On the autonomy version, capitalist exploitation is an unjust unreciprocated product transfer that inherits its injustice from the fact that workers are forced to work for some or other person or group. Point 64. On this version of the charge, unequal enjoyment of the power matching the right to work for no one is the heart of the socialist objection to capitalism. Point 65. The limitation of the autonomy version of the charge is that it would not condemn capitalisms with a sufficient unconditional basic income. An unconditional basic income could give each the power not to work for anyone. But it need not remove the difference between what producers can produce in a given period, and what is required, in terms of commodities, to maintain their capacities to produce over that period. Accordingly, those in a position to hire could still seek to maximize that difference for private gain. An autonomy version of the charge is consistent with support for a reformed capitalism. It does not force a choice between capitalism with a sufficient unconditional basic income, and socialism. Now consider the Luck egalitarianism version of the charge. On this version, capitalist exploitation is an unjust unreciprocated product transfer that inherits its injustice from an ownership structure. It is unjust because it arises from unchosen disadvantage. Unchosen disadvantage is disadvantage for which the sufferer cannot be held responsible, since it does not appropriately reflect choices that he has made or is making or would make. Point 66. The limitation of the Luck egalitarianism version of the charge is that it would not condemn capitalisms that arise from an initial egalitarian distribution of external resources and natural talent. For a Luck egalitarian, a distribution of external resources and natural talent is just if the distribution of the former compensates for differentials in the latter. As the Luck egalitarian aim is to establish a level playing field for individuals to exercise responsibility. 67. Luck egalitarianism provides no grounds for regulating the effects of differential preferences on what people do with their shares of wealth. If a distribution of wealth that is just by Luck egalitarian standards can give rise to a capitalist ownership structure, then the luck egalitarian version of the charge could not condemn a capitalism that arose from this level playing field. Imagine, for simplicity's sake, that all individuals are equally talented. 68 Once each is given their per capita share of society's assets, luck egalitarianism amounts to laissez-faire transactional justice. Yet laissez-faire transactional justice facilitates capitalist wage labor, for two reasons. First, voluntary independent contracting presupposes possession over the items to be transferred. Generalized possession generates money, and money generates acquisitiveness. 69 Second, voluntary independent contracting can make wage labor instrumentally rational, that is, a suitable means to satisfy given desires, in virtue of differential preferences for, or random variations in the success of acquiring and using acquired skills, distance traveled, or being in the right place at the right time. Producers can be hired for an income higher than they would otherwise receive, and still yield a benefit for their hirer, provided the working day is sufficiently long. A hirer can reap a benefit without a relatively long working day if, as a result of the labor they hire, productive power expands. For example, loan speculative provision for a new need permits an initial monopoly price, discovery of a new patentable technology provides a competitive advantage, or a minority buyout with borrowed funds can merge resources to give greater economies of scale. Such scenarios permit capital accumulation, even with relatively attractive wages. Over time, capital accumulation can proceed to the point where hirers engulf all branches of production. Production is then capitalist, notwithstanding the fact that it began from a luck egalitarian distribution. A luck egalitarian version of the charge is therefore consistent with support for a cleanly generated 70 capitalism. Consider, finally, the needs version of the charge. On this version, capitalist exploitation is an unjust unreciprocated product transfer that is unjust if it arises from an ownership structure that tends 71 to produce unreciprocated product transfers that are not needs-oriented, and because the transfer is unreciprocated and not needs-oriented. The needs version of the charge implies that, if an unreciprocated product transfer overrides mere preferences that are not needs to provide for needs, or that this is a result that the ownership structure retenstofict, it is not exploitative. It cannot be denied, however, that capitalists and proletarians both have needs. Hence, the needs version of the charge fails to condemn any capitalism in which, when capitalists' and workers' needs are similar, the private income of capitalists and workers tends to be similar, or, if they are not similar, any capitalism in which the private income of capitalists does not exceed the money they require to purchase what they need. Cohen writes, "Think of a worker who very much enjoys both his work and the wages it brings him, and who works for a wholly infirm neighbor who leads a miserable life but who, unlike the worker, has managed to possess himself of a stock of capital. This infirm capitalist lops off just enough of the worker's products so that he, the capitalist, can stay alive. We can suppose that, if something like the stated capital imbalance did not obtain, then the worker would produce for himself alone and callously let his infirm neighbor die. And we can also suppose that it was because he knew that he would die without the power over the worker that capital would give him that the infirm man decided to acquire and exercise that power. There is, ex hypothesi, no unfairness in the distribution of benefits and burdens which would show that the exchange is unjust. 72. If a progressive tax system ensured that all but the part of the product required by capitalists to meet their needs was redistributed to non-capitalists, capitalism is no longer vulnerable to the needs-based version of the charge. Once again, therefore, the charge is consistent with support for a reformed capitalism. It does not force a choice between capitalism with an effective 100% income tax band set at the right level, and socialism. Suppose that Cohen were to concede that none of the above versions of the product-based charge of exploitation support the judgment that capitalism is inherently bad. Cohen might then shift to the position that what ought to move Marxists politically is a disposition to revise judgments, such as the judgment that all capitalisms are bad, in light of counterexamples. If capitalism with a sufficient unconditional basic income, a clean history or a 100% tax band is not unjust on grounds of exploitation, so be it, Cohen might say. The problem with this imagined reply is that it passes over a whole area of concern. Capitalism is defined by a societal dynamic of capital accumulation. 73 It is possible to question the desirability of this dynamic directly, that is the desirability of mere after-the-fact regulation of the effect of competing money-maximizing agents' choices over what and how to produce. None of the above versions of the product-based charge of exploitation are directed at the dynamic of accumulation that such choices bring about, however. So, none of the counterfactual conditions on which the above product-based charges cease to condemn capitalism need persuade a Marxist to revise their judgment of capitalism's inherently exploitative character, if the latter is understood as a characterization of an aspect of this dynamic. If Marxists need not be moved politically by product-based charges of capitalist exploitation, there is all the more reason to question the negative side of Cohen's attempt to separate the concept of capitalist exploitation from Marx's value theory. Cohen's claim that Marx's value theory is irrelevant to the charge that capitalism is exploitative has two premises. One premise is that use of the term exploitation carries a normative charge. Its use denotes a kind of injustice. 74 The second premise is that statements about what determines a commodity's value have no normative significance. Cohen says of products of labor, what matters, normatively, is what creates that thing, or so transforms it that it has more value, not what makes things of its sort have the amount of value they do. 75 Strictly speaking, only the final clause of this sentence defends the second premise. As we shall see, the claim advanced in the first part of the sentence is false. That it is labor by producers that creates the product is not what matters, normatively, in the charge of capitalist exploitation. No creation claim underpins this charge. Cohen's denial that any claim to value 76 redounds to that which determines value, because it determines value, is granted. But it may still be denied that the two above premises support Cohen's irrelevance claim. A statement about value may support a non-normative premise in an argument to the conclusion that capitalism is bad. As Cohen, in another context, acknowledges, conceptual claims are sometimes key premises in arguments with normative conclusions. 77 The argument to be made here is, capitalism is exploitative, non-normatively defined, exploitation, as non-normatively defined, is bad, therefore, capitalism is bad. In this argument, the first premise is non-normative. Accordingly, if a statement about value can support it, a statement about value is relevant to an exploitation-based normative critique of capitalism. If, therefore, the capitalist economic structure reinforces the pursuit of a maxim that cannot be universalist, if submitting it to a system-level universalizability test rests on a statement about value, either because the maxim is described with reference to value, or because a statement about value explains why the maxim fails the test, or both, 78 And if systems that fail this test are bad, then both the concept and the normative charge of capitalist labor exploitation are related to Marx's value theory. Further, if this system may be judged bad from a standpoint that an actor in capitalism can adopt, an elaboration of this judgment may belong to an account of capitalism. What this survey of Cohen's attempt to separate the concept of capitalist exploitation from the commoditiformas revealed is the following. First, there is no product-based charge of exploitation against capitalism as such. It is false advertising to claim that purist anti-capitalists can or ought to be moved by it. Second, it is not without hope to examine whether there is a commodity form-based conception and charge of exploitation that can be directed at capitalism and that can move purist anti-capitalists. According to Postone's Time, Labor, and Social Domination, TLSD, however, the concept of exploitation does not occupy a central place in Marx's theory of capitalism. The reason for this, according to TLSD, is that exploitation is a phenomenon of distribution, and thus distinct from the dynamic of production that was Marx's chief concern. The response to TLSD proceeds in three steps. First, TLSD's direct remarks on exploitation are challenged. Second, one of TLSD's general lines of argument is presented. Finally, it is argued that TLSD's direct remarks on exploitation may be withdrawn, at no cost to that general line of argument. Indeed, the extent to which Marx's writings can be used to advance this general line of argument is expanded if TLSD's direct remarks on exploitation are withdrawn. Postone remarks in TLSD, the Marxian critique is a critique of labor in capitalism, rather than merely a critique of labor's exploitation. 79 Similarly, Marxian theory does, of course, include an analysis of class exploitation and domination, but it goes beyond investigating the unequal distribution of wealth and power. 80 More fully, Marx's critique should not be understood as one of exploitation alone. In other words, his investigation of the source of the surplus is not of the creation by labor of a surplus of material wealth, whereby he criticizes the appropriation of that surplus by the capitalist class. Relatedly, Marx does not consider the process of production in capitalism to be a labor process controlled extrinsically by the capitalist class for its own benefit, which, in socialism, would be used for the benefit of all. Such interpretations overlook the implications of both the value form of wealth and Marx analysis of the twofold nature of the production process in capitalism, that is, of its intrinsically capitalist, capital-determined, character. Capitalist production, according to Marx, is characterized not only by class exploitation but also by a peculiar dynamic, rooted in the constant expansion of value. 81. In these remarks, TLSD suggests that exploitation in capitalism is a characteristic of the unequal distribution of the value form of wealth. Exploitation is of secondary importance, on the reconstruction offered in TLSD, because exploitation, as a feature of the unequal distribution of income, presupposes a capital-determined process of production which imposes specific characteristics on labor that cannot be reduced to class exploitation. Postone is right that the value-based dynamics which shape the use of total social time as labor time and subject it to a capital-determined discipline are analytically and normatively important in and of themselves. If exploitation were merely a concept of distribution, it would be subordinate to an account of these dynamics. But exploitation is not a concept of distribution. As it characterizes the use of labor in the pursuit of money maximization, it contributes to an analysis of labor as it is shaped by the capitalist process of production. Cohen describes a scheme that illustrates the claim that capitalist exploitation is irreducible to an inequality of income distribution. Capitalist exploitation, on the system universalisability conception, does not require inequality in the distribution of income. Capitalist exploitation remains in a scheme that Cohen, consistent with a needs version of the product-based charge of exploitation, suggests is amply worth refining. 82 Where a standard capitalist market organizes economic activity, but the tax system cancels the disqualizing results of that market by redistributing income to complete equality. There are, pre-tax, profit-seeking capitalists, and workers who own no capital, but people acknowledge an obligation to serve others, and the extent to which they discharge that obligation is measured by how close their pre-tax income is to what it would be in the most remunerative, and therefore, on standard assumptions, the most socially contributing activity available to them, while taxation affects a fully egalitarian post-tax distribution of income. 83. Postone could, moreover, withdraw his direct remarks on exploitation at no expense to TLSD's general argument. One of TLSD's general lines of argument can be stated as follows: 1. In capitalism, labor is alienated. 84. 2. Therefore, a free society must overcome labor as it exists in capitalism. 3. A theory with emancipatory intent. 85 articulates the conditions for freedom. 4. Traditional Marxism analyses capitalism from the standpoint of labor. 86 In capitalism. 5. Therefore, traditional Marxism is not an emancipatory theory. TLSD argues that, since the qualities of labor as it exists in capitalism are not the qualities of a free activity, labor in capitalism does not exhibit qualities that an emancipatory theory can affirm. To set its qualities free is not to realize freedom. By implication, an emancipatory theory cannot simply seek to uphold the claims of producers that arise from a positive evaluation of the contribution that producers make to capitalist society by performing labor as it exists in capitalism. No emancipatory theory can culminate in the assertion of a right that presupposes the continued performance of labor as it exists in capitalism, for a society that institutes such a right contains labor that is not free but alienated. A free society must transform labor as it exists in capitalism. Accordingly, no concept or normative charge of exploitation that implies a right connected to the continued performance of labor as it exists in capitalism can assume a central place in a theory with emancipatory intent. If a concept rests on a premise about the creation of value or product by labor as it exists in capitalism, and if a related normative charge seeks to vindicate what is created to its creator and/or to deny what is created to non-creators, no such concept or charge can assume a central place in an emancipatory Marxist theory. If a theory with emancipatory intent is one that criticizes what is on the basis of what could be 87 and what there are good grounds for wanting to be, then, to assume a central place in such a theory, the concept of exploitation must identify a frustrated potential, and a normative charge must condemn the frustration of that potential. The condition TLSD's critique of traditional Marxism places on any central normative charge of an emancipatory theory is one that the interaction recognition antinomy thesis says a charge of exploitation can satisfy. The conception of exploitation as self-seeking action that fails the system-level universalisability test locates exploitation in production, and identifies a frustrated potential for a societal version of autonomy called self-legislative a human community. Its related normative charge condemns the frustration of self-legislative a human community. The central place that capitalist exploitation has in the interaction recognition antinomy thesis is no concession to traditional Marxism, therefore it is a basis for its critique. TLSD's direct remarks on exploitation's secondary importance can be withdrawn at no cost to TLSD's general line of argument against traditional Marxism. Indeed, TLSD's direct remarks on capitalist exploitation serve to obscure the extent to which other concepts that presuppose a concept of capitalist exploitation eschew the assumptions of traditional Marxism. Traditional Marxism theorizes capitalism from the position of labor as it exists in capitalism. To this end, it must twist Marx's account of capitalist exploitation into a concept of distribution, to be able to raise a normative charge of exploitation against capitalism. Rather than challenge this move, TLSD's direct remarks on exploitation reflect an acceptance of it. This is a problematic upshot, for TLSD rightly connects classisto-exploitation. If one connects classisto-exploitation but locates exploitation in distribution, one ends up with a distribution-based view of classes. As TLSD holds a distribution-based view of classes, what TLSD says of the proletariat is similar to what Hanath says of capital. It is tainted by a utilitarian model of social conflict for material resources. 88 TLSD claims, the universality represented by the proletariat ultimately is that of value. 89 Postone's claim, no less than Hanath's, reflects a failure to question the pedigree of traditional Marxism. The conception of capitalist exploitation elaborated in Chapter 8, in conjunction with the analysis of the rights antinomy offered in Chapter 12, overturns both these views. To the recognition component. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis says that the interactions of purchase and sale and capitalist labor exploitation are each accompanied by a kind of recognition. Purchase and sale is accompanied by the recognition of personhood, while capitalist labor exploitation is accompanied by the recognition of bureaucratic commands. The recognition component of the thesis provides a critical account of capitalism's social norms with advantages over rational choice theory, and Hanath's recognition-based theory of capitalism. A social norm is a practical principle with social validity and existence. A practical principle has social validity and existence if it is possible for actors to believe that everyone has a reason to accept it, and it is actually observed, for whatever reason. On this definition, the judgment X is a social norm implies no commitment to X. It does not imply that everyone ought to observe X, the explanation for why it is possible for actors to believe that everyone has a raison d'être may cite factors other than thesis for of rational deliberation, such as illusion-generating social conditions, or the prevalence of a type of oppression. Social norms mark a limit of rational choice theory. Rational choice theory offers a particular kind of intentional explanation of action. An intentional explanation of action is an explanation of action by an agent's intention to bring about a goal. A rational choice explanation of action, Elster writes, involves showing that the action was rational and was performed because it was rational. That the action is rational means that given the beliefs of the agent, the action was the best way for him to realize his plans or desires. Hence rationality goes together with some form of maximizing behavior. 90. The explanans of a rational choice explanation comprises three properties on the part of the agent: a belief, in light of the agent's desires, that an action is the best or optimal thing for them to do if they are to satisfy their desires, a disposition to act on beliefs about what the optimal thing to do is, to satisfy one's desires, and the exercise of that disposition, leading to a fully formed intention to perform the action. The beliefs of the agent need not be true. What the optimal thing for an agent to do is in one context of action will depend, however, on the agent's overall plan. Accordingly, a rational choice explanation assumes that agents have a certain type of personality structure. Agents are assumed to have a complete preference order, in which all their various goals are ranked by the respective strengths of their desires, and a disposition to maximize preference satisfaction. By virtue of its assumption that agents have this personality structure, rational choice theory cannot register social norms. The social validity of social norms implies that actors can experience imperatives, not, to perform certain types of action as binding, in spite of any preference order they may have in which desires to the contrary are ranked higher than desires in line with those imperatives. Rational choice theory does not admit any such experience, however. Relatedly, rational choice theory does not allow social norms to operative nas constraints agents choice of means stojavinans. It presupposes, rather, that agents are not disposed to revise what they do in light of social norms or other practical principles. As rational choosers, agents will only act in accordance with principles if they have a sufficiently weighty desire that happens to accord with them. For example, they will keep their promises only if they know that they will feel rotten if they break them. 91 Or that they have more to gain by keeping them. Rational choice theory does not register an agent's experience, on account of a belief that everyone has a reason to keep their promises, that they ought to keep a promise even when it would not maximize the satisfaction of their preferences to do so. Nor can rational choice theory conceive of agents acting to keep their promises in such cases. To the extent that agents believe in or act on practical principles, including social norms, rational choice theory cannot theorize their behavior. The inability of the rational choice strand of analytical Marxism to register practical principles manifests itself, in John Roemer's work, in the following incoherence. In A General Theory of Exploitation and Class, Roemer elucidates a game-theoretic account of exploitation through a series of models that postulate preference maximization by agents endowed with different types of assets. Roemer asks whether, with a certain distribution of assets, a given coalition of agents will receive less in exchange, and its complementary coalition more, than each would receive in a specific alternative arrangement. 92 To describe that alternative arrangement, Roemer refers to withdrawal rules that give coalitions a right to withdraw from the society of a given model with their entitlements. 93 Yet preference maximizing agents cannot experience a normative rule or a right or an entitlement. They cannot conceivably act as Roemer's account of exploitation requires them to be able to act. Roemer's account internalizes a problem Marx identified in his economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, each sphere applies to me a different and opposed standard morality one, and national economy another. 94. The blindness of rational choice theory to practical principles is inhibiting, if the very domains of action that rational choice theory seeks to analyze with the aid of models that postulate preference maximization create a dynamic by which actors develop a type of freedom of will. That is the significance of generalized purchase and sale. By virtue of the recognition of personhood that accompanies it, actors are able to develop a type of freedom of will. Rational choice theory is unable to explain the phenomena for which the capitalist economic structure is just one part of the explanans, together with this freedom of will, namely, the state of capitalist society, and class struggle. One aim of Haneth's recognition-based theory of capitalism in freedom's right, on the other hand, is to improve on what Haneth sees as Marx's failure to examine the normative underpinnings of economic activity. Insofar as Marx fails, according to Haneth, to examine these normative underpinnings, Marx ignores the possibility for social groups to embrace values that allow them to affirm modern capitalist society as a potentially free society. As capitalism could not reproduce itself without the existence of certain shared values, this oversight also leads Haneth to criticize Marx for offering an inadequate account of social reproduction. Three features of Haneth's recognition-based theory of capitalism sustain this critique of Marx. The first is Haneth's claim that social norms, of a legal, moral, and ethical character, enable social reproduction. 95. The second is Haneth's account of recognition, on which recognition presupposes social norms. Social norms provide the context in which subjects learn to formulate plans whose realization is complementary for others' pursuit of their plans. 96. The third is Haneth's defense of the forms of mutual recognition permitted by the social norms that enable social reproduction in capitalist society as, at least potentially, forms of social freedom. 97. One problem with this critique, however, relates to the fact that it may not be possible for actors, in pursuing the plans they identify themselves with, and that serve to enable the plans of others, to assume that others value their plans. It is one thing for freedom's right to hold that market transactions could be regulated by government so that each party can view the transaction as enabling for the plans of both, or that fora of public debate could be arranged so that each participant can view their exchanges as enabling all participants to exercise their capacities to offer and evaluate public claims. It is quite another to hold out the hope that it will be possible for A to assume that an end for which B conducts market transactions with A, or an end for which B offers claims in public debate with A, is to enable A's plans. If B's end is to maximize B's monetary wealth, or to offer a powerful representative a convenient pretext to protect it, the means B pursues to that end may enable A to take part in a transaction or debate with B in which A counts as B's equal in some respect. Yet A's value to B may remain purely instrumental. If A cannot assume that B's action may be informed by the judgment that A ought to be enabled in the pursuit of A's plans, if A must rather assume that A has a purely instrumental status in B's end, then A is not recognized by B. If a learning process set in train by social norms that allows agents to formulate and pursue plans that enable those of others does not suffice for recognition, freedom's right has yet to show that modern capitalism can potentially exhibit forms of mutual recognition. This problem threatens to upend the critique that freedom's right directs at Marx for ignoring the possibility for social groups to embrace values by which they can affirm modern capitalist society. An account of modern capitalism as a potentially free society cannot proceed from the value that actors bestow on forms of mutual recognition in the market, or in fora of public debate, if there is no warrant to hold that such activities provide a form of mutual recognition. Nor can it be argued that Marx's account of social reproduction is inadequate on account of ignoring the contribution of certain shared values to social reproduction when actors' judgment of recognitionless activity by those values need not be positive. 98 If forms of recognition in capitalism are to provide a basis for its judgment, or to contribute to an explanation for its social reproduction, further argument is required, beyond what freedom's right offers, just to show that they are in fact present. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis holds that this argument can proceed to adapt a formulation from Pashukanis from the notion of as if recognition. 99 On the pragmatic conception of recognition elaborated in Chapter 9, recognition requires that a recognizee is able to interpret the recognizer's behavior as extending a positive evaluation to them. As if recognition occurs where an actor must take themselves to have a purely instrumental status in the other's end, because a relevant change in the stock of experiences 100 of the as if recognizee would first have to take place for the other's action to provide genuine recognition. On this construal, as if recognition does not presuppose social norms. So, if a type of interaction belonging to the capitalist economic structure is accompanied by a form of as if recognition, both together may explain a social norm, rather than presuppose it. In fact, a further element is required, to explain a social norm. A type of generalized interaction and an accompanying form of as if recognition is insufficient. It may be natural to value the qualities that are objects of esteem for others in the respect in which one holds them in esteem. But as if recognition does not allow actors to learn to affirm the value of one or more qualities in this way. If A must assume that A's status in B's end is purely instrumental, A has no reason to believe that A is an object of B's esteem, and if B has a purely instrumental status in A's end, A does not hold B in esteem. Since as if recognition cannot lead an actor to identify themselves with their qualities, it cannot directly explain social norms. To explain social norms, it is also necessary to identify a social interest. An interest is what an actor can believe they have a reason to do or to favor. A social interest is an interest common all individuals of a group which is either such that, I, no one member satisfies it without all other members satisfying it, for example, a common interest in the passage of a law, or such that, 2, each member only tends to satisfy it under conditions that promote its satisfaction by all other members, for example, a common interest in not being a victim of crime in a public place. The conditions referred to in describing a type, 2, social interest must be beyond any individuals, or any subgroups, exclusive disposal. Otherwise, that individual, or subgroup, could withhold them from others, subject to individual payment, which would preclude the common interest. To the extent that some people can rely on personal bodyguards to avoid crime in public places at an insignificant cost, and no matter how bad crime gets for others, such people do not belong to the group of people with a social interest in avoiding crime in public places. Their avoidance of crime in public places is not dependent on the maintenance of a low crime rate, which is the condition that gives rise to others' social interest in the avoidance of crime in public places. The immediate significance of a social interest is that it encourages articulation of a practical principle that upholds it. Even self-interested actors have a reason to articulate a principle that upholds a social interest they have. Even self-interested actors with a social interest in avoiding crime in public places have a reason to articulate a principle not to commit crime in public places. For if actors articulate a principle that upholds a social interest, they can hope that future incidents of disruption to that interest will not be committed by those who conform, even if only because conformity is in their self-interest, to the principles they know others believe in. Once a social interest upholding principle is articulated, however, actors may be able to identify themselves with their qualities. If it is natural to value the qualities that are objects of esteem for others in the respect in which one holds them in esteem, each articulator of a generally articulated practical principle has a reason to value the qualities that that articulated principle urges people to respect. This quality is the same quality that is the object of as if recognition, if the social interest upholding principle upholds a type, 2, social interest whose condition is the general non-disruption of the type of interaction accompanied by the as if recognition. If a low rate of theft is a type, 2, social interest, whose condition is the general non-disruption of purchase and sale, the principle that upholds a low rate of theft, respect people's possessions, has a subject possession the object of as if recognition in purchase and sale. Hence, if mutual recognition in market transactions would enable a type of freedom of will if it were genuine, which there is reason to doubt, then there may be a recognition-based explanation for this type of freedom of will that does not require mutual recognition in market transactions to be genuine. As if recognition can give rise to a social norm indirectly, in conjunction with a social interest, its articulation as a principle may then generate genuine recognition leading to a type of freedom of will. The claim that the interaction recognition antinomy thesis offers a critical account of capitalism social norms rests on a further concept real abstraction. On the Adorno-inspired 101 account of real abstraction outlined in Chapter 3, a type of interaction exhibits a real abstraction if it requires at least one actor to treat another as if X is the case, and yet, by virtue of that very interaction, it belongs to their stock of experiences that X is not the case. If a type of interaction exhibiting such a real abstraction has a generalized existence and self-reinforcing dynamic, what an actor can learn from it will conflict with how they must continue to act. If so, the social norm that an actor observes in that type of interaction, as well as the system which reinforces its observance, may appear problematic. By observing social norms, actors act as if they make a kind of evaluative judgment. But if actors observe a social norm in a type of interaction defined by a real abstraction, their observation of it simultaneously creates the chance of their becoming aware of a fact that invites a distance towards it. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis offers an explanation of capitalism's social norms that is critical in the same sense as its conception of capitalist exploitation is critical. It identifies the frustration of a potential. It identifies a frustrated potential in what an actor can learn about a social norm from the type of interaction in which they observe it. 3. The first antinomy. One of two antinomies identified by the interaction recognition antinomy thesis is the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization in the state of capitalist society. There is a logical contradiction in asserting both that government action is only justified if and because it guarantees natural rights, and that government action is only justified if and because it is authorized by a decision of the people for equal liberty. There is a difference between acting only if certain conditions are met, and using all means to an authorized end. Yet capitalism necessarily generates both assertions. A justification is asserted even when its assertion is merely implied by conduct whose main purpose is practical. On the premise, sustained by the recognition of personhood that accompanies purchase and sale, that each individual has by nature property in their parts and capacities, there is an ambiguity between the subjectivity of self-ownership as the unconditional recipient of legal protection, and as the unconditioned author of the law. The antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization in the state of capitalist society is a result of this ambiguity. Through its account of this antinomy, the interaction recognition antinomy thesis offers a variant of state derivation theory. This statement requires some clarification. The phrase state derivation theory is associated with the West German state debate begun in the 1970s. 102 The Marxist use of the term derivation did not originate in West Germany, however. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis variant of state derivation theory is closer to Pashukanis's and Lukács's interpretation of Marx than to the West German state debate. In what is the most comprehensive survey of the West German state debate, Ingo Elba argues that this debate is defined by the question of why a coercive force existing apart from and over the economy is necessary in capitalism. En tog precies in the formo for rulio state. 103 According to Elba, contributions to this debate are defined by an argument of the form, in light of such and such a feature if the capitalist economy it is necessary for the to besperate coercive force based on the rule of law, if capitalism is to be maintained. If Elba is right, the West German state debate shares a point of departure with Nikos Poulantzas's account of the modern state in political power and social classes. In Political Power and Social Classes, Poulantzas argues that the separation of the direct producer from the means of production in the relation of real appropriation, determines a specific autonomy of the political and the economic. 104 If determines here means has as its necessary condition, the approach in both cases is somewhat similar. Yet the type of argument by which Elba characterizes the West German state debate is not one that would suffice to explain the state, either by functional explanation or by intentional explanation. Having argued this point and endorsed intentional explanation, a conception of derivation is proposed. To identify a function of X for Y, such as, a rule of law state helps maintain a capitalist economy, is not to assert a functional explanation of X by Y. 105 In a functional explanation, what is supposed to be explanatory is a dispositional fact, that is, a fact of hypothetical conditional form if E, then F. Cohen's preferred term for a functional explanation is thus explanation by disposition. 106 An adherent of functional explanation or explanation by disposition is someone who holds that there is good reason for thinking that a dispositional fact is explanatory if the statement of a law incorporating it, a consequence law, is empirically confirmed, even in the absence of a theory as to how the dispositional property figures in the explanation of what it explains. 107 To assert that the rule of law state is functionally explained by the capitalist economy, it would be necessary to hold that empirical confirmation of the law. If it is the case that if a rule of law state were to exist at T1, then it would help maintain a capitalist economy at T2, then a rule of law state exists at T3108. Justifies a belief that the rule of law state is explained by the dispositional fact that, were a rule of law state to exist, it would help maintain a capitalist economy. Contributions to the West German state debate stop short of any such reflection. Secondly, the type of argument by which Elba characterizes the West German state debate does not suffice for an intentional explanation. For an intentional explanation, the function of a rule of law state in maintaining a capitalist economy would have to be accounted for as an intended or unintended consequence of action. Again, no such reflection is in evidence. On Elba's characterization, the West German state debate both stops short of offering an explanation of the state of capitalist society, and stops short of offering an explicit argument for or against a particular type of explanation of that state. Elba claims that the type of Marxist state theory worked out in the context of the West German discussion has a predecessor in the work of Eugen Pashukanis. 109 But Pashukanis's general theory of law and Marxism is arguably more advanced than this claim implies. In places, it favors a particular type of explanation of the rule of law state by the capitalist economy. True, one passage in Pashukanis's general theory of law and Marxism is of a piece with Elba's characterization of the West German state debate. Exchange value ceases to be exchange value, the commodity ceases to be a commodity, if exchange ratios are determined by an authority situated outside of the internal laws of the market. Coercion as the imperative addressed by one person to another, and backed up by force, contradicts the fundamental precondition for dealings between commodity possessors. That is also why coercion has to appear rather as coercion emanating from an abstract collective person. 110. Here Pashukanis claims that a capitalist economy is defined by the exchange of commodities at ratios determined by market laws. Pashukanis infers that the economy is no longer capitalist if particular individuals determine exchange ratios at will. Pashukanis then claims that, if commodity exchangers had direct access to a coercive force sufficient to guarantee market exchange, its wielders would have the bargaining power to manipulate exchange ratios. Pashukanis therefore concludes that, for the economy to be capitalist, any coercive force that is necessary must be wielded by a separate entity. As, for Pashukanis, a coercive force is necessary to guarantee market exchange on account of commodity exchangers' conflict of interests. 111 Pashukanis concludes that a capitalist economy requires a separate coercive force to which all commodity exchangers can be non-arbitrarily subject. It requires coercive force to be wielded by a rule of law state. This type of argument stops short both of offering an explanation of the state of capitalist society, and of offering an argument for or against a particular type of explanation of that state. Earlier in the same chapter, however, Pashukanis appears to favor an intentional explanation of a rule of law state. Why is the apparatus of state coercion not created as the private apparatus of the ruling class? Why does it detach itself from the ruling class, and assume the form of an impersonal apparatus of public power, separate from society? We cannot confine ourselves to pointing out that it is advantageous for the ruling class to erect an ideological smokescreen, and to conceal its class rule behind the screen of the state. For although such an elucidation is undoubtedly correct, it does not explain how such an ideology could arise, nor, therefore, why the ruling class can make use of it. 112. Pashukanis suggests that, to answer the question of why the state of capitalist society has the form of a rule of law state, it does not suffice to identify its advantage or function for those who benefit from it. It is necessary to offer an account of how the form of a state with this function can arise, that is, how an impersonal apparatus of public power, separate from society, can be created by a class that owes its power to the laws of commodity production. If it is only when this how question is answered that an explanation is given, then Pashukanis is committed to an intentional explanation of the state of capitalist society. Itis this course that is pursued here. To for an explanation of X is to say why X had to happen, or was likely to happen, by citing the presence of a powerful particular or particulars, and the enabling conditions for the exercise of their powers. 113 To say that A has the power to P is to say that A can do P, in the appropriate conditions, in virtue of its intrinsic nature. 114 As the description of a power is distinct from a dispositional fact, so an intentional explanation, whose powerful particulars include groups of intentional agents, is distinct from an elaboration of a functional explanation, which is supposedly an elaboration of how a dispositional fact is explanatory. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis offers an intentional explanation of the state of capitalist society. It advances claims about the capitalist economic structure that allow it to ascribe actors with a goal, stock of experiences and capacities, and then to imagine how these actors could be led to institute a rule of law state. The term derivation I reserved for a specific type of explanation. An explanation is a derivation only if it reveals the genesis of something that may otherwise appear to be unquestionably given. This idea of derivation is loosely inspired by Lukács's use of the term derivation in history and class consciousness. 115 Lukács says that, if something cannot be derived, then it is a facticity or something simply given. 116 That the objects of derivation are fetishistic forms. 117 And that Ludwig Feuerbach's anthropological critique 118 strikes a blow at a problem that appears incapable of derivation. In the Essence of Christianity, Feuerbach describes his method as genetic critical because it destroys an illusion. 119 These various uses suggest that a derivation is an explanation that reveals an illusion. Proposal: a derivation of X is an explanation of X that shows that X must register its cause as just one of the phenomena that are subject to its logic. To show that X must register its cause as just one phenomenon among others subject to its logic is to reveal an illusion, for, once X exists, it will seem absurd to suggest that it could be explained by anything its own logic subsumes as a particular case, just as, for a believer, it must appear absurd to suggest that God is a product of just one of his many creations, human beings. The juridical logic of freedom of choice, or the political logic of representation, can be derived, if that logic registers its cause as just one of the phenomena that are subject to it. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis offers a specific variant of state derivation theory. On this conception of derivation, its explanation of the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization relies on a derivation of the juridical logic of freedom of choice from personhood, and, 2. This antinomy is an influence on the political logic of representation, which is derived from the popular mandate given to a constitution-making power that must be brought into being if a capitalist economic structure encounters monarchical sovereignty. In sum, the interaction recognition antinomy thesis variant of state derivation theory, 1. Advances claims about the capitalist economic structure, 2. Ascribes goals, normative, beliefs and capacities to its actors, 3. Imagines how they would respond to a sovereign monarch, 4. Derives one or more logics in the state of capitalist society, 5. Identifies one or more antinomies in the state of capitalist society. 1. And the non-bracketed part of, 2, are implications of the interaction component of the thesis. The inclusion of normative beliefs in, 2, is an implication of its recognition component. 3. Rests on the claims that capitalist production is just one of the modes of production 120 in history, and that popular sovereignty is incompatible with a pre-capitalist mode of production. 4. Qualifies an explanation of the state as state derivation theory. 5. Is an implication of the antinomy component of the thesis. To clarify what state the interaction recognition antinomy thesis derives, a distinction may be drawn between common features, necessary features, and essential features. Common features are features found in all, or in a critical mass of, entities of a given type. Necessary features are features without which an entity would not be an entity of a given type. Essential features, on a developmental conception of essence, are features that make entities of a given type developed entities of that type. Non-developed entities of a given type are those which merely possess the potential to develop its essential features, or else those which merely possess some of the features that it would be necessary for a developed entity of that type to possess. A developed human being has the ability to organize and communicate their thoughts, while a newborn baby or someone with a severe mental impairment may not. If for some reason over half of the world's population consisted of newborn babies, the ability to communicate one's thoughts would be neither a common feature of the majority of human beings, nor a necessary feature of a human being. But it would remain an essential feature. Marx shows an interest in more than just the common features of states accompanying capitalist production in his critique of the Gotha program, 1875, which asserts that, where capitalist society is more or less developed, states have certain essential characteristics in common. 121 This statement presupposes a reference point on which certain common features of individual 19th-century states may be deemed essential, rather than merely common. Likewise, Marx's analysis of the modern state and on the Jewish question, 1843, extends beyond an analysis of what is common to existing states. In 1843, not a single state in the world institutionalized the kind of political emancipation that on the Jewish question deems compatible with capitalism, but criticizes as limited. 122 Its subject matter cannot be the common features of existing states, or the necessary features of any state that accompanies capitalist production. It must be the essential features of such states. Again, Marx argues in on Friedrich List's book, 1845. That every people goes through this development industry JF within itself would be as foolish a view as that every people should have to go through France's political development or Germany's philosophical development. What nations have done as nations, they have done for human society. 123. Marx implies that the kind of political development to which capitalism necessarily leads need not be replicated in every state in a global capitalist economy. What the aforementioned statements require, therefore, is a concept for the most developed state accompanying capitalist production. The term state of capitalist society is used to denote this state. Use of this term marks a further difference with the West German state debate. As noted above, contributions to this debate offer an argument of the form in light of such and such a feature if the capitalist economy it is necessary for there to be a separate coercive force based on the rule of law, if capitalism is to be maintained. To focus on what form of state must exist, if capitalism is to be maintained, is to focus on necessary features, rather than essential features. One objection raised against some contributions to the West German state debate is that certain features that they subto explain, such as democratic structures, are not necessary for a capitalist economy to be guaranteed. By a rule of law state. 124 There can be no objection, by contrast, to explaining democratic structures in the context of an account of the state of capitalist society. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis variant of state derivation theory is in keeping with the spirit of Marx's claim in his letters from the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher that reason has always existed, just not always in rational form. 125 If it can show that a form of state would arise by steps that it is conceivable for actors to take, so as to realize what they regard as their freedom, it can explain why that form of state can appear to be justified. Reason has always existed. If, moreover, it can also show that that state can be found wanting on other criteria of freedom that actors can come to affirm within, and in part by virtue of, this state, it can also show that social transformation beyond capitalism is possible and desirable, just not always in rational form. This again presupposes that the state of capitalist society is the object. Even if a claim about the potential for actors to develop subversive beliefs were added to an argument of the form that only a rule of law state can maintain a capitalist economy, that addition need not identify beliefs that had outstripped the most developed type of state that capitalist production permits. For the second antinomy. In capital volume I, Marx identifies an antinomy of right against right, both equalilus and said Bethella Wolf commodity exchange. 126 The capitalist economic structure is said to sustain, with equal justification, the assertion of a right to an unlimited working day, and the assertion of a right to a limited working day. One of the premises of this right's antinomy is that commodity exchangers are to recognize one another as self-owners. The premise that each individual has an exclusive claim to their parts and capacities is thus a common premise of both antinomies. The significance of the right's antinomy is that it grounds the existence of what Lukács calls a standpoint of the proletariat. 127 That is, the standpoint of a participant in a working class movement. One suggestion in Marx's claim, in his letters from the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher, that philosophical consciousness itself has been drawn into the torment of the struggle not merely externally, but intrinsically. 128 is the idea that social struggle can give rise to a standpoint. The outcome of a struggle between two types of actor is of intrinsic philosophical importance if one of those types of actor occupies a standpoint by virtue of that struggle. A standpoint may be characterized by interest privilege in respect of the good society, and capacity privilege in respect of its achievement. Elizabeth Anderson writes, Marxism offers the classic model of a standpoint theory, claiming an epistemic privilege, on behalf of the standpoint of the proletariat. 129 The terms interest privilege and capacity privilege are preferred here over epistemic privilege, because the antinomies identified by the interaction recognition antinomy thesis are premised on one or more practical principles. Insofar as these antinomies ground a standpoint, the main issue is what different types of actors can, or cannot, come to will and can, or cannot, bring about, rather than what they can, or cannot, come to believe. A type of actor has interest privilege if they can will a principle that there is an impartial reason to apply, while at least one other type of actor in the same society cannot will it. Types of actor are distinguished by the goals they pursue in generalized interactions, such as hiring wage labor to produce for money maximization, or working for a wage in order to live. A type of actor can will a principle, therefore, if the pursuit of such a goal can lead them to will it. The pursuit of a goal can lead a type of actor to will a principle if its pursuit can lead them to formulate the principle, and to develop an interest that, in their judgment, would be promoted by the principle's application. For this to amount to interest privilege, it must also be the case that at least one other type of actor in their society cannot will the principle because it is incompatible with their goal and/or any interests they can develop in its pursuit. It is contradictory for them to will to pursue their goal and/or the interests developed in its pursuit, and to will the principle. There is an impartial reason to apply a principle if it is possible to give a reason for why it should be applied that everyone affected could accept. There is an impartial reason to apply the principle. Antinomies in the social world ought to be resolved, if it is a rational interest to live in a social world not characterized by antinomies. If practical principles are to guide action, any form of society that sustains practical principles that generate an antinomy is in one way defective. An antinomy-generating form of society is worse than a form of society that does not generate antinomies, other things being equal. As we will see, the most resistance to the view that Marx offers any impartial arguments comes from those who ascribe to Marxa conception of justice ethicus incompatible with capital's identification of a rights antinomy in capitalist production, and who either do not remark on this rights antinomy, or whose remarks are inadequate. 130 In the preface to the first edition of Capital, Marx says of his position that it is the last to make the individual responsible for relations whose creature they socially remain. 131 Relatedly, much earlier in 1843, Marx says of Hegel's Elements of the Philosophy of Right that, by presenting modern morality as a presupposition of the modern state, Hegel has grasped its true position in the modern state, but that, such a state is not the real idea of ethical life. 132 Marx is here distinguishing between individual morality and social ethics, and thus between moral impartiality and ethical impartiality. If the application of a principle is to give effect to a type of property that individuals possess and are to exercise in their own name, then the principle is a moral principle. The principle that consent must be ongoing throughout sex is a moral principle, because it is a principle about how to treat a capacity to consent to sex, that individuals exercise in their own name. By contrast, if the application of a principle is to give effect to a property of a society, whose valuing is owed to all its members, the principle is an ethical principle. The principle that any member of the public may sit in on court proceedings is an ethical principle, because it is a principle in respect of a property of a society, court proceedings, that judges oversee as public office holders. If what Marx says of his position in the preface to the first edition of Capital is consistent with his social ethics, it is consistent with interpreting Capital's antinomy passage in light of the ethical principle that antinomies in the social world ought to be resolved. An antinomy-based defensio of interest privileges trois characteristics. 1 is the titholds that a learning process that leads in a type of actor tobable to will a principle that another type of actor cannot will is shaped by one or more antinomies. Second, it holds that the criterion for whether there is an impartial reason to apply this principle is that of whether it resolves one or more antinomies, that is, rejects one or more of its premises while better satisfying any need separable from the form of its articulation in a rejected premise. The first characteristic relates to the fact that an antinomy is comprised of proofs for two incompatible claims. The difference between one proof and the other, together with the difference between actors' initial goals and capacities, may yield distinctive learning processes for different types of actor and so allow one type of actor, but not another, to be able to will a given principle. The second characteristic relates to the fact that it is a rational requirement to resolve an antinomy in the world's own principles. 133 As an antinomy rests on the acceptance of one or more false premises, a principle resolves an antinomy only if it implies a rejection of an antinomy's false premise, s. It is nonetheless possible that a false premise articulates a need that remains even once it is no longer expressed in the form of this premise. If so, a principle resolves an antinomy only by better satisfying it. Capacity privilege rests on a claim about group capacities, which interest privilege by itself does not require. A type of actor has capacity privilege if, by virtue of the pursuit of their initial goal, actors of their type can develop the capacity to bring about a society in which a principle that there is an impartial reason to uphold is applied, without entering into coalition with one or more other types of actor, while the latter type, s, of actor cannot bring about such a society without entering into a coalition that includes the first. For the interaction recognition antinomy thesis, interest privilege is the focus. If claims about likelihood are put to one side, it is not in dispute that a socialist society could be brought about by a coalition of agents none of whom are capitalists, but could not be brought about by a coalition of agents none of whom are workers. To the end of defending the merit of what capacity privilege is in this case a privilege to achieve, it is sufficient to defend a claim of interest privilege. By virtue of this second antinomy, the interaction recognition antinomy thesis relates Marxist theory and practice. Marxist theory is a theory that, among other things, gives reasons for holding that socialism is a better form of society than capitalism. If the principle by which the rights antinomy is resolved, and the value underpinning this principle, can be realized in socialism but not in capitalism, that is one reason for regarding socialism as superior to capitalism. Hence, an antinomy-based argument can belong to Marxist theory. But an account of this antinomy also serves another purpose. Insofar as it serves in an argument for the interest privilege and/or capacity privilege of participants in a working class movement, it contributes to explaining the centrality of such movements to the achievement of socialism. The relation of Marxist theory to working class movements is itself a question for Marxist theory. The question presents a challenge, for Marxist theory acknowledges a tension in this relation, but rejects the idea that the relation is one of mutual indifference. Marxist theory acknowledges this tension insofar as it theorizes the irreconcilability of social antagonism within capitalism, but grants that working class movements are not animated by an awareness of this irreconcilability. Marxist theory also rejects the idea that the relation is one of mutual indifference, by professing to be an emancipatory theory. On Marx's conception of freedom, freedom includes the exercise of the capacity to reflect on and realize freedom. This view of freedom informs Marx's claim, in the Provisional Rules for the International Workingmen's Association, 1864, that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves. 134 It follows that, if Marxist theory is to be an emancipatory theory, it must enable the people who, it says, can reflect on and realize freedom to reflect on and realize freedom, in virtue of its articulating their reflection. So if, as the Interaction Recognition Antinomy thesis says, a participant in a working class movement to limit the working day has interest privilege, this thesis must locate the possibility of Marxist theory within such a movement. The challenge is to identify a potential for an awareness of the irreconcilability between the interests of working class movements and capital and working class movements that are not animated by this awareness. An antinomy-based response is to trace this potential to a learning process that results from workers' position in, and practical response to, an antinomy. This response relates the interaction recognition antinomy thesis to recent discussion of Lenin's thesis of political awareness from without in What Is to Be Done? As Alan Shandro and Lars Lih both emphasize, Lenin's thesis of political awareness from without is a thesis about the relation of Marxist theory to working class movements, as distinct from a thesis about the relation between intellectuals and workers. For Shandro, Lenin's thesis of political awareness from without concerns the relation of Marxist theory to the spontaneous workers' movement. 135 Or as Lih describes Lenin's thesis, Marx's scientific socialism brings the message of socialism to the worker movement from without. 136 In What Is to Be Done, Lenin defines political awareness as a readiness to respond to each and every occurrence of abuse of power and oppression, violence and malfeasance, no matter which class is affected, and, in so doing, respond precisely with a social democratic point of view and no other. 137 Political awareness consists, for Lenin, in the comprehensive awareness of all bads from a social democratic point of view, that is, from the point of view of the world historical significance of the liberation struggle of the proletariat. 138 Thus, Lenin uses the term class political awareness 139 interchangeably with social democratic, political awareness. We can suppose that the world historical significance of this liberation struggle is revealed, for Lenin, by Marxist theory. So, in discussing the relation of social democratic political awareness or class political awareness to a certain sphere of activity, Lenin is discussing the relation of a readiness to act steeped in Marxist theory to that sphere of activity. The point to emphasize here is the comprehensiveness of social democratic political awareness. Social democratic political awareness, according to Lenin, is a comprehensive awareness of all bads. To respond only to certain types of bad, or only to those bads that affect a particular class, is to display a lack of social democratic political awareness. Having defined social democratic political awareness in these terms, Lenin argues, the economic struggle pushes the workers to face only issues about the relation of the government to the worker class. Class political awareness can be brought to the worker only from without, that is to say from outside the economic struggle, from outside the sphere of the relations of workers to owners. The only area from which this knowledge can be taken is the area of the relations of all classes and social strata to the state and to the government, the area of the interrelations between all classes. In a word, any secretary of a trade union conducts and helps others conduct the economic struggle with the owners and the government. We cannot insist too strongly that this is not yet social democratism and that the ideal of the social democrat should be a people's tribune who can respond to each and every manifestation of abuse of power and oppression, wherever it occurs, whatever stratum or class it concerns, who can generalize all these manifestations into one big picture. 140. One preliminary issue here is to clarify the nature of the struggle or sphere to which, Lenin claims, social democratic political awareness must be brought from without. Is the thesis of political awareness from without the thesis that social democratic political awareness must be brought from without, i.e. struggles between individual workforces and their employers, or, 2. to all struggles between workers and capitalists, even when the latter develop to the point of demanding that a government pass, or not pass, a general law affecting all members of society. Marx would only call the former an economic struggle. 141. By contrast, the italics on all endnote yet suggest that Lenin's thesis of political awareness from without asathesize about the awareness that must be brought from without to all movements to improve workers' terms of employment. Let us sketch a straightforward argument for this thesis. To know what policies or actions deserve a show of opposition, one must have some understanding of the conditions of life of those who perform them, and/or those they affect. It is only possible to judge whether a given policy or action is a type of bad in light of that understanding. For only then can its aims be ascertained, its likely effects noted, and the available alternatives assessed. However, any group can be affected by, or perform, policies and/or actions. So, a readiness to publicly oppose every single bad policy or action requires an understanding of the conditions of life of every social group. Yet, just by virtue of movements to improve their terms of employment, workers cannot be motivated to acquire such understanding. Such movements would only motivate workers to acquire this understanding if it was necessary for their success that workers be able to condemn all bads. But this is not necessary. Not all bads are bad terms of employment, or have a deleterious effect on terms of employment, or have a deleterious effect on movements to improve them. Thus, the limited goals of workers' movements to improve their terms of employment cannot motivate their participants to reflect on all the conditions of life that they would need to understand to publicly oppose every single bad. A worker may have, say, the concept of negligence, and know why negligence is bad, but beware if the facts nay dead to condemn a vera case, or cause, of negligence, and movements to improve their terms of employment will not by themselves motivate them to acquire the knowledge that this requires. Such movements therefore cannot lead workers to acquire the comprehensive awareness that defines social democratic political awareness. Workers can acquire such political awareness only from without these movements. What complicates this straightforward argument for the thesis of political awareness from without is Lenin's claim that social democratic political awareness rests on the theorization of all bads into one big picture, so as to come at them from a single point of view. This claim is uncontroversial. A public response to any given bad will only tend to be adequate if it is informed by an assessment of its relative severity vis-a-vis other bads, in virtue of an ordering of the principles each bad exhibits. This claim is of a different sort, however, to that made in the straightforward argument for the thesis of political awareness from without. The straightforward argument rests on the idea that movements to improve terms of employment cannot motivate workers to acquire all the factual knowledge they require to condemn every bad, even supposing that they knew which principles of action were bad, and by what degree. Lenin's further claim asserts that the identification of bad principles and their ordering from a social democratic point of view is also acquired by workers only from without. The straightforward argument concerns the interest to acquire the knowledge needed to spot all the actions and policies that apply bad principles. The further claim concerns the identification and ordering of practical principles by their lack of justification. 142 In virtue of these two different types of claim, there are two possible versions of the thesis of political awareness from without. The strong version of the thesis holds that a. The sociological understanding required for the comprehensive context-dependent judgment of bads, and b. The capacity to identify and order bad principles from a revolutionary socialist point of view, can only be acquired by workers from without the movements to improve their terms of employment. The weak version of the thesis merely holds that the sociological understanding required for the comprehensive context-dependent judgment of bads can only be acquired by workers from without such movements. The straightforward argument for the thesis of political awareness from without only supports the weak version of the thesis. It does not support the strong version of the thesis, because it does not follow from, the goal of a movement to improve workers' terms of employment cannot motivate a worker to acquire the sociological understanding that they would need to identify and thus oppose the various bads of capitalism, that the goal of a movement to improve workers' terms of employment cannot disclose a principle whose underlying value can be used to condemn various bads of capitalism. An antinomy-based defense of interest privilege reveals an objection to the strong version of the thesis of political awareness from without. If it is possible for a participant in a working class movement to limit the working day to conceive of and will a principle that would resolve one or more antinomies generated by capitalist production, then it is possible for them to adopt its underlying value to identify, from a Marxist point of view, capitalism's various types of bad. If the application of this principle would abolish capital, they need not acquire all the conditions for class political awareness only from without. 5. An outline of the argument. Chapters 2-3 discuss two projects that claim inspiration from Marx's writings: Analytical Marxism and Commodity Form Philosophy. Analytical Marxism is the most influential reconstructive Marxist project in Anglophone philosophy over the last 40 years. Commodity form philosophy is the project to which the interaction recognition antinomy thesis belongs. Although analytical Marxism has ceased to be a live movement for some time, there has been less reflection on what kind of Marxist project could take its place than there has been on what alternative reading of Marx's Capital is the best. That justifies a reconsideration of the project. Commodity form philosophy is then proposed as a more promising alternative. Chapters 4-5 offer a particular conception of action and of a social relation, to underpin the interaction recognition antinomy thesis. The Austrian phenomenologist Alfred Schutz's phenomenology of the social world is used to frame Marx's asides on action and social relations in social phenomenological terms. Chapter 4 outlines Schutz's conception of action as antecedently projected behavior and assesses this conception of action to connect Marx's description of the antecedently projected form of human labor in Capital to his aside, in the economic manuscripts of 1861-63, that the existence of social relations presupposes a capacity for abstraction from sensible singularity and contingency. 143. This remark then serves as a starting point, in Chapter 5, for outlining an interactional conception of a social relation as a relation of mutual affecting. An interactional conception of a social relation is the best fit with Marx's general remarks on social relations, and social relations of production. It also permits solutions to the problems of normativity and legality that are, respectively, more far-reaching and direct than Cohen's. The problem, in each case, is that of how to distinguish social relations of production from norms or legal property relations. Aided by these general accounts of action and social relation, the rest of the book examines some of the determinate phenomena that define capitalism, on a commodity form-based account. Chapter 6 defends a generalized interactions conception of the capitalist economic structure. The capitalist economic structure is not a distribution of positions, but a combination of types of generalized interactions. The interconnection between these generalized interactions marks it out, more particularly, as a system, in which actors are bearers. To say that actors are bearers is to say that actors in each token interaction treat one another as if they did not have an end beyond it that they have. If actors are bearers of interactions, then the latter exhibit a potential for real abstraction. Chapters 7-8 elaborate the interaction component of the interaction recognition antinomy thesis. Its first part is an account of purchase and sale. An interactional account of purchase and sale must explain why generalized production for exchange generates money. To this end, exchange is first distinguished from reciprocity, and possession, a presupposition of independent exchange, is analyzed. Possession has two conditions: detention and animus domini. The subjectivity of possession then forms the basis of an argument that generalized production for exchange requires one type of commodity to serve as a universal equivalent and as a general means of exchange. Chapter 8 argues that production with Waglabur for money maximization can be characterized as a kind of exploitation, capitalist labor exploitation. The general notion of exploitation, from its Saint-Simonian origins, is that of instrumentalization, or benefiting from another's harm. The Grundriss suggests a particular conception of this notion. Exploitation, it is argued here, is self-seeking action whose maxim fails a system-level universalizability test. This system universalizability conception of exploitation facilitates a solution to three problems: the exploitation and need problem, how to condemn exploitation while defending support for needy non-producers; the agency problem, how a group within capitalism can have an interest that can lead it to seek to overcome value production, and the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem, how to condemn capitalism as unjust without appeal to rights. Chapters 9-10 defend the recognition component of the thesis. Chapter 9 reconstructs Marx's suggestion that commodity exchange exhibits a kind of mutual recognition by elaborating a pragmatic conception of recognition. On a pragmatic conception of recognition, a recognicee's interpretive perspective is key to determining what counts as genuine recognition. The passages in which Marx suggests that commodity exchange exhibits a kind of mutual recognition are then analyzed and developed with the aid of Marx's claim that security is a social concept. The as-if mutual recognition of personhood, and a social interest in security, combine to explain why commodity exchangers can be led to articulate a principle of self-ownership. Its articulation, and not any genuine recognition in the sphere of circulation, can account for why commodity exchangers develop the freedom of will of persons and private property owners. Chapter 10 outlines a recognition-based conception of domination on which bureaucratic domination tends to accompany production with Waglabor for money maximization. The general notion of domination is that of an asymmetrical power relation. Marx adopts a recognition-based conception of domination, as the command of an alien will. In capitalist production, domination is differently conditioned by the formal subsumption and the real subsumption of labor under capital. While formal subsumption facilitates a belief in individual responsibility as the source of legitimacy of a capitalist firm's commands, real subsumption generates a belief in administrative expertise as a second source of legitimacy for its commands. Occupational identity helps to explain why wage laborers can be assumed to recognize a capitalist firm's commands on account of a belief in administrators' administrative expertise. Chapters 11-12 present the antinomy component of the thesis. The first part is to explain the antinomy of natural rights and popular authorization. An explanation for the legal order of capitalism can begin from the freedom of will established by generalized purchase and sale. Persons have a guarantee-related and a recognition-related reason to institute norms of private property ownership and self-ownership, which award innate absolute rights. Marx's illusion-based critique of innate absolute rights is that they must appear as natural rights. Yet natural rights are not the only source of supralegal legitimacy for government action. The obstacle that any sovereign monarch poses for the system of capitalist production leads to an appeal to popular sovereignty, institutionalized by a constitution-making power. As its mandate is to uphold equal liberty, the natural rights justification and the popular authorization justification for government action both rest on the same premise, that individuals have an exclusive claim to their parts and capacities. If a representative lawmaking power, within a separation of powers, is the form of lawmaking power that accommodates the values of freedom of choice and popular sovereignty, this antinomy also shapes the conflict between its public discussion, and the authority of a state bureaucracy. Chapter 12 analyzes the conditions, form, and function of a second antinomy, the rights antinomy in capitalist production. Its significance for taking a micro-level conflict in capitalist production to the macro-level is explored with the aid of an antagonistic interdependency conception of classes. Antagonism between capitalists and wage laborers is first expressed in the assertion of rights that form an antinomy, because commodity exchange leads both capitalists and wage laborers to conceive of themselves as self-owners. An antinomy arises, because there cannot both be a right to an unlimited working day, and a right to a limited working day, even if both assertions appear equally justified. Yet, as a wage laborer's position in this rights antinomy exhibits what Lukács calls the self-consciousness of the commodity. 144 The antinomy is productive. Implicit in workers' practical response, which establishes new forms of recognition, is the possibility of affirming a system universalisability principle of justice, a kind of duty to the whole, as normatively more fundamental than rights. Through its affirmation, a participant in a working-class movement can resolve both antinomies. Appendix, a note on translation. If Marx's writing Serrera translated it is possible to construct a plausible thesis about capitalism that is otherwise not visible. Some questions cannot be raised by appeal to the official translations, other questions, distinct from Marx's, suggest themselves, and the opportunities for linking Marx's various claims are distorted. Without a return to the original texts, arguments germane to interaction, recognition, and antinomy will escape Marx scholarship. In respect of passages central for the argument of every chapter from chapter 4 onwards, if what Marx writes in German is true, then what the official translations state in his name is false. This is a strong claim. In this note, 5 examples are used to illustrate how errors of translation vitiate even some of Marx's famous quotations and concepts. If even some of Marx's famous quotations and concepts are vitiated by errors of translation, then the philological problem is acute, and an explicit strategy will be required to address it. The purpose of these examples, then, is to convince the reader of the need to outline and follow certain rules of translation, which are set out thereafter. It is only if some rules are made explicit and can be seen to be followed that the strong claim is defensible. The reader is then in a position to judge the extent to which the linguistic argument of the book is successful. Example 1. In Kritiquio Thegathe Programme Marx suggests how to develop a communist society could surpass the narrow, bourgeois horizon of Right der Engebürger like Horizont. 2 official translations of this phrase render it as the narrow horizon of bourgeois right 146 and in another it is rendered as the limited horizon of bourgeois right. 147 According to all official translations, it is the narrow or limited horizon of bourgeois right that developed communism, in Marx's view, can surpass. Why is that a mistake? 148 And why does it matter? Horizont is a nominal compound of the kind in which the first component or determining word, Recht, modifies the second component or basis word, Horizont. 149 With compounds of this kind, any attributive adjective always relates in the first instance to the basis word and thereby, in the second instance, to the entire compound. 150 Thus, in English, a red table lamp is a red lamp suitable for use on a table, it is not a lamp designed for use on red tables. Likewise, a clean dish cloth is a clean cloth for wiping dishes, it is not a cloth for wiping clean dishes. Similarly, Engebürger like Horizont is a narrow and bourgeois horizon off right note a horizon off narrow bourgeois right, or a narrow horizon of bourgeois right. 151 The syntax of Marx's German phrase leaves no room to doubt that in Marx's vision Recht does not occupy a fundamental place in developed communism. It is not merely a bourgeois version of Recht that ceases to occupy a fundamental place. The mistake matters, because it matters, for an understanding of Marx's vision of the good society, what developed communism is said to surpass. Anglophone Badius characterized by claim swakar undermined by Marx's phrase. A few examples. If Marx's words are taken literally, it is only the horizon of bourgeois right, not that of Rechtsüberhaupt, that is superseded in the transition to the higher STAG 152. The natural way to interpret this is not that right is abolished in the communist phase, but that right becomes adequately realized or realized in a developed FORM 153. That when Marx said the horizon of bourgeois right can be crossed in its entirety he really meant the horizon of right can be crossed in its entirety is debatable. 154. In this connection, it is worth mentioning the amusing fact that a German professor who rejected the interpretive claim that Marx's vision of developed communism lacks the form of RIGHT 155 misquotes Marx's German phrase, replacing it with a phrase that the official English translations would correctly translate. Gustav Radbruch misquotes the above phrase as en Horizont des Bürger liken Rechts. 156 Marx's characterization of Recht as a fundamentally narrow and bourgeois horizon is not without ambiguity, of course, because the term Recht is not unambiguous, and because what it means to overstep a horizon is not unambiguous. Must Recht cease to exist, or merely cease to fulfill a normatively fundamental function? But the point of offering and defending new translations is not to treat as all textual ambiguity. It is sufficient to alter the terrain of reasonable ambiguity. In this case, it shows that one widespread interpretation is not a reasonable interpretation. Example 2. For a second example, we simply expand Marx's claim in Critique of the Gotha Programme. Marx says of developed communism that, once all the fountains of communal wealth flow more fully Wallerflyen only then can the narrow, bourgeois horizon of right be completely overstepped. 157. In the MECW translation, the first clause of Marx's statement is instead rendered, all the springs of commonwealth flow more abundantly. 158. Two other translations render the same similarly as all the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly. 159. What mistake do these translations share, and why does it matter? The strange phrase more abundantly is a mistake, because Marx does not refer to abundance. Marx does not use a phrase like im Überfluss, in abundance. He uses a comparative adjective voller, more fully. To say that wealth flows more fully in society X than in society Y is not to imply that the level of wealth in society X is abundant. The latter is an absolute judgment. To say that wealth is abundant is to say that it is in excess of current requirements. But there may be improvement from one type or stage of society to the next without this improvement affecting a transition to a level of wealth in excess of requirements. 160. The mistake matters, because it matters, for an understanding of Marx's vision of the good society, what level of wealth Marx envisions developed communism to exhibit, and what Marx foresees as putting developed communism in a position to surpass the horizon of right. In Self-Ownership, Freedom, and Equality, Cohen offers a particular answer to these questions, while repeating the terms abundance or abundantly over 50 times. The only evidence Cohen offers in this work for holding that Marx used either term is the aforecited passage. 161. The repetition is designed to ram home Cohen's claim that Marx sidestepped questions of justice because Marx assumed that developed communism would achieve a level of wealth so abundant that it would make justice unnecessary. The Marxist technological fix has served as a means of avoiding questions of justice. 162. Cohen then counters. The springs of cooperative wealth will probably never flow so abundantly that no one will be under the necessity of abandoning or revising what he wants, because of the wants of other people. The problem of justice will not go away. 163. Cohen here repeats a theme of Karl Menger's principles of economics. In Menger's view, a lack of abundance of goods is what makes a coercive legal order necessary. If goods are not abundant, maximizing agents, who put their own want satisfaction above that of others, will compete for, and may be tempted to seize possession of, others' goods. 164. If goods are abundant, by contrast, maximizing agents will not be led by their egoism to use violence against others to obtain the goods they want. Cohen's claim of a Marxist technological fix. 165 relates to this theme, for if an abundance of goods ensures that there is no need for a coercive legal order to prevent human egoism from leading to violent conflicts over goods, abundance ensures that there is no need for principles of distributive justice. In Cohen's view, Marx avoided questions of justice because Marx accepted what an economist can say about the need for a coercive legal order. Wohl-Kymlicka and others agree, post-juridical life apparently is impossible without abundance, and is guaranteed by abundance. 166 It is crucial, therefore, to the claim of a Marxist technological fix that there should be evidence that Marx used a term such as abundantly to describe the wealth of developed communism. Only a term such as abundantly would prove a thought Marx believed thought goods in developed communism would be available in excess of human requirements, and thereby support the interpretation that Marx thought that principles of justice would become unnecessary in a future of abundant wealth. Once the aforecited clause is translated aright, the evidence that Cohen presents is discredited. As Marx does not characterize developed communism by abundance, he cannot be charged with appealing to abundance to avoid questions of justice. To the question, what feature, of developed communism and Recht ensure that, in Marx's view, developed communism can surpass the horizon of Recht, it is unwarranted to answer, developed communism displays an abundance that makes a coercive legal order unnecessary. 167. Ism thought that equality would be delivered to us, by abundance, but we have to seek equality for a context of scarcity. Cohen 2001, p. 115. By abundance, Cohen has in mind a state of affairs in which anything anyone needed for a richly fulfilling life could be taken from the common store at no cost to anyone. Cohen 2001, p. 104, compare Cohen 2008, p. 333. Example 3. The German ideology contains the following outline of its conception of history. This conception of history rests on elaborating the real production process, by beginning from the material production of immediate life, grasping the form of commerce tied to and generated from this mode of production, i.e. civil society in its various stages, as the foundation of all history, and presenting it in its action as the state, as well as explaining the various different theoretical artifacts and forms of consciousness, religion, philosophy, morality, etc., etc., from it, and tracing its process of emergence out of them und ihren Entstehungsprozess in and sie Verfolgen, at which point the matter can naturally then be presented in its totality, and so, too, the interaction of these various sides on one another. Point 168. The MECW translation of the bracketed German clause instead reads, and tracing the process of their formation from that basis. I say that what undergoes a process of emergence, according to the German ideology, is civil society in its various stages, and that what this process merges out of are theoretical artifacts and forms of consciousness. The MECW translation has things the other way around. The MECW translation is in error, for it cannot account for Marx's use of innen. Innen is a plural pronoun, and so refers to a plural noun or nouns. Hence, it cannot refer to the singular civil society in its various stages. It cannot, therefore, be translated as that basis, where that basis refers to civil society in its various stages. As innen refers to a plural noun or nouns, it must refer to theoretical artifacts and forms of consciousness. It is best rendered as them. What the German ideology is claiming, with this bracketed German clause, is that theoretical artifacts and forms of consciousness help to explain the emergence of a stage of civil society. An account of this causality is a part of an account of history in its totality, complementing an account of the causality described in the immediately prior clauses. Correcting the translation so that it preserves this point is important in order to resist confirming the hearsay view of Marx as an economic historian, a view expressed in Roemer's claim that from a materialist viewpoint, the answer to why should be economic. 1.169 The MECW translation encourages this hearsay view, for on its version, the bracketed German clause offers a redundant repetition of the immediately preceding clause. What could be more reassuring for the hearsay view of Marx as an economic historian than if Marx, in stressing the causal weight of civil society, should go to the lengths of redundantly repeating himself? There is no obvious explanation for the mistake, other than that translators are so blinded by the hearsay view of Marx as to be prepared to ignore a grammatical rule to confirm it. 170 Certainly, the error is not explained by familiarity with Marx's writings. On the Jewish question asserts, only under the rule of Christianity, which makes all national, natural, ethical and theoretical relations external to man, could civil society completely separate itself from state life. 171 Marx's Grundriss claims that certain conceptual features of Roman private law had to be enforced. Geltend gemacht werden müssen vis-à-vis the Middle Ages as the right of emerging bourgeois society. 172 These claims are heretical, if read in light of the above MECW translation. Once the translation is corrected, however, they exemplify it. Example 4. Marx's Kritik of Hegel's doctrine of Thestate states the rationales actual is proven by the contradiction of irrational reality. 173 In German, das vernünftige Wirklichkeit ist, beweist sich eben im Widerspruch der unvernünftigen Wirklichkeit. One translation instead renders Marx's statement as follows: he claimed that the rational is actual is contradicted precisely by an irrational actuality. 174. Another translation is similar, that the rational is real is contradicted by the irrational reality. 175 What mistake do these translations share, and why does it matter? The common mistake is that both translations omit to render the verb sich beweisen, to be proven, to be demonstrated, and instead verbalize the noun Widerspruch, contradiction. 176 The mistake transforms Marx's claim. Marx's claim has the form, X is proven by Y. Marx is affirming that the rational is actual on particular grounds. To say that X is contradicted by Y is one way of saying that X is disproven by Y. Both of the aforecited translations imply that Marx is rejecting the idea that the rational is actual/real. There present Marx denying the claim he's asserting. Marx's statement continues to be understood along the lines of these official translations. Robert Fine claims, Marx argued that the rationality Hegel attributed to the state is contradicted at every point by its irrational reality. 177 Joseph McCartney claims that Marx's remark is a badly formulated criticism of Hegel's account of the estates as one of the irrationalities of mere existence. 178 Neither of these claims acknowledges that Marx is affirming that the rational is actual. For Marx to assert that the rational is actual is for him to take the position that human reason is historically active. Human reason is historically active by virtue of a contradiction in an irrational reality if this contradiction cannot exist without being noticed and without troubling a type of actor capable of transforming the reality that gives rise to it, to resolve it. Marx's view of the transformation of irrational reality is not that it is itself a part of a reality whose irrationality proves that the rational is not actual, rather, the transformation of irrational reality is rational. Example 5. For decades, Marx used the term Produktivkraft. Produktivkraft is standardly translated as productive forces, rather than, as it should be, as productive powers. One problem with rendering Produktivkraft as productive forces is that it is at odds with Marx's own practice when writing in English for publication. Wallerstein first drew attention to the fact that when he is writing in English, Marx invariably uses a powers phrase, and not a forces phrase. 179 Marx's first use of the English phrase productive forces in print occurs in the first published piece of writing by Marx in English to refer to what, in German, he would term Produktivkraft. 180 Besides this use, there is only one other isolated occasion in print where Marx uses the English phrase productive forces. 181 Overwhelmingly, Marx uses the English phrase productive power, of labor. 182 If Produktivkraft is to be translated to accord with Marx's preferred phrase, it must be rendered as productive powers. A second problem is that productive forces is at odds with the meaning of Kraft. Just as a power can be thought apart from its application or effect, and may exist without taking effect, so a type of Kraft can be thought apart from its Anwendung or working. Produktivkraft may exist without being applied. The phrase productive forces obscures this, because forces suggests a non-deliberate effect or motion, as in phrases such as market forces, gale force or force of a wave. The English phrase to come into force just is a synonym for to take effect. It is said to be part of a realist ontology that behind the forces directly manifested in action are powers. 183 If a craft or power, unlike an elemental force, can exist without being applied, then Produktivkraft must be rendered as productive powers. Marx's practice when writing in English for publication may reflect this view of Kraft, for Marx claims that it is a non-contingent fact that Produktivkraft exist without being applied. The German ideology remarks, productive powers Produktivkraft receive, under private property, a merely one-sided development, and a number of these powers Kraft cannot, with private property, be applied at all. 184 Marx had a reason to abandon the term productive forces when writing in English. Productive powers does more to encourage critical thinking about types of social relation in which possible valuable uses of Produktivkraft are frustrated. Translating Produktivkraft as productive powers alters the terrain of reasonable ambiguity. In Dialectical and Historical Materialism, Joseph Stalin asserts, the productive forces are only one aspect of production, only one aspect of the mode of production. 185 Similarly, Etienne Balibar claims in reading Capital the productive forces to area connection of a certain type within the mode of production. 186 Bothoff Thesis claims are undermined by the translation of Produktivkraft as productive powers. As productive powers may exist without being applied, productive powers are not an aspect or connection of a type of activity. Postone writes, The dialectic of the forces and relations of production, is, then, a dialectic of two dimensions of capital rather than of capital and forces extrinsic to it. 187 This claim, too, is hard to defend, if forces and forces of production are replaced with powers and powers of production. As productive powers may exist without being applied, the productive powers that exist in capitalism are not, in and of themselves, a dimension of capital accumulation. Rules of translation. The examples discussed above show that some of Marx's important claims about communism, social transformation, the terms and nature of his conception of history cannot be understood solely from the official translations. The above mistakes can be described without reference to a special theory of translation, an intricate account of Marx's project, or an elaborate understanding of the context. They fail to respect basic rules of grammar or everyday meanings of terms. If these examples are representative of the kind of mistakes that need fixing, it must be possible to specify generally acceptable rules for drawing attention to where and explaining how the official translations of Marx's writings are to be corrected so that, if these rules are successfully followed, the correction stands a chance of general acceptance. It is also necessary to formulate and to be seen to follow some rules, for in the context of a tradition, all readers inevitably have sets of expectations formed by previous, related renderings. 188 The versions of Marx's claims that appear in the official translations have been interpreted and repeated. In this intellectual context, readers must be persuaded to adopt a rendering that departs from the old. To this end, the new rendering must be seen to follow from a transparent and systematic process of reasoning. Little can be expected to be gained from silently modifying a translation without any explanation for the change if the existing translation has since become a basis of established debate. 3 rules will therefore be observed. The rules do not depend on acceptance of the interaction recognition antinomy thesis. In principle, any study of Marx could adopt them. 1. Foreign phrases will be bracketed within citations if and only if it is relevant for an argument advanced in this book to know what phrase is used. It will count as a sufficient mark of relevance if a. An argument is not supported as strongly, or at all, by a different rendering of the bracketed phrase in an official translation of that passage in common use, or if b. The foreign phrase and / or cognate phrases also appear in other passages cited in this book, and the multiple usage strengthens the argument, whether or not it is necessary to depart from an official translation, or, less commonly, if c. It strengthens the argument to know that a foreign phrase is not the different foreign phrase that appears in several other passages. When b. is the cause of relevance, reference to other passages is supplied, usually on first report of the foreign phrase. It will not count as a sufficient mark of relevance if the translation offered here differs only stylistically from an official translation, or if a non-stylistic difference has no particular bearing on the argument. 2. All and only all the relevant differences between the translations of bracketed foreign phrases, and the official translation, s. referred to in the footnotes will be noted and explained in the footnote or if especially pertinent, in the main text. The criteria of relevance are the same as for Rule 1. But there will be no note or explanation if there is no departure from the official translation, and explanations will not be repeated. A difference counts as especially pertinent if it bears on the judgment of an entire tradition of interpretation. 3. For all translations explained in accordance with 2. If the official translation would more correctly translate a different foreign phrase, that phrase is provided in a footnote, for comparison. Many but not all foreign phrases explained in accordance with Rule 2 will meet the condition in Rule 3. The condition may not be met, because various English phrases may be candidates for translating the same foreign phrase, although one of these various phrases is better in a given context, or the official translation may have omitted to render the phrase. By following these rules, it may be hoped that curious readers will be able to identify the relevant differences between the translations offered here, and the official translations in common use, and be in a position to assess whether or not the translations used here are an improvement and ought to be generally adopted. Chapter 2. Analytical Marxism. The most authoritative statement of analytical Marxism is Cohen's introduction to the 2000 edition of his Karl Marx's Theory of History, KMTH. Point 1. Alongside John Elster and John Romer, Cohen was a leading advocate of analytical Marxism. KMTH, first published in 1978, is widely regarded as having initiated the project. 2 Cohen's statement in this introduction, subtitled Reflections on Analytical Marxism, guides the following assessment. Cohen's introduction has more than authority on its side. For one, it self-consciously defines the project of analytical Marxism independently of its founders' theses. That is appropriate, because analytical Marxists liken Marxism to physics, insofar as no one expects it to preserve the theses of its founders. 3 The same must apply to analytical Marxism. The theses of its founders may be rejected tut Hedvensmentov analytical Marxism if they are rejected by arguments of an analytical Marxist kind. Another reason to distinguish the project of analytical Marxism from the theses of particular analytical Marxists is that not every thesis advanced by an author who self-identifies as an analytical Marxist is guaranteed to satisfy its criteria. For example, Cohen's meta-ethical thesis that the principles at the summit of our conviction are grounded in no facts whatsoever does not belong to analytical Marxism, if, as Cohen's introduction says, analytical Marxism addresses the problems of socialist design, justification, and strategy. 5 The aim in this chapter is to offer a critical assessment of the project of analytical Marxism. Particular theses are only discussed to this end. A further reason to focus on Cohen's introduction is that it succeeds in identifying the character of analytical Marxism. The two analytical standards 6 by which it defines analytical Marxism are a variation on the theme of Descartes' first two laws in discoursant method: accept only what is presented clearly and distinctly, and divide any difficulties into as many parts as possible and as may be required. 7 Not all accounts of analytical Marxism are a successful in this respect. Consider Eric Wright's criteria for what makes analytical Marxism distinctive. 1. A commitment to conventional scientific norms. 2. An emphasis on the importance of systematic conceptualization. 3. A concern with a relatively fine-grained specification of the steps in the theoretical arguments linking concepts. 4. The importance accorded to the intentional action of individuals. 8. Wright's criteria are too broad. Adorno is a Marxist who is not an analytical Marxist, and yet the premise of Adorno's critical engagement with Weber is that, while Weber's concept of an ideal type is an attempt to survive without a system, his concept of understanding, designed to grasp meaningful action, is an anti-positivistic concept. 9 In other words, Adorno affirms, 2, and 4. 1, is also misleading. According to Adorno, non-dialectical scientific Zientifisken thinking cannot provide scientific knowledge wissenschaftliche Erkenntnis. 10 But if the latter became conventional, Adorno would be committed to conventional scientific norms. He would not have become an analytical Marxist, however. A critical engagement with Cohen's introduction reveals why. 1. The project of analytical Marxism. Most simply, analytical Marxism offers a reconstruction 11 of Marxism. It seeks to defend Marxism form sudded achievement of its aims. That is not to say that the need for reconstruction has a complex explanation. Marx's ideas are untidy, KMTH says, because he did not have the time, or the will, or the academic peace, to straighten them out. 12 Analytical Marxism takes a particular view of Marxism's aims, and the intellectual form suited a them. The three key problems bequeathed to contemporary Marxist theorists are those of design, justification, and strategy. 13 Marxism requires a vision of future socialist institutions, an analysis of the values that recommend them over capitalism, and a strategy to achieve that vision. In its approach to these problems, the analytical Marxist impetus is to defend or else revise inherited theories so that it may measure up to analytical standards of criticism. 14 Cohen distinguishes two sorts of analytical standards, and each is described in positive as well as contrastive terms. Firstly, analytical Marxism uses techniques, commonly styled analytical, in a broad sense, because their use requires and facilitates precision of statement on the one hand and rigor of argument on the other. 15 Statements are precise if their intended force is clear. 16 An argument is rigorous, on the other hand, if it is compelling. One way to be compelling, Cohen says, is to assemble premises which even opponents will not want to deny, and by dint of skill at inference, to derive results which opponents will indeed want to deny but which, having granted the premises, they will be hard-pressed to deny. 17 Cohen adds, contrastively, that analysis in this broad sense, analysis BS, is opposed to so-called dialectical thinking. 18 As so-called dialectical thinking, Cohen believes, remains caught up in the suggestiveness of the vague notions that analysis BS untangles. It is inherently unthought through and/or obscure. 19 Its semblance of justification vanishes with the application of analysis BS. As Cohen reads Hegel in KMTH, dialectical thinking attempts to grasp entities in their differentiated unity, guided by the metaphor of mutually sustaining parts in a properly functioning organism. 20 Consider Chris Arthur's recent remark, systematic dialectic explores the interaction of an organic whole. 21 For Cohen, analysis BS extracts what is rational from this suggestive metaphor, by its use of functional explanation. 22 What is held to be explanatory, in a functional explanation, is a dispositional fact of hypothetical conditional form. If E, then F. For Cohen, the distinct core features of all the forms of society that Marxism explains can be unified in a series of functional explanations in which the affected entity in the dispositional fact of one functional explanation is the affecting entity in the dispositional fact of another. If functional explanations are sound, a premise that so-called dialectical thinking 23 will not want to deny, the premise that societies can be likened to organic totalities, can be separated from any need for so-called dialectical thinking. Adopting a similar tack, John Elster writes, the dialectical method can be stated in ordinary analytical language. 24 Marx's contribution to modern social science, Elster argues, is a theory of social contradictions. 25 The theory of social contradictions examines unintended consequence of actions that proceed on false assumptions about others' relevant behavior. Actors' beliefs about each other are such that, although any one of them may well be true, it is logically impossible that they all be. 26 Accordingly, if all act as if they were true, their action will commitagraph through t mechanism of unintended consequences. 27 If, for example, each capitalist acts on an assumption that only his workers should save or accept lower wages, which as a matter of logic cannot be true for all. 28 Then demand will fall, and capitalists will not make the profits they hoped for. If false assumptions of this kind, together with the ensuing actions, and subsequent attempts to counteract their effects, explain the outcomes of class conflicts, Marxism, Elster claims, can assign social contradictions explanatory weight without any residue of Hegelian contradiction. The latter is largely a source of confusion on account of violating the formal law of non-contradiction. 29 Cohen says that a second, narrower sense in which analytical Marxism is analytical, analysis NS, is its disposition to explain molar phenomena by reference to the microconstituents and micromechanisms that respectively compose the entities and underlie the processes which occur at a grosser level of resolution. Insofar as analytical Marxists are analytical in this narrower sense, they reject the point of view in which social formations and classes are depicted as entities obeying laws of behavior that are not a function of the behaviors of their constituent individuals. 30 Analysis NS is an individual-based social ontology and explanatory program that conjoins two thoughts. Not only are the causal powers of molar-level entities, such as classes, to be derived from their fundamental constituents, 31 These fundamental constituents are individuals. To explain the causal powers of molar-level entities is to know how and why behaviors of individuals lead to that result. 32 To construct Marxism the analysis and require all the concepts Marxism uses to describe the causal powers of molar-level entities to be underpinned by explanations of these powers in which the fundamental constituents of the entities are individuals. Elster and Cohen contrast methodological individualism or analysis NS to methodological collectivism 33 or holism 34 respectively. Those contrastive terms, collectivism and holism, are a hangover from an earlier contrast, however, and they conceal the real issue. In The Open Society and Its Enemies, Karl Popper contrasts methodological individualism to collectivism and holism on the grounds that the former rightly insists that the behavior and the actions of collectives, such as states or social groups, must be reduced to the behavior and to the actions of human individuals. 35 By this Popper means to say that individuals alone have mental states, and a capacity for action, there is no supra-individual subject with a group mind. 36 Elsters and Cohen's contrast of analysis NS to collectivism or holism conceals the real issue, therefore, for analysis NS Marathanjustatanil that there are group minds with causal efficacy. Analysis NS denies that the fundamental constituents of collective entities are anything but individuals. By implication, it denies that one or more collective entities have constituent relations. The latter denial can be clarified using the notion of a relational property which both Cohen and Elster adopt. 37 According to G.E. Moore, who coined the term, a relational property is a property of an individual whose description requires reference to at least one other individual. 38 For Moore, a relational property is a token term. If C is a different child from B, then the property of being father of C is a different relational property from that of being father of B. 39 In KMTH, Cohen silently departs from Moore's use. KMTH refers to being a husband, which is a type term, as an example of a relational property. 40 But however that may be, analysis NS only allows individual behaviors to be described by token or type relational properties up to a certain point. To uphold analysis NS, the description of an explanans cannot include a description of any two individuals' behavior such that a property, equals X, of A's behavior is described with reference to a property of B's behavior that must itself be described with reference to X, or to a type of property of which X is a token. 41 Otherwise, the entity whose causal power is explained will owe, part of, its causal power to constituent relations. To illustrate the boundary of analysis NS, let us consider KMTH's effective control conception of positions in the economic structure. An effective control conception of positions in the economic structure, while by no means an example of what Popper calls collectivism and holism, 42 is incompatible with analysis NS. On the effective control conception, an economic structure consists in the number of tokens, in a given area, of various types of economic position, where an economic position is defined by specific types of effective control. 43 Over persons or productive powers. Productive powers are, roughly, labor power and means of production. On this conception, some types of effective control may presuppose other types of effective control that define distinct types of economic position, and so two types of economic position may presuppose one another. For example, KMTH says that a human being is a slave in virtue of its relation to a slaveholder. 44 The lack of effective control over one's own being that helps define the economic position of slave must be explicated by reference to the effective control over another being that helps define the economic position of slaveholder, and vice versa. On KMTH's effective control conception of positions in the economic structure, a slave-based economic structure owes part of its causal power to constituent relations. One account of economic structure more in line with analysis NS is an optimizing modal relational properties conception, OMRP conception. Although the OMRP conception is developed by Romer and Elster, 45 its modal and relational features are suggested by Cohen in KMTH. 46 An optimizing modal relational property is a fact about what an individual must do in order to optimize with respect to a stated goal, and whose explication requires reference to other people. 47 To define a type of economic position by facts about what an individual must do to optimize, whose explication requires reference to facts about others, is not to define it by facts about what others must do to optimize. On the OMRP conception, therefore, all positions in the economic structure may be defined independently of one another. A wage laborer, for example, is someone who must hire themselves out to optimize the bundle of commodities they can purchase. 48 The actions that a wage laborer must perform, in order to optimize, must be explicated by reference to another person who hires labor power. But they need not be explicated by reference to a capitalist, that is someone who must hire labor in order to optimize 49 net revenue. Thus, on the OMRP conception, the positions of wage laborer and capitalist do not presuppose one another. On the OMRP conception, all economic structures can be represented entirely in terms of constituent individuals. Judged by the criterion of analysis NS, the OMRP conception of positions in the economic structure, but not the effective control conception, belongs to the project of analytical Marxism. A final point about analysis NS is that analysis NS encompasses, but cannot be reduced to, rational choice theory. Analysis NS encompasses rational choice theory, because rational choice theory assumes that agents are optimizers, and optimizing behaviors can be described independently of one another. However, rational choice theory is only ever a part of, and in any case unnecessary for, analysis NS. It is also unnecessary for analysis BS. Rational choice theory is only ever a part of analysis NS, because any given rational choice explanation presupposes an agent with given beliefs and desires. Analysis NS requires those beliefs and desires to be explained, and agents cannot rationally choose all their beliefs and desires. If agents were to choose some beliefs or desires, that choice, if it is a rational choice, must itself reflect pre-existing beliefs and desires. So however far back in the chain of rational choice explanations one goes, some beliefs and desires must be presupposed for that chain to get off the ground, calling for an explanation of a different kind. Analysis NS does not imply a commitment to rational choice theory. Moreover, for analysis NS need not assume that agents seek to maximize preference satisfaction. An advocate of analysis NS could describe optimizing or satisficing behaviors independently of one another while explicating optimizing or satisficing in respect of something more than just an agent's given desires. It is one-sided, therefore, to characterize the project of analytical Marxism, as distinct from the theses of two of its founders, Elster and Roemer, by use of the methodological tools of modern neoclassical economics. 50 Objections to rational choice Marxism are not fatal to the project of analytical Marxism. They are consistent with its reform. 2. Dialectical contradiction. To reconstruct Marxism by analysis BS is to reconstruct it by using techniques that serve to make Marxist arguments precise and compelling, and by undermining so-called dialectical thinking. 51 Analysis BS is rejected, therefore, by describing clearly one, or more, dialectical argumentative figure, S, that can guide theory construction, empirical analysis, and / normative argument relevant to the problems of Marxism. To this end, it is neither sufficient nor necessary to dispute Cohen's different claim that Marxism possesses no distinctive and valuable method. 52 It is not sufficient, for it would not be relevant to show that Marxism possessed a distinctive and valuable method that was not dialectical. Nor is it necessary. To reject analysis BS, it is necessary to show that there is such a thing as dialectical thinking. It is not necessary to show either that its use constitutes a method, or that the dialectical thinking that Marxism employs is distinct from the dialectical thinking employed by Hegelians, or by any other non-Marxists. For the sake of argument, let Cohen's description of analytical Marxism in terms of the contrastive analysis BS claim be put aside. What reason is left for holding that the contrastive analysis BS claim, rather than the distinctiveness claim, is the claim that defines analytical Marxism? David Leopold has argued that it is a misleading and unfortunate commonplace that analytical Marxists shun the notion of dialectic. 53 Leopold has a particular counterexample in mind, which we examine below, Elster's account of real and social contradiction. 54 In Leopold's view, it is the distinctiveness claim, not the contrastive analysis BS claim, that defines analytical Marxism. 55 Before offering two reasons for holding that Cohen's introduction does not mislead when it defines analytical Marxism by the contrastive analysis BS claim, let us modify the distinctiveness claim in the spirit of analysis BS. In Cohen's version, the distinctiveness claim bundles too much together. It bundles a distinctiveness claim up with a characterization of dialectic as a method. These two thoughts should be separated, for together, they produce a distinctiveness claim that it too conditional. Cohen's version of the distinctiveness claim denies that dialectic, or a version of dialectic, is distinctive of Marxism only insofar as dialectic is regarded as a method. Yet not all dialecticians regard dialectic as a method. William Maker, who takes method to denote a specific and specifiable set of rules of procedure as operational or cognitive principles for the consideration of a given subject matter, goes on to claim, insofar as method is that which can even if only in principle be justified, formulated, or learned in abstraction from the subject matter to which it is to be applied, Hegel does not have a method. 56 Stephen Howelgate concurs. Hegel does not have a dialectical or speculative method. 57 If one were to adopt Cohen's version of the distinctiveness claim as a standard for defining analytical Marxism, one would have to say that analytical Marxism distinguishes itself only from those who disagree with Maker and Howelgate about dialectic. Yet those who agree with them could still believe that a version of a dialectical argumentative afigurathotdusnitamountoa methodus distinctiviof and valuable for Marxism. This belief is surely one that anyone who defines analytical Marxism by a distinctiveness claim would want to say analytical Marxism denies. Let the distinctiveness claim therefore be revised to Marxism makes no distinctive and valuable use of dialectic. This revision of the distinctiveness claim is in the spirit of analysis BS, it separates what ought not to be bundled together. Yet there are still two reasons to say that the contrastive analysis BS claim defines analytical Marxism even when it is compared to this revised distinctiveness claim: historical opposition, and ultimate aim. To be analytical, Cohen says, is to be opposed to a form of thinking traditionally thought integral to Marxism. 58 The form of thinking in question is widely seen to be epitomized by the opening lines of George Lukács's famous essay, What is Orthodox Marxism? 59 In Thesis opening lines Lukács claims that orthodoxy in questions of Marxism in Fragen de Marxismus instead relates exclusively to method, more particularly, to the method of dialectical Marxism. 61 A criterion for deciding whether a claim defines analytical Marxism is whether it ensures that analytical Marxism is defined in opposition to Lukács's claim. Lukács's claim must first be clarified. Christopher Bertram interprets Lukács's claim incorrectly in commenting, If Lukács had famously asserted that Marxism was to be distinguished not by its empirical claims but by its method, Cohen forthrightly took the directly opposite view. 61 Lukács's question is, what is orthodox Marxism? To ask this question is to ask, what is essential to Marxism? It is not to ask, by what is Marxism distinguished? Knowing by what Marxism is distinguished only invites the further question as to what essential feature about Marxism it is that leads it to be so distinguished. Lukács does not here deny that, for example, orthodox Hegelianism is defined by the use of dialectic to address questions of Hegelianism. But that is just what Lukács could be expected to deny if Lukács's question was, by what is Marxism distinguished? What Lukács in fact denies is that it is essential for a Marxist to accept the results 62 of Marx's studies. Leopold interprets Lukács's claim correctly and differently from Bertram when Leopold says that, for Lukács, dialectic, rather than the results of Marx's studies, is at the fundamental core of Marxism. 63 If these opening lines of Lukács's What is Orthodox Marxism? Are anything to go by, the form of thinking in Marxism to which analytical Marxism is opposed is one that says, dialectic is fundamental or essential to Marxism. But if analytical Marxism is opposed to this thought, it is not to be defined by the distinctiveness claim. For the distinctiveness claim does not deny that the use of dialectic in questions of Marxism is fundamental to Marxism. It is the contrastive analysis BS claim that denies this. Secondly, the distinctiveness claim mistakes a secondary aim for an ultimate aim. If one adopts mainstream economic techniques, game theory, say, and one wishes to insist that one's research is Marxist, then it is necessary to argue that Marxism possesses no distinctive and valuable form of thinking. But the ultimate aim of analytical Marxism is not to have its findings recognized as Marxist, its ultimate aim is to get at the truth. Otherwise, Cohen could not complain that to ask is analytical Marxism Marxist, is to ask an unproductive question. 64 Or say that while analytical Marxism allows many theses of Marxism to be dropped, it never relaxes the rule of reason. 65 If the ultimate aim of analytical Marxism is to get at the truth, rather than to have its findings recognized as Marxist, then a definition of analytical Marxism must uphold this priority. It must relate reason to analytical thinking and then relate inherited Marxist theory to its use. The distinctiveness claim, which is solely a claim about Marxism, fails to Dothies. It is coinspositive and contrastive description of analysis BS that does this. One view that defines the project of analytical Marxism, then, is that analytical thinking reveals that there is no such thing as dialectical thinking. Accordingly, to reject analytical Marxism on the grounds of its commitment to analysis BS, it is necessary and sufficient to describe clearly one dialectical argumentative figure. This task represents a problem that Marx poses rather than solves, however. While Capital calls Hegelian contradiction the source of all dialectic, 66 Marx never followed through on the desire he expressed in a letter to Friedrich Engels dated January 16, 1858 to make accessible to common understanding, in 2 or 3 printers' sheets, what is rational in the method that Hegel discovered, but simultaneously mystified. 67 To defeat analysis BS, it is necessary to go beyond Marx's texts, if only to formulate what they practice. One approach, taking its cue from Adorno, is provided by Jürgen Ritzert's claimed dialectical contradiction exhibits the structure of a logical simultaneity of relations of inclusion and exclusion/opposition. 68 The same conditions that establish a relation of exclusion or opposition also establish, by virtue of it, a relation of inclusion. During a lecture series delivered in 1962-63 entitled Philosophische Terminologie, Adorno says, "Intermediation does not consist in the fact that both of the moments that are opposed to one another each refer to one another, but rather in the fact that the analysis of each refers, in itself, to that which is opposed to it as a sense implicate." One might call that the principle of dialectic. 69. Suppose that, when a practice is viewed in light of a broader context that it is taken to presuppose, it assumes a characteristic of its opposite. What Adorno calls intermediation is present if the same can be said, in light of the same broader context, for a second practice that is the contradictory opposite of the first. As an illustration, consider Marx's account of freedom of religion in On the Jewish Question. 70 In On the Jewish Question, Marx argues that freedom of religion is not possible in a non-secular state. A theocratic state based on the codes of a particular religion cannot grant the same freedoms to those who choose to practice a non-official religion, or no religion at all, as it grants to those who practice the religion of that state, for example, the same freedom to hold public office. Freedom of religion presupposes a secular state. In a secular state, freedom of religion has a particular form. It takes the form of an equal liberty to practice a religion of one's choice, including no religion at all, in a private capacity, without discriminatory consequences. In a secular state, the head of state and other high-ranking public functionaries are not at liberty to choose whether or not to perform their public functions in a religious form. As a secular state consigns the practice of freedom of religion to the private sphere, it establishes the separation of religious practice and irreligious practice. Religious practice is no longer directly tied up with the conduct of the human beings wo constituteth political state. There is a relation of exclusion between religious practice and irreligious practice. Now consider, on the one hand, the situation of a believer in a secular state. To enjoy freedom of religion as a believer in a secular state, it is necessary to conform one's religious practice to the laws of a state whose official end is profane. A believer who conforms their religious practice to the laws of a secular state recognizes a profane duty that constrains that practice, and hence, in that sense, is higher than it. Yet to believe in a religion just is to believe that one's highest duty is a duty to God. If, therefore, a secular state is a condition for the separation of religious practice and irreligious practice, then the condition for this separation simultaneously ensures that a believer's religious practice must assume an irreligious character. Consider, on the other hand, the situation of a non-believer in a secular state. To choose to practice no religion at all is to act as if one believes that the qualities that believers worship as God's gift to man are qualities that human beings owe to no one but themselves. For a non-believer, a favorable response to treatment for an illness is not cause to thank God, but only cause to thank the human provision of health care. To reap a harvest is not cause to thank God, but only cause to thank the invention of fertilizer, and so on. For the non-believer, those who do the former are merely doing the latter in an eccentric, roundabout way. Religion is precisely the recognition of the human being by a circuitous path. 71 One aspect of a non-believer's freedom of religion, as an equal liberty to practice no religion at all, is non-interference from others. Freedom of religion includes non-interference from those who put their private interests above the common good and seek to coerce others to adhere to the codes of a particular religion. In a secular state, that non-interference is guaranteed by the government. To provide that guarantee, a government must separate itself from the private interests of society. It must attempt to immunize its operations from the religious beliefs its officials are at liberty to hold in their private life. But if a non-believer's freedom of religion rests on protection by a government that is separated from society, and if religion is their recognition of the human being by a circuitous path, 72 then the condition for the separation of religious practice and irreligious practice simultaneously ensures that a non-believer's practice must assume a religious character. In short, it is both the case that freedom of religion in the secular state is the condition for the separation of religious practice and irreligious practice, relation of exclusion, and the case that freedom of religion in the secular state ensures that the practice of a believer has an irreligious character, and the practice of a non-believer has a religious character, relation of inclusion. Marx's account of freedom of religion in the secular state illustrates the conception of dialectical contradiction outlined by Adorno and Ritzert, about which analytical Marxism has said nothing. 3 distinguishing points can now be made. First, dialectical contradiction is not the thought of polar opposites. 73 John Rosenthal, a critic of anything, calling itself dialectical thinking. 74 claims that Hegel's appeal to polar opposites as evidence of dialectical contradiction has had an intellectually crippling effect in the Marxist tradition. 75 The first clause in Adorno's statement of intermediation together with the above illustration of the rest of it shows that, even if Rosenthal's historical claim were true. 76 It would not be a reason to reject the argumentative figure of dialectical contradiction. Second, the terms with which Cohen and Elster contrast analytical reasoning to dialectical thinking are inaccurate or confused. Although KMTH supposes that the key to dialectical thinking is a metaphor of mutually sustaining parts in a properly functioning organism. 77 This is inadequate. It is possible to liken a society to a functioning organism without affirming, and even while denying, that it is characterized by dialectical contradiction. It is also confused to contrast analytical reasoning with dialectical thinking on the basis that dialectical contradiction violates the formal law of non-contradiction. 78 The formal law of non-contradiction says that a proposition and its negation cannot both be true of the same entity at one and the same time, and in one and the same respect. That law does not preclude an entity from having different opposite characteristics in different respects. 79 As the argumentative a figure of dialectical contradiction is employed by ascribing opposite characteristics to one and the same entity in different respects, its use does not violate the formal law of non-contradiction. Third, the conception of dialectical contradiction defended here differs from Bertel Ollmann's conception of contradiction. 80 Ollmann writes, see Contradiction is understood here as the incompatible development of different elements within the same relation, which is to say between elements that are also dependent on one another. 81 On this conception of contradiction, it follows that, say, a relation of husband and wife where each can only flourish in their careers by shifting domestic horizon to theatre is a case of contradiction. Yet this case exemplifies a type of antagonism, not a dialectical contradiction. The features of Ollmann's conception of contradiction are not sufficient or necessary for dialectical contradiction. They are not sufficient, because neither of its elements need exhibit a characteristic of its opposite. They are not necessary, for two opposites may each exhibit a characteristic of the other without having incompatible paths of development, as when, To borrow an example from one of the founders of critical pedagogy, Paulo Freire, a mutually fruitful teacher-student relation is based on the perception that the teacher is no longer merely the one who teaches, but one who is himself taught in dialogue with the students, who in turn while being taught also teach. 82 Using square brackets to denote a relation of inclusion, what Adorno calls intermediation has the form BA excludes BA. 83. This figure also fits the German ideology's reference to an absolute dialectic in which each of two aspects is in itself its opposite and sich selbst ihr Gegenteil ist. 84 Suppose, however, that the structure of absolute dialectical contradiction is relaxed, on two counts. Suppose, on a first relaxation, that it suffice to show that at least one side of an opposition includes a characteristic of its opposite, in the above illustration, that it suffice to show, in addition to the relation of exclusion, either that religious practice has an irreligious character or that irreligious practice has a religious character. 85 Second Suppose that is permitted for such a characteristic to horizon life to a passage of time. On these warlacks. Asians, Marx's claim, in his preface to A Contribution to a Critique of Political Economy, 1859 preface, that from forms of development of productive power, these relations existing relations of production JF are transformed into their fetters. 86 can be understood as asserting a less absolute form of dialectical contradiction. The level of development of productive power determines that certain types of relation of production are development enabling and others are development fettering, and also determines that some types of relation of production that are development enabling must become, just by virtue of the development thienable development fettering. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis also makes use of a version of this argumentative figure of dialectical contradiction in its account of real abstraction. 87 The dialectic of non-recognition and recognition. 88 And the derivation of political representation. 89 On the present account, the argumentative figure of dialectical contradiction requires that the conditions that establish a relation of exclusion also establish, by virtue of this relation of exclusion, or, in the case of a historical dialectic, by virtue of its unfolding, a relation of inclusion. To highlight the import of the italicized clauses, compare the following two remarks. The first is from Marx's aforementioned letter to Engels dated January 16, 1858, while the second is from Charles Fourier's description of the little hordes, the groups of young children who do the tasks that other members of a phalanx community shun. If ever the time comes around again for such work, I would greatly desire to make accessible to common understanding, in 2 or 3 printer's sheets, what is rational in the method that Hegel discovered, but simultaneously mystified. 90. Let us analyze a thesaurus of their virtues. The refuri number endel of them are condemned by morality. They are the penchant for dirt, and the feelings of pride, impudence, and insubordination. It is by abandoning themselves to these so-called vices that the little hordes will become virtuous. 91. Marx's claim that there is a method Hegel discovered, but simultaneously mystified does not assert a dialectical contradiction. It does not assert that the conditions that led Hegel into mystification also allowed Hegel, by virtue of that, to make a discovery. The mystification and the discovery are simultaneous, but they are not traced to the same conditions, and neither is said to have enabled the other. Fourier's claim, by contrast, does assert a dialectical contradiction. The little hordes develop virtue by giving themselves up to so-called vices. The above defense of dialectical contradiction is in one way akin to Elster's defense of social contradiction. It is possible to describe an argumentative figure of dialectical contradiction specific to society and to illustrate its use by Marx without examining a text that adopts a particular method of exposition. To defend a dialectic in Marx, it is mistaken to suppose 92 that one must either construe dialectic in terms of general laws equally verifiable in nature and society, as suggested by Engels, 93, or confine it to a form of exposition such as is exhibited by Marx's Capital. What distinguishes dialectical contradiction from Elster's, non-dialectical, account of social contradiction is a form of necessity. A dialectical contradiction is tied to a claim of the form, given the nature of a thing, and the broader context it presupposes, there is no alternative but p.94. The above conception of dialectical contradiction satisfies this requirement, for its application rests on the idea that the same conditions that establish a relation of exclusion also establish, by virtue of it, or else by virtue of its unfolding, a relation of inclusion. In terms of the above illustration, in the broader context that the separation of religious practice and irreligious practice presupposes, religious practice and irreligious practice must both assume a characteristic of their opposite. To illuminate this point through a contrast, consider Popper's argument in What is Dialectic? Popper asserts that one application of dialectic that, unlike dialectical contradiction, respects the formal law of non-contradiction is its use to describe developments of ideas in the terminology of a thesis and its antithesis. 95. An initial position or thesis will arouse opposition, and so lead to a new antithesis. 96. Yet Popper does not require the causes of opposition to the thesis that lead to the antithesis to be explained as effects of the pronouncement of the thesis. Popper rejects the dialectical saying that the thesis produces its antithesis on the grounds that it is only our critical attitude which produces the antithesis. 97. And the conditions of this critical attitude are left unspecified. Popper believes that a development from one position to another position that may be aroused by intervening circumstances unrelated to the conditions or unveiling of the first position can be dialectical. On the conception of dialectical contradiction defended here, a relation of inclusion must be identified by reflection that is possible by virtue of the conditions that give rise to the relation of exclusion, or by its unfolding. A social contradiction, on Elster's account, lacks this quality of necessity. Its contradictoriness does not rest on a claim of the form, given the nature of a thing, and the broader context it presupposes. There is no alternative but P. Elster's account of social contradiction rests on the disparity between the potential truth of each one of a class of beliefs held by different actors, and the impossibility of them all being true. Yet the reason that it is impossible for all of them to be true is that would exhibit a logical contradiction. That they are not all true is a matter of logic. 98. This precludes a claim of the form, the fact that each of a number of actors believes that X is true only for them, that it is possible for only his workers 99 to accept lower wages, for example, presupposes certain social conditions, which also ensure that not all of these beliefs can be true. If the impossibility of all of the beliefs being true is a matter of logic, it is not social conditions that ensure that not all of them can be true. In all possible worlds, not all of them can be true. The only notion of necessity in Elster's account of social contradiction is logical necessity. As Elster's account of social contradiction does not tie a contradiction to a claim of natural necessity, it is not an account of dialectical contradiction. 100. 3. Intrastructuration. Torconstruct Marxism Bethesikan auf Analytical Marxism's analytical standards, analysis NS, is to require all the concepts Marxism uses to describe the causal powers of social entities to be supported by explanations of those powers in which individuals are their fundamental constituents. To reject analysis NS, it is necessary and sufficient to argue that at least one collective entity whose causal power is of relevance to Marxism owes, part of, that power to constituent relations. In fact, a vast number of social entities owe some of their causal power to constituent relations. This is because, to adopt a term used in the literature on the theory of emergence, a vast number of social entities are characterized by intrastructuration. 101. An emergent property of an entity according to Davilder-Vass, a thought is not possessed by any of the parts individually, and that would not be possessed by the full set of parts in the absence of a structuring set of relations between them. 102. I shall use the term intrastructuration to denote any such structuring set of relations between the intentional actions that provide the parts of a social entity. Intrastructuration, so defined, is the name for a mechanism that produces emergent properties in social entities. Although Elder-Vass does not define intrastructuration in this way, Elder-Vass does not offer a definition of intrastructuration. The definition is in keeping with Elder-Vass's view that when we postulate emergent causal powers, we must identify the mechanisms that produce them. 103. Intentional action is liable to intrastructuration, because any given individual's action is liable to be affected in advance by what others' behavior permits that individual to believe about others' actions, desires or beliefs. The intentional action of a number of individuals is intrastructured if the description of each action refers to a property of action by another that must itself be described with reference to the self-same action of the first, or with reference to a type of action of which it is a token. The respect in which any one individual's action is conditioned by those of others is then also a respect in which that individual's action conditions theirs. None of the actions can be described without at least implicitly referring to the whole of which it is a part. The relations between individual actions make the entity what it is and give it, part of, its causal power, in the form of emergent properties. Intrastructuration occurs in normative and non-normative contexts, in situations of cooperation or competition. Take, first, the case of intrastructuration b cooperation, which includes what Marx called combined labor. 104 You and I cooperate to do X if the content of the intention I act on is to do X with the aid of action by you that I interpret as you seeking, with me, to bring about X, and the content of the intention you act on is to do X with the aid of action by me that you interpret as me seeking, with you, to bring about X. The respect in which your action enables mine, it enables mine to be an action of bringing about X together with you. I shall say the respect in which our action is enabled be mine, my action of bringing about X together with you enables your action to be an action of bringing about X together with me. The causal power to bring about X by cooperation is a causal power of a group, the group of you and me. The group's power to cooperate to do X cannot be attributed to either one of us without implicitly referring to us both in the respect in which we each contribute to bring X about. A second type of case is intrastructuration by convention. In economy and society, Weber defines convention as a custom regarded as valid by a circle of people, and guaranteed against deviations by disapproval. 105 On one interpretation of this definition, a convention exists if each of a number of individuals believes that it is considered appropriate, in situations of type Y, to do X, 2, that belief can be expected, by those individuals, to lead to a show of disapproval towards behavior that deviates from X in situations of type Y, with the effect of inducing conformity, and 3. The conformity-inducing effects of disapproval do not depend on persons specifically and identifiably charged with enforcing the rule. For Weber, 3. helps to distinguish a convention from a law. To adapt an example from Elder Vass 106, the rule of first come, first served is a convention of queuing. On Weber's definition, if each of a number of individuals believes that, in a queue, it is considered appropriate to wait one's turn, and each can expect behavior which deviates from this rule to encounter a conformity-inducing show of disapproval, even without the presence of a security guard. Thus, if the rule of first come, first served is a convention of queuing, each can believe that, were they to show their disapproval of an instance of deviant behavior, others, for whom the rule is a convention, will be likely to back it up. Each show of disapproval can proceed with the assurance that it is likely to be backed up by others acting with the same assurance, sustained by actions like the first show of disapproval. Shows of disapproval, which proceed with this assurance, are a means by which the convention is maintained. The ability to show disapproval of deviant behavior with assurance, and thus the greater power to induce conformity that comes with that ability, are emergent properties of the group. A third type of case is intrastructuration by standardization. 107 Some types of action are known to depend for their success on their being correctly understood by another. Intrastructuration by standardization occurs if a standard form, a buzzword, for example, comes to be used to give off a certain impression in virtue of the fact that others can be anticipated to use it in anticipation of others using it. Each use of this standard form, which proceeds with the assurance that it provides a safe way to give off a certain impression in virtue of an assumption about others' use of it, is the means by which it is confirmed as the standard form for others to use with the same assurance of being correctly understood. The ability to safely communicate a certain impression of a particular type of goal, and thus the greater power to be understood, are here emergent group properties. Consider finally intrastructuration by competition. Take John Maynard Keynes's analogy for speculative investment. Professional investment may be likened to those newspaper competitions in which the competitors have to pick out the 6 prettiest faces from 100 photographs, the prize being awarded to the competitor whose choice most nearly corresponds to the average preference of the competitors as a whole. So that each competitor has to pick not those faces which he himself finds prettiest, but those which he thinks likeliest to catch the fancy of the other competitors, all of whom are looking at the problem from the same point of view. It is not a case of choosing those which, to the best of one's judgment, are really the prettiest, nor even those which average opinion genuinely thinks the prettiest. 108. Keynes's point is that, when investing, it is necessary to anticipate what every other investor is likely to do, each having themselves anticipated other investors' behavior, and all the while including in any projection the effect of what is commonly known to be misinformation. Each investment decision, in virtue of its response to conditions of success anticipated as bearing upon itself, including those conditions that arise from behavior based on what is commonly known to be misinformation, helps to impose the same conditions of success on every other investment decision. Intrastructuration by competition gives rise to an incapacity to make investment decisions based on the objective situation, in the analogy, an incapacity to judge by criteria of beauty, alongside a vulnerability to panic, as an emergent property of the group of investors. Intrastructuration may or may not have unintended consequences. Intrastructuration has unintended consequences, if those who perform the actions that are intrastructured do not intend for the other actions that are intrastructured to have the form they are lent by intrastructuration, and hence do not control the emergent properties of the group to which they belong. In the case of intrastructuration by cooperation, each actor does intend for their fellow collaborator to perform an action with a form it owes to intrastructuration. I intend for you to seek to act to bring about X together with me. With intrastructuration by convention or by standardization, each actor may or may not intend for some portion of the other actions that are intrastructured to have the form that intrastructuration gives him. May shomitis aruvalov deviant behavior not only to stop a particular instance of deviant behavior from succeeding, but also to strengthen others' beliefs that they can show their disapproval with assurance. On any given occasion of showing disapproval, the latter might be more important to me than the former. Similarly, I may or may not observe a certain standard in order to perpetuate its use as a standard. In neither type of case, however, is the actor in control of the causal power of the group to which they belong. Finally, in the case of intrastructuration by competition, it is not an actor's intention that others' actions should take the form they owe to intrastructuration. The totality of actions is a power over each, in virtue of what each anticipates, and the absence of cooperation. As no form of society can exist without either competition or cooperation, no vision of future socialist institutions can afford to misidentify the effects of intrastructuration. By implication, no socialist theory can afford to affirm analysis NS. The effects of intrastructuration are not more fundamentally understood, but evaporate, if one attempts to reduce all causal powers of social entities to the causal powers of constituent individuals. Justison would not have understood, but mangled, the law of evidence, if one were to suppose that the degree of doubt a defense must cast on the prosecution's case had to be established not in relation to their case as a whole, but in respect of every isolated component of their case. It would be mistaken to argue, what is in any case unnecessary for its rebuttal, that analysis NS cannot grasp any aspect of the powers of social entities. Social entities need not possess all their causal powers by virtue of intrastructuration. They can also possess causal power as a result of the aggregation of actions understood in isolation. Take, for example, Philip Pettit's account of premise-centered decision-making. 109. Suppose that the pursuit of a course of action, C, is rational if and only if A and B. Now suppose that 3 or more individuals take a majority vote on whether or not to do C, not by voting on C directly, but by voting yes/no on A, yes/no on B, and pursuing C if and only if there is a majority yes vote for both A and B. Such premise-centered decision-making yields a different outcome to a direct majority vote wherever a majority in the group supports each of the premises, different majorities support different premises, and the intersection or overlap of those majorities is not itself a majority. 110A group, such as a three-judge court, that adopts premise-centered decision-making can therefore have a causal effect on its members. But the effect of the group on its members occurs through a procedure of aggregating votes. The causal power of the group is of the kind to which the advocates of analysis NS illicitly assimilate all the causal powers of social entities. Revealingly, Cohen's work does not consistently observe the stricture of analysis NS. One example, besides the effective control conception of positions in the economic structure, is the application of the concept of collective unfreedom 111 to the situation of the proletariat. Freedom, for Cohen, denotes ability. A is free to X if A is able to X. Cohen adds, a group suffers collective unfreedom with respect to a given type of action X if and only if performance of X by all members of the group is impossible. 112 Interesting cases of collective unfreedom arise if it is possible for some members of the group to X. This is the case according to Cohen for members of the proletariat in respect of climbing the class structure. Each member of the proletariat, Cohen says, is free to rise from his or her class position only on condition that the others do not exercise their similarly conditional freedom. 113 By virtue of the phrase similarly conditional, the proletariat's situation of collective unfreedom is defined by constituent relations. Let A, B, C, D, E and F denote representative members of the proletariat, and let X denote rise up the class structure. Supposing that 1/6 of the proletariat would be able to rise up the class structure if it tried to do so, the form of A's freedom is, A can X only on condition that B, C, D, E, and F, each of whom can X only on condition that no one else among them X's, do not X. As A's freedom is described with reference to the freedom of B, C, D, E, and F to X, each of whose freedom is described with reference to A's self-same freedom, no one else among them, proletarian collective unfreedom has constituent relations. It is an emergent property of the proletariat as a collective entity. To apply the concept of collective unfreedom to the proletariat is to abandon analysis NS. Cohen also offers an example of intrastructuration by convention, in a discussion of the sexist and unjust expectations that lie on husband and wife if they direct the woman in a family where both spouses work outside the home to carry a greater burden of domestic tasks. 114 Such expectations need not be supported by the law, Cohen says, if they possess informal weight that exerts itself through the choices people make in response to the stated expectations, which are, in turn, sustained by those choices. 115 The word those here has the same consequence for an account of expectations over domestic chores as the phrase similarly conditional has for an account of proletarian collective unfreedom. Informal pressures on women to carry out a greater burden of domestic tasks are sustained by choices that members of families make in response to, rather than independently of, those very pressures. Shows of disapproval of attempts to shift some of the tunqual burden onto them spouse can proceed with the assurance that they are likely to be supported by others acting with the same assurance sustained by shows of disapproval like the first. The male spouse's ability to induce the female spouse's conformity to this expectation is an emergent property. For conclusion, analytical Marxism is an ambitious project to reconstruct Marxism on analytical foundations. It has two basic commitments, analysis BS and analysis NS. Analytical Marxism is and must be absolutist in both counts. Just as it opposes analysis BS to all dialectical thinking, so it opposes analysis NS to the view that there are any collective entities whose fundamental constituents are not individuals. According to the above critique, analytical Marxism is stillborn and misguided. The project of analytical Marxism is stillborn, for analysis BS is supposed, in contrast to dialectical thinking, to be marked by precision of statement and rigor of argument, and yet the contrastive analysis BS claim cannot stand up to rigorous argument. It cannot be said that analytical Marxists have understood what they purport to reject. Neither the metaphor of mutually sustaining parts in a properly functioning organism, Cohen, nor violation of the formal law of non-contradiction. Elster captures the nature of the argumentative figure of dialectical contradiction. Analytical Marxism is also misguided, moreover, for a commitment to analysis NS is debilitating, and would seal Marxism off from broader trends in social theory that advocates of analytical Marxism regard their project as uniquely placed among socialist projects. Notwithstanding the fact that the interpretation of Marx's writings demands, to the highest degree, the style of analytical philosophy, its conceptual resourcefulness, clarity, and tolerance for detail. 116 Socialism can only be defended by an alternative project to analytical Marxism. Chapter 3. Commodity Form Philosophy. Commodity form philosophy is the name given here to research that proceeds on the basis that an analysis of the commodity as a general form of wealth has superdisciplinary significance. To majoristerica figures to assert the superdisciplinary significance of Marx's analysis of the commodity form in Capital are George Lukács and Theodor Adorno. Their reading of Marx has influenced the Neue Marx lecture, New Reading of Marx, of Helmut Reichelt I and Hans-Georg Backhaus II, as well as Moishe Postone's Time, Labor, and Social Domination III, among others. Commodity form philosophy is inspired by a broad view of the project to which Capital, a critique of political economy, aims to contribute. Even if Marx had seen all the projected volumes of Capital through to publication, he would still not have realized his plan of 1844. In 1844, Marx also planned to publish, separately, a critique of law, morality, politics, etc., as well as a critique of the speculative appropriation of that material. 4 Commodity form philosophy treats Marx's critique of political economy as one critique in a larger project of critiques, all related to the commodity form. For consider the explanation that Marx offers for why his studies came to focus on the critique of political economy. Marx explains the focus of his later writings on the critique of political economy as his drawing the consequence from his philosophical radicalism. In the words of Marx's contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right. Introduction, published in 1844. To be radical is to grasp the matter at its root. Wurzel. 5 In Marx's autobiographical sketch in the 1859 preface, Marx refers to this introduction by name, and reports the assessment he arrived at as a result of his studies in this period. Legal relations, like forms of state, are rooted in the material conditions of life whose anatomy is to be sought in political economy. 6 An approach cannot claim to be uncompromising unless it goes to the root of the matter. As, in Marx's judgment, money-making was the fundamental feature of the modern world, Marx had to begin what his letters from the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher announce as an intransigent Rücksichtslos critique of all existence. 7 With a critique of political economy. This explanation for the focus of Marx's later writings is salutary in respect of how to reconstruct them. If Marx's later writings focus on the critique of political economy because Marx was a radical who could not but begin an intransigent critique of existence at what he took to be its root, Capital ought to be interpreted and evaluated within the wider, if largely unrealized, project of which it is a part, an intransigent critique of all existence. If Marx's project is a critique of all existence, and if all the other critiques of Marx's plan of 1844 rest on a critique of political economy, and thereby on an analysis of the commodity form, with which Capital begins, then the intellectual project to which Capital aims to contribute may be termed commodity form philosophy. Commodity form is term that refers to commodity as insofar as they constitute a general form of wealth. Philosophy is not appended merely to indicate a project that respects no boundaries of discipline or research tradition. 8 This is too thin a notion of philosophy. For all it requires, a thinker's achievements are philosophical even if the results of their following the evidence wherever it may lead have little or nothing do with one another. A batch of discipline transcending achievements can only be considered philosophical if it exhibits an underlying unity. To call Marx's intellectual project a philosophy in this thicker sense is to claim that its discipline transcending achievements are to exhibit some discernible unity. To describe it, more particularly, as commodity form philosophy, is to say that this unity is to be supplied by an analysis of the commodity form. One way to conceive of how an analysis of the commodity form can supply this unity is to hold that it provides a basis for explaining the existence of various distinct sorts of inquiry. In Phenomenology of the Social World, Alfred Schutz undertakes to explain the existence of various distinct sorts of inquiry from a single starting point through a phenomenological account of the genesis of ideal types in everyday life. 9 But a different version of the same sort of philosophical ambition would be to use an analysis of the commodity form to derive the various autonomous logics studied by distinct sorts of inquiry. This connects to Friedrich Engels's remark about philosophy in the development of socialism from utopia to science. Engels claims that as soon as each special science is required to become aware of its position in the overall context of things and of our knowledge of things, philosophy is reduced to a formal logic and theolectic. 10 If however the basic concepts of various distinct types of inquiry can be derived from the commodity form, and if, as a result of the fact that their basic concepts are derived, these types of inquiry lack an awareness of their place within a developed commodity form-based society, then, by Engels's own criterion, philosophy cannot be so reduced, at least for as long as society is structured by the commodity form. A derivation of X is an explanation of X that shows that X must register its cause as just one of the phenomena subject to its logic. A project based on the commodity form permits derivations in which the commodity form, or something explained by the commodity form, is the starting point. It also permits explanations that are not derivations, but in which something derived from or explained by the commodity form has explanatory power. If a commodity form-based approach can explain the fundamental concepts of various distinct sorts of inquiry from a single starting point, it can be considered a type of philosophy. If it can derive these fundamental concepts, it can be considered a type of critical philosophy. Any derivation of the fundamental concept of a distinct sort of inquiry has a critical implication for that inquiry. It implies that its fundamental concept does not make its own explanation apparent. That, in turn, implies that the inquiry's place and its object's place within social life as a whole will not be apparent to that inquiry. Insofar as Marx's writings can be reconstructed as a commodity form philosophy employing this notion of derivation, they can, in principle, offer an intransigent critique of all existence. Commodity form philosophy has two core features. One is that all its theses rest on an analysis of the commodity form. Lukács's History and Class Consciousness, which declares no greater ambition than an interpretation, an exposition of Marx's theory as Marx understood it. 11 argues in this vein that the problem of the commodity is the central structural problem of capitalist society in all its expressions of life. 12 For Adorno, likewise, Marx's entire analysis of modern society proceeds from an analysis of the commodity form of the object of exchange. 13 For both Lukács and Adorno, there is no thesis touching on any feature of social life in modern capitalism that is both Marxist and unconnected to the commodity form. To practice commodity form philosophy is to seek to support this claim. Second, commodity form philosophy seeks to explain the fundamental concepts of individual disciplines whose estatus autonomous disciplines appears to render commodity form philosophy implausible. While Lukács claims that it is imperative to reveal the grounds, genesis, and necessity of this formalism of individual sciences, Jf. 14 Adorno says, philosophy revokes a kind of second nature of thought in which it is as if the individual sphere, with its conceptual apparatus, is an existence in itself. 15 Both Lukács and Adorno are agreed that there is a philosophical task to perform, of explaining the existence of individual disciplines of the social sciences, and that its execution will render these disciplines problematic to some extent. Commodity form philosophy assumes this task. The conception of derivation proposed here is offered in this spirit. To derive a basic concept of a type of inquiry is to explain it and render it problematic. A concept can be considered basic to a type of inquiry if it implies a distinct type of subjectivity and object domain that are reproduced in a fully developed commodity form-based society. It is argued below, in section 3, that the concept of an economic good implies a subjectivity defined by the rationality of preference maximization in respect of possessions. The basic concepts of other types of inquiry, too, have their own subjectivity and object domain. Political representation implies a distinct type of subjectivity, a representative's success in offering an image of the people to accept, an object domain, the public existence of the people of a given territory. The same goes for the sociological concept of a social role, the expected use of positional powers vis-a-vis other role occupants, and the juridical concept of freedom of choice, a capacity to voluntarily conclude enforceable agreements in respect of what it is permissible or impermissible to agree. In Chapter 11, the juridical logic of freedom of choice and the political logic of representation are derived from the commodity form. While the sociological concept of a social role is not derived, it is explained by appeal to the concept of an economic good, which can be derived. 16. The project of commodity form philosophy can incorporate findings of Marxists other than Lukács and Adorno. Moreover, Evgeny Pashukaniz's general theory of law and Marxism, 1924, aims, more particularly, to approximate the legal form to the commodity form. 17. Alfred Sohnrethel, in Commodity Form and Thought Form, When Form and Denkform, 1961, claims that the analysis of the commodity at the beginning of Capital occupies a very special place in Marx's work. 18. It is no accident that the programmatic formulation of this method, the historical materialist method JF, is found in an introduction to the work in which Marx, in 1859, first published his analysis of the commodity and money. 19. More recently, Postone reaffirms the aim, proceeding from the category of the commodity, to unfold from it the overarching structure of capitalist society as a totality. 20. Given this list of authors, it might be asked why commodity form philosophy is preferred over the more familiar label Hegelian Marxism. There are three reasons for this choice. Firstly, the backwards-looking nature of the label Hegelian Marxism creates a false impression. It draws attention to the author whom Marx, in Capital, identified as the source of his understanding of dialectical contradiction. 21. By contrast, commodity form philosophy stresses that which sustains a commitment to it. 22. A commitment to the argumentative figure of dialectical contradiction is not conditional on acceptance of the interpretative claims that that figure is essential to or distinctive of Hegel's philosophy, or that Hegel's arguments are convincing. The label Hegelian Marxism suggests that Marxists could not or ought not to invoke the argumentative figure of dialectical contradiction were these claims unsustainable. But only substantive claims, related to the commodity form, can settle this question. Secondly, a commodity form-based project can incorporate insights from thinkers other than Hegel. Not only does the label Hegelian Marxism discourage such moves, it is incongruent with existing practice. Lukács, Adorno, Sohnrethel, Backhaus, and Postone all repeatedly invoke the concept of antinomy, which goes back to Kant. On the evidence presented in Chapter 12, no one in the history of Marxism apart from Lukács can claim to have grasped the significance of Capital's antinomy passage or even just to have analyzed the thesis and antithesis of the right's antinomy it presents such that they form an antinomy. There are insights to unearth from Marx's writings that the label Hegelian Marxism need not promote. Thirdly, commodity form philosophy has the advantage over Hegelian Marxism of directly suggesting a substantive position. No one can expect an intellectual project to preserve all of its founders' theses. 23. An intellectual project must strive to offer compelling arguments, and avoid faulty ones, even if their soundness or fault was not, or could not have been, detected originally or previously. But if so, a name for any intellectual project that refers to a founder is inapt. In connection with this point, consider Lukács's claim in History and Class Consciousness. For supposing what is not granted that later research had incontestably proven the objective incorrectness of all of Marx's individual propositions, every serious orthodox Marxist could acknowledge all of these new results unconditionally, and reject all of Marx's individual theses, without for a minute giving up his Marxist orthodoxy. 24. Lukács's claim is sometimes greeted with incredulity, but it is impeccable. It would not be inconsistent to believe both that Marx had founded a worthwhile project, and that later research had disproved all of Marx's individual propositions. The latter does not imply the different belief that later research has disproved all of Marxism's individual propositions. Lukács is not claiming that no substantive thesis requiring empirical support, or that is otherwise challengeable, belongs, at a given point in time, to the project Marx founded. Any acknowledged new results belong to it. So, Lukács does not imply that the project Marx founded, in its current guise, cannot be challenged. The semblance of absurdity in Lukács's claim vanishes if orthodox Marxist and his Marxist orthodoxy in this sentence are replaced with proponent of commodity form philosophy and commodity form philosophy respectively. Finally, a name for a Marxist project does best to avoid the English term science and its cognates, such as scientific socialism. 25 Wissenschaftslicher Sozialismus is a term used by Engels in the development of socialism from utopia to science. 26 But in English, science is understood in contrast to ethics. Consider Cohen's claim that scientific socialism offers no ideals or values to the proletariat. 27 Whatever one thinks of this claim, it enjoys a firmer ring of assurance than the claim that Marxism offers no ideals or values to the proletariat. Insofar as a Marxist project is comprised of critiques, and a critique reveals a frustrated potential in an object that up to realist it incorporate as normative argument. It incorporates an argument for the value of realizing that potential, which must do something besides marshal empirical facts in the manner of a science. This is not to deny that Marx used the German term Wissenschaft to describe his work. But as Patrick Murray notes, Wissenschaft has a more generous, less technical sense than the English term science as reflective, methodically disciplined knowledge. 28 Both Hegel's Science of Logic, Wissenschaft der Logik, and literary studies, Literaturwissenschaft, are a form of Wissenschaft. The neo-Kantian socialist Karl Forlander could complain that Edward Bernstein and others restrict the name and concept of science Wissenschaft one-sidedly to causal explanation. 29 The qualifications in Marx's use of this term indicate that the fact that his works aspire to Wissenschaft is no reason to suppose that they are defined, as a social science is defined, by the study of empirical fact. In letters to Ferdinand Lassalle and Friedrich Engels, Marx billed his then-future work, Capital, as science in the German sense Wissenschaft im deutschen Sinn 30 and a triumph of German science deutschen Wissenschaft. 31 Remarks like these are intended to emphasize capital's systematic presentation, or its use of dialectic. They are not intended to emphasize its study of empirical fact. As capital is not science in the English sense, or a triumph of English science, there is little warrant to describe Marx's project as scientific socialism. 32 Having defended commodity form philosophy as a name for a Marxist project, the remainder of this chapter examines Marx's analysis of the commodity form, with a view to establishing the plausibility of commodity form philosophy. Sections 1-2 consider the two aspects of a commodity, use value and value. Section 3 distinguishes a commodity from a good. Section 4 argues that the concept of use value allows commodity form philosophy to appeal to a distinctive type of principle called a duty to the whole. Finally, sections 5-6 argue that commodity form philosophy can employ the argumentative figures of dialectical contradiction and antinomy. 1. Use value. Capital begins with an analysis of use value. Capital Chapter 1 states, the usefulness Nutzlichkeit of a thing makes it a use value. 33 It adds, use value is only realized in use, or consumption. 34 Use value is thus distinct from that which can yield a beneficial effect. Imagine two species of wild animal, one of which is harmful to human existence, and the prey of the non-harmful species. The power of the non-harmful wild species to prey on the harmful species does not by itself make its members a use value, despite their beneficial effect for human existence. They are not the object of a use, or act of human consumption. Use value is that which can be used as a means to satisfy a human want. More fully, an object is a use value if a human want can be, not, is, satisfied with it by applying know-how in order to satisfy the want, so that the want is satisfied in virtue of the anticipated causal connection between the application of the know-how and the satisfaction of the want. The want may be want for a material thing, bread, or activity, a concert, a want for the means with which to produce items of consumption, a machine to make bread, a want for the means to produce those means, a machine to make machine parts, and so on. It could be claimed that capital should not refer to anything as use value 35 on the grounds that use value is not a physical property, but an expression for a relation between an object and a subject's want. 36 It is permissible to refer to objects as use values, however. If an actor regards something as a means to satisfy a want of theirs, that is not because they identify it as a unique object capable of satisfying just their want. They identify it as a type of object, permitting a certain type of use to satisfying a certain type of want they identify in themselves. When I note how useful a particular lift is, I do not suppose that there could be nothing else like it, or that I am the only one who can use it to go up and down. For I am aware of situations in which it is a practically valid assumption that it is a type of thing that is generally known to be able to be put to certain types of use in order to satisfy certain types of want. An assumption is practically valid if others are likely to behave in such a way that action informed by the assumption has norius and to fail in virtue of it. It is a practically valid assumption of arranging meetings in an office on the 5th floor that others are able to use a lift to go up and down. It is permissible to refer to objects as use values, then, because the relation of a particular user to a particular useful object is mediated by their awareness that it is a type of object that is generally known to be able to be put to certain types of use that can satisfy certain types of want, and because the user is aware that this fact is independent of their particular want for the object. Importantly, the concept of use value does not presuppose the concept of possession, roughly, controlled by someone who asserts an exclusive claim. 37 The concept of use value does not presuppose the concept of possession, because the knowledge that and how an object can be used as a means to satisfy a human want is sufficient. An object is a use value just in case this knowledge exists. As the conditions or consequences of the form in which objects are distributed is irrelevant to their status as use values, it is irrelevant for the status of an object as a use value whether or not someone who is in the position of being able to use it controls it and asserts an exclusive claim to it. The fact that capital employs a concept, use value, which abstracts from possession, despite the fact that possession is an aspect of the prevailing form of distribution in capitalism, illustrates Marx's claim, in his preface to the first edition of Capital, that the analysis of economic forms employs the power of abstraction. 38 As use values must exist in all forms of human society, Capital's concept of use value is an example of what Murray calls a transhistorical or general abstraction. 39 Indeed, by virtue of this concept of use value, Capital incorporates an insight from Marx's earlier economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844. In the latter, Marx claims that, although industry is the open book of human essential powers, it has not been grasped in its connection with human essence, but only ever in an external relation of utility aus ihren Nützlichkeitsbeziehung. 40 The means and results of productive activity are grasped from the perspective of an external relation of utility. These manuscripts suggest, if their usefulness is confounded with the sense of having. 41 Usefulness is confounded with the sense of having if usefulness is only conceived insofar as it is related to the will of a possessor. The conceptual separation of usefulness from the sense of having is achieved by means of Capital's concept of use value. Use value abstracts from possession. By virtue of its concept of use value, which abstracts from possession, Capital suggests a perspective from beyond that of an external relation of utility, more on which below. One point in favor of Capital's concept of use value is that it attends to a condition for freedom. In Capital, Marx advocates a higher form of society whose foundational principle is the full and free development of each. 42 According to Capital, freedom has a development component, consisting in the development of one's abilities, and an awareness component, consisting in the awareness that his development is a principle of society and so enjoyed by all. A world of things that can yield beneficial effects is insufficient for freedom, therefore. The development of one's abilities as an end in itself requires the deliberatius of means toisend. A world of possessibility is also insufficient. Moreover, possession is exclusive, and at least some types of use value, for example, bits of land and infrastructure used to satisfy the need for mobility, may not be possessed, if development is to be enjoyed by all. Capital's concept of use value has a further nuance. A thing is of value just in case some people know that and how it can be used, and that use would satisfy a want. Use value abstracts from the conditions and consequences of the form of distribution. But this raises the question as to whether it also abstracts from wants for means to engage in forms of distribution. In the statement use value is that which can be used as a means to satisfy a human want, will any want suffice, or must this want also be describable without reference to forms of distribution? At one point in a contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx calls the money commodity a universal use value. 43 That designation seems to imply that the concept of use value does not abstract from wants for means to engage in forms of distribution. For it implies that the power to satisfy a want for a means to engage in commodity exchange can qualify something as a use value. Yet Marx denies this implication earlier in the same text when he says that use value, as use value, lies beyond political economy's sphere of investigation. 44 The power to satisfy a want for a means to engage in commodity exchange cannot qualify something as a use value if use value lies beyond political economy's sphere of investigation. There is a reason to follow the latter, more general of these judgments and adopt a concept of use value that abstracts from wants for means to engage in forms of distribution. In the preface to the same publication, Marx claims that the level of development of productive power sets limits to the types of social relations of production that are feasible in a given historical period. Relations of production have a certain level of development of productive power as their material conditions of existence. 45 To determine whether an existing level of productive power is materially sufficient for a new type of relation of production, it is not necessary to factor in the time required to produce any means specific to the existing form of distribution, if this form of distribution is to be replaced. To consider whether the level of productive power under capitalism is sufficient to sustain post-capitalist relations of production, it is not necessary to factor in the time required to advertise a product so that a certain quantity of it can circulate as a commodity. At least one measure of the level of productive power relevant to a Marxist theory of history is thus conceptually distinct from the existing form of distribution. But if a measure of the level of productive power abstracts from the existing form of distribution, the same must go for the wants that its products satisfy. The conditioning role of productive power in Marx's theory of history presupposes a concept of use value that abstracts from wants for means to engage in forms of distribution. Accordingly, a human want in the statement use value is that which can be used as a means to satisfy a human want is a want of a human being that can be described without reference to a form of distribution. This has an important consequence: the want for an object that can be used to acquire other use values of one's choice in exchange does not count in this context as a human want. An object with the power to acquire other use values of choice in exchange is not, on account of that power, a use value. Hence, neither value nor exchange value is a species of use value. Contrast this conclusion with Cohen's elaboration of the statement the value of a thing is its power to satisfy, directly or indirectly, a human desire. 46 On Cohen's elaboration, an object has a power to satisfy human desire indirectly when it is used in the production or acquisition of another use value. 47 Or again that power of exchanging against commodity a service indirectly to satisfy human desire. 48 Cohen therefore concludes, exchange value is a species of use value. 49 It is one of the most fundamental points to grasp about Marx's concept of use value that value and exchange value are not a species of it. As Marx writes in the first edition of Capital, at the end of chapter 1, he commodity is an immediate unity of use value and exchange value. Hence of two opposites. 50 Exchange value cannot be a species of use value if it is its opposite. We are now able to articulate the premise of this claim. Marx's claim that use value and exchange value are opposites rests on the premise that use value abstracts from possession, and from any want for a means to acquire possession in exchange. By contrast, exchange value presupposes possession, and is necessarily related to the want to acquire possession in exchange. In the absence of possession, or wants to acquire possession in exchange, there is no exchange value. Exchange value is the opposite of use value in respect of possession. Capital's concept of the commodity as a unity of opposites draws on Marx's rejection of the external relation of utility 51 in 1844. Some further consequences of this move are explored in sections 3-4. 2. Value. Marx introduces the concept of exchange value in Chapter 1 of Capital with the remark, in the form of society we are to study, the use values JF also constitute the material bearers of exchange value. 52. A page later, exchange value is referred to as a mode of expression 53 of something distinct from that expression. Just going by this evidence, exchange value, for Marx, is the expression of a use value's power of general exchangeability in terms of some other use value. Value can then be distinguished both from use value and from exchange value by being defined as a use value's power of general exchangeability itself. Yet, as the first of these quotes indicates, capital is a study of a form of society. A form of society is, among other things, a type of society that has certain generalized features, and is able to reproduce itself non-contingently in virtue of these features. Its capacity for reproduction is not thought to depend on the coalescence of independent flukes. Thus, if capital is a study of a form of society, it ignores possibilities that rest on supposing that its object is held together bifluke. Weird counterexamples of the kind that may serve to highlight an analytical problem in the different context of an analysis of individual behavior are out of place. Rules that admit exceptions may be assumed to have no exceptions. These general remarks on what it is to study a form of society, together with the fact that capital is a study of the capitalist form of society, carry certain implications for its concepts of exchange value and value. If capital is a study of the capitalist form of society, its concepts of exchange value and value may reflect the assumption that use values with the power of general exchangeability non-contingently define this form. The above statements of exchange value and value may be modified, therefore, if it can be shown that use values with the power of general exchangeability can only non-contingently provide a form of wealth on certain further conditions, and these further conditions require the initial statements of these concepts to be modified if an account of capitalism is to take on greater detail. One such further condition is, it is necessary that all use values that are products are produced for exchange. If use values were not produced, because all objects of human want were always already there in abundance, it could only be by fluke that use values were generally exchanged, rather than directly appropriated. So, if use values with the power of general exchangeability are a form of wealth, use values must be produced. Further, while use values that are products could still have the power of general exchangeability even if only a few were actually exchanged, as long as it was permissible to exchange them all. Use values' power of general exchangeability only serves to reproduce a society if it is realized in exchange. Thus, use values that are products are assumed to be exchanged. But if this is assumed, use values that are products must be assumed to be produced for exchange. If all the use values that are products were not produced for exchange, they could still all be exchanged, but only as a result of a mass of ongoing unforeseen contingencies, which a study of a form of society may ignore. Moreover, for use values with the power of general exchangeability to provide a general form of wealth, it is sufficient that all products are produced for exchange, and that no non-products are useful and alienable, for example, that there is no useful and alienable uncultivated land. If use values with the power of general exchangeability are only a form of wealth if products are produced for exchange, and if they remain a form of wealth even in the absence of useful and alienable non-products, then value and exchange value may be redefined. Value may be redefined as the power of general exchangeability of a product produced for exchange. Exchange value may be redefined as an expression of the power of general exchangeability of a product produced for exchange. These redefinitions are permissible, in light of the necessary sufficient conditions for us values with the power of general exchangeability to provide a form of wealth. What motivates the redefinitions is a belief that products are valid objects of inquiry independently of non-products. Products are valid objects of inquiry in and of themselves, for, unlike non-products, time must be devoted to their production, and decisions taken to produce them. These differences are relevant from the perspective of the development and awareness components of capital's conception of freedom. An evidently universal development of ability is consistent only with certain uses and distributions of time as labor time, and only with certain decision-making procedure as for what to produce. To motivate these redefinitions by appeal to this conception of freedom is not to motivate them by a standard external to the object of capital, if capital is able to show that capitalism makes such freedom possible and of value to a type of actor within it. If the above redefinitions are motivate on this basis, then the point of studying the capitalist form of wealth with their aid is to examine how this form of wealth shapes the use and distribution of total social time as labor time, and decision-making about this use and distribution. A theoretical interest in the use and exchange of non-products is not precluded, but it is qualified. It is of theoretical interest primarily on account of its effect on the use and distribution of total social time as labor time, and the associated decision-making, an effect that is to be studied through the effect of the use and exchange of non-products on the use and distribution of value. We can now appreciate why the concepts of Marx's theory of value are not ultimately designed to explain price. One typical complaint among critics of capital is that its theory of value is a contorted and unsuccessful attempt to explain price. 54 The response to these unimaginative critics can be brief. At no stage of capital, neither in volume nor in volume the is price the main issue. Capital's main concern is with the effect of the capitalist form of wealth on the use and distribution of total social time as labor time, and in decision-making about this use and distribution. 55 As a rule of thumb, if a critic of capital objects to this contorted and unsuccessful essay general price a theory transform the question. Turn the question into of how a commodity form based study of the capitalist form of wealth can theorize the impact of the factor behind the charge of contortion or failure, be it the difference in organic composition of capital, turnover time, non-reproducibility, monopolies, or something else, on the use and distribution of total social time as labor time. On the above elaboration, the plausibility of capital's concept of value as the power of general exchangeability of a product produced for exchange rests on the premises that a form of society can be based on generalized production for exchange, and that the impact of this form on the use and distribution of total social time as labor time is of theoretical interest in its own right. Before examining capital's claim about the determination, as distinct from the concept, of value, we may respond to the view of Karl Menger that economic value is nothing inhering in goods. 56 For Menger, a founding figure of marginalist economics, value denotes a relation between an object and a subject's want. A relation between an object and a subject's want is not a physical property of the object. Hence it is misleading, Menger concludes, to speak of objects as being or having value, as if value were a physical property of the object. That which exists objectively are only ever the things, or rather quantities of things. 57 For Menger, the exchange value of X is the value to its possessor of what they would have to do without, were they to be denied what X is in fact exchangeable for. 58 Where there is even a once-off opportunity for an exchange, there is exchange value. For even where there is a once-off opportunity for exchange, it is possible to estimate what a possessor would be denied were the exchange to be prevented. Exchange value, on Menger's account, is an implication of the very possibility of exchange. It presupposes nothing more than two possessors who esteem each other's objects sufficiently to offer something agreeable in return. 59 Capital's claim that commodities are of value 60 assumes a different context, a form of society in which generalized production for exchange is an anticipated reality. The reason why a commodity is a value is of a piece with the argument for why an object is a use value. A commodity is a value, because its possessor's relation to it as something that can serve them as a means to acquire whatever they want to acquire is mediated by their awareness that it is a type of commodity generally known to be able to be used as a means by any possessor of it to acquire whatever type of commodity they want to acquire, and by their awareness that this fact is independent of their particular desire to exchange it. Capital offers not just a concept of value, however, but also a claim about its determination. This claim, like the concept of value, must not only be permitted by its object of study. It must serve to add detail to an account of how the capitalist form of wealth shapes the use and distribution of total social time as labor time. As a claim about the determination of value comes on the back of the above arguments for redefining value, this claim must have some validity for a form of society described simply as generalized production for exchange, and add detail to an account of how generalized production for exchange shapes the use and distribution of total social time as labor time. Capital Chapter 1 states, the value of a commodity is determined by, socially necessary labor time, that is, the labor time required to produce any use value in the available, socially normal conditions of production and with the socially average degree of skill and intensity of labor. 61 Going by this statement, one commodity of a given type has the same value as any other identical commodity of its type, as determined by the socially average conditions for reproducing commodities of this type. Different types of commodity have the same value if the same amount of labor time is required to produce them in socially average conditions. To support this claim about the determination of value, it is necessary to identify premises that can be taken as given if only assumes nothing more about a form of society than that it is defined by generalized production for exchange, and to show that, on these premises, there is a connection between the socially necessary labor time hat commodities represent and the ratios in which they can be thought to exchange. Consider the following premises. 1. Products are means for possessors to acquire whatever they want to acquire. 2. Labor is only performed in order to possess means of acquisition. 3. People are at liberty to choose what type of product to produce. 1. 3. Can be taken as given, provided one assumes nothing more about a form of society than that it is defined by generalized production for exchange. 1. Is a direct result of generalized production for exchange. 2. Can be taken as given, for if labor is assumed to be performed for a reason other than to possess means of acquisition, then that could only limit generalized production for exchange, and there is as yet no reason to introduce such a limit. 3. Can be taken as given, for limits on the types of labor people may perform could only limit generalized production for exchange, by limiting the production of products for which demand has risen. Again, there is as yet no reason to introduce such a limit. Premises 1, 3, support an allocation of labor. 62 Defense of the relation between value, as just determined, and exchange value. A labor allocation defense says that there will be an impetus towards greater proportionality between values and prices after fluctuations caused by changes in demand and supply, because these fluctuations will encourage a transfer of labor into branches of production producing commodities with inflated exchange values and out of branches producing commodities with deflated exchange values. Voorentijdsway the labor that actors most performance minimized relative to the acquisition of given means of acquisition. At this point, this is far from being an objective law. 63 4, 1, 3, do not entail value maximizing behavior. But what matters here is that there is an impetus for labor to be reallocated, one that can become more law-like in virtue of features of the capitalist form of wealth that can be developed from its initial description as generalized production for exchange. 64. What Marx's claim about the determination of value adds to an account of how the capitalist form of wealth shapes the use and distribution to total social time as labor time is this. Insofar as a development of productive power establishes more advanced socially average conditions for producing a certain type of commodity, the effect of this development is to establish a higher norm of output per time unit worked that each unit of production in that branch must strive to match, to command as much value as before. Accordingly, it is a mistake to suppose that, if the determination of value by socially necessary labor time is not meant to explain equilibrium price in actual economies, it is a stipulation with no clear purpose. 65 The claim that value is determined by socially necessary labor time is neither a stipulation, nor an attempt to explain equilibrium price in actual economies. The claim that value is determined by socially necessary labor time is not a stipulation, for it is connected at a certain level of abstraction to a claim about exchange value through premises that are given at that level of abstraction. It has a purpose, for it adds detail to an account of how the capitalist form of wealth shapes the use and distribution of total social time as labor time. That is not to say that more complex features of the capitalist form of wealth that ensure that commodities do not exchange in proportion to value in actual capitalist economies, such as differences in the composition of capital. 66 Roughly, the degree to which a branch of production is capital intensive, are of no interest. Rather, they are of interest through their impact on the use and distribution of total social time as labor time, by virtue of their effect on the use and distribution of value, as determined by socially necessary labor time. 3. Commodities and goods. Capital Chapter 1 twice uses the phrase use value or good. 67 On one reading of this phrase, good is a superfluous alternative expression for use value. After all, in capital the dominant term of the two is use value. Marx does not use good in his own name in capital volume I unless preceded by use value or. It is also as alternative expressions for use value that the terms goods, or goods and services, are used in recent Marxist works. Chris Arthur writes, Our problem is to determine the conditions of existence of a system in which goods take the form of commodity is offered for exchange in the market. 68 Tony Smith remarks there are goods and services in all forms of social production. 69 Given the use of these terms by economists, however, the concept of a good, or goods and services, is not a suitable alternative expression or substitute for Marx's concept of use value. One indication of the difference between Marx's concept of use value and the concept of a good used by economists is evident from the passage in Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, 1776, that is cited by David Ricardo at the start of his Principles of Political Economy, 1817. It has been observed by Adam Smith, that the word value has two different meanings, and sometimes expresses the utility of some particular object, and sometimes the power of purchasing other goods which the possession of that object conveys. The one may be called value in use, the other value in exchange. 70. On the evidence of this passage, a good, for Smith and Ricardo, is a particular object of utility over which a subject has possession. Lorenz von Stein's System der Staatswissenschaft, 1852, which Marx refers to in A Contribution to a Critique of Political Economy 71 likewise states, there are no goods that are not in legal possession. Besitz. 72 Already in Marx's sources, therefore, the concept of a good as used by economists differs from Marx's concept of use value by virtue of the fact that a good is a possession. If a good is a possession and political economy is concerned with goods, then use value, as use value, lies beyond political economy's sphere of investigation. 73 The connection between the concept of a good and the concept of possession assumes systematic importance in Karl Menger's Principles of Economics, 1871. Menger begins by listing 4 prerequisites for an object to acquire goods character. 1. A human need. 2. Such qualities of a thing that suit it to being placed in a causal connection with the satisfaction of this need. 3. Human knowledge of this causal connection. 4. Command over this thing such that it can in fact be employed to satisfy that need. 74. For Menger, an object has goods character if it is known to be able to serve a causal role in satisfying a want of an existing human being, and it is subject to command. In other words, a subject must be able to regard action on any decision they take to satisfy a want with it that it can satisfy as the necessary and sufficient condition of its satisfaction. Thus, a good must be able to satisfy a want of the subject who commands it. Although one subject can reserve an object for another, the other could always independently decide not to satisfy the want of theirs that that object can satisfy. The command by which Menger defines goods presupposes a subject with the will of a possessor. For a subject to regard action on any decision they take to satisfy a want with an object that can satisfy that want as the necessary and sufficient condition of its satisfaction, they must regard their decision as independent of anyone else's permission or instruction, and regard themselves as entitled to prevent anyone else from taking or depleting it. In other words, they must take themselves to have an exclusive claim to it. To assert an exclusive claim to an object is to have the will characteristic of a possessor. Hence, on Menger's account, the concept of a good presupposes the concept of a subject with the will of a possessor. Menger draws a further distinction between economic goods and non-economic goods. Economic goods, Menger says, are those goods whose available quantities fall short of requirements. 75 A shortfall gives subjects cause to make a coas 76 astohikof their wants to satisfy and whichof their wants to leave unsatisfied. As the quantities of an economic good fall short of requirements, all subjects, insofar as they behave economically, will want to appropriate any available quantity of it, if only to exchange it. Thus, no subject can be certain that they can satisfy a want that only an economic good can satisfy, if it is available for anyone to appropriate. If a subject has yet to appropriate it, others can be expected to want to do so first, to their exclusion. A subject can only be certain that they can satisfy a want with an economic good once they possess a sufficient quantity of it. It is only once a subject possesses an economic good, that is, appropriates it and asserts an exclusive claim to it, that they command it. Non-economic goods, by contrast, are those goods that are available in amounts that exceed everyone's want for them. 77 Due to natural abundance, water from a spring, or endless immaterial copying, open access software. As non-economic goods are abundant, each of an indefinite number of subjects may be certain that they can satisfy a want with a non-economic good even before each has possession of a sufficient quantity of it. Each of an indefinite number of subjects can be certain that they can satisfy a want with a non-economic good provided each is able, at will, to take possession of an amount that each regards as entirely sufficient for their wants. The amount that each subject can at will possess must be entirely sufficient. Menger says. Otherwise, human egoism, anticipating seizure and hoarding by others, will lead each to seize and hoard to the exclusion of others through possession. Besits 78 Turning the good into an economic good. But if a type of good is a non-economic good, it is available for anyone to appropriate in sufficient amounts. Its abundance ensures that each of an indefinite number of subjects is the sole decider of whether or not to satisfy a want of theirs that it can satisfy even before each possesses some sufficient amount of it. Insum an economica is possession because the conditions of is command are the conditions of possession. By contrast, a non-economic good need not exist as a possession. It is sufficient that it is available, and that there is a subject with the will to take possession of it. A non-economic good must at some point become a possession in the respect in which it is to be consumed as a good. But a non-economic good may exist as a good before it is possessed. The difference between an economic good and a non-economic good is that only the former presupposes that the object in question is already in a phase of possession. Good is not a suitable alternative expression or substitute for Marx's concept of use-value, therefore. Marx's concept of use-value, unlike the concept of a good, does not presuppose that a useful object is ever in any respect in a phase of possession. Visitors to a public gallery consume its works as use values by viewing them. But they do not act as if they did not require anyone else's permission to view them. They do not treat them as goods. If a monk regards their eating a particular portion of food as conditional on no starving person happening along who just now needs that food for immediate survival. 79 Then, when they eat it, they consume it as a use value, but not as a good. Even if it is true that there are goods and services in all forms of social production. 80 It is not true that all means of production and all means of consumption in all forms of production are goods. It is not goods that take the form of commodities offered for exchange on the market. 81 But use values. Indeed, Menger's Principles of Economics has no equivalent term for Marx's concept of use value. For Menger, use value is a species of value, a subject's esteem for an economic good. 82 For Menger, use value and exchange value express, respectively, a subject's esteem for an economic good in regard to its consumption or exchange. 83 Going by Menger's principles of economics, the discipline of economics takes inventory what capital calls its value. It studies possessed wheel tonly. Relatedly, if economics takes inventory what capital calls use value, it can take no interest in any further concept that incorporates this concept. It can take no interest in Marx's concept of the commodity, if a commodity is a use value produced for exchange in a form of society characterized by generalized production for exchange, and whose value is determined by socially necessary labor time, and it can take no interest in Marx's concept of money or capital, if these concepts presuppose Marx's concept of the commodity. 84 The commodity form can, however, be used to explain the attraction of the concept of an economic good, if the commodity form can explain money, and money generates acquisitiveness. 85 Two objects, each of which can be used to obtain the same value in exchange, are equally good from the point of view of acquisition. Accordingly, a product and a non-product, a reproducible and a non-reproducible, are all equally good from the point of view of acquisition, just in case they can all be used to obtain the same value in exchange. Acquisitiveness must therefore encourage any economic good, a product or a non-product, a reproducible or a non-reproducible, to be traded. If, by explaining money, the commodity form can explain acquisitiveness, it can explain the attraction of a concept designed to capture all expressions of acquisitiveness, whether they take the form of trading a product or a non-product, a reproducible or a non-reproducible. It can therefore explain the attraction of the concept of an economic good. The concept of an economic good allows maximizing behavior to be postulated on the part of individual agents at the same time as it satisfies what Lukács calls the abstract formal 86 need to subsume all possible objects of exchange under a single term. Suppose that the commodity form can explain the attraction of the concept of an economic good in the manner just outlined, and that economics can take no interest in Marx's concept of the commodity, because economics lacks the concept of use value. If economics lacks the concept of the commodity, which, as a general form of wealth, explains the attraction of its most fundamental concept, economics cannot comprehend the conditions of applicability of its concepts to capitalism. Indeed, even if economics could take an interest in Marx's concept of the commodity, a commodity would appear as one just type of economic good among others, and so is incapable of explaining the phenomenon of economic goods in general. This derivation of the concept of an economic good from the commodity form is one example consistent with Lukács's broader claim that in respect of each individual socialski insane modern capitalism, its own concrete underlying reality lies methodologically and in principle outside its grasp. 87 The derivation of the concept of an economic good from the commodity form also provides an opportunity to correct the characterization of commodity form philosophy in the remark, economism, understanding capitalism entirely from the commodity form. 88 In reading Capital, Etienne Balibar describes economism as a type of approach which claims precisely to reduce all the non-economic instances of the social structure purely and simply to reflections, transpositions of phenomena of the economic base. 89 Commodity form philosophy is not a type of economism, for it does not claim that the unity of its explanations is provided by an economic base. It is committed to denying that an economic base could serve as a unifying explanans for various non-economic spheres. If capitalism and its discipline of economics are understood entirely from the commodity form, then this understanding cannot be provided by anything aptly termed economism. The questions of economics, posed with the aid of the concept of an economic good, are not the questions posed by commodity form philosophy. Having distinguished Marx's concept of the commodity, use value with the power of general exchangeability determined by socially necessary labor time, from the concept of an economic good, a possessed object of esteem that is only available in quantities that fall short of requirements, it is possibly, finally, to say why the former must provide the most basic concept of a study of capitalism that proceeds from the view that generalized production for exchange is the simplest feature of the capitalist form of wealth. The test is, which conception of the total social product ensures that the presuppositions of generalized production for exchange are satisfied: a total social product of commodities, or a total social product of economic goods. One presupposition of generalized production for exchange is that different types of product are produced. There would be no cause to exchange products if they were all of the same type. By implication, a further presupposition is that human beings have wants for different types of product. There would be no cause to exchange any type of product if human beings had no want for it. This further presupposition is well-founded, both because human beings cannot even meet all their vital needs, eating, drinking, shelter from the elements, etc., with the same type of use value, and because the exchange of use values itself leads wants to expand. Thus, a conception of the total social product only ensures that the presuppositions of generalized production for exchange are met if it presupposes subjects who have wants for different types of product. How then do the conceptions of a total social product in terms of commodities or economic goods fare by this criterion? To say that the total social product is comprised of commodities is to presuppose that it is all exchangeable. A commodity is defined by the power of general exchangeability. Products are not generally exchangeable, however, if they are all use values of the same type. So, if the total social product is comprised of commodities, we must suppose that it is comprised of different types of commodities, that answer to different wants. To conceive of the total social product as comprised of commodities is adequate to generalized production for exchange, because both total commodification of the social product and generalized production for exchange presuppose subjects who have wants for different types of product. Now imagine that the total social product is comprised of economic goods. Economic goods are goods that economic subjects compete to possess, and use economically. Accordingly, if the labor of producing a type of economic good is undesirable, the total social product could have economic goods character. Despite consisting entirely of one type of product. 90 All economic subjects would still compete for its possession, and use it economically, because no economic subject passes up the chance to avoid the toil of producing it. But if so, a total social product of economic goods does not ensure that the presuppositions of generalized production for exchange are met. It does not presuppose subjects who have wants for different types of product. By focusing on the total social product, it is possible to show why Marx's concept of the commodity, and not the concept of an economic good, is fit for use as the most basic concept in a study of the capitalist form of wealth. 4. Use values, goods, and duties to the whole. A duty to the whole is the name given here to a principle that establishes a duty but no right. A proponent of commodity form philosophy can appeal to duties to the whole, and, inter alia, enforceable duties to the whole, while an economist cannot. Before defending these claims, and offering some evidence for thinking that Marx appealed to duties to the whole, and that it is permissible for a Marxist project to do so, it is necessary to give a fuller account of a duty to the whole. A duty to the whole is a duty underpinned by the value of a property of a group or society, which does not give any individual member an unconditional advantage, and is owed to all members in good standing. 91 Some examples of possible duties to the whole are: a duty to ensure access to the workings of government institutions, 92 a duty to ensure access to public facilities, a duty to preserve cultural relics, a duty to protect endangered species, a policy of solidarity, and a duty not to act on maxims reinforced by systems that fail a system-level universalisability test. If the name for a society in which individuals have no rights is Nowheresville, 93 duties to the whole can exist in Nowheresville. But they can also exist in a society whose legal code includes rights. Duties that are not owed to a particular individual are sometimes called impersonal duties. 94 The term duties to the whole is preferred here, for two reasons. First, the term impersonal duty does not make it clear that an impersonal duty is impersonal in virtue of whom it is owed to. Second, it is better, if possible, to describe those to whom a duty is owed in positive terms. The term duty to the whole indicates that the duty is owed to all members of a whole, rather than simply denying that it is owed to a particular individual, which would be consistent with thinking it was owed to a god. To say that a duty is underpinned by the value of a property of a group or society is to deny that it is underpinned by the value of a property of an individual. A whole may possess a property not possessed by any of its parts taken individually. The valuing of that property is then irreducible to the valuing of a property of an individual. It is valued as an aspect of the group or society, or perhaps even as an aspect of the human species. One implication of being underpinned by the value of a property of a whole is that an enforceable duty to the whole may be claimed by any member. To claim a right or duty is to report an instance of its violation to a competent legal instance, such as a court, with the power of ordering or applying coercive sanctions. While only the allegedly defamed individual can bring a claim of defamation before a court, any member of society in which there is, say, an enforceable duty to the whole not to make law inconsistent with the Constitution, may bring the matter of the constitutionality of a law before a court. 95 To say that a duty to the whole gives no individual an unconditional advantage is to say that it gives no individual an advantage that can only be waived or withdrawn on their say-so, or on the say-so of their designated representative. An unconditional advantage may consist of the enjoyment of a right to a thing, as when A has a right of private property, an out obligation as when A is owed a service by B, or a capacity to create a new legal relation, as when A is entitled to marry. The concept of a duty to the whole is not exhausted by the criterion of the lack of an unconditional advantage, however. It is necessary but not sufficient. B's obligation to perform a service gives A an unconditional advantage if B service is owed to A and only A can release B from that obligation. But if even A cannot release B, B's duty is not just forte treasonatu de tathuhal. If B has a moral duty to care for a sick relative who is not morally permitted to release B from that duty, B's duty is not just for that reason a duty to the whole. It has yet to be shown that B's duty is underpinned by the value of a property of a whole. Finally, to say that a duty to the whole is owed to all members in good standing is just to say that it is owed to all members of the whole who abide by it and who are not implicated in its violation. A thief, or someone who puts others up to stealing, may not complain if others steal, and those who commit acts of terror, or who bear some responsibility for causing others acts of terror by unjustifiable actions of their own, may not complain if others commit acts of terror. 96 The same applies in the case of the violation of a duty to the whole. As it is the value of a property of a whole that is contravened, all members of this whole are initially counted in as members to whom a duty is owed. Members not in good standing are then discounted. Thus liberal language of special and general grievance. 97 Issue by avoided. A special grievance is a grievance specific to a particular individual, a general grievance is a grievance not specific to a particular individual. Special grievance can describe a grievance of a particular individual resulting from a violation of their unconditional advantage regardless of how they behave. But by the above criterion of lack of hypocrisy as a condition for being counted in as a member to whom a duty to the whole is owed, theft of public property in a world in which only one individual does not steal public property would also, if this language were adopted, have to be taken to generate a special grievance, despite the fact that no unconditional advantage need be violated by the act of stealing public property. Avoidance of the language of special and general grievance helps to preserve the distinction between these two issues, the absence of an unconditional advantage, and the lack of hypocrisy as a condition for being counted in as a member to whom a duty is owed. We now defend the claim that commodity form philosophy, unlike economic thought, can appeal to a duty to the whole. What needs to be shown is that the concept of use value enables appeal to a duty to the whole, while the concept of an economic good cannot underpin such appeal. Consider, first, the relation of private property rights to the concept of an economic good. If A is the private property owner of X, A is entitled to use X as A pleases, so long as A's use of X does not interfere with others' rights, or the conditions of public order, and others have a duty not to interfere. A's liberty to use X subject to these constraints cannot be diminished without A's say-so, and no one other than A can waive A's claim against others who interfere. A private property owner of a car is entitled to drive it on the roads, but not to run someone over, and they may be required by officials and in certain circumstances to produce a driver's license as a condition. No one may stop them driving it at a certain time, unless they have hired it out to someone else, and no one but them can release another from a liability to pay damages if they slash its tires. If A is the private property owner of X, A is thereby entitled to treat X as an economic good. A is entitled to treat their will to use X to satisfy a want of theirs as the necessary and sufficient condition of its satisfaction, for any want whose satisfaction does not interfere with others' rights, or the conditions of public order. A private property owner of a car is entitled to treat their will to use it to drive about as the necessary and sufficient condition of the satisfaction of their want to drive about. By contrast, someone under a duty in respect of an object is not thereby entitled to treat it as a good. To abide by a duty in respect of an object is to abide by a prohibition to treat it, or not to treat it, in some way, and hence not to satisfy a want with it, just as and when one decides. So, if all subjects have nothing but duties in respect of an object, for example, nothing but a duty to preserve a provision to ameliorate a natural disaster predicted to affect a future generation, that object lacks goods character. No subject commands it. In sum, if the total social product is conceived of as entirely comprised of economic goods, the only arguments that can be advanced about duties in respect of products are arguments about duties with correlative rights. Now consider the relation between duty and use value. If the total social product is conceived of as entirely comprised of use values, it is possible to imagine that everyone has nothing but a duty in respect of some use values, for example, nothing but a duty to preserve provisions to ameliorate future natural disasters, or nothing but a duty to preserve the means of consumption held in a public fund awaiting distribution in accordance with a principle. Such objects are use values, that is, means to satisfy human wants, even though they are not goods, at least during a certain phase of their existence, as no subject is in command of them. If the total social product is conceived of as entirely comprised of use values, it is possible to advance arguments that appeal to duties to the whole in respect of products. Commodity form philosophy, by distinguishing use value from value, and attending solely to use value, has the conceptual means to propose a duty to the whole-based principle. Economic thought, by contrast, founded on the concept of an economic good, does not. One feature of commodity form philosophy, as opposed to economic thought, is that it can conceive of duties to the whole. If commodity form philosophy can conceive of duties to the whole, it can conceive of a society whose fundamental principle is a duty to the whole. Marx's critique of the Gotha program refers to a narrow, bourgeois horizon of right. 98 in some contexts. To refer to a narrow, bourgeois horizon of right might simply be to say that rights are not sufficient for a good life, as when it is said that the poor, or the illiterate, who have the same rights as everyone else, but little power to exercise them, cannot enjoy the good life. Marx's critique of the Gotha program is not one of these contexts, however. Its use of the phrase follows a criticism of the principle of right, or what right is in its nature. 99 To refer to a narrow, bourgeois horizon of right following a criticism of the principier nature if right is to say that the good society will adopt a non-rights-based principle as a more fundamental principle than any principle of right at Merton. For in the company of a more fundamental non-rights-based principle, a non-fundamental role for a principle of right cannot prejudice the claim that the horizon of right has been surpassed. This suggestion is supported by the fact that Marx's reference to a narrow, bourgeois horizon of right occurs in the course of envisioning a developed communist society defined by a policy of solidarity, which is a duty to the whole. The fundamental principle of developed communism is, from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs. 100 Only a fundamental principle would be rounded off with an exclamation mark, or introduced as a principle that communist society will write on its flag. 101 In content, it is a principle of solidarity in respect of need. The concept of solidarity originates from the Roman legal concept of obligation in solidum. Everyone assumes responsibility for anyone who cannot pay his debt, and he is conversely responsible for everyone else. 102 If X equals a disadvantage, and Y equals action to redress that disadvantage, the principle of solidarity is, if any member of a group acquires X, each member has a duty to perform Y, if they can assist. All we then need to add, to get to the fundamental principle of developed communism, is to assume that non-satisfaction of a need is a disadvantage. The corresponding principle of solidarity in respect of need says, if any member of society has an unsatisfied need, each member has a duty to produce its object, if they can. But that is precisely what the principle from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs, dictates. In Marx's vision, the basic principle of developed communism is a principle of solidarity in respect of need. 103 A duty of solidarity, in respect of need, is a duty to the whole if, I, the value of acting in solidarity rests in part on a decision by the whole to adopt it as a policy, and, 2, the redress of severe disadvantage has priority over the redress of less severe disadvantage. For if, I, is true, the value of acting in solidarity to redress a disadvantage rests in part on the value of a property of society, that a decision has been made to adopt a policy of solidarity, in respect of need. Further if, 2, is true their dress of a disadvantage suffered by union individual is conditional on the non-exhaustion of society's capacity to redress more severe disadvantages. If A is stricken with an extremely pressing need, then, by 2, A's need enters the queue of needs to be satisfied ahead of B's less pressing need, which might, depending on material conditions, go unmet, for a while, as a consequence. As the fundamental principle of developed communism is a duty of solidarity in respect of need, which is a duty to the whole, Marx has a good reason, in this context, to suggest that developed communism surpasses the horizon of right. Developed communism surpasses the horizon of right, because its fundamental principle is a duty to the whole. Any principle of right that remains cannot prejudice the claim that the horizon of right has been surpassed. 104 In Marx's vision of the good society, the horizon of right is surpassed because a growth in productive power and the transformation of productive activity into the prime need of life. 105 allows a duty to the whole to be adopted as the fundamental principle. Nor is a policy of solidarity in respect of need the only duty to the whole that Marx affirms. Having condemned Heliancy of Anarchist Synth International Working Men's Association on the grounds that to achieve its ends, it does not recoil from any means, Marx adds, to combat all these intrigues, there is just one means, but it has a devastating effect, the most complete publicity. 106 A duty to ensure to the members of an organization the greatest possible access to its workings is a duty that rests on the value of members' education in its processes, and on the value of their scrutiny. It is also a duty that, like the duty to ensure public access to court proceedings, gives no particular individual an unconditional advantage. 107 If there are duties to the whole, then, contrary to Rawls, people can suffer from a greater liberty. 108 To say that people cannot suffer from a greater liberty is to imply that there can be no reason not to treat liberty as a good that may be restricted only for the sake of liberty itself. 109 It suggests that there is no reason not to ensure that for any X it is possible for each individual to have the right to do, everyone ought to have a right to X, subject only to the proviso that the package of rights each individual enjoys securely is to be the best overall. If there are duties to the whole, however, it is possible for people to suffer from a greater liberty. People will suffer from a lack of community if secure liberty is the sole component of any package that is to be the best overall. If there are duties to the whole, liberty is limited by something other than liberty. Suppose it were granted that it is possible for commodity form philosophy, unlike economic thought, to appeal to duties to the whole, that Marx appeals to duties to the whole, and that duties to the whole sustain a critique of contemporary liberal political philosophy. Some might still object that a Marxist project is required to acknowledge the impotence of normative appeals, that it is bound to study the forces developing within social reality, and not to propose ideals. The former formulation is suggested by Alan Wood's claim that Marx thought that all normative standards at odds with prevailing relations were socially impotent. 110 The latter captures Cohen's lament of Marx's obstetric conception of political practice. 111 An obstetric conception of political practice assumes that, on the occasion of dysfunctionality in a social form, the latter will have itself developed the means for its replacement, just as midwives deliver the form that develops. Within reality. 112 Cohen infers that Marxism must present itself as the consciousness of a struggle within the world, rather than as a set of ideals proposed to the world. 113 Thus, both Wood and Cohen could accept Elster's gloss on Marx's remark in the Civil War in France that workers have no ideals to realize. 114 For Elster, this remark suggests that, for Marx, the class struggle is in no way moved by normative considerations. 115 Yet Marx's remark reads, they the working class JF have no ideals to realize, but to set free elements of the new society with which old collapsing bourgeois society itself is pregnant. 116 This remark does not say that the working class has no ideals to realize. It says that the working class can have but a kind of ideal to realize. To use this remark as evidence that a Marxist project must hold that workers have no ideals to realize, it would first be necessary to deny that any principles tentatively exhibited in or suggested by the struggle that workers must already have waged for bourgeois society to be faced with collapse belong to the elements that workers may seek to set free. In other words, it would first be necessary to deny that a Marxist project could here employ the lesson that Marx reports having learnt from reading Hegel in 1837, look for the idea in reality itself. 117 Capitalism may develop the means for its replacement in part because principles for organizing a new society are exhibited in or suggested by struggles prompted by its dysfunctionality. In that case, an obstetric conception of political practice can affirm normative principles. But if an obstetric conception of political practice can affirm normative principles, principles that condemn prevailing relations need not be impotent. Normative principles are impotent if they are too demanding, or if they require but lack the backing of a form of sanction. But normative principles exhibited in or suggested by organized struggles need be neither. Marx defines the goal of revolution, communist society, by the necessary solidarity of the free development of all. 118 And Marx claims that solidarity is a fundamental principle of the international. The revolution must display solidarity. 119 This combination of thoughts solidarity is displayed in, and a goal of, socialist revolution is prima facie evidence for taking Marx's project to combine the study of social reality with normative argument. It implies that the obstetricism objection proves too little. Obstetricism is compatible with normative commitment, while the impotence objection proves too much. If organized struggles cannot adopt principles to any degree, there is no hope for a communist society. The ambition of combining the two types of argument need not compromise the Marxist pedigree of commodity form philosophy. All it must take care to do is limit the applicability of duties to the whole in capitalism so that such duties do not make it easier for a group to defeat a goal to which it is committed, having justified such limits on the grounds that that group may not complain. 5. The commodity, dialectical contradiction, and real abstraction. One use of the argumentative figure of dialectical contradiction essential to commodity form philosophy is to describe the commodity. Marx emphasizes that the commodity is a dialectical contradiction in the first edition of Capital, at the end of Chapter 1. The commodity is an immediate unity of use value and exchange value, hence of two opposites. It is therefore an immediate contradiction. This contradiction must develop as soon as it is no longer observed analytically, as it has been up until now, at one time from the point of view of use value, and at another from the point of view of exchange value, but as a whole, actually related to other commodities. The actual relation of commodities to one another is their exchange process. 120. As argued above, use value and exchange value are opposites in respect of possession. Use value abstracts from possession, it is conceived in abstraction both from the assertion of possession over it, and from any want to acquire possession. Exchange value, on the other hand, presupposes possession in both respects. If A is to be able to offer, or offers, a commodity in exchange, A must be able to act, or acts, as if the only condition on another's receipt of it is whether A agrees to exchange it. A thereby asserts an exclusive claim to it. Moreover, A offers a commodity in exchange to acquire possession of a different commodity. In virtue of generalized production for exchange, use value and exchange, value also contain a characteristic of their opposite. Use values produced as commodities will tend to be consumed in forms that satisfy the want of a subject to know that a use value is theirs, or that it would be worth a lot to them if they were to exchange it. Theta house stamps, paintings, etc. area good investment. Exchange, value, on the other hand, will have to assume a materialitas suditoits realization in the act of exchange. A commodity is a dialectical contradiction, because use value is the opposite of exchange, value, in respect of possession, yet use value takes on a character of exchange value, a form that satisfies the want of a possessor, and exchange value takes on a character of use value, a materiality compatible with its realization in exchange. As Lukács puts it, use value and exchange value are in dialectical interaction. 121 A further dialectical contradiction in commodity exchange is emphasized by Adorno. Dialectic is a self-movement in oppositions. It is unthinkable without the moment of reflection, that is, without the moment in which a thing becomes its own otherness by virtue of its consciousness of itself. Since it can only reflect itself in its otherness in consciousness, one cannot take the moment of subjectivity or reflection away from dialectic. Marx J.F. traces everything back to the exchange process, or rather to the shape of abstraction lying in the exchange process itself, for in exchange, what is qualitatively distinct is reduced to a common denominator, to the equivalent form, as Marx calls it. Through this implicit moment of reflection in the exchange process, the assumption of a dialectic makes good sense, which it immediately loses if it becomes a metaphysical principle hypostatist as an absolute. 122. Suppose A wants to acquire some amount of commodity X. To that end, A cannot offer to part with that same type of commodity in return. If A were to part with X in return for X, A couldn't anticipate the result of the exchange it obeen acquisition of X if A were to offer a lesser amount of X than A stood to receive. But if A were to offer a lesser for a greater amount of X, A's exchange partner, B, could not acquire whatever they want to acquire. A possessor of X cannot want to acquire in exchange a lesser amount of X than they already have. If B wanted to possess a lesser amount of X than they already had, B would just dispose of some amount of X. A commodity exchange, in which two possessors acquire whatever they want to acquire, is thus an exchange of some amount of two qualitatively different types of commodity, X and Y. In commodity exchange, a possessor treats the commodity they offer in exchange as a value, by treating it as just a means to acquire whatever they want to acquire. Their treating it as just a means to acquire whatever they want to acquire presupposes that they offer it in a context of generalized exchange, in which they can acquire whatever they want to acquire. But then, by relating to their possession in the context of generalized exchange as a means to acquire whatever they want to acquire, each possessor is led to regard their prospective acquisition as a means for its possessor to acquire whatever that possessor wants to acquire. For in the context of generalized exchange, the other possessor must be assumed to have chosen to engage in this particular exchange. They must be assumed to engage in this particular exchange because this is an exchange in which they acquire whatever they want to acquire. What they offer, they, too, offer in order to acquire whatever they want to acquire. So, they, too, treat their possession as a value. Insofar as each commodity exchanger regards both their own possession, and that of the other, as just a means for its respective possessor to acquire whatever they want to acquire, the attitude of each, in respect of both commodities' power of general exchangeability, is consonant with the thought, X and Y are the same type of thing. 123 In short, commodity exchange presupposes that the commodities exchanged are qualitatively different piece of use value, bu title so ensures that in virtue of their qualitative difference, the commodities exchanged are regarded by their exchangers as qualitatively homogeneous in respect of their power of general exchangeability. More can be said, however, about what Adorno terms the shape of abstraction lying in the exchange process itself. 124 As Adorno notes, abstraction need not only denote the disregard of known sensible qualities, as with commodity exchangers' disregard of the known qualitative differences between their respective commodities in regarding them as values. Abstraction may also denote isolation from qualities that are yet to be known. T Concept of the abstract in Hegel sometimes means just the opposite of what it means in everyday language, namely, that which is isolated, i.e. that which is not yet so reflected in itself that, in virtue of this reflection in itself, in virtue of this unfolding of its inherent contradiction, it knows itself in its relation to the whole. 125. Commodity exchange is also characterized by an abstraction in this second sense. Commodity exchangers treat one another in exchange as if the other is just the future possessor of what they part with. A treats B as if B were just the future possessor of what A parts with, and the same goes for B. For either to treat the other as anything more than that, conditions would have to be attached to the future use of what the other stood to receive. Yet that would undermine the acquisitive purpose of the exchange. The commodity parted with would no longer be a means to acquire whatever its possessor wanted to acquire, but only a means to acquire what could be acquired from someone willing to accept those conditions. In reflection on the result of their exchange, however, each commodity exchanger knows that it is not in fact the case that the other is just a possessor of what they have parted with. Each knows that the other has acquired a particular type of possession that can only be used in a further action or transaction, and hence that the other has a further end to pursue beyond the exchange that they conclude with them. This second abstraction has the structure of what is here called a real abstraction. 126. An interaction exhibits a real abstraction if and because it requires at least one actor to treat or be treated by another as if X is the case, and yet, by virtue of that very interaction, it belongs to that actor's stock of experiences that X is not the case. In regard to this interactional conception of real abstraction, it would be correct to say, as Ritzert claims, that what is real about these processes of abstraction seems to be that they are performed by the actors themselves, in the course of their actual acts of exchange, consciously or unconsciously. They are not first construed from the perspective of an observer. 127. As Ritzert says, an abstraction is real, if and because it is exhibited by the action of a participant in an interaction. But a participant's perspective is not only what makes a real abstraction real. It is also what makes it an abstraction. The action must abstract from something that a participant can become aware of, in virtue of the interaction to which it belongs. The concept of real abstraction is underspecified, therefore, in the statement, abstractions are real in that they are not merely mental generalizations, concepts, but are continually produced through social practices. 128. For this begs the question, for whom is a real abstraction an abstraction? On this interactional conception of real abstraction, an absence of real abstractions in a system of interactions with a strong self-reinforcing dynamic is a condition for freedom. For otherwise, what actors can learn from their interactions may lead them to a judgment that remediation is required that cannot be incorporated within that system. In History and Class Consciousness, Lukács suggests that the problem of dialectic is solved if a subject can move in a self-created world whose a conscious shapitis, whilst at the same time the validity of the world confronts it in its full objectivity. 129. This statement implies that the capacity to respond to overcome real abstractions is a condition for freedom. If the system of capitalist production generates real abstractions, it falls short in this respect. 6. Antinomies of the commodity form. Even if there were no such thing as dialectical thinking, as Cohen suggests 130, it would still not follow that Marxism has no valuable commitments that extend beyond what Hegel's Encyclopedia Logic calls thinking as understanding, which stops short at the fixed determinacy and its distinctness vis-a-vis other determinacies. 131. Commodity form philosophy also makes use of the argumentative figure of antinomy. The first author to insist on the connection between Marx's analysis of the commodity form and the argumentative figure of antinomy was Lukács. In History and Class Consciousness, Lukács claims that the thing in itself antinomies of Kant's philosophy are but the greatest and most profound intellectual expression of those antinomies that underlie the being of bourgeois society. Dem Sander Bürgerlichen Gesellschaft. 132. For Kant, antinomies define human reason. Yet here Lukács insists that antinomies define the capitalist social world, and that its antinomies shine a critical perspective on Kant's philosophy. At issue, here, is merely the former claim. In this book, antinomy denotes an oscillation of thought or will between two incompatible assertions that leave no middle ground and appear to be valid, each of which rests on the same premise, S, at least one of which is false. 133 This conception of antinomy has two features, a. Two incompatible assertions that leave no middle ground, b. The appearance of validity resting on the same premise, S, one or more of which is false. An antinomy is an antinomy of the commodity form if, c. The commodity form explains the acceptance of the premises. These features are now elaborated and defended. A. Two incompatible assertions that leave no middle ground. Two assertions are incompatible if they are contradictory opposites, or if they imply a contradictory opposition. A contradictory opposition describes the relation between the statements S is P, and S is not P. The statements the rose is red and the rose is not red are contradictory opposites. The statements the rose is red and the rose is entirely yellow imply a contradictory opposition. For the latter statement, the rose is entirely yellow, implies the rose is not red, which is the contradictory opposite of the rose is red. On the view taken here, an antinomy does not require an affirmation in the thesis, and its contradictory negation in the antithesis, as some Kant scholars have insisted. 134. The requirement for two assertions to imply a contradictory opposition is shown up by a problem that arises for a conception of antinomy that lacks it. This problem is that, if no contradictory opposition is implied between thesis and antithesis, neither the false common premise nor the thesis and antithesis will have the appearance of validity that an antinomy also requires. The problem is illustrated by Cogin Karitani's interpretation of capital. According to Karitani, in the manner of Kant Marx points ut antinomy. 135 More specifically, capital is said to identify an antinomy which exposes the fact that both thesis and antithesis are nothing more than optical delusions. 136 The evidence that Karitani presents for this claim is inadequate, however. Karitani claims that Marx identifies an antinomy of this type when he says, on the one hand, that surplus value, for industrial capital, cannot be attained in the process of production in itself, and, on the other hand, that it cannot be attained in the process of circulation in itself. 137 The propositions Karitani reports here are not contradictory opposites, nor do they imply a contradictory opposition. So, as yet, there is no warrant to refer to them as a thesis and an antithesis. The only way to take two propositions that do not imply a contradictory opposition to rest on a common false premise is to trace their assertion to the acceptance of a seemingly indubitable disjunctive premise, and to argue that that premise is false. In this case, the premise would have to be, surplus value must be attained either in production in itself or in circulation in itself. But no premise of the form either solely in X or solely in Y for any X and Y which can be conceived as parts of a whole, can have an indubitable appearance. No premise can seem indubitable if it suggests possible options that it excludes, and any premise of this form suggests and excludes a third possibility that combines X and Y. The disjunctive premise in this case cannot seem indubitable because its disjunction suggests and excludes the possibility that surplus value may be attained in the total process of production and circulation. More generally, as a premise will not seem indubitable if it is a disjunctive premise whose disjunctions are not contradictory opposites, any conception of an antinomy that does not require two assertions to imply a contradictory opposition will not satisfy, b. either. While it is necessary for two assertions to imply a contradictory opposition, it is not sufficient. It is also necessary that they leave no middle ground. In other words, the notion of an antinomy between two poles 138 or extremes is in principle denied. There can be no middle ground between two theses that are contradictory opposites. There is no middle ground between the world has a beginning and the world has no beginning. So, the requirement for no middle ground is satisfied by any antinomy whose thesis and antithesis are contradictory opposites. But to say that two assertions must leave no middle ground between them is to impose a further condition, if all that is required thus far is that thesis and antithesis must imply a contradictory opposition. A contradictory opposition is implied by the claims, utility ought to be maximized and utility ought to be minimized. If utility ought to be minimized, then utility ought not to be maximized. But there is some middle ground between these two extremes. It is possible to assert that a satisfactory level of utility, somewhere between maximum and minimum, ought to be sought. To require two incompatible assertions that leave no middle ground is a less strict view of the relation between the two theses of an antinomy than the view that requires them to be contradictory opposites. But even this less strict view excludes two claims that are opposite extremes from forming the thesis and antithesis of an antinomy. On the present view, the thesis and antithesis of an antinomy could be provided by the claims: the pursuit of maximum utility ought not to be limited and the pursuit of maximum utility ought to be limited. But this is a case with which those who take the view that the thesis and antithesis of an antinomy must be contradictory opposites would be satisfied. To illustrate the difference between this view and the view defended here, what is needed is an example of two incompatible assertions that leave no middle ground, but which are not contradictory opposites. Marx offers an example in Capital when he refers to an antinomy of right against right. 139 No middle ground is left between two rights that are rights to states of affairs that are contradictory opposites. There is no middle ground between a right to the presence of something, a right to a limit on the working day, and a right to its absence, a right to no limit on the working day. But although these rights leave no middle ground, they are nonetheless not contradictory opposites. The contradictory opposite of one right is the absence of that right, not the presence of another antagonistic right. The thesis and antithesis of an antinomy need not be contradictory opposites, if they may consist in the assertion of rights to states of affairs that are contradictory opposites. As we shall see, this point is essential to the genius of Capital's antinomy passage. The requirement for two incompatible theses that leave no middle ground is less strict than the requirement for two theses that are contradictory opposites. From an interpretive perspective, the laxer view is not only unobjectionable but mandatory, just to affirm that what Capital identifies as an antinomy is indeed an antinomy. If Marx were of the stricter view, he would not describe this conflict of right against right as an antinomy. He would either seek to demonstrate an antinomy of right against no right, or else not invoke the argumentative figure of antinomy. The laxer view raises no problem from a substantive perspective, either. It is sufficient to ensure that an antinomy can betray a common false premise. Whether two theses are contradictory opposites, or imply a contradictory opposition and leave no middle ground, either way, the awareness that a common premise licenses them both must call that common premise into question. The reason why two incompatible assertions may not leave any middle ground is that a lack of middle ground is a condition for an oscillation of thought or will between them. For there to be an oscillation of thought or will between two positions, it cannot appear to be the case that there is a third option different from them both. But for any two positions that leave some middle ground, a third option will appear available. No two positions that leave some middle ground can share a premise with an appearance of validity on which they exhaust the possible outcomes. The disjunctive premise either maximize x or minimize x cannot seem indubitable, because it suggests and excludes the possibility of neither maximizing nor minimizing x. Like two assertions that do not imply a contradictory opposition, two assertions that leave some middle ground will not satisfy, b. either. b. The appearance of validity resting on the same premise, s, at least one of which is false. Two incompatible assertions both have an appearance of validity if, on acceptance of a seemingly indubitable premise or premises, an equally good proof can be offered for each. In each case, it must be possible to state the proof in the form of an argument that thematizes and reasons from a premise in the proof of the other assertion. Hence the argumentative figure of antinomy extends beyond what Hegel called t-hinking as understanding, which stops short at the fixed determinacy and its distinctness vis-a-vis other determina. Cs. 140 It is not necessary, however, for the proofs to be convertible into the form of modus tollens proofs, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, to present both proofs in the form of modus tollens proofs. The thesis and the antithesis must be contradictory opposites. But, according to the argument for a, an antinomy does not require a thesis and antithesis that are contradictory opposites. If an antinomy merely requires two incompatible theses that leave no middle ground, the proofs may not be convertible into the form of Modustolin's proofs. An equally good proof can be offered for two incompatible assertions if both proofs rest on the same premises. Yet, if two incompatible assertions can both be proven from the same premises, at least one of those premises must be false. If both assertions enjoy the appearance of validity, however, this common false premise cannot be a purely subjective error. It must be the result of an illusion, which remains even after a correct diagnosis. The requirement for two incompatible assertions to enjoy an appearance of validity distinguishes an antinomy from a tension between values. There is a tension between the values x and y. If x and y are equally desirable, some amount of each is indispensable. The more the one is realized, the less the other can be realized, and the maximum realization of the one excludes any realization of the other. 141. A tension between values will generate some cases where only one value, x or y, can be upheld, although either way, the result is equally desirable. But a tension between values stops short of an antinomy. If in a given case of tension between values, the value of upholding x is worth plus 2 in respect of x but minus 2 in respect of excluding y, while the value of upholding y is worth plus 2 in respect of y but minus 2 in respect of excluding x, then the overall scores for both options is 0. But the fact that both options score equally does not mean that the arguments for each option reason to their conclusion from a premise in the other side's argument, or that any premise of either argument is false, or that any premise is accepted on account of an illusion. Where there is a tension between values, some balance of both values is presumably to be affirmed. A tension between values therefore sets no radical learning process in train. By contrast, an antinomy is resolved by revealing a seemingly indubitable common premise to be false, so that both thesis and antithesis must be rejected. As a result, actors will be led to question thoughts or actions that rest on this premise, or to question the state of affairs that makes it seem indubitable. This has potentially radical consequences, if the common false premises or widespread assumption that actors in a specific form of society are led to make in a causally weighty context, or on account of its fundamental features. C. The commodity form explains the acceptance of the premises. Kant's Critique of Pure Reason examines the theoretical antinomy of reason in the section entitled Transcendental Dialectic. The theoretical antinomy of reason is a product of what Kant calls transcendental illusion. 142. According to Kant, transcendental illusion is that which leads us into the mistake of applying concepts to experience that do not apply to possible experience. The theoretical antinomy of reason arises because reason introduces the thought of the unconditioned into the thought of the totality of the series of conditions that make experience possible. 143. We either hold one object of possible experience to be unconditioned, or else we hold that the entire series of objects of possible experience is unconditioned. The theoretical antinomy of reason is exposed by demonstrating thought both views share a groundless presupposition. 144. The groundless presupposition is the assumption that the unconditioned can be given in experience at all. Antinomies of the commodity form rest on illusion-generating social conditions. In Capital Volume I, Marx writes that commodity exchange generates the objective semblance Gegenstand like in Schein 145 that products produced for exchange have value by nature. The power of general exchangeability is a power that products produced for exchange only have in virtue of the social relations of generalized production for exchange. But they appear to possess this power independently of these social relations. Commodities appear as zone of the natural forms of social life. 146. As a product's power of general exchangeability is only realized in exchange, it can only be expressed in terms of what it can acquire in exchange, another commodity. This form of expression suggests that a product produced for exchange owes its power of general exchangeability to the same coexistatohic theather commodity in which this power is expressed, owes all its other properties. It suggests that the power of general exchangeability is inherent to products as such. If generalized production for exchange is an essential aspect of the capitalist form of wealth, then the belief that products produced for exchange have value by nature is a characteristic illusion of capitalism. The illusion that products produced for exchange have value by nature generates a further, Antinomy producing illusion by virtue of the connection between value, possession, and self-ownership. 147 To offer a product in exchange is a mode of possession. If, therefore, commodity exchange generates the illusion that products produced for exchange have value by nature, this must impact on how possession is viewed. To assume that products produced for exchange have value by nature is to assume that the possessing subject is a natural human subjectivity. As the will of a possessor is to act in regard to an object independently of anyone else's instruction or permission, the will of a possessor presupposes the will of a person, that is, a will to act in regard to one's parts and capacities independently of anyone else's instruction or permission. The subjectivity of personhood is articulated in law as the subjectivity of self-ownership. So, to assume that products produced for exchange have value by nature is to assume that there is a natural connection between law and self-ownership. If the social origin of the possessing subject is not apparent, self-ownership must be thought of as a subjectivity of law that is without condition. The ambiguity in the thought of self-ownership as a subjectivity of law that is without condition can then generate antinomies. There is an ambiguity as to whether self-ownership is to be upheld as a subjectivity that is exercised in a given action, or as a subjectivity that is exercised in a series of actions. This helps to generate the rights antinomy in capitalist production. There is also an ambiguity between self-ownership as the recipient of legal protection, and as the author of the law. This gives rise to an antinomy between natural rights and popular authorization. Three features of the use of the argumentative figure of antinomy by commodity form philosophy may be highlighted. First, as regards origin, both the thesis and antithesis of an antinomy of the commodity form share a common false premise concerning a type of subjectivity generated by the commodity form. Second, in regard to proof, the proof is to be intelligible from the point of view of actors' own stock of experiences. All uses of the term antinomy unaccompanied by a clear statement of a thesis and an antithesis, together with both proofs, are formally incomplete. Third, in terms of resolution, any resolution must be discoverable by a type. If actor Wo asserts that the Ciceronta thesis of an antinomy of the commodity form. A resolution is found not by introducing a premise from a philosophical system, but solely from the resources provided by how actors are led to act as a result of their initial acceptance of the false premise of the antinomy. Chapter 4. Action. Marx offers no explicit philosophy of action, and only a few asides on social relations. But something may be said about action to reconstruct Marx's concept of a social relation. It is possible to connect what Marx implies about action to one of Marx's asides on social relations by drawing on Alfred Schutz's Phenomenology of the Social World, 1932, Der Sinnhafte Aufbau der sozialen Welt. This connection can then serve as a starting point in Chapter 5 for reconstructing Marx's concept of a social relation. In what is perhaps Marx's most interesting aside on social relations, from his economic manuscripts of 1861–63, Marx remarks, social relations only exist among human beings insofar as they think, and possess this capacity for abstraction from sensible sinnliche singularity and contingency. 1 What capital implies about action offers a way to defend this aside. For according to what capital implies, action exercises a capacity for abstraction from sensible singularity and contingency. If action exercises the capacity for abstract thinking that human beings must possess and use for social relations to exist, a social relation can consist of actions. Section 1 examines capital's description of human labor for what it implies about action in general. Section 2 introduces Schutz's distinction between an in-order-to motive and a because motive. 2 Section 3 argues that only in-order-to motives can orient behavior, and Section 4 notes their future perfect form. Finally, Section 5 argues that it is in virtue of an in-order-to motive's future perfect form that action exhibits abstraction from sensible singularity and contingency. 3. 1 Capital's description of human labor. Capital Volume I offers a description of human labor that, according to Marx, applies independently of every determinate social form. 4 To describe human labor independently of every determinate social form is to describe those trans-historical features of human labor that remain constant regardless of changes in social form, such as the replacement of pre-capitalism by capitalism, or capitalism by socialism. Capital states. Here we take labor in the form in which it is the sole preserve of human beings. A spider performs operations that resemble those of a weaver, and a bee puts many a human architect to shame with its construction of cells of wax. But what distinguishes from the outset the worst architect from the best bee is that the architect has built the cells in their mind diesel in seinem Kopf gebaut hat before they build them in wax. The end of the labor process bears a result that was already present ideally, in the worker's imagination, at the beginning. They do not simply transform nature, they realize their purpose in it, a purpose they know, determining, in law-like fashion, the mode of their activity, and to which they must subordinate their will. 5. Statements that contrast facts about human beings with facts about animals provide one way for a theorist, such as Marx, whose writings largely concern historically specific types of society, to express and signal claims about transhistorica features of human life. An interspecies Kontrastendicität. The claim concerns human history in general. It marks the claim off from claims about specific periods of history only. But the contrastive statement need not be true in order for the part of the claim that concerns human beings to successfully identify a transhistorical feature of human life. If another species of animal were discovered to behave in such a way as to undermine Marx's contrast, the features in the contrast could not provide differentia specifica of human life. 6. The part of the contrastive statement that concerns human beings may still identify a transhistorical feature of human life, however. Nor is the existence or non-existence of a species of animal undermining any such contrast a reliable measure of the importance, to human life, of the transhistorical feature that the contrast identifies. At issue here is not whether Marx is right about animals, but whether what he says about human life, including what he says about human life through a true or false contrast with animals, identifies one or more transhistorical features of human life. In this respect, there are 3 points to note. One idea that Marx expresses here is that human labor is purposeful. 7. Humans do not simply effect a change in nature. They transform it in accordance with a purpose or goal that they must regard as their own. They conceive themselves as bringing about the future state of affairs they realize. A second point concerns the moment in time from which this goal is apparent. A producer anticipates the result of their work at the beginning, prior to any given phase of their course of action. It is an antecedent goal. During any given phase in the course of an action, a producer can experience their action as fulfilling or missing its aim, by comparing its actual course with what they recall of their goal. Third, a producer's antecedent goal has a future perfect form. Capital uses a perfective verb form, has built gebaut hat, in its example. The architect's course of action is oriented to realizing an antecedently projected state of affairs in which they will have built a construction, as distinct from an antecedently projected state of affairs in which theora bilden. Work is oriented to an antecedent vision of a future state of affairs in which an anticipated outcome is pictured. Even goal readeben achieved. Orientation to a goal requires the goal to be delimited, and delimitation is only provided by the thought of an end state in which a course of action has already ideally culminated. The third point is lost to readers of English translations of Capital. It is only communicated by virtue of Marx's verb form, and both the first English translation of Capital by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling as well as the later translation by Ben Fowkes replace Marx's perfective verb form with an imperfective verb form. The Aveling/Moore translation reads, "The architect raises his structure in imagination before he erects it in reality." 8. The Fowkes translation makes the same mistake with a different verb. The architect builds the cells in his mind before he constructs it in wax. 9. The verb form builds, like raises, is imperfective 10, whereas the verb form in the German editions of Capital, and in the French translation that Marx oversaw, a construct, 11 is perfective. The English translations do not just differ from the German and French editions of Capital. If what Marx writes in German and French is true, what the English translations state in his name is false. Work cannot be oriented to the antecedent vision of an ongoing occurrence, because orientation requires delimitation, and the thought of an ongoing occurrence lacks delimitation. Schutz's philosophy of action illuminates the importance of this point. 2. In order to motives and because motives. In an influential work in the philosophy of action, G. Anscombe proposes that we define intentional action in terms of language. The special question why. 12. Intentional action, in Anscombe's view, is behavior to which a certain sense of the question why is given application. The sense is of course that in which the answer, if positive, gives a reason for acting. Point 13. Schutz's phenomenological approach to the philosophy of action reveals a problem with this view. The question why can be answered so as to give a reason for acting by reporting one of two different types of motive, an in order to motive or a because motive, only one of which can orient behavior. Point 14. The in order to motive of an action is the future state of affairs that the actor expects their action to bring about. To discover an action's in order to motive, one asks, of all the various future events expected by the actor, which of them does the actor think their action will bring about? The in order to motive of, say, leaving the house, may be to go and see a friend. The because motive of an action, by contrast, is the pre-existing state of affairs that prompts the action. The because motive of an action is discovered by asking, of all an actor's various experiences, which of them does the actor see as bringing about their action? The because motive of leaving the house to go and see a friend could be a feeling of loneliness. HLA. Hart roughly restates Schutz's distinction between in order to motives and because motives when he distinguishes reason in the sense of sequence to which the action is a means. My reason for shutting the window was to keep out the cold, from reason in the sense of some circumstance given which the action functions as a means to such a desired consequence. My reason for shutting the window was that I felt cold. Point 15. As Hart's two uses of the word reason show, a why question can be answered so as to give a reason for acting by reporting either an in order to motive or a because motive. Ask a person who is shutting a window why, and one may receive either type of answer, in order to keep out the cold, or, because I feel cold. Before using this fact to challenge Anscombe's approach, one may note that the distinction between in order to motives and because motives does not rest on use of the corresponding phrases, in order to or because, in answering a why question. Indeed, the fact that a because phrase can be used to report both in order to motives and because motives is one reason that leads in order to motives and because motives to be confused with one another. To simplify, let it be stipulated that any why question that is answered so as to give a reason for acting may only be answered with phrases beginning in order to, or because. With that stipulation in place, a because motive A must be reported with a because phrase. A because phrase connects a given fact to a prior cause, while an in order to phrase connects a given fact to a future consequence. In the above case, the question why did you leave the house, can be answered so as to report a because motive by using the phrase, because I was feeling lonely. It could not be answered so as to report a because motive by using the phrase, in order to feel lonely. A parallel correspondence between motive and phrase does not hold for in order to motives, however. A why question can be answered so as to report an in order to motive without using an in order to phrase. The question why did you leave the house, can be answered so as to report an in order to motive by using either, in order to go and see a friend, or, because I am going to see a friend. In order to motives can be reported either with an in order to phrase or with a because phrase. An actor's choice of phrase, in order to phrase or because phrase, in reporting their in order to motive will depend on their perspective when reporting this motive. Point 16. In reporting an in order to motive, an actor can have one of two things in view: the future state of affairs that the action is to bring about, or, since that future consequence is already ideally present in their plan to bring that future state of affairs about. Depending on which of these two things the actor has in view, they will either choose an in order to phrase or a because phrase. Consider the factors that influence which of these two things an actor has in view. There are two types of context in which an actor who responds to a why question by reporting their in order to motive can have in view the future state of affairs their action is to bring about. An actor can have this future state of affairs in view if, at the time of their response, their action has yet to bring their in order to motive about. The future state of affairs that provides their in order to motive then lies in the future, and can be viewed as such in responding to the question. Second, an actor can have this future state of affairs in view after having completed their action, provided the question, or other accompanying circumstance, invites the actor to take some moment in time during the course of the action as their point of reference. Faced with the question, "Why did you leave the house?" some circumstance may prompt the actor to picture themselves at the moment they left the house. With that point of reference, the actor can view the seeing of their friend, relative to the point in time at which they left the house, as lying in the future, even if they have already seen their friend. In each of these two types of context, an actor may report their in order to motive with an in order to phrase. They are looking at their action from the perspective of the future state of affairs it is to bring about. An in order to phrase connects a given fact to a future consequence, therefore, they use an in order to phrase to report this motive. An actor who answers the question, "Why did you leave the house?" by stating an in order to motive, and who has in mind the future state of affairs of seeing their friend, answers, "In order to see a friend." Within the perspective of having in view the future state of affairs their action is to bring about, the actor cannot report that in order to motive with a because phrase. The answer, "Because I am going to see a friend," would connect the course of action of going to see a friend back to the formulation of the plan to go and see them. Whether or not an actor finds themselves in either of these types of context, they are always also able to report their in order to motive from the perspective of looking back on their plan. Answering a question by reporting an in order to motive is only possible after an actor has at least formulated the plan to do something. So, if a question can be answered by reporting an in order to motive, there is always a plan to look back to. But if there is always a plan to look back to, an actor can always have that plan in view when they answer a why question by reporting an in order to motive. Suppose that an actor answers a why question by reporting their in order to motive when having their plan in view. When an actor has their plan in view, they can, with the above stipulation, must, use a because phrase. Only a because phrase connects the given fact, the course of action, to a prior cause, the plan. In response to the question, "Why did you leave the house?" they can answer, "Because I am going to see a friend." From within this perspective of having their plan in view, they cannot answer with an in order to phrase. An in order to phrase would connect the course of action to the future state of affairs to be brought about, not to the plan to bring it about. In summary, the choice of an in order to phrase or a because phrase when reporting an in order to motive is determined by the actor's perspective when reporting their motive. Which perspective any given actor adopts will depend on the point of time at which they answer, the terms of the question, and their attitude. From this analysis, it follows that any because phrase used to report an in order to motive can be converted into an in order to phrase. The conversion changes the perspective of the actor's report, but nothing more. The potential for conversion distinguishes because phrases that report in order to motives from those that report because motives. Because phrases that report because motives cannot be converted into in order to phrases, and state a motive, for a prior cause would then be presented as if it were an expected future consequence. Once the phrase, "because I was feeling lonely," is converted into the in order to phrase, "in order to feel lonely," it fails to state a motive of the actor who, because they are feeling lonely, leaves their house in order to see a friend. The analysis thus far has brought out 2 points. Firstly, actions have 2 distinct types of motive, in order to motives and because motives, even if both types of motive can be reported with a because phrase. Secondly, the choice of phrase for reporting an in order to motive is determined by the actor's perspective when reporting this motive. As the choice of phrase for reporting an in order to motive is not a reflection of the reported action, but a reflection of the perspective an actor adopts in making their report, and as this reporting phrase may fail to lay bare something about the reported action, namely, whether the reported motive is its in order to motive or because motive, it impedes the purpose of an analysis of action to adopt as one's starting point an actor's response to a why question. The impediment that this starting point represents will be compounded, moreover, if one of these 2 types of motive must be singled out from the other to examine a function that the one has but the other lacks. This is precisely the case, however, if only one of these 2 types of motive can orient action. 3. Orientation to an in-order-to motive. Having distinguished in-order-to motives from because motives, one question to ask is which type, S, of motive can orient action. Schutz raises this question in critical response to Max Weber's account of action in economy and society. Schutz accepts Weber's claim that action is meaningfully oriented. Point 17. Where Schutz sees a problem, however, is in Weber's claim that action can be oriented to some future or pre-existing meaningful state of affairs. This further claim is implied by Weber's statement that S-autheal action, including omissions and acquiescence, is oriented to the past, present or anticipated future behavior of others. Point 18. The argument for holding that an in-order-to motive can orient action is straightforward. To say that action has an in-order-to motive is to say that it is guided by an anticipated future state of affairs that the actor seeks to realize, however patchy and dim. The anticipated future state of affairs may be patchy, as when I ask somebody a question or set out to write a text without knowing what words I will use. It may be dim, because I may be more attentive to other aspects of my surroundings, or other actions, at the same time. But if action has an in-order-to motive, there is some anticipated state of affairs that it seeks to realize. A course of action is oriented to an in-order-to motive, therefore, because an actor seeks to realize the future state of affairs, however patchy and dim, that they expect their action to bring about, and in so doing realizes it, or fails to realize it. A because motive cannot orient action in exact lithesome way, for a because motive is not something that an actor seeks to realize. But the question remains as to whether a because motive can orient action in some other respect. A because motive, like any motive, can only orient action if it is, or at some stage was, evident to the actor, however. Any argument to the effect that a because motive can orient action is therefore faced with the problem that there is an asymmetry in regard to how an actor relates to a because motive, as compared to how they relate to an in-order-to motive. On the one hand, once a plan is formulated, an actor does not need to reflect on their because motive to retain their in-order-to motive. Once an actor has formulated the plan to go and see a friend, they do not need to be able to recollect that they are going to see them because they were feeling lonely to be able to continue to orient their action to the in-order-to motive of going to see them. On the other hand, an actor has no awareness of the because motive of an action independently of its in-order-to motive. To be linked back to a prior event in the past, action must be delimited. It is only possible to reflect on what caused a piece of action if it has already been singled out. But action can lib singled out if it is viewed as already completed, through an in-order-to motive. While attention to an in-order-to motive does not presuppose an awareness of a because motive, attention to a because motive does presuppose an awareness of an in-order-to motive. This asymmetry has the following consequence. To become aware of the because motive of their action, an actor must perform a mental act of directing their attention to it by mentally taking a step back from what they are doing, as already defined be an in-order-to motive. Point 19. Prior to mental shift bewick an actor takes a step back from what they are already doing and directs their attention to the because motive of their action. Their because motive cannot orient their action, for it is not evident. So, if a because motive is to orient action, that can only be because an actor's reflection on the because motive of what they are doing, as already defined by an in-order-to motive, can orient their action. The one possibility this suggests for how a because motive might orient action is for an actor to reflect on the because motive of their action, and alter their action mid-stride. To be sure, an actor can reflect on the because motive of their action, and alter their action mid-stride. But any modified action will be oriented to a new in-order-to motive, formulated in light of reflection on the because motive of the existing action. Suppose A has decided to go and see their friend, B. As A is leaving the house, A reflects that their because motive for going to see B is a feeling of loneliness. A's reflection on that because motive, in conjunction with A's awareness of their in-order-to motive, may prompt A to reconsider whether B is good company. If, in reconsidering their options, A decides to go and visit their neighbor, C, instead, A's behavior is now oriented to the in-order-to motive to go and visit their neighbor. At no point was it oriented to their feeling of loneliness. The finding that only in-order-to motives can orient action adds to the importance of distinguishing types of motive from types of reporting phrase. As argued above, there need be no correspondence between an in-order-to motive and the phrase used to report it. An in-order-to motive can be reported with an in-order-to phrase or a because phrase. A conversion test is needed to separate because phrases that report in-order-to motives from those that report because motives. Accordingly, if attention is absorbed by the similar ity of phrase, it is possible for because phrases reporting because motives to be assimilated to because phrases reporting in-order-to motives, and, as it is true that some because phrases, those that report in-order-to motives, can orient action for the former to be mistaken for motive est het orientation waving flag because theoresin accidenta het is offered as an exemplio of explaining something in terms of what it is for. 20 But people do not wave flags for making accidents ahead. Suppose a person decides to eat a sandwich because she is hungry, her action, in this case, is purposeful in the direct sense. 21 But the direct purpose of people who eat sandwiches is not to be hungry. Phenomenological analysis is required to uncover the source of the confusion. On this diagnosis, the fact that because motives are sometimes cited as if they orient actions, although they cannot orient actions, is explained by an ambiguity in because phrases, and, in addition, 2. The influence of philosophies of action that place undue emphasis on actors' responses to why questions. Because is sufficient to prompt the mistake and a fetcherif ordinary language, the confusion can be expected to arise in discussion of Marx's claims. Two cases are discussed in later chapters. 22. For the form of an in-order-to motive. If action is behavior oriented to an in-order-to motive, it is important, for an account of action, to pay special attention to the form of an in-order-to motive. 2 points that Schutz makes in regard to the form of an in-order-to motive are brought together with his claim that action is antecedently projected vorher entworfen. 23 First, an in-order-to motive is formed prior to the course of action. The antecedent character of an in-order-to motive accounts for the everyday fact that an actor experiences an action as realizing or not realizing its aim. They do so by comparing the course it has taken with what they recall of its in-order-to motive. For this experience to be possible during any given phase of a course of action, the in-order-to motive must be formulated prior to the course of action. Second, an in-order-to motive has a future perfect form. An in-order-to motive is only sufficiently determinate to orient behavior if it is delimited. An antecedent vision of a future state of affairs in which an actor will be Xing, where X stands for an activity, does not delimit the future so that an actor can be guided by it to complete the action. A sufficiently delimited anticipation of the future is only provided by the anticipation of a future end state. 24 That by a future point in time, the actor will have Xed. As an in-order-to motive requires delimitation to orient action, and is only delimited if it takes a future perfect form, it must take a future perfect form. 25 In-order-to motives, not objects of desire, must have a future perfect form. Listening to music is an action of mine if my behavior is oriented to the antecedent projection of having listened to music, even if listening to music is what I desire. My desire to listen to music, a because motive, prompts the formulation of an in-order-to motive that has the form of my having listened to music, to which my behavior is oriented. 5 Action and abstraction. The antecedent and future perfect form of an in-order-to motive raises a further question, the answer to which connects Capital's description of the antecedently projected form of human labor to Marx's aside, in his economic manuscripts of 1861–63, that social relations require the exercise of a capacity for abstraction from sensible singularity and contingency. 26 Considered separately both the antecedent and the future perfect form of an in-order to motive have a thyron ground. Its antecedents accounts for the fact that it is possible for an actor to experience a course of action as fulfilling or failing to fulfill its aim during any given phase of its course. Its future perfect form, on the other hand, provides the delimitation that orientation requires. Nevertheless, taken together, the antecedent and future perfect form of an in-order-to motive raises the following question. Under what condition is it possible for an actor to have an inkling of the future state of affairs that they expect their action to bring about as a state of affairs that they will have intentionally brought about, prior to embarking on the course of action to bring it about? The answer to this question can only be, on the condition that this expected future state of affairs is similar in type to that brought about by an action with which the actor is already familiar. It is only possible for an actor to project a future state of affairs as one that they will have intentionally brought about prior to any given phase of a course of action to bring it about if they can recall a similar type of action from their stock of experiences. Vorit von Erfarungen. Point 27. An actor's stock of experiences includes not just the actions they recall themselves as having performed, intended, or fantasized 28, but also the actions that they can recall relevantly similar others as having performed. Point 29. An actor's stock of experiences limits or conditions their action in several ways. It limits the imaginable future states of affairs that an actor can conceive themselves as being able to bring about, including those that they can conceive themselves as being able to bring about with others' cooperation. It also limits the means with which an actor can conceive themselves to bring about such future states of affairs. Further, it provides concepts with which to classify and evaluate the bringing about of future states of affairs or the means said to bring them about. Finally, an actor's stock of experiences conditions the span of an action. The span of the projection itself depends on the intermediary aims that are unquestionably given, and so pre-experienced, at the moment of the projection. Point 30. Particular means ends connections become unquestionably given through learning. Thelis. An actor needs to tend to the means for a given step, the greater their ability to antecedently project a type of completed action that reaches beyond that step. To adapt an example from Donald Davidson, writing down the letter C in the word action is not a separate action to that of writing down the letter A. 31 unless each of these hand movements of writing down letters is the action of a child who is learning how to spell. People who have learned how to spell do not antecedently project having written one letter, and then antecedently project having written down the next. They antecedently project having written a text, however patchy their projection of its content. To antecedently project a given action, and thus to perform it at all, an actor must recall a similar type of action from their stock of experiences. To recall an action, an actor must single out a delimited phase of experience from the irreversible stream of their experience. Insofar as that delimited phase of experience is singled out as similar to an action to be performed in the different context of here and now, it is recalled in an iterable form, that is, in the form, in situations like this, it is possible to do that. An antecedent projection of action is not only conditioned by what an actor can recall from their stock of experiences, therefore, it is also shaped by the iterable form of that recall. As Schutz puts it, the projection itself necessarily refers back to similar actions preceding the projected action. 32 More fully, every act of projection, anticipating self-explication, interprets the meaning being constituted in the projected action by relating it back, if rarely explicitly, in a synthesis of recognition, to previously executed actions of a similar kind, and identifying it with them. 33. In antecedently projecting an action, an actor implicitly recalls similar actions from their stock of experiences, in iterable form, and identifies their present action as an action of the same type, in what Schutz calls a synthesis of recognition. 34 The antecedent projection thereby categorizes the action as an action of a certain type. We are now in a position to say how Schutz's account of action as antecedently projected behavior, in the very respect in which it generalizes Capital's description of human labor, offers a way to defend Marx's remark that social relations only exist among human beings insofar as they think, and possess this capacity for abstraction from sensible singularity and contingency. 35 If a social relation consists of action, then an actor in a social relation abstracts from sensible singularity. 4. Through the visor of seeking to realize their antecedent projection, they engage with the social world as a world that is coming to include a certain type of future state of affairs. They also abstract from contingency, for they regard the type of future state of affairs that they anticipate the social world as coming to include as the necessary outcome of their successful orientation to the antecedent projection of their action. This use of Schutz's account of action to connect Capital's description of human labor to Marx's aside on social relations also shows that to say that human labor has trans-historical features is not to presuppose an intentional subject outside history. One a criticism Lavella. Capital's description of human labor is that it employs a fundamentally anthropological schema of the transcendental conditions of any process of production. 36 By positing invariant features of human life as conditions of any process of production, Capital's description of human labor is said to share in the anthropology of classical political economy it is directed against, central to which is the implicit idea of a transcendental subject, a subject that acts on history insofar as he or she is posited outside history. 37 Capital's general description of human labor as a purposeful activity on an object using an instrument to produce a product does not presuppose a subject outside history, however. For this activity is described as a type of antecedently projected behavior, which presupposes a stock of experiences acquired in life, and adds to it. If the concept of action as antecedently projected behavior implicit in Capital's description of human labor is trans-historically valid, then there is no intentional subject outside history. Finally, a reply can be offered to the criticism, directed at Capital's description of human labor, that Marx is constrained by a monological model of action, on which purposeful or intentional activity is described with the help of a prelinguistic model rather than being understood as linguistically mediated. 38 If, as Capital's description of human labor implies, work is a kind of antecedently projected behavior, then it requires an actor to identify their present action with actions of a similar type that they recall from their stock of experiences. This stock of experiences includes the concepts that an actor has acquired, and that enable them to classify actions as, on a conception of action as antecedently projected behavior, action is projected as of a certain type, and, in this projection, an actor may in part be guided by the concepts they have acquired, which are linguistic. The intentional activities that actors perform are to be understood as subject to linguistic mediation, on the model of action that Capital's description of human labor implies. Chapter 5. Social relations. Social relation is a key idea in Marx's work. Marx says as much on a number of occasions. His economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 praise Feuerbach for making the social relation of human being to human being the foundational principle of theory. 1 The German ideology complains of Max Stirner that he only knows things and eyes, anything which does not fit these rubrics, all relations, he only knows as abstract concepts. 2 In his economic manuscripts of 1861–63, Marx chides the standpoint of the economist, who only knows tangible things or ideas. Relations do not exist for him. 3 Yet on none of these occasions is Marx's praise or criticism accompanied by an elaboration of what social relations are. If a thesis connecting the capitalist economic structure with the state and classes is to be reconstructed from Marx's writings, it is up to the interpreter to fill in the gap. Chapter 4 began this task by defending a conception of action as antecedently projected behavior. From this conception of action, it was seen to follow that an actor categorizes their action as action of a certain type, and views the existence of the state of affairs it is to bring about as the necessary outcome of their successful orientation to its antecedent projection. These consequences encourage a particular interpretation of Marx's aside in his economic manuscripts of 1861–63 that social relations only exist among human beings insofar as they think, and possess this capacity for abstraction from sensible singularity and contingency. 4 Social relations exhibit thinking, the capacity for abstraction, because they are comprised of action. The question of how to conceive of a social relation is resolved into the questions of the type S of action that comprise it, and their interconnection. This chapter completes the task, by addressing these two questions. A social relation is principally comprised of a type of action called a standard action of social affecting. A standard action of social affecting by A is action in which A seeks to bring about action by B as a result of B identifying A as the author of the action affecting B's action. The actions of a social relation are interconnected such that each but the last standard action of social affecting affects a subsequent one. Thus conceived, A social relation is a relation of mutual affecting, or interaction. Point 5 An interactional conception of a social relation is a relation of mutual affecting or interaction can be recommended on 3 counts. Onis that he preserves to outhots expressed in Marx's general remarks on social relations. An actor's awareness of a social relation they engage in is an aspect of that social relation, the awareness condition for a social relation, and an actor in a social relation is aware of themselves as a being of a kind, the species awareness claim. Second, and more specifically, it suggests a plausible trans-historical conception of what Marx, in Capital and elsewhere, calls a social relation of production. Gesellschaftliches Produktionsverhältnis. Point 6 A social relation of production, taken independently of its historically specific features, is an exercise of societal cooperation in the existence of use value. Third, an interactional conception of capitalist relations of production permits them to be conceived of as distinct from both legal property relations and norms. It can negotiate the problem known, since Cohen, as the problem of legality. 7 And a parallel problem of normativity. Section 1 examines Marx's general remarks on social relations. It argues that these remarks hint at an interactional conception of a social relation. To outline a more precise conception of interaction, Section 2 summarizes Schutz's typology of social action. Section 3 then outlines a conception of interaction as a relation of mutual affecting. Section 4 argues that this interactional conception of a social relation can solve the problem of normativity. Section 5 then outlines an interactional conception of a social relation of production. Section 6 lists 3 objections that might be raised against it by appeal to Marx's 1859. Preface. Sections 7-9 rebut these objections. Sections 7-8 address the objection from structure and the objection from consciousness. Finally, Section 9 negotiates the problem of legality. 1. Marx's general remarks on social relations. As suggested in Chapter 4, a statement that contrasts human beings with animals offers a way for a theorist like Marx, whose writings largely concern historically specific types of society, to express and signal a claim about a trans-historical feature of human life. A contrastive claim about human beings and animals is a means for Marx to signal, to himself and/or to his readers, that he has broken off from analyzing the features that only belong to a specific form of human society, such as capitalism. By reserving such contrastive statements for claims about trans-historical features of human life, Marx can intersperse claims about trans-historical features of human life in his analyses of capitalism, as part of an exploration of how capitalism shapes those trans-historical features, while reducing the danger of being read as if his whole text were operating at the same level of abstraction. This point applies as much to Marx's general remarks on social relations as it does to Capital's description of human labor. When Marx says that human beings relate in a way that animals do not, there is a good chance that he is attempting to advance a claim about a trans-historical feature of human life. Once again, it would not matter very much if what Marx says about animals were false. Marx's choice of device for separating trans-historical features of human life from historically specific features, a contrast with animals that supposedly lack the feature, may lead Marx to say something false about animals, if the feature that is to be identified as a trans-historical feature of human life is found in at least one species of animal. But the value of Marx's interspecies contrasts between humans and animals on the topic of social relations, as on any other topic of human life, rests on whether the part of the contrast that concerns human beings calls attention to an important trans-historical feature of human life. To get bogged down in the question of whether an existing, or hypothetical, species of animal could offer a counterexample to the contrast would be a smashing way to miss the point of Marx's claim. Consider, in this light, the following marginal note from the German ideology, written in a mixture of Marx's essay and Engels's hand. Where a relation exists, it exists for me, the animal relates to nothing, does not relate at all. For the animal, its relation to others does not exist as a relation. 9. In this marginal note, the word me marks an attempt to adopt the perspective of a participant in a social relation, as distinct from the perspective of an observer. To claim that a social relation exists for me is to claim that an actor is aware of a social relation they participate in. This claim is distinct from the claim that a social relation exists for an observer. For all data set here, a social relation need not be observed by anyone else. Two people might engage in a social relation in secret. They might be aware of their social relation even if no one else was. The statement where a relation exists, it exists for me, can be read in one of two ways. On one reading, it asserts a constant conjunction between the existence of a social relation, and a participant's awareness of it. On a constant conjunction reading, the awareness of a social relation on the part of its participants is something that accompanies a social relation, without constituting an aspect of it. Alternatively, the statement can be read to explicate a constitutive condition for a social relation. On a constitutive condition reading, the statement asserts that an actor's awareness of their social relation is a constitutive condition for its existence. One reason to favor the constitutive condition reading is that it supplies a motivation for adding the second sentence. On the constitutive condition reading, the second sentence can be added in an attempt to justify the first. Marx offers the thought that an animal's doing to others does not exist as a relation for it as a reason to believe that an animal does not relate at all. On the constant conjunction reading, by contrast, the addition of the second sentence lacks motivation. There would be little point in adding a sentence to the effect that an animal is not aware of a doing that, it has just been claimed, it cannot do. The constitutive condition reading is better, because it suggests a reason to add the second sentence to the first. Put aside whether what Marx says about animals is true or false, and consider it purely as an indicator of a claim about a trans-historical feature of human life. On a constitutive condition reading, this claim is, it is an aspect of a social relation between two human beings, A and B, that relation exists for A and B. A's awareness of their social relation to B is a constitutive condition for A having a social relation to B, and the same goes for B. The claim aligned to a constitutive condition reading of this marginal note is of a piece with Marx's aside in his economic manuscripts of 1861–63 that social relations only exist among human beings insofar as they think, and possess this capacity for abstraction from sensible singularity and contingency. Point 10. Both of these remarks assert that mental activity on the actor's part, their thinking or awareness, is constitutive of their social relation. Although the point of these two remarks is very general, it compromises at least three views of a social relation offered in Marx scholarship. On one view, Cohen's, social relations are social relational properties, 11 in other words, rights, duties, powers, or incapacities whose explication requires reference to the rights, duties, powers or incapacities of at least one other individual. A power to prevent others using means of production 12 for example, is a social relational property as it must be explicated by reference to others' incapacity to prevent that exclusion. On a second view, Elster's, social relations are instead internal relations, 13 that is, comparisons between two or more individuals' relational properties, each of whose description requires reference to a class of actors to which the other belongs. For example, A's greater popularity than B among voters is an internal relation, if A and B are themselves both voters. On a third view, a social relation is a kind of purely causal relation. Elster suggests this third view when he says that a social relation is characterized by mutual dependence, and he adds, the mutual dependence is causal. Point 14. An example of a causal relation of mutual dependence, to expand a statement from E.O. Right, would be, the rich are rich because the poor are poor. 15. And the poor are poor because the rich are rich. Marx's two aforementioned general remarks on social relations are not compatible with any of these views. None of them requires an actor to be aware of what each view identifies as the feature of a social relation for it to exist. Actors can have rights, duties, powers, or incapacities that can only be explicated by reference to those of others without being aware that they have them. Point 16. Nor need actors beware of their internal relations. Point 17. A need not beware of their greater popularity than B among voters to be more popular than B among voters. The view of a social relation as a kind of purely causal relation, of mutual dependence, falls at the same hurdle. An actor need not be aware of the property of theirs that stands in a causal relation to the property of another, or, if they are aware of the property, be aware that a causal relation links them to that other, or be aware of what that causal relation is, for the causal relation to pertain. In regard to the above example, someone who is rich or poor might not believe that they are rich or poor, and even if someone who is rich or poor does believe that they are rich or poor, they need not be aware that they are rich or poor on the account of others, or, in particular, on the account of others' poverty or wealth. Nor need they have any awareness of the cause of those others' poverty or wealth. The idea that an actor's awareness of a social relation they engage in is an aspect of that social relation may be termed the awareness condition for a social relation. All of the above views fail to satisfy the awareness condition for a social relation. There is at least one way to satisfy this condition, however. The awareness condition for a social relation is satisfied if action is conceived of as antecedently projected behavior, and a social relation is comprised of a type of action to another. Action to another is action guided by an antecedent projection in which meaning is ascribed to another's behavior. Thus, in action to another, an actor sends off how their course of action is favoring is bound up with their interpretation of another's behavior. Spying, for example, is an action to another, guided by an antecedent projection of having observed another's conduct without their knowledge. If A spies on B, A's sense of how A's course of action is faring is bound up with A's view of whether A has seen everything that B has done. If a social relation were comprised of at least one action to another by each actor would be aware of an aspect of another's behavior, in virtue of their orientation to their antecedent projection. It requires something more than this, however, for an actor to be aware of their social relation. As the case of spying shows, an actor's awareness of some aspect of another's behavior is not necessarily an awareness of any interconnection between their own action, and the action by another that they are aware of. Only a bad spy is spotted by, and so affects the behavior of, their subject. For an action to incorporate an awareness of an interconnection between it and action by another, its in order to motive must be of the type that seeks to get another to perform action. Such is the case if, say, A throws an object at B to get B to jump. A is then aware, by virtue of A's orientation to their antecedent projection, of an interconnection between A's action, and B's action. But nor is this sufficient for an actor to be aware of a social relation. What is required is a type of action with an in order to motive that, by orienting behavior, provides an awareness of an interconnection between it, and action by another of the type that belongs to a social relation. Jumping out of the way of a projectile is not an action of the type that belongs to a social relation. To provide an awareness of a social relation, the in order to motive of the action that each performs must be to get another to perform action to another. Each actor is then aware, by virtue of their orientation to their in order to motive of an interconnection between her own action and action by another of the type that belongs to a social relation. For example, when one actor asks another a question, and the other responds, each is aware of another as performing an anticipated action to another, responding to their question with an answer, and interpreting their answer. An action-based conception of a social relation satisfies the awareness condition, therefore, if it says that a social relation consists of actions that seek to get another to perform action. A footnote in capital volume I implies that a social relation is comprised of action whose in order to motive is to get another to perform action. Since a human being is not born with a mirror, or as a Fichtian philosopher who says I am I, he first mirrors himself bespiegelt sich in another human being. The human being Peter first erst relates to himself as a human being through a relationship to the human being Paul, as his equal als seines gleichen. Paul from Tito Paul in his Paul-like physicality, thereby counts for him as the form of appearance of the genus human being. 18. Marx here advances a claim about what first gives a human being a sense of themselves as a being of a kind. Marx claims that a human being first gains a sense of themselves as a being of a kind in a social relation. A human being does not first gain a sense of themselves as a being of a kind in solitary self-reflection. Call the positive claim just expressed the origination claim. Capital's origination claim is not of direct concern here, but it is of indirect help in virtue of how it fits together with what it presupposes about a social relation. Capital's origination claim presupposes that A is implicitly aware, in their social relation to B, of A as a being of a kind. A human being can only first gain a sense of themselves as a being of a kind in a social relation of whatever character if, in any social relation, they are aware of themselves as a being of a kind. Call the claim that an actor in a social relation is implicitly aware of themselves as a being of a kind the species awareness claim. The species awareness claim links up with the thought, common to both of Marx's aforecited general remarks, that an actor's awareness of a social relation they engage in is an aspect of that relation. Only if an actor's awareness of a social relation they engage in is an aspect of it can it but he case that in a social relation they engage in, they are aware of themselves as a being of a kind. Suppose that, in a social relation, there is something that the one actor, A, does, that another, B, also does. If what A does in a social relation with B is something that B also does in this relation, for A or B to be aware of their relation is for A or B to be aware of A and B as alike with respect. An awareness of a similarity between two entities is a condition for thinking of them as belonging to the same kind. So if, in a social relation between A and B, A does something that B also does, an awareness on the part of A and B of their social relation is, implicitly, an awareness, on the part of A and B, that they belong to a kind defined by the capacity to perform that doing. A kind that includes both A and B actors in a social relation are implicitly aware of themselves as beings of a kind. Therefore, if each performs action that demands of the other that the other interpret it as an action by A requires another, B, to interpret it as an action, if its success requires B to interpret it as an action. If B must interpret A's action as an action for it to succeed, A's antecedent projection includes B's having interpreted A's action as an action. By antecedently projecting an action whose success requires another to interpret it as an action, the actor ascribes a capacity for interpretation to this other. As, for their own part, the actor has interpreted their own action just by antecedently projecting it, it follows that, in any course of action by A in which A demands that another, B, interprets A's action as an action, A is implicitly aware of both A and B as exercising a capacity for interpretation. Capital's species awareness claim is justified, then, if a social relation is comprised of action whose success is predicated on another interpreting it as action. Actors in a social relation are then implicitly aware of themselves as beings of a kind with the capacity for interpretation. For Capital to say that A views B as belonging to the genus human being is to say that A views B's body as the form of appearance, Marx, or field of expression 19, Schutz, of something unobservable, B's conscious experience. Capital's origination claim, therefore, is that human beings are first aware of the fact that they belong to a kind with the capacity for interpretation in performing action whose success requires them to simultaneously exercise, and demand that another exercise, a capacity for interpretation. On this construal, Capital's origination claim hidden by the official translations can be compared with George Herbert Mead's approach to the development of mutual self-awareness. For Mead, as William O'Meara puts it in his comparison of Marx, Husserl, Schutz, and Mead, controlling one's gestures in terms of the expected responses of others establishes the individual with awareness of himself as a member of a group. Point 20 Nonetheless, Capital's origination claim need not be explored any further here. It suffices to have found a conception of a social relation that can both satisfy the awareness condition, and support the species awareness claim, a conception on which a social relation is comprised of action to another whose success requires the other to interpret it as action. 2. Schutz's typology of social action. This conception of a social relation can be refined by critically engaging with Schutz's typology of social action. This typology helps to highlight the type of action whose success is predicated on another's interpretation of it as action, and which is able to enjoy a generalized existence. Schutz's typology of social action is a modification and development of Weber's account of social action in economy and society. In economy and society, Weber defines action as social when the intended meaning the actor, s, gives to it is related to others' behavior, and the course of the action is oriented to this meaning. Point 21. We can begin with the first clause of Weber's definition. An actor who links the meaning they give to their action to another's behavior must attribute meaning to that other's behavior. How, then, does an actor give meaning to another's behavior? By imagining themselves in the other's place. A regards B's behavior as action, for instance, by implicitly imagining what A might have antecedently projected if A were to find themselves as doing what they take B to be doing, drawing on anything they know about others in general and / or about B in particular. Point 22. An antecedent projection is an interpretation of an action as of a certain type. So, A's interpretation of B's behavior as action in A's antecedent projection of social action categorizes B's action as action of a certain type, by identifying it with similar doings that A recalls from A's stock of experiences. To attribute meaning to another's behavior on the assumption that they have the same temporal structure of consciousness as oneself is to adopt what Schutz calls a Fremdeinstellung. Point 23. Schutz defines a Fremdeinstellung as a particular attitude of the ego to another's duration, founded on the general thesis of the other as a conscious and experiencing being. Point 24. Fremdeinstellung will therefore be translate disattitude to the other and no asyntheficial translation, as other orientation. Point 25. The latter is a confusing choice, because Schutz, following Weber, thinks of action as orientiert. Point 26. A Fremdeinstellung is not action, and it can be adopted to another without acting towards them, such as in a feeling of love or hate. Point 27. A feeling of love or hate is not an action, because it does not have the form of an antecedent projection. An attitude to the other denotes the awareness of another conscious being. Gasthat awareness is tied up with an attribution of meaning to their behavior. Schutz's concepts of action and attitude to the other suggest the following reformulation of Weber's definition. Social action is behavior oriented to an antecedent projection that includes an attitude to the other to another. To take measures against future attacks. 28, which is one of Weber's examples, is a social action, because it is oriented to the antecedent projection of having taken measures against another's having launched attacks. To take the measures, another's future behavior must be interpreted as attacks, in an attitude to the other to them. An action's because motive, on the other hand, has no bearing on whether it is social. Point 29. Action whose because motive is a feeling of attachment to another, as when someone lays flowers at a gravestone because they feel an attachment to the person whose name is engraved on the gravestone, is not, by virtue of its because motive, social action, although it may be social action in virtue of its in order to motive, if its in order to motive is to signal to others that that person is fondly remembered. 4 distinctions within social action reveal the type of action that defines an interaction. The first distinction to draw is between social action whose antecedent projection projects another's behavior as having been affected by it, and social action whose antecedent projection does not project any such affect. Action of the former type has the in order to motive of bringing about certain conscious experiences in others, i.e. of affecting work in others. Point 30. Schutz calls this type of social action affecting the other Fremdwirken or social affecting Sozialswirken. 31. Asking someone a question, for example, is an action of social affecting. It is oriented to an antecedent projection in which the actor has asked a question and as a consequence another has answered. The addressee is antecedently projected as answered because they were asked. The addressee's interpretation of the addresser's action as a question is antecedently projected by the addresser as the because motive of the addressee's response. 32. Social affecting is distinct from social action in which no affect on another is antecedently projected. In the latter case, another's meaningful behavior is projected as a condition of the action, such as in the social action of pondering a creator's in order to motive in creating an artifact. Or consider spying, the other is antecedently projected as having behaved exactly as they would have behaved had they not been spied upon. Schutz's concept of social affecting is too broad for present purposes, however, for 2 reasons. Firstly, it does not differentiate between actions by A that affect action by B, the latter merely that B orients their behavior to the antecedent projection of having interpreted A's action, and actions by A that affect B without affecting action by B, to get B to jump in fright. Action is a particular form of meaningful behavior. It is distinct from meaningful behavior not oriented to an antecedent projection, including meaningful behavior in response to an external physical force or physiological cause, jump in fright, suppressing pain, yawning, and position-taking acts 33 such as feelings of love or hate. Thus, on Schutz's concept of social affecting, A's action of social affecting can affect B without affecting action by B. Relatedly, Schutz's concept of social affecting includes all action by A that leads B to interpret A's behavior, whether or not B interprets A's behavior as action. A may succeed in getting B to suppress a yawn by feigning a yawn in B's direction even if B does not interpret A's yawning in their direction as action. From now on, the term social affecting will be reserved for action by an actor, A, whose in order to motive is to affect action by another, B, in which B interprets A's action as action, whether or not B's action extends beyond an interpretation of A's action. The term affecting the other will be reserved for Schutz's broader concept, that is for action whose in order to motive is to affect another, whatever the form of that experience. Finally, types of social affecting can be distinguished according to whether or not the other's affected action is antecedently projected as having been affected as a result of their having correctly identified the actor as the author of the affect, with a greater or lesser degree of anonymity. My action of asking a friend a question, for example, is oriented to an antecedent projection in which the friend has answered in virtue of having understood that I asked the question. Or suppose that a railway employee announces the evacuation of a railway station over the public address system. Their action is oriented to an antecedent projection in which those at the station have evacuated it in virtue of having understood that they have been requested to evacuate it by a railway employee, rather than by some other sort of actor. Both of these cases can be contrasted with a second type of social affecting, where another's affected action is antecedently projected as a result of another's misidentification of, or uncertainty about, its author, at some greater or lesser degree of anonymity. As Schutz writes, not every act of affecting the other is oriented to the other having an attitude towards the other to me. Affecting the other can even be oriented to the absence of such an attitude to the other on the part of a partner and enstemmer meningen observeden donatus adast he originator of the affect. 34. An actor's in order to motive may be to confuse or mislead another, such as by throwing their voice, or by impersonating the voice of a railway employee. The first type of social affecting is thus the standard type. The second type of social affecting includes cases that are conceptually parasitic on it. An addressee is antecedently projected as having responded as if another had performed an action of social affecting of the first type, as if another person in the room had asked the friend the question without throwing their voice, or as if a railway employee had announced an evacuation. Only standard actions of social affecting feature in the following conception of interaction, because its purpose is to prepare the ground for an analysis of two types of interaction that belongs to a form of society, and thus have a generalized existence. A form of society that was comprised of social affecting not of the standard type in which, say, questions are only ever asked as if they had been asked by another would be a very peculiar form of society. By contrast, a form of society comprised of interactions that consist of social affecting of the standard type is not, just by virtue of that, at all peculiar. 3. Interaction as a relation of mutual affecting. There are two steps in going from the concept of a standard action of social affecting to the concept of interaction. First, Schutz's concept of a relation of affecting Wirkensbeziehung is examined. Second, this concept is extended, to yield the concept of a relation of mutual affecting, or interaction. In the official translation of Schutz's phenomenology of the social world, the term Wirkensbeziehung is rendered as interaction. 35 That is unfortunate, because the ordinary sense of interaction is that of two or more entities acting on one another, and a Wirkensbeziehung, for Schutz, falls short of that. A Wirkensbeziehung only requires one actor to act to another. The relation of affecting Wirkensbeziehung does not, therefore, presuppose mutual affecting Wechselwirkung, i.e. social affecting, or even action, posited by the partner in respect to me, it simply presupposes that the partner takes up an attitude to the other fremde instelling to me, the actor takes note of me, has me in view, interprets the product posited by me as a sign of my conscious lived experiences, etc. 36. Insofar as affecting the other fremd worken is oriented to the other experiencing the effect of this affecting as produced by me, a relation of affecting workens Beziehung always exists, since the partner's attentional conduct towards me entered into my projection of affecting the other, as the in order to motive. 37. For Schutz, a relation of affecting my translation of workens Beziehung requires two things. It requires one actor, A, to perform a standard action of affecting the other to another, B. But, and in this respect the first of these passages corrects the second, it also requires that the other, B, adopt an attitude to the other to A. The latter feature is independent of the first, although anticipated by it. There can be no guarantee that B will adopt an attitude to the other to A. It is possible for A to ask B a question that goes entirely unnoticed by B, if it is drowned out by other noise. In this case, A's action is so unsuccessful that it fails to establish a relation of affecting. Schutz's claim in the second passage is overstated, therefore. A standard action of affecting the other does not always establish a relation of affecting. It might go so disastrously wrong as to escape all notice by the other. With three additions, a relation of affecting becomes what will be called a relation of mutual affecting or interaction. First, each of at least two actors must perform at least one standard action of social affecting. Second, all these standard actions of social affecting must result in interpretation by an other, in which they are interpreted as action. Third, all the standard actions of social affecting that belong to a single relation must be linked. Each, but the last, standard action of social affecting must affect, in virtue of being interpreted, another standard action of social affecting belonging to the relation. As a result of these three additions, each actor affects another, by performing a standard action of social affecting to them, and is affected by them, in an attitude to the other to another's interpretation of their standard action of social affecting, and perhaps also in two-person relations, always by virtue of a standard action of social affecting by another to them. As an illustration, take the simple case of a single question and answer between two people. In the case of a single question and answer, each actor performs one standard action of social affecting, asking a question in order to receive an answer, replying in order to give another an answer. Each standard action of social affecting leads the other to interpret it as action. The addressee interprets the addresser as having asked them a question, and the addresser interprets the addressee as having given them an answer. Finally, each but the last standard action of social affecting affects a subsequent one. The action of asking the question affected the action of answering it. A case of question and answer is thus a relation of mutual affecting, or interaction. Two negative conditions may be stressed. First, not all actions by those who engage in a social relation are included in it. Suppose A advises B to go to bed earlier. What B does in following A's advice going to bed earlier does not belong to A and B's interaction. Suppose, by contrast, that A commands B to go to bed earlier. If B's action is oriented to A having noted that B has carried out A's command, it is a standard action of social affecting by B to A, and so part of A and B's interaction. Further, no actor is part of a social relation unless they perform a standard action of social affecting. If A asks B to invite C to dinner, B invites C to dinner, and C replies to A and/or B, A, B and C interact. But if A hires B to shoot C, and B hides and shoots C, only A and B need interact. On this conception of interaction, a given action can belong to more than one interaction, and a given interaction can encompass a number of distinct interactions. Suppose A asks B to get C to find out some information for A, B acknowledges A's request, B tells C to find out the information, and C acknowledges B. All those actions comprise one interaction between A, B and C. But A's request to B to get C to find out the information could be described, more simply, as a request by A to B. A's request to B and B's acknowledgement of A's request is itself an interaction, between A and B. Thus, A's request to B, like B's acknowledgement of A's request, belongs to at least two interactions of different spans, an interaction between A and B, and an interaction between A, B and C. The reason for this is that A's request to B affects both a standard action of social affecting by B to A, and a standard action of social affecting by B to C. Moreover, the interaction between A, B and C itself encompasses two interactions, one interaction between A and B, A's request to B, B's acknowledgement of A's request, and a second interaction between B and C, B telling C to find out the information, and C's acknowledgement of B. The awareness condition an actor's awareness of a social relation they engage in is an aspect of that social relation must be qualified, therefore. An actor's awareness of a social relation arises from their orientation to the antecedently projected interconnection between their action and action by another. In the case of the last standard action of social affecting belonging to the relation, the action by another is merely an action of interpretation. An awareness of that interconnection need not provide an awareness of every interaction of which the action, and hence the actor, is a part. In the example above, C's acknowledgement of B's request for C to find out information need not leave C aware of the part of the interaction between A, B and C that occurred between A and B. B need not communicate to C that B is collecting information on behalf of A. Hence, C need not be aware that A, B and C interact, even though their action is a part of it. This calls for a revision to the awareness condition, so that more complex, non-transparent social relations are not in principle in conflict with it. The awareness condition may be revised to, an actor's awareness of, part of, a social relation they engage in is an aspect of that social relation. Any actor who performs a standard action of social affecting belonging to a relation of mutual affecting is aware of a connection between their action, and another's interpretation of it. If another were not to interpret it, it would not belong to a relation of mutual affecting. But if another does interpret it, then the actor, by virtue of their attitude to the other to the other's interpretation of their action, is aware of an interconnection between their action, and that of another, and thus of themselves as affecting another and as affected by them. Each actor's awareness of, part of, the social relation is constitutive of that relation, for this awareness is an aspect of the orientation of their behavior to their antecedent projection. An actor's awareness of, part of, a social relation they engage in need not stretch beyond a bit part of it, however. It suffices that an actor is aware of a social relation that is encompassed by a social relation of a greater span to say that they are aware of part of the latter. In the above example, it suffices that C is aware of a social relation with B to say that C is aware of part of a social relation between A, B and C. This revision to the awareness condition is consistent with the species awareness claim. Even if an actor is only aware of part of a social relation they engage in, they remain implicitly aware of themselves as a being of a kind with a capacity for interpretation. For the problem of normativity. An interactional conception of a social relation is a non-normative conception. It does not presuppose that actors who engage in social relations aim to uphold norms. It is comprised of two types of action, standard actions of social affecting, and actions of interpretation. An actor need not adopt an in order to motive of upholding a norm to perform either of these types of action. This point provides a basis for responding to John Plamenit's critique of Marx on the basis that social relations must be understood in normative terms. Plamenitz offers two arguments for thinking that social relations must be understood in normative terms. One is that social relations cannot but be defined in normative terms. To ground his objection to Marx's doctrine that ideas are determined by social conditions, Plamenitz claims, social conditions consist, presumably, of social relations, and these relations are defined in terms of conventional modes of behavior. 38 By conventional modes of behavior, Plamenitz has in mind something akin to what Weber calls a convention. 39 Plamenitz's objection to Marx's doctrine, then, is that, as social conditions consists of social relations, and as social relations are defined by conventions, it is not possible to say that social conditions determine ideas. Then, can be meant by saying that men's social conditions determine their ideas. 40 To say that social conditions determine ideas is to say something of the form A plus B determines B, which does not make sense. 41 Elsewhere, Playmenitz offers a wider version of this objection, by claiming that the ideas by which social relations are defined include not just conventions, but also moral ideas. All properly social relations are moral and customary. They cannot be adequately defined unless we bring normative concepts into the definitions, unless we refer to rules of conduct which the persons who stand in those relations recognize and are required to conform to. 42. We can call the problem of how to describe social relations so that they are distinct from normative ideas, including moral and customary rules, the problem of normativity. So stated, the problem of normativity is a problem for those who wish to claim that social relations are part of what determine normative ideas. Social relations can only be said to determine normative ideas if they are not already described in terms of them. A second argument for why social relations must be understood in normative terms is implied by Playmenitz's remark that human beings become self-conscious and conscious of other selves, in the process of learning to see themselves in moral and customary, and therefore social, relations. 43 This remark suggests the following argument. Human beings become conscious of themselves and others in social relations. But it is only by recognizing and conforming to rules of conduct that human beings can become conscious of themselves and others. Hence, social relations must involve 44 rules of conduct. This argument is distinct from the first. The point as far as this second argument goes is that, irrespective whether or not it is possible to define social relations without reference to normative ideas, no such definition would be one on which it remained true to say that human beings become conscious of themselves and others in social relations. The interactional conception of a social relation outlined above and the argument for how it preserves the species awareness claim permit three responses to Playmenitz. One concerns the definition of a social relation. Implicit in Playmenitz's remarks is a conception of a social relation as any activity in which people recognize and conform to rules of conduct thought concern how they are to behave vis-a-vis others. To adopt this conception of a social relation is to define a social relation in terms of the normative ideas that underpin these rules. Hence, to solve the problem of normativity, it is necessary to propose a different conception of a social relation, which avoids defining it by rules of conduct. An interactional conception of a social relation is one such conception. Second, an interactional conception of a social relation allows particular social relations to be described so that their description avoids reference to normative ideas. If action is behavior oriented to an in order to motive, then behavior is only described as action when the description relates its course to an in order to motive. So, if a social relation is defined by standard actions of social affecting, and actions of interpretation, a description of a particular social relation is non-normative if the description of these actions in order to motives avoids reference to normative ideas. In the case of A's action to B, no norms may be referred to describe the action by B that A aims to bring about, or to describe B. An in order to motive is described with reference to a norm if it is characterized as the goal of having upheld a norm or of having avoided a sanction that a deviation from a norm is expected to receive. An in order to motive is described with reference to a convention if it is characterized as the goal of having strengthened others' beliefs that they can show their disapproval of deviant behavior with assurance, or of having avoided another's approbation. As long as the descriptions of the actions of an interaction need not be descriptions of these sorts of in order to motive, the problem of normativity is open to an interactional solution. The description of a simple interaction of question and answer in which a passerby is asked the time and the answer received is 5:30 p.m. satisfies this condition. An interactional solution to the problem of normativity is therefore in principle possible. Cohen's claim that Playmenitz experiences difficulty when he confronts Marxian theoretical constructions because he is disposed to see in society only a collection of activities, not positions 45 is a misdiagnosis. therefore. In supposing that the problem of normativity is insoluble, Plamenetes exemplifies the inability of sociological thought to conceive of an approach to the study of social activity that does not proceed on the basis of the concept of a social role. 46 Finally, it is not necessary to describe social relations by reference to norms to have a description of them on which it is true to say that human beings become conscious of themselves and other seen social relations. An interactional conception of a social relation preserves the species awareness claim. In an interaction, each actor exercises, and demands another to exercise, a capacity for interpretation. Each does so whether or not their action is oriented to a norm or convention. The awareness of oneself as a being of a kind is one sort of awareness of oneself and others. So, whether or not a particular social relation is described by reference to norms, its description will be a description on which it is true to say that human beings become aware of themselves and others in social relations. If human beings become aware of themselves and others in social relations, then that is a reason to adopt a non-normative interactional conception of a social relation as a relation of mutual affecting. 5. An interactional conception of a social relation of production. An interactional conception of a social relation refines Marx's general remarks on social relations, and can in principle negotiate the problem of normativity. But whether it also fits Marx's general remarks on social relations of production is a further question. The two sets of remarks might be inconsistent. At issue here and below is whether Marx's general remarks on social relations of production, as distinct from Marx's specific analyses of the social relations of production belonging to a specific form of society, are consistent with conceiving them as interactions, and whether an interactional conception of social relations of production can be defended against objections arising from the 1859 preface. In his economic manuscripts of 1861–63, Marx refers to a relation of production as a social relation of individuals within production as a whole. 47 To describe a relation of production as a kind of social relation implies that it links at least two actors. If one-person autarkic units of production coexisted side by side, there would be no social relations of production. Because human production is not autarkic, the German ideology can remark: the production of life, both of one's own in labor and that of another in procreation, already appears simultaneously as a twofold relation, on the one hand, as a natural relation, on the other, as a social relation, social to be understood in the sense of the cooperation Zusammenwirken of a number of individuals, whatever its conditions, mode, and purpose. 48. Changes in the social form of production, such as from capitalist production to socialist production, can only consist in changes to its conditions, mode, and purpose. To identify features of production that remain constant whatever its conditions, mode, and purpose is to identify features of production that endure irrespective of any change of social form. One transhistoric feature of a social relation of production suggested by this remark is cooperation, which is a type of interaction. A further feature is that it also always has a natural relation. It must give nature a form fit for human life. The in order to motives of actions of social relations of production must relate to something with or related to use value. An interactional conception of a social relation of production as cooperation in the existence of use value is ambiguous, however, depending on whether cooperation denotes cooperation in the production of a given type of product, or cooperation in the production of a total social product. The latter, societal cooperation, which Capital describes as the social relation of producers to total labor. 49 is meant here. As one interaction can encompass a number of distinct interactions, societal cooperation is conceivable as one all-encompassing interaction. Relatedly, Marx argues in the Grundriss that the need of one can be satisfied by the product of another and vice versa, that one is able to produce the object for the need of another. Den Gegenstand dem Bedürfnis des anderen zu produzieren, shows that each, as a human being, outsteps their own particular need, etc., and that they relate to one another as human beings, that their common species Naturgattungswesen is known by all. This does not happen elsewhere. Elephants do not produce for tigers, or animals for other animals. E.g., a swarm of bees is essentially just one bee, and they all produce the same thing. 50. But the fact of what they produce, no human being is precluded from identifying a type of product that they do not produce as suited for a certain type of use, or from developing a type of want that other type of product can satisfy. Any human being with the relevant stock of experiences, which extends beyond that of a particular productive function, may do so. Hence, no productive function can exclude its performer from the potential usership of any type of product. Insofar as producers seek to make products that can be identified as suited for certain types of use, and that can satisfy types of want, they do not anticipate anyone as excluded from the potential usership of what they produce. But if no one is anticipated as excluded from the potential usership of any product, there is no limit the range of other productive activities that any given productive activity, and any producer performing it, can enable, by making a product that complements other products as part of a total social product. Societal cooperation in the existence of use value is conceivable, therefore, both from the point of view of its social component. One interaction of a certain type can encompass all interactions of that type, and from the point of view of its product component, each productive activity can enable every other. The total social product is the total amount of all the types of product that are recognized in a society as products that can satisfy human wants. The test of whether a product is recognized in a society as a product that can satisfy a human want is whether, by virtue of the conditions of that society, the product is produced, and distributed to other people. To say that there is societal cooperation in the existence of use value is to say that a producer produces a type of use value in order to contribute to this total social product, whatever further purpose they may thereby realize, and whatever the conditions and mode of so doing are. As human beings have various needs that can only be satisfied by different types of object, any given productive activity can only be performed as a contribution to a total social product on the assumption that other productive activities producing complementary products are also performed by others. To cooperate in producing a total social product is thus to be aware, if only implicitly, of oneself and others as beings of a kind with the capacity to produce for anyone and have their needs satisfied by anyone. It is to be aware of this common species nature. 6. Some objections. Cohen's interpretation of Marx Racer suggests 3 objections to an interactional conception of the social relations of production belonging to particular forms of society. Each objection relates to a sentence from Marx's 1859 preface. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real basis from which a juridical and political superstructure arises, and to which determinate social forms of consciousness correspond. It is not the consciousness of human beings that determines their being, but their social being that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of their development, the material productive powers of society enter into contradiction with the existing relations of production, or, what is only a juridical expression for the same thing, with the property relations in which they were previously put in motion. 51. The objection related to the first sentence, the objection from structure, is that social relations of production form a structure, and a structure cannot be comprised of interactions, because to represent the structure as itself a process is to violate the concept of structure. 52. The objection related to its second sentence, the objection from consciousness, is that a structure of social relations of production is supposed to explain consciousness, and a structure of interactions cannot be distinguished from the consciousness it is supposed to explain. The economic structure, which is not an activity or set of activities, is central, and while moral and other ideas may enter the activity, the structure may be so conceived that it is free of all such superstructural encumbrances. 53. The objection related to the third sentence, the objection from legality, is that the structure of social relations of production is distinct from legal property relations, and a structure of interactions cannot be distinguished from the latter. This is the implication of saying that Playmenitz held that relations of production are themselves legal in character. 54. Because he is disposed to see in society only a collection of activities. 55. 7. The objection from structure. Take, first, the objection from structure. The response to the objection from structure is that the features of a structure that Cohen identifies do not decide between an effective control conception or an interactional conception of social relations of production, or some third conception. One feature of a structure, Cohen says, is that it names no names. 56 Its description omits the identity of the individuals or means of production it links. There is no change in a structure if one person dies and another takes their position, or if two people swap positions. Thus, two different countries, Cohen says, could, in principle, have identical economic structures. 57 A second feature if a structure Cohen says is theticity comprised of positions. A position in the economic structure 58 is defined by all of an individual's social relations of production. No single social relation of production constitutes a position, if no individual's total combination of social relations of production is exhausted by that one relation. One social relation of production merely contributes to defining 59 an economic position. Drawing these features together, a structure, for Cohen, is comprised of anonymous positions. Let it be granted that a structure is comprised of anonymous positions. This view is rejected in Chapter 6, but for now it is not challenged. It does not follow that to conceive a structure as comprised of interactions is to violate the concept of structure. 60 In respect of the criterion of anonymity, interactions can be described by employing variables in place of expressions denoting particular individuals. Only the anonymized actions of an interaction need belong to a structure of interactions. The particular individuals who perform them need not. Second, in respect of the criterion of positionality, the notion of the total combination of an individual's social relations of production is neutral as between how a social relation of production is conceived. If, as Cohen presumes, a structure of interactions is an inherently contradictory notion, a third unstated feature of a structure must have been silently assumed. But no such feature is likely to be both warranted as an interpretation of Marx, and decisive as between differing conceptions of social relations of production, for, contrary to what Cohen says, structure is not a concept. 61 In Marx's writings, it is just one of several phrases including skeleton. 62 Organic system. 63 Entire inner economic structure. 64 Anatomy. 65 Inner physiology. 66 And hidden foundation. 67 Indicating that, in Marx's view, a systematic study of social life cannot rest content with how isolated phenomena appear. 68 To suggest that an interactional conception of social relations of production violates Marx's concept of a skeleton would be absurd. It only seems less absurd to claim that an interactional conception of social relations of production violates Marx's concept of economic structure because structure is a word that, unlike skeleton, hasn't taken on theoretical significance. The objection from structure reflects a misplaced desire to find profundity in a word where it is not to be found. 8 The objection from consciousness. The objection from consciousness is that a structure of interactions cannot be distinguished from the consciousness that the structure of society is supposed to explain. Cohen's use of the phrase moral and other ideas. 69 To describe the consciousness that the structure of society is supposed to explain permits two different versions of the objection depending on whether other ideas includes all other ideas, or simply all other normative ideas. Both versions may be rebutted. The first version of the objection rests on an interpretation of the 1859 preface's claim that social being determines consciousness. 70 Which can be stated as follows. 1. The claim that social being determines consciousness is an explanatory claim. 2. An explanans must be conceived free of its explanandum. 3. Social being includes all social relations. 4. Social being explains all consciousness interactions consist of actions, and actions exercise a capacity for abstraction, or thinking. So, if social being includes all social relations, as 3. asserts, to conceive of social relations as interactions is to include some thinking in social being. If social being includes some thinking, not all consciousness can be distinguished from social being. But according to 2. Any consciousness conceived to belong to social being cannot be explained by social being. 4. Cannot then be defended. Social being cannot explain all consciousness if it includes some consciousness. If, as 1 suggests, the claim that social being determines consciousness is an explanatory claim, an interactional conception of social relations of production limits the extent of that claim. A proponent of an interactional conception of social relations of production must either take issue with the above premises as an interpretation of the 1859 preface, or else accept that it artificially limits the extent of one of its claims. To negotiate this first version of the objection, it is sufficient to replace premise 4 with social being explains not all but only some consciousness, and to defend this replacement as an interpretation of the 1859 preface. If social being has only to explain some consciousness, it can include some thinking, and so consist of interactions, if the thinking that defines those interactions is distinct from the consciousness that social being explains. The 1859 preface's version of the claim that social being determines consciousness is just one part of an antithetical statement. It is immediately preceded by the denial that consciousness determines being. 71 Accordingly, an interpretation of the 1859 preface's version of the claim that social being determines consciousness must observe a constraint. The antithetical constraint is that social being and consciousness must be construed in such a way as to allow the possibility of believing, falsely, in Marx's view, that consciousness determines being. An interpretation of the 1859 preface's claim that social being determines consciousness that presupposes an understanding of being and consciousness on which it is impossible to believe that consciousness determines being violates the antithetical constraint. It construes the 1859 preface as expending effort to deny something that no one could possibly believe, rather than, in Marx's view, a false belief. It would leave the 1859 preface engaged in empty rhetoric. Premises 1, 4 are not a valid interpretation of the 1859 preface, because they violate the antithetical constraint. They imply that social being excludes all consciousness, and no view of social being on which social being excludes all consciousness can satisfy the antithetical constraint. Consciousness can only determine being if it determines social being. To say that consciousness determines social being is to say that social being is directed by ideas whose institutionalization is explained by the force of the better argument. For it even to be possible for social being to be directed by such ideas, social being would have to include something that was liable to be directed by ideas. It would have to include actions. But if social being includes actions, it includes some consciousness. To conceive social being as free from all consciousness is thus to violate the antithetical constraint. The antithetical constraint is observed by replacing 4 with the claim that social being explains not all but only some consciousness. The first version of the objection from consciousness is unfounded. The second version of the objection meanwhile says that it is not possible to conceive of a structure of interactions that is distinct from all of the normative ideas that the structure of society is supposed to explain. This is a restatement of the problem of normativity posed by Playmenitz, which was addressed in section 4. An interactional conception of a social relation allows particular descriptions of social relations to avoid reference to normative ideas. No normative ideas need be cited to describe the in order to motives of actions that comprise particular social relations of production. The second version of the objection from consciousness may be raised against particular interactional accounts of social relations of production, but it cannot be raised against this conception itself. 9. The problem of legality. The final objection, the objection from legality, invokes the problem of legality. It says that an interactional conception of social relations of production cannot distinguish them from legal property relations. The textual basis of the problem of legality as noted above is provided with 1859 preface. It would be inconsistent to identify social relations of production, one of Marx's terms of art, with the type of relation they are said to explain, and hence must be distinct from. By claiming that social relations of production form an economic structure that explains a juridical, superstructure only then to suggest that the more familiar locution property relations is a juridical expression for 72 social relations of production. The 1859 preface leaves it unclear how these two types of relation are distinct. Any would-be conception of social relations of production must solve the problem of legality. How are social relations of production distinct from legal property relations? As Playmenitz asks, if they are not relations of property, what can they be? 73 Playmenitz's criticism of Marx is that the 1859 preface, in claiming that a structure of social relations of production explains legal phenomena, has said something which does not make sense. 74 To defend this criticism it is necessary to argue that what the 1859 preface says is not necessarily false. 75 It is not necessary to argue that what the 1859 preface says is true. It is not necessary to argue that social relations of production explain legal property relations, merely to solve the problem of legality. It is merely necessary to distinguish them. This point can be put another way. Suppose that the 1859 preface had not claimed that the structure of social relations of production explains legal phenomena. It would still generate a problem of legality. If, for argument's sake, the structure of social relations of production could only explain non-legal phenomena, art or religion, say, it would still be important to solve the problem of legality. Only then could it be neath the tides real illegal property relations that explain those phenomena. In fact, one may go further. A desire to solve the problem of legality does not presuppose any commitment to Marx's metaphor of basis and superstructure. There is only a superstructure if social relations of production explain something other than the lack of development of productive power. But even if social relations of production explained nothing except for the lack of development of productive power, and, consequently, there was no superstructure, one might still want to separate social relations of production from legal property relations, to distinguish their influence on the development of productive power from the influence of legal property relations on the development of productive power. In other words, the problem of legality could be posed independently of its textual basis in the 1859 preface. It can be posed irrespective of how Marx conceives of property relations, in the 1859 preface or elsewhere, and regardless of whether Marx claims that social relations of production explain legal property relations. If Marx's term of art is to have any independent value, a common locution cannot be just as good. If X explains social relations of production is just a more obscure way of saying X explains legal property relations, and if social relations of production explain X is just a more obscure way of saying legal property relations explain X, there is no point in retaining Marx's term. On an interactional conception, the basis for determining whether or not social relations of production are distinct from some other type of phenomenon is provided by the in-order to motives of the actions that comprise them. If the description of these in-order to motives does not refer to a type of phenomenon, social relations of production are distinct from it. Social relations of production are distinct from legal property relations if the in-order to motives of the actions that comprise them can be described without reference to any legal phenomenon. The in-order to motive of a standard action of social affecting by A is to affect action by B. A description of A's action is distinct from X if neither B, nor the action by B that A aims to bring about, are described by reference to X. Here, the in-order to motive of A's action must be described as that of getting B, who is described without reference to legal phenomena, to perform action that is described without reference to legal phenomena. The in-order to motive of an action is legal if its goal is to establish, uphold, alter or cancel a legal relation or to avoid a legal sanction. An in-order to motive of an action is non-legal if its goal is not to establish, uphold, alter or cancel a legal relation, or to avoid a legal sanction. If the actions of social relations of production are described by the latter, non-legal in-order to motives, the problem of legality is solved. No interaction whose accompanying actions are described in terms of non-legal in-order to motives remains indistinct from legal property relations. Potentially, three strategies are available. on an interactional conception of social relations of production, to solve the problem of legality. The straightforward strategy is to identify non-legal terms that Marx used to describe the in-order-to motives of the actions that comprise social relations of production. If Marx does not provide such non-legal terms, then a second, more indirect strategy is to formulate a non-legal interpretation of the legal terms in Marx's characterization of production relations. 76 In Cohen's own version of the term replacement strategy, all rights denoting terms that might otherwise be used to describe social relations of production are replaced with de facto power denoting terms. But a different version of the term replacement strategy is also available to an interactional approach. It is possible, without varying an in-order-to motives span, to replace a legal term that Marx uses to describe a social relation of production with a non-legal term. Finally, a third strategy might involve varying the span of an in-order-to motive. It might be possible to describe an in-order-to motive without reference to a type of phenomenon by extending or reducing an in-order-to motives span, so as to avoid the need to refer to it. It is not necessary to dwell on the mechanics of the latter two strategies, however, for the straightforward strategy will be employed. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis is a thesis about capitalism. To defend this thesis, what is required is a solution to the problem of legality as it pertains to a minimal description of the capitalist economic structure in terms of two generalized interactions, purchase and sale, and production with wage labor for continuous money maximization. Whether a non-legal description of the actions of these interactions provides a basis for deriving a juridical superstructure is a matter for later chapters. The task here is simply to provide an account of the capitalist economic structure on which it is not necessarily false or confused to say that the juridical logic of freedom of choice is derived from a commodity form-based conception of the capitalist economic structure. The straightforward strategy adopted here uses the terms possession, commodities, money, labor, agreement, offer, acceptance, and instruction. Each of these terms can be described without reference to legal phenomena. If the social relations of production that belong to a minimal description of the capitalist economic structure are comprised of actions oriented to in-order-to motives described in these terms, they can be distinguished from all legal phenomena, including legal property relations. A detailed analysis of possession, on which no terms denoting legal phenomena are required for writs definition is offered in Chapter 7. Then a technical definition of possession offered in Chapter 3 as control by someone who asserts an exclusive claim will do for now. For it is part of common sense, reflected in everyday expressions such as possession is 9/10 of the law, to understand possession as something de facto. The point to focus on here is that the relevance of possession to the problem of legality is suggested by Marx himself. Capital uses possession in conjunction with legal terms in a way that suggests that property relations are a legal expression for interactions between possessors. The relevant comment is found in the subsection entitled Purchase and Sale of Labor Power within Chapter 4 of the German edition of Capital, and which becomes, in the English translations, the main heading of Chapter 6, with the order of the terms purchase and sale arbitrarily reversed. Using he to refer back to the possessor Besitzer of labor power who is also its free owner Eigentümer, Marx writes. He and the money possessor Geldbesitzer encounter one another in the market and enter into relation with only another as Commodity-Possessors wherein Besitzer of equal birth, distinguished merely by the fact that the one is a purchaser, the other a seller, hence both are juridically equal persons. Person in 77. The Aveling/Moore and Fowkes translations of this sentence are misleading. Both obscure from reader Marx's repeated use of the concept of possession, in connection with money and commodities. Bothrander Geldbesitzer money. Possessor as owner of money, 78 Wiley in Aveling/Moore translation, wherein Besitzer commodity possessors is not rendered as a nomen agenti at all, and the Fowkes translation renders it as owners of commodities. 79 Moreover, neither of these translations renders person and persons with a nomen agenti. Each instead says that seller and purchaser are equal in the eyes of the law. 80 The only nomen agenti that appear in the Aveling/Moore and Fowkes translations of this sentence are defined in legal terms, owners, buyer, and seller. As a consequence, both translations obliterate what ought to be straightforwardly recognizable as a double description of two human subjects as possessors and as persons, or as buyer/seller, the first a non-legal description and the second a legal description. The effect is to camouflage a resource for solving the problem of legality. If it is possible to refer to the subjects who enter into a relation of purchase and sale in legal language as persons, or as buyer and seller, but also in de facto terms as commodity possessor and money possessor, then capitalist relations of production can be distinguished from legal property relations by being described as interactions between commodity possessors and money possessors. Property relations is merely a juridical expression for capitalist relations of production because the latter are comprised of actions that seek to acquire or retain possession of commodities or money, or put someone else in the position of acquiring or retaining possession of commodities or money. This solution to the problem of legality is not the indirect one that the official translations leave interpreters who rely on them to pursue, of formulating a non-legal interpretation of the legal terms in Marx's characterization of production relations. 81 It is the straightforward strategy of building on the non-legal terms capital uses to characterize such relations. Take, first, the relation of purchase and sale. A contract of sale, according to Friedrich Karl von Savigny, Marx's teacher of jurisprudence, consists of two declarations of will whose content is an agreement. 82 A declaration of will is the signal of an intention to alter one's legal rights and/or duties. For a contract of sale, two declarations of will are in agreement if they indicateth a same generic object of sale and some value to be given in return. For example, A says to B, or does something that amounts to saying to B, I want to buy one coat for €100. Likewise, B says to A or do something that amounts to saying to A, I want to sell one coat for €100. If, as here, A and B's declarations of will are in agreement, certain legal consequences follow. Each incurs a legal obligation to transfer their respective item to the other. To describe a purchase and sale is a non-legal interaction between a commodity possessor and a money possessor. All the legal terms that might otherwise describe the in order to motives of its participants must be eliminated. There can be no reference to an in order to motive to alter legal rights and/or duties. One solution is offered by the concept of possession. To say that the possessor of an object agrees to let another possess it is to say that the first agrees both to cease to treat it as something that they may use without regard to anyone else's permission or instruction, and to bring about a state of affairs in which the other has control over it. Let A equals a money possessor, and B equals a commodity possessor. Substituting X and Y for amounts of money and coats in the above example, purchase and sale begins when A signals their intention to let B possess X on condition that B lets A possess Y, and B signals their intention to let A possess Y on condition that A lets B possess X. A's offer is oriented to the antecedent projection of B having understood and accepted it. B's acceptance of the offer is a second standard action of social affecting, oriented to A having understood that their offer has been accepted. Each transfer of money or commodities is also a standard action of social affecting, oriented to an antecedent projection of the other possessor as having noted that part of their agreement has been performed. One might worry that the term agreement denotes a legally binding agreement. But Capital says that we may imagine that a relation of will may be legally developed or not. 83 We can abstract from the enforceability of an agreement by a court without prejudice to the fact that its upshot is to facilitate a money possessor becoming a commodity possessor, and a commodity possessor becoming a money possessor. After all, illegal, and hence non-enforceable, drug purchases are an instance of purchase and sale, on the above conception. It is possible, therefore, to provide an interactional solution to the problem of legality in respect of at least one social relation of production, namely purchase and sale. Generalized purchase and sale can belong to a capitalist economic structure, and be distinguished from legal property relations. It might be objected that legal terms still feature in the phrase purchase and sale, which has been retained to designate a relation of the capitalist economic structure. But this objection is insubstantial. What matters is that the actions that comprise the social relation designated as purchase and sale are non-legal. The phrase purchase and sale is retained for simplicity. The same terms also provide a means to describe the social relation of production with wage labor for continuous money maximization. This relation is comprised of the following actions: an offer of labor in return for money, acceptance of the offer, instruction of the labor to be performed, labor orientado receiving money, and transfer of the money. All these actions can again be described as oriented to getting another to act so as to acquire or retain possession of commodities or money, and to others as possessors. Those that take place on the market may be described in the same terms used to describe the actions belonging to the relation of purchase and sale. In the production process, the money possessors in order to motive is to instruct the one who confronted them in purchase and sale as the possessor of their labor power to produce a commodity that they will possess. The in order to motive of the latter is to get the money possessor to note that the labor they instructed has been performed by someone they agreed to give money to. It might be objected that the action that is taken to comprise social relations of production would not exist in the absence of certain legal phenomena. For example, producers would not be able to act on the basis that they possess their labor power if it were not for the coercive enforcement of certain personal freedoms. The distinction required here is that between a necessary condition and a constitutive condition. 84 A necessary condition of X is a condition that, at least in our world, makes X possible. A constitutive condition of X is a condition for X to count as X. To say that a legal phenomenon makes a non-legal in order to motive possible is not to say that it constitutes it. The fact that social relations of production are comprised of actions that would not exist in the absence of certain legal phenomena may be a truth, but one that has not and need not be denied. To derive one phenomenon from another, it is not necessary to claim that the latter would be able to exist without the derived phenomenon. This solution to the problem of legality also reveals how there can be an interactional solution to the problem of normativity. An interactional conception of a social relation can in principle solve the problem of normativity. It was argued above, because not all descriptions of the in order to motives of actions that belong to social relations need refer to a norm or convention. An interactional conception of social relations of production in terms of possession-oriented in order to motives does in fact solve the problem of normativity, because possession-oriented in order to motives are non-normative in order to motives. To describe actors as possessors is not to refer to a norm or convention, and to describe the above ways of getting another to act so as to acquire or retain possession of commodities or money, it is not necessary to refer to a norm or a convention. No reference to rights or duties, sanctions, disapproval or approbation is required. One might worry that the term agreement denotes something normative or conventional. But just as it is possible to abstract from the enforceability of an agreement, so it is possible to abstract from its normativity, that is, from participants' understanding that they ought to do what they agree to do. When it is said that money or commodities are transferred in order that another possessor takes note that a part of an agreement has been performed, agreement, here, simply denotes a meeting of the minds that creates an expectation on the part of another of likely future behavior. Consider Max Weber's remark in Economy and Society that, even if commerce is lacking any normative regulation or coercive guarantee, exchangers can still count on the other's own interest in the continuation of a particular consensual act as such. 85 Ordinarily, each will want to have the chance to continue to do deals with another, and/or with others who may learn of their dealings with that other. To that end, it is necessary to meet, or appear to meet, certain expectations of the other. When, to describe the capitalist economic structure, it is said that possessors transfer commodities or money to bring about the other's awareness that a part of their agreement has been performed, all that is meant is that possessors perform transfers to complete part of an arrangement that is commonly understood as a measure by which people decide whether it would be prudent to have future dealings with them. No norm or convention is thereby invoked. The purpose of responding to the objection from structure, the objection from consciousness on the problem from legaliest defensive. It is to show that the notion of a social structure and the need to distinguish the capitalist economic structure from normative ideas and legal phenomena do not preclude an interactional conception of capitalist relations of production. The positive interpretive argument for this conception is its consistency with Marx's aforecited general remarks. The positive substantive argument is its consistency with the awareness condition and the species awareness claim, and the derivation of the juridical logic of freedom of choice in chapters 9 and 11. Copyright Koninklijke Bril N.V., Leiden, 2019 doi 10.1163/9789004384804_007. Chapter 6. System and Bearer. The interaction recognition antinomy thesis characterizes the capitalist economic structure in terms of two types of interaction, purchase and sale, and labor exploitation. Chapters 7-8 present a separate analysis of each type of interaction. But first it may be sketched how different a piece of interaction can combine to form a social structure. A social structure can be conceived as a combination of generalized interactions. A system, more particularly, is a combination of generalized interactions whose tokens have an unintentionally constraining form imposed on them by the generalized existence of token interactions of their type. As a result, actors in a system are what Capital calls bearers. Trigger point 1, that is, actors in each token interaction treat one another as if they did not have an end beyond it that they have. The argument for conceiving the capitalist economic structure as a system in Wakakters are bearerskallenjes the sociological reception of Marx's writings. The fundamental concept of sociology, Ralph Dahrendorf argues, is the concept of a social role, that is, the expected modes of behavior assigned to a position that are sustained by others' expected use of their positional powers. Point 2. To assimilate Marx's critique of political economy to the discipline of sociology is to treat it as a contribution to a theory of socio-economic roles. Dahrendorf 3. The American sociologist Robert Merton 4 and others 5 take Marx's use of the term bearer and other related phrases in Capital as expressions for the sociological concept of a role occupant. But that is unfounded. A bearer is not a role occupant. Section 1 defends a generalized interactions conception of the capitalist economic structure. Section 2 explains and problematizes the sociological concept of a social role. Section 3 outlines the features of a system. Sections 4-5 argue that the capitalist economic structure can be conceived as a system. Finally, Section 6 presents an abstraction from N's conception of an actor as a bearer, and distinguishes a bearer from a role occupant. 1. A generalized interactions conception of social structure. In a famous passage from his 1859 preface, Marx claims that the totality of these relations of production, the relations of production that correspond to a certain level of development of productive power, constitutes the economic structure of society. Point 6. In Chapter 5, this claim was discussed in the context of rebutting the objection from structure, which offered it as evidence against an interactional conception of social relations of production. In rebutting the objection from structure, 2 points were stressed. First of all, interactions can be described anonymously. Second, positions can consist of interactions. If a position in the economic structure 7 is defined by a combination of all of an individual's social relations of production, that is no reason to believe that it is not defined by the combination of all of their relevant interactions. To rebut the objection from structure, it was not necessary to offer a positive account of the capitalist economic structure. It is now necessary to say something more positive. If a social structure is formed from different piece of social relation, the latter must be able to combine. On initial question therefore in conceiving of social structure, is, at what level are different types of social relation to be thought to combine? A conception of social structure on which the combination of different types of social relation is first conceived at the level of the positions occupied by individuals can be termed a positional conception of social structure. A conception of social structure on which their combination is first conceived at the societal level can be termed a generalized relations conception of social structure. On the latter conception, the question is, on the premise that each type of social relation is to be generalized, what types of social relation can combine? Different types of generalized social relation can combine if they would leave intact and/or reproduce enough of their conditions of existence to allow them to persist as generalized social relations. To see that the question of societal level combination is distinct from that of individual level combination, imagine two types of social relation, X and Y. The tokens of X and Y each involve two actors who have different functions vis-a-vis one another, designated as X1 and X2, Y1 and Y2. At the level of positions, there are then 15 conceivable combinations of X1, X2, Y1 and Y2, including none of them, that might exhaustively describe the position of any one individual in respect of X and Y. The questions of societal level combination and individual level combination are distinct, for the question of whether X and Y can combine if they are generalized is distinct from the question of which of the conceivable combinations of X1, X2, Y1 and Y2 it is possible for any one individual to hold. A generalized relations conception of social structure treats the question of what positions individuals may have as subordinate to the question of what types of generalized social relations a society may have, and only counts the latter as a question of social structure. 8 There are no positions in a social structure, on a generalized relations conception. A positional conception of social structure, by contrast, pays no special attention to social relations with a generalized existence. Its primary concern is with positions, and its account of what positions can exist does not assume that only generalized social relations serve to define a position. There is ample evidence that Marx favors and is committed to a generalized interactions conception of the capitalist economic structure, that is, a generalist relations conception on which social relations are interactions. The arguments for this conception are that, I. It fits remarks related to the above claim from the 1859 preface. 2. It unifies structural and capital accumulation related conceptions of capitalism, and 3. It permits a societal account of an individual's position in a class formation. I. A generalized interactions conception of the capitalist economic structure is supported by two related remarks Marx penned shortly before composing the 1859 preface. One appears in the Grundriss, while the other is taken from Marx's draft of a contribution to a critique of political economy, the so-called Urtext. They are best considered together. If, in the mature bourgeois system, each economic relation presupposes Voraussetzung the other in its bourgeois economic form, and so everything posited is at the same time a presupposition Voraussetzung, that is the case with every organic system. 9. Within the bourgeois mode of production, simple circulation itself only exists as a precondition Voraussetzung of capital, and as presupposing Voraussetzung capital. 10. In German, a Voraussetzung may denote either a precondition, such as when it is said that the Voraussetzungen for admission to a degree are to have passed more elementary courses of study, or else it may denote that which is taken for granted, for something else to occur, as when the Voraussetzung of a question or argument is a premise accepted by the addressor. A rough divider is whether or not adjective tacit can bid sama differ. The first presented feature in the exposition of a complex whole may be a Voraussetzung in the former sense, and have Voraussetzungen in the latter sense. On the one hand, the exposition of this first feature may be an elementary precondition for the exposition of other features that follow it in the order of the exposition. On the other hand, the exposition of this feature will also take for granted the remaining features of the whole that is to be presented, if the first feature cannot exist in the form in which it is analyzed, except in a whole characterized by those other features. A generalized interactions conception of the capitalist economic structure allows the above remarks to offer three claims. One claim is that simple circulation, or generalized purchase and sale, is a precondition of capital, that is, generalized production with wage labor for continuous money maximization. 11 A second claim is that generalized purchase and sale cannot exist except in a whole characterized by generalized production with wage labor for continuous money maximization. A third claim is that mature capitalism, that is, a capitalism whose production processes make money maximizing use of all the various kinds of productive power that capital accumulation can generate, is characterized by the combination of generalized purchase and sale, and generalized production with wage labor for continuous money maximization. A defense of these claims is offered below. The point to note here is that a positional conception of the capitalist economic structure must flounder in the face of the above remarks. A positional conception cannot explain why Marx should want to claim that the system of capitalist production consists of simple circulation and capital, as neither simple circulation nor capital are positions. 2. A generalized interactions conception of the capitalist economic structure preserves the unity of Marx's account of capitalism. Cohen inadvertently highlights the case for this claim by remarking, there are two equally standard but logically distinct Marxian definitions of capitalist society. 12 According to Cohen, Marx offers both a structural definition of capitalist society in terms of the economic positions of capitalist and worker, and a modal definition which refers to the purpose of capitalist production, to use exchange value to produce more exchange value endlessly, and which serves the accumulation of capital. 13 The conclusion that there are two equally standard Marxian definitions of capitalist society is untidy. It is inevitable, however, as long as one adopts a positional conception of the capitalist economic structure, and yet retains a wish to define capitalism so as to preserve a connection with capital accumulation. Capital accumulates from T1 to T2 if all money-maximizing firms taken together can purchase a greater proportion of the total social product at T2 than at T1. No positional conception of the capitalist economic structure can capture this macro-level dynamic, for no positional conception can capture any macro-level dynamic. A generalized interactions conception of the capitalist economic structure may be preferred for this reason. To define capitalism by the combination of generalized purchase and sale and generalized production with wage labor for continuous money maximization is to define it by a process of capital accumulation. A generalized interactions conception of social structure is a conception on which theorizing capitalism in terms of its structure directs one to its macro-level dynamic of capital accumulation. In fact, Romer sketches a society that shows that the attempt to combine a positional conception of capitalist society with an interest in capital accumulation is faced with an even more acute problem. Cohen's structural definition of capitalist society does not simply not direct one to its macro-level dynamic of capital accumulation. It is inconsistent with the study of this dynamic as definitive of capitalism. Romer begins, see consider a society which consists of many producers, which produces one good, corn. 14 Each individual requires 1 bushel of corn per week to subsist. 2 techniques for producing corn are available. Technique I uses no corn as input. After 6 days of labor, it yields 1 bushel of corn. Technique 2 uses 1 bushel of seed corn as input. The yield, after 3 days of labor, is 2 bushels net. Suppose there is only enough seed corn to employ half the population using Technique 2, and that it is all owned by a few people. The result, Romer says, is that owners of seed corn will hire producers to use Technique 2 for 6 days a week, at a rate of 1 bushel of corn. The producer's weekly reward is kept at 1 bushel of corn per week by the existence of a reserve army of peasants 15 who use Technique I to produce on their own. The upshot Romer says is that each owner of seed corn realizes as many bushels of corn as profit as he employs workers. 16 In Romer's sketch, owners of means of production, corn, are enabled, by differential private ownership of means of production, to hire individuals who perform surplus labor for their benefit. Owners of means of production must hire labor in order to maximize their net revenue. On either the effective control version or the optimizing modal relational properties, OMRP, version of the positional conception of capitalist society, the judgment of Romer's sketch, as indeed Romer judges it, is that it is at least in part, ignoring the peasants, a capitalist society. The private owners of the corn who hire voluntary labor are capitalists. 17 While the producers who hire out their labor power may also be proletarians. 18 On the effective control version, these producers are proletarians because each controls none of the means of production he uses. 19 For there to be proletarians on the OMRP version, it would be necessary to suppose that their labor was better rewarded than that of the peasants. If capitalist society is defined by capital accumulation, this judgment must be denied. Capital volume I insists that a capitalist's end does not lie outside circulation, and that it is not the appropriation of use value. 20 A capitalist's end is the restless movement of accruing N 21 within circulation, where circulation denotes the totality of purchases and sales of products. Thus, each capitalist's aim is conquest of the world of social wealth. Point 22. In capital's view, each capitalist is driven by competition to acquire as great an amount of the value of the total social product as possible, and capital accumulation is the unintended macro-level result. The hirers in Romer's sketch cannot be considered capitalists, on this capital accumulation-related conception of a capitalist. If, however, one plays around with hirers' preferences for product, hirers do not seek to accumulate as much value as possible. In Romer's sketch, product yields always allow each hirer, without selling any product, to begin a new round of production in which they hire others' labor to produce a surplus that, after satisfying the hirer's own needs, can be used to rehire labor. In other words, a hirer is always able to reproduce themselves as a hire of others' labor without selling a product assuming a steady supply of labor. Thus, no hirer can be driven out of business by the selling power of any other hirer. A lack of competition between hirers means that, in order to assume that a hirer's end is not to obtain a finite amount of use value, corn as food, but to produce the greatest possible surplus of corn to hire the largest possible number of producers again, and soon endlessly hirers must be stipulated to have an insatiable preference for possessing corn, or for the pride of hiring as many people as possible, or an overriding preference for possessing more corn than others, or for hiring more people than others. But even if a hirer continuously seeks to produce the greatest possible surplus of corn to satisfy such a preference, their end lies outside circulation. There is no circulation, or value. If a hirer's end has no relation to circulation, it is not the end of a capitalist. The result of each hirer pursuing their end is not capital accumulation. On a capital accumulation-related conception of capitalist society, the society that Romer sketches is not even a little bit capitalist. There are no capitalists in it at all. Point 23. If a positional conception of the capitalist economic structure judges a society capitalist when it lacks any capital accumulation, it is not an option to believe that Cohen has identified two equally standard Marxian definitions of capitalist society. Point 24. At least one of them must be rejected. A generalized interactions conception of the capitalist economic structure shows that it is possible to study capitalist production without giving up the label structural or a focus on capital accumulation. 3. A generalized interactions conception of social structure subordinates the question of what types of position there are to that of what types of generalized interaction a society may have. Relatedly, whether a particular individual has a position in the class formation of a capitalist society will depend on whether capital accumulation is the predominant dynamic of production. A positional conception of social structure implies a more individualistic approach to class position. On a positional conception, to ascertain an individual's class position, the first and only thing to do is to determine all the social relations of production that they have. It is not necessary to consider the overall dynamic of production in the society to which they belong. Any two individuals with the same combination of social relations occupy the same position, regardless of any differences in the overall dynamics of production in the societies to which they belong. The difference between these two approaches to class position is illustrated by the problem of modern slave labor. The problem of modern slave labor is, can there be uses of slave labor that are capitalist, or are all uses of slave labor non-capitalist? In Marx's judgment, in the Grundriss, the economic manuscripts of 1861-63, and Capital, the slaveholders in the antebellum South are capitalists. Point 25. The slaveholding plantation owners are capitalists, on capital's definition, if they employ labor for ceaseless money-making in circulation. 26. In other words, if their aim is to employ labor to acquire an ever greater amount of the value of that Romer has, then, simply built the systematic imperative to accumulation inscribed within the capitalist mode of production into the preference structures of these allegedly pre-social individuals. Roberts 1996, p. 174, compare Wood 1989, p. 49. Romer has done no such thing. Roberts here fails to subject analytical Marxism to critique. To offer a critique of analysis NS in respect of the concept of capital, it is necessary to challenge the idea, not grant, that a systematic imperative to accumulation can be built into hirers' preferences for product from their own production process. The total social product. The slave-holding plantation owners of the antebellum South are capitalists, therefore, because they compete with others on a world market 27 to make as much money as possible, and to that end impose as much unpaid labor as possible on their workforce. What enables and unintentionally constrains them to act as capitalists is the bourgeois system. Point 28. Although capital accumulation will be the predominant dynamic of production only if most labor is voluntarily recruited, it is still possible for some capitalists who operate where the dynamic of capital accumulation is predominant to employ slave labor, as anomalies. Point 29. Some modern uses of slave labor are capitalist. Consider, by contrast, the judgment dictated by a positional conception of the capitalist economic structure. On a positional conception, the position of slaveholders in the antebellum South is defined by their effective control over means of production and slaves, or else by the fact that, if they are to optimize their net revenue, they must use slaves to operate means of production. The class position of slaveholders in the antebellum South is of the same type as anyone with the same combination of powers or same optimizing option, regardless of the predominant dynamic of production, and hence regardless of the historical epoch they live in. On a positional conception of the capitalist economic structure, slaveholders in the antebellum South are not capitalists any more than slaveholders in ancient Rome are capitalists. Although Cohen remarks of slaveholders in the antebellum South that Marx is prepared to consider them capitalists. 30. Neither the effective control version nor the OMRP version of the positional conception of the capitalist economic structure supports Marx's judgment. If, as Jaris Banaji claims, a majority of Marxists are probably still reluctant to abandon the comforting idea that slavery precludes capitalism. 31. Then one root cause of this reluctance is a positional conception of economic structure. 2. Sociological thought and the concept of social role. The aim in the previous section was to offer some positive reasons for holding that Marx's conception of the capitalist economic structure is a generalized interactions conception, rather than a positional conception. In fact, these two conceptions reflect the difference between commodity form philosophy and economic thought. This difference provides the basis for a critique of sociological thought. Capital begins with an analysis of the commodity as a general form of wealth. As a general form of wealth is a general feature by virtue of which a type of society is reproduced non-contingently, a commodity form-based conception of the capitalist economic structure must be a generalized relations conception. Only a generalized relations conception of social structure is directly suited to theorize reproduction at the societal level. A commodity form-based conception of the capitalist economic structure can define it by generalized purchase and sale and generalized production with wage labor for continuous money maximization. If the commodity form generates money and generalized purchase and sale cannot exist except in a whole characterized by generalized production with wage labor for continuous money maximization. These arguments will be presented later on. What matters here is to show that only a positional conception of the capitalist economic structure is available to economic thought. The basic concept of economic thought is the concept of an economic good. 32 The concept of an economic good presupposes a commanding subject who is economically rational, that is, who retains the good, conserves it, puts it to the most desired use first, and uses as little as is necessary to satisfy a given desire. Thus, the concept of an economic good presupposes a subject with a full preference order and full information, or else sufficiently exhaustive assumptions. An economic subject is only sufficiently informed, however, if they know all the relevant facts about their position, and that of any relevant others. So, an economic structure is only a structure by which to conceive of subjects as sufficiently informed to act economically if it includes their economic positions. In other words, a conception of an economic structure can only service a way to theorize it economically rationalis of economic goods if it includes subjects' economic positions. Moreover, for economic thought, the question of whether certain types of generalized social relation can combine at the societal level is a non-issue. An economic subject is sufficiently informed if they are sufficiently informed about their own and any relevant others' positions. But whether those positions are defined by a type of generalized social relation or by a type of anomalous social relation is irrelevant. Hence, for economic thought, the structure of capitalist production must be positional. The difference between a generalized interactions conception and a positional conception of the structure of capitalist production reflects the difference between Marx's critique of political economy and economic thought. This difference also reveals the basis for a critique of sociological thought. In Homo sociologicus, Ralph Dahrendorf offers the category of social role as the answer to its search for an elementary category for the distinctly sociological analysis of the problems of social action. 33 Dahrendorf writes, "The term social position designates every place in a field of social relations. Every position carries with it certain expected modes of behavior. Every position a person occupies requires him to do certain things and exhibit certain characteristics. To every social position there belongs a social role." 34. Again, people's regular behavior toward other people gains sociological meaning only insofar as it may be understood as behavior with respect to predetermined patterns that are assigned to the incumbent of a social position irrespective of his individual identity. It is these patterns, and not the behavior itself, that we have called social roles. 35. On Dahrendorf's account, a social role is distinct from a social position, because a social position is defined by conventional or legal rights and duties, which are not predictions, and which are open to interpretation. The rights and duties of a social position first generate the expected modes of behavior that define a social role by being interpreted with a view to the expectations of others in different positions, who may wield powers of inducement or sanction. A social role is also distinct from behavior itself. It is explicated by statements about expected behavior that is merely probable, rather than by statements about actual behavior. A definition of the social role of a doctor, for example, may include the expectation that he/she will serve anyone who is ill. If a doctor were to refuse it a treat sumionu how asil apashan toro their health profession would be likely to complain, and likely lead to a sanction. But the social role of a doctor does not include a legal duty to serve anyone who is sick, or the fact of regularly serving anyone who is sick. Social structure is often understood in terms of social roles. For Ralph Linton, the sum total of the ideal patterns which control the reciprocal behavior between individuals and between the individual and society constitute the social system. 36 Similarly, the social anthropologist Alfred Radcliffe Brown writes, "In any relationship within a social structure a person knows that he is expected to behave according to these norms and is justified in expecting that others persons should do the same, whereby a person is a human being considered not as an organism but as occupying position in a social structure." 37 Or as a more contemporary critical realist account puts it, the basic building blocks of society are positions, involving, depending upon, or constituted according to, social rules and associated tasks, obligations, and prerogatives that are highly segmented. 38 These statements articulate a common core idea, even if the language differs. For sociological thought, a social structure is comprised of different social roles, each of which is defined by the expected modes of behavior that are sustained by relevant others' expected use of their positional powers. The importance of the concept of social role to sociological thought is explained by the fact that this concept offers a way to respond to and correct economic thought. It offers a way to hold on to the idea that actors are economically rational to some extent while theorizing the impact of social norms on action affecting the distribution of benefits and burdens in society. Economic thought, by virtue of the concept of an economic good, must adopt a positional conception of economic structure. Edison Leon Segant's positions are specified sufficiently that economically rational behavior can be theorized. What sociological thought adds is that if we're to understand fully how agents in various positions typically act, we must also describe the normative expectations that they encounter, or as Playmenitz was seen to put it in Chapter 5, we must also describe the rules of conduct which the persons who stand in those relations recognize and are required to conform to. 39 The sociological correction of economic thought is that it is one-sided to focus on preference maximization in respect of possessions when the existence of unequal power relations serves to ensure that actors may be enabled or constrained, formally or informally, by other role occupants, if they observe or depart from what is expected of them. Insofar as the response of sociological thought to economic thought merely seeks to qualify it rather than to offer a critique, a commodity form-based derivation of the concept of an economic good must be matched by a commodity form-based critique of sociological thought for what it overlooks as soon as it treats the concept of social role as fundamental. 3 points can be made in this regard. The common feature is that sociological thought cannot but ignore or misattribute to particular types of social role the causal power of generalized and non-differentiated behavior that is characteristic of a specific form of society. Point 40. Firstly, to treat the concept of social role as fundamental is to be blind to the fact that the generalized existence of a type of interaction may explain non-normative pressures even without further differentiation of those who take part in it. Actors may be constrained by having to bear in mind, instrumentally, what others will do in separate token interactions of a given type, even if all further differentiation is put aside. For example, the generalized existence of purchase and sale might, in part, explain why, say, people choose to study for a degree that they believe will provide them with a marketable skill, independently of any fact about differential pay or divisions of class. The effect in this case is the same as if the fact of everyone being a family member, which, as distinct from father, daughter, etc., does not designate a social role, were to create an interest with causal power that was not reducible to the interest that people have as types of family member. Second, the generalized existence of a type of interaction may explain a normative expectation even without any further differentiation of those who take part in it. As we will suggest in Chapter 9, a belief in the principle of self-ownership can be explained by appeal to generalized purchase and sale, and a social interest in security. Yet neither of these facts presupposes any further differentiation of those who engage in purchase and sale. It is misleading to attribute any explanatory power they have to role occupants, if a social role is an exhaustive description of the expectations that a position holder faces in a certain domain of action that includes various types of position. Third, the generalist existentia of a type of interaction may, in part, explain the existence of a social role. For a social role to exist, it must be the case that, at any given point in time, those who are expected to perform one set of functions in a certain domain of action are not expected to perform a different set of functions belonging to that domain. If it is logically possible for a society to contain all the various functions that are actually expected of those with certain distinct social roles without containing these social roles, because all agents perform all the functions, and if the dynamic of this logically possible starting point would tend, in time, to create these social roles, then their reproduction cannot be fully explained by sociological thought. 3. The features of a system. A social structure qualifies as an organic system. 41. Hereafter system, if its parts depend on one another not just for their existence, but for their nature. Not only does each type of generalized interaction in it have every other type of generalized interaction as a condition of its continued existence as a generalized interaction. The nature of each part rests on the whole. Consider the final part of the following remark from Karl Menger's investigation into the methods of the social sciences. The organism is distinguished from a mechanism on the one hand by the fact that, unlike the latter, it is not the product of human calculation, but the product of a natural process, on the other hand, by the fact that the individual part of the organism, each organ, is conditioned by the connection of the parts into a higher whole, the organism in its totality, and by the normal nature of the other parts, the other organs, not just in its normal function, but also in its normal nature. The latter is by no means the case with a mechanism. Point 42. A minimal description of the capitalist economic structure in terms of two types of interaction is a description of it as a system if, in developed capitalism, the generalized existence of each type of interaction is a condition of the generalized existence of the other, and the tokens of each type of interaction owe their form to the generalized existence of token interaction of their type. If these two conditions are satisfied, no token interaction could have the form it has in the capitalist economic structure, as an isolated interaction. It is true to say, of such a structure, that the nature of each part, that is, each token interaction, depends on the whole. The generalized existence of token interactions of a given type may lend each token interaction a form in qualitatively different ways. The form that the generalist existency of a type of interaction imparts on each token interaction may be intended or unintended, depending on whether it is the intention of interaction partners that others engage in interactions of that type, or whether each merely bears in mind instrumentally that others will engage in separate interactions of that type. The generalized existence of capitalist relations of production imposes a form on each token interaction that is unintended. Each assumest heterothers will engage in separate token interactions of the same type, by means of which some number of human beings, including themselves, will reproduce their existence. But no one acts as if it were their intention that their interaction contribute to that process of social reproduction. From now on, the term system is reserved for a social structure in which the form imparted on each part is enabling and unintentionally constraining. In effect, unintentional constraint is treated as a third feature of a system. Whether or not the distinction between social structure and system drawn here maps current sociological usage, it fits a non-technical use of the term. The phrase the system, unlike the social structure, can characterize a stifling social arrangement. The capitalist economic structure is a system. On this more qualified conception, if simple circulation and capital are each defined by a type of interaction whose generalized existence imposes an enabling and unintentionally constraining form on each token interaction. If the capitalist economic structure is a system, it is not an aggregated sum of social relations. Social relations form an aggregated sum if any number of tokens of any type of social relation can be added or subtracted with no change to the nature of the rest, and hence with no further change to the sum. By contrast, if one supposes, of a system, that all the tokens of one of its types of interaction did not exist, that would not leave the number of tokens of another type of interaction unaffected. It accords with saying that the capitalist economic structure is a system that, if one were to suppose that there were no token interactions of purchase and sale, there could be no token interactions of production with wage labor for continuous money maximization. In Karl Marx's theory of history, Cohen cites, no less than half a dozen times, a mistranslation of Marx's 1859 preface that says that a sum total of relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society. 43 What the 1859 preface actually claims is that the totality gesamtheit of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society. 44 It thereby refines wage labor and capital. The relations of production in their totality gesamtheit constitute what are called social relations, society. 45 A sum total of relations is a total to and from which token relations can be added and subtracted one at a time. If social relations of production constitute a sum total, an OMRP conception of the capitalist economic structure is a better interpretation of the 1859 preface. 46 Marx writes gesamtheit totality, however not summa. 47 What Cohen and others cite Marx as saying is, for Marx, false. For the capitalist structure as a system. One feature of a system is that each part depends on the others. The claim to be defended here is that, in developed capitalism, generalized purchase and sale and generalized production with wage labor for continuous money maximization are necessarily combined. In this claim, wage labor is shorthand for voluntarily recruited paid labor by a producer with private autonomy. The phrase with private autonomy excludes indentured labor that is voluntarily recruited. This shorthand is consistent with Marx's remark in Results of the Immediate Process of Production that insofar as wage labor is essential to the capitalist relation of production, that is, indispensable for developed capitalism, it has the form of salary, and is hired through a contract between equally entitled commodity possessors wherein besitzer who confront one another as free and equal. 48 Take, first, the more straightforward question as to why generalized production with wage labor for continuous money maximization depends on generalized purchase and sale. A unit of production can only be oriented to continuous money maximization if all potential inputs and outputs of production can be acquired and exchange and their value can be identified or estimated using a single measure. A unit of production can only be oriented to a judgment that there is more money to be made by producing a certain number of A's with various amounts of B, C, and D than by producing a certain number of E's with various amounts of F, G and H, if there is a measure of value for A, B, C, D, E, F, G and H. Accordingly, for each prospective money-maximizing investor to be able to ascertain the branch of production in which they can maximize their monetary wealth, there must be a measure of value for all the potential inputs and outputs of production. The judgments made with a single measure of value are only valid, however, if that measure also functions as the general means of exchange, and so if exchange, generally, is an exchange of commodities for money or purchase and sale. The reason why generalized purchase and sale depends on generalized production with wage labor for continuous money maximization is more complex. The subjectivity of a purchaser makes it relevant to distinguish degrees of generalized purchase and sale, based on the volume of purchases, and generalized production with wage labor for continuous money maximization is the most competitive form of production for circulation. If all products circulate, all consumers are money possessors, who acquire whatever they want to acquire. As such, they cannot turn down the offer of the same commodity at a cheaper price. Purchasing a given type of commodity at a cheaper price is a means to acquire as much of whatever a money possessor wants to acquire as they can, and the comparison of possible purchases itself leads the wants of money possessors to expand. Thus, if purchase and sale is generalized, the volume of purchases is elastic, and may increase if commodities are produced more cheaply. The most competitive units of commodity production are those that produce for continuous money maximization. To be successful, units of production for circulation must be able to finance the repurchase of all their inputs from their sale of outputs, and still keep their prices relatively low. The most sustainable way to do this is to invest in technological innovations. The means that a unit of production has at its disposal to invest in technological innovations are maximized by producing for money maximization, and then reinvesting the maximum proportion in technological innovations whose use is likely to provide the opportunity to reinvest the most in technological innovations again, and so on, indefinitely. The most competitive units of commodity production are those that produce for continuous money maximization and adopt money-saving technologies and techniques unconditionally. The same point may be expressed negatively. All non-money maximizing market production, where the adoption of money-saving technologies and techniques is conditional on some other aim, is not fully competitive. No such unit of production can reduce the price of its product as far as those units that adopt money-saving technologies and techniques unconditionally. If all consumers are money possessors, the inability of non-money maximizing units of production to match the price reductions of money maximizing units must leave the former vulnerable to being wiped out by the latter's undercutting strategy. And large market share. Non-money maximizing units of production for circulation are thus at most an anomalous source of niche products within a general trend of production for continuous money maximization. By encouraging production for continuous money maximization, generalized purchase and sale encourages units of production to draw on the labor of multiple producers. The money maximizing option is to increase the number of producers whenever the resulting increase in the scale of production enables more money to be made. Insofar as cooperation in a enlarge a division of labor brings efficiency savings, such moves impose a certain minimum size of workforce on competitors as well. By encouraging money-maximizing units of production to use the labor of multiple producers, generalized purchase and sale encourages units of production to recruit labor. Lending money as credit to groups of producers allows the latter to take investment and operational decisions themselves. That impedes production for continuous money maximization, because the unconditional investment in and use of money-saving technologies and techniques requires their implementation, if necessary, at a workforce's own expense. It requires their implementation even when jobs are lost and/or deskilled, and hence cheapened, as a consequence. Capitalist cooperatives cannot be expected to organize labor within their control to their own members' detriment if all alternative employment is beyond their members' control. Groups of producers who act as their own capitalist will tend to be less competitive than capitalists who recruit others' labor, leaving them vulnerable to being wiped out or marginalized. By encouraging money-maximizing units of production to recruit others' labor, generalized purchase and sale encourages units of production to recruit voluntary labor. Generalized purchase and sale is not logically incompatible with generalized slave labor, as it is with serf labor, or labor rewarded in kind. But generalized production for continuous money maximization is not feasible with generalized slave labor. Slave labor attaches costs and difficulties to technical change. It directly burdens slaveholders with costs of maintaining the slaves that new technologies and techniques displace, or of retraining gone/or selling them. Further, slaves are increasing less efficient producers, the more fragile or damageable the means of production. Slaves frustrated will to be recognized as persons is expressed in the misuse of their tools. A slave, capital remarks, creates for themselves thesel feeling off their distinction from them from animals and other work implements jf by mistreating and wast. Ing them Conamore. 49 If a producer, whose will must be engaged, is treated as a thing, their frustrated will to be recognized as a person. 50 Can only be expressed in the misuse of the things that they are instructed to use. So, if purchase and sale encourages investment in technology, with the consequence that production for continuous money maximization depends increasingly on its proper use, a type of labor with a relatively high propensity to misuse it is less and less optimal. Only voluntarily recruited labor allows money-maximizing units of production to manage technical change over time. Finally, by encouraging money-maximizing units of production to recruit voluntary paid labor, generalized purchase and sale encourages units of production to recruit producers with private autonomy. Voluntarily recruited labor could still be indentured, that is, undertaken by someone bound to perform it. Its non-performance then permits punishment from the employer, as distinct from monetary claims for compensation. Indentured labor, such as the system of closed compounding imposed by South African mine owners in the 19th and 20th centuries, need not directly burden employers with the costs of maintaining retraining gone/or selling producer labor is displaced by more advanced technologies and techniques if it is renewed, say, a year at a time. Moreover, what Weber, following Adam Smith, emphasizes as the irrational character of slave labor, the complete disappearance of the worker's own interest in optimal effort. 51 Need not count against the economic rationality of indentured labor, if indentured labor is combined with variable pay scales, and/or the possibility of extending a period of bound service as punishment. However, the recognition-based part of the argument for why generalized slave labor is incompatible with production for continuous money maximization must also apply in the case of indentured labor. Like slaves, indentured laborers are treated as things. Their employer's contractual right to punish them for failing to do a job whose non-performance can be costed in monetary terms, together with the lack of a private sphere beyond the employer's policing, amounts to the judgment that they are nothing more than a thing. As long as a producer is made to feel that they are nothing more than a thing, their frustrated will to be recognized as a person can only be expressed in the misuse of the things that they are instructed to use, the cost of which increases as capitalism advances. Superintendents cannot preempt this misuse, for, besides the additional cost, indentured labor of superintendents would itself exhibit the same type of misuse. This argument for why the capitalist economic structure exhibits the first feature of a system is in accord with Jairus Banaghi's view that capitalism cannot be based on generalized slave labor or generalized indentured labor, although historical capitalism is characterized by some amount of each. 52 It employs a different defense of the former claim, however. Banaghi offers a mobility-based argument. Banaghi argues that capitalism is incompatible with generalized slave labor or generalized indentured labor on the grounds that the mobility of labor is essential to the mechanism of capital at this level. 53 This mobility-based argument seems to conflate trois different types of mobility, however. It is true, as Banaghi says, that, historically, some capitalists have used various means in efforts to contain their producers' JF mobility. Point 54. It is also true that, if units of production generally could not get rid of producers they no longer need, or hire others they come to need, competition and capital accumulation would be impeded. But the type of mobility to be limited in the first case, the mobility one of labor on the initiative of producers, is not the type of mobility required in these kind, the mobility 2 of labor on the initiative of capitalists. As the claim that capitalism precludes generalized immobility 2 does not imply that capitalism precludes generalized immobility 1, a mobility-based argument cannot show that capitalism is incompatible with generalized slave labor or generalized indentured labor. Indeed, Marx's claim, in the economic manuscripts of 1861-63, that capitalist production occurs on the slave plantation scene the antebellum South only formally 55 invites the limits of the capitalist use of slave or indentured labor to be related back to features of the capitalist production process, such as technical change over time and recognition, rather than to conditions of the labor market. In a system, token interactions are enabled and unintentionally constrained by the generalized existence of token interactions of their type. To describe the capitalist economic structure as a two-relation system, therefore, it is also necessary to argue that simple circulation and capital impose a form on token interactions that is both enabling and unintentionally constraining. Take, first, simple circulation. Marx writes in the Grundriss, "It lies in the nature of circulation that exchange appears as a process, as a fluid whole of purchases and sales. It results from conscious individuals' effect on one another, but it neither lies in their consciousness, nor is it subsumed under them as a whole. Their own collisions with one another produce an alien social power standing over them, their interaction wechselwirkung exists as a process and force independent of them." Point 56. In simple circulation, each exchange takes the form of an exchange of commodities for money or purchase and sale. The form of exchange as an exchange of commodities for money both enables and unintentionally constrains actors in each token exchange. As Marx elaborates in Capital Volume I, it may indeed happen that A and B buy from each other, but that particular relationship is by no means conditioned by the universal relations of commodity circulation. We see here, on the one hand, how commodity exchange surpasses the individual and local limits of the immediate exchange of products, and develops the metabolic process of human labor. On the other hand, a whole circle of social connections to nature develops, uncontrollable by the acting persons. The weaver can only sell linen because the farmer has already sold wheat, the intemperate man can only sell Bibles because the weaver sold linen, the distiller can only sell their eau de vie because Ethiather Hassel Rita sold water of eternal life, etc. 57. If A and B exchange products, B must want the product A has, and have the product A wants. If, by contrast, A and B exchange commodities for money, B must want the product A has, and have a product someone with money wants, but not necessarily A, or even anyone with A's type of product, or even anyone in the same region as A. No one has to buy from anyone they sell to, or buy any type of product sold by those they sell to, or buy any type of product from the region of those they sell to. Each is enabled to sell the type of product anyone with money wants to acquire, and to acquire the type of product that anyone sells. Each is also unintentionally constrained by the form of exchange as an exchange of commodities for money. A, who sells to B, may have an interest in C selling, if B only has the money to buy from A. If B sells to C, who themselves must sell, to have money to buy from B. A then has an interest in C selling, irrespective of what C sells and to whom C sells, and despite the fact that A concludes no transaction with C and has no influence over C. As B may sell not only to one other person, C, but to any number of third parties, and every seller has concerns of the kind just attributed to A, circulation as a whole is an alien social power over each. Each actor can sell the type of product anyone wants to acquire and acquire the type of product that anyone sells, but only if enough other money possessors, who acquire just whatever they want to acquire, have the fitting preferences. Consider, second, capital. In the Grundriss Marx claims, Conceptually, competition is nothing other than the inner nature of capital, its essential determination, appearing, and realized, as the mutual effect of many capitals on one another, its inner tendency as external necessity. Capital exists, and can only exist, as many capitals, and its self-determination thus appears as the mutual effect of capitals on one another. 58. If production is for continuous money maximization, then the volume of a firm's output rises as far as is profitable, in a context where every other firm requires inputs of a volume that allow it to raise its output as far as is profitable. But if the inputs for that greater volume of output are to be available in sufficient volume, then they, too, must be produced for an end that is open-ended in respect to volume, and so for continuous money maximization. Capital can only exist, as many capitals, for the chain of dependence of one money-maximizing unit of production on another extends as far as the outputs of one money-maximizing unit are required as inputs for another. Each unit of production is also, however, under an external necessity or unintentional constraint to maximize its monetary returns, in order to reinvest and extract the maximum again, because competition attaches future disadvantages to non-accumulation. A reduction in accumulation decreases the sum available to expand production and/or purchase improved technologies. It thereby impedes undercutting strategies that use economies of scale and/or technological advantages to enlarge market share. To postpone or dilute such changes in one's own firm gives the opportunity to others, to the potential detriment of one's own firm's future money-making. Any money-maximizing firm that is prompted to consider which technology or technique to adopt, and any revenue-oriented investor prompted to consider which branch to invest in, therefore has an incentive to pursue the money-maximizing option, as determined by the opportunities presented in all branches of production. 6. Actors as bearers. What remains to be argued is that actors in this system of capitalist production are bearers. Actors are bearers, it is argued here, if, in token interactions of a certain type, each treats the other as if the other lacked an end beyond their interaction that they have. The conception of a bearer as an actor who treats another and is treated by another as if they did not have an end beyond an interaction that they have is an abstraction from N's conception of a bearer. Marx writes in his Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844. Animals are immediately one with their life activity. They do not distinguish themselves from it. They are it. Humans make their very life activity an object of will and consciousness. They have conscious life activity. It is not a determinateness with which they immediately coincide. 59. A member of a species can be said to be immediately one with an activity if the activity is not chosen with a view to the pursuit of further plans, and the experience of the activity provides no perspective on any further plans, in respect to whose promotion or frustration it is sensed to have a place. Activity is conscious life activity, by contrast, if it is chosen in light of further plans, and its experience is shaped by its fit with the further plans it brings into view, in light of an actor's stock of experiences. Human beings have conscious life activity. In this sense, on an abstraction from N's conception of a bearer, the notion of conscious life activity is relevant for defining a bearer. To say that actors are bearers is to highlight a quality of conscious life activity on the part of the actors of a system. Human beings have needs whose objects are not produced once and for all, but must be continually reproduced. Any given interaction in a system of production is therefore just one step in an actor's reproduction. It is one step in a series of steps for that actor, each of which is a part of the same system. Any given token interaction in it is a means, for its participants, to engage in a separate token interaction in it. In the system of capitalist production, actors sell one commodity in order to purchase another, or initiate production for money maximization in order to initiate another round of production for money maximization. The actions in a system are a kind of conscious life activity. Therefore, there is a peculiarity to this conscious life activity, however. In a system, actors do not interact with only another as if they intended separate token interactions of the same type. They merely bear them in mind, instrumentally. The only other token interactions of this type thought they intend beyond their present interaction are their own future token interactions. Hence no actor in a system intends for their interaction partner to engage in a further token interaction of that type. Thus, no actor in a system intends for their interaction partner to satisfy a further end in a separate token interaction. If a commodity/money possessor or money maximizing firm could get what they acquire from of an interaction without parting with anything in return and hence without parting with anything that could enable their interaction partner to engage in a further token interaction, they would. Thus no actor in the system of capitalist production interacts with another as if they intended for that other to satisfy a further end in a separate token interaction of that system. The system of capitalist production turns actors into bearers, therefore, because it ensures that actors do not act towards one another as if they intended the other to satisfy a further end in a separate token interaction of that system, and because it ensures that each actor does in fact have such an end. On the conception of real abstraction outlined in Chapter 3, an interaction exhibits a real abstraction if it requires at least one actor to treat another as if X is the case, and yet, by virtue of that very interaction, it belongs to that actor's stock of experiences that X is not the case. Accordingly, one way for an interaction to exhibit a real abstraction is in respect to an end. An interaction exhibits a real abstraction in respect to an end if it requires one actor to treat another as if X is not an end of the other, or as if X may or may not be an end of the other, and yet, by virtue of that interaction, it belongs to that actor's stock of experiences that X is an end of the other, or that X must be an end of the other. An abstraction from ends-based conception of a bearer implies a potential for a real abstraction, for a bearer is not, by definition, aware of the fact from which their treatment of another abstracts. Consider the following two comments from Capital. The first is taken from the preface to the first edition, and the second from Chapter 2. Persons feature hereon lion so faris are personifications of economic categories, bearers trigger of definite class relations and interests. My standpoint, which grasps the development of the economic formation of society as a natural historical process, is the last to make the individual responsible for relations whose creature they socially remain, however much they believe themselves above them. 60. In the course of the exposition, we will find, in general, that persons' economic character masks ökonomische Charaktermasken der Personen are merely the personifications of economic relations, as whose bearers they confront one another als deren Trigger sie sich gegenübertreten. 61. On an abstraction from ends conception of a bearer, the fact that an actor is a bearer is a fact that concerns some one type of relation they engage in. It does not first become a fact about them as a participant in all the various relations of a given domain of action they engage in taken together. This is consistent with Marx's claim that actors are bearers throughout Capital's exposition of economic categories. If the fact that an actor is a bearer were related only to all the various relations of a given domain of action they engage in taken together, actors would only emerge as bearers at the end of their mention in Capital's exposition. Moreover, if actors are creatures of relations that belong to a society's economic formation, for which the individual is not responsible, that suggests that bearers are subject to an unintentional constraint irreducible to the powers wielded by particular responsible individuals. It implies that the unintentional constraint to which bearers are subject is not an interest in conforming to the expectations of a social role. On an abstraction from ends conception of a bearer, for A to confront or encounter B as a bearer is for A to act towards B such that B counts, for A, as a bearer, that is, as someone without an end beyond the interaction that they have. The system of capitalist production gives rise to a real abstraction in respect of an end if its actors treat one another merely as recipients of something they must part with in order to acquire something else for themselves, and yet, on reflection, they must know that the other has acquired something that they can only use in a separate interaction or action. Both purchase and sale, and production with wage labor for continuous money maximization, are interactions in which actors are not just bearers, but, in virtue of being bearers, can assume a critical stance towards the features from which they abstract. In respect of commodity exchange, the Grundriss remarks, The subjects in exchange are only for one another through the equivalence as beings of equal worth gleichgeltend and the prove themselves to be such through the change of objectivity in which the one is for the other. Since it is only thus that they are for one another in exchange, as beings of equal worth, as possessors besitzer of equivalence and upholders of this equivalence, they are, as beings of equal worth, also indifferent to one another, their remaining individual differences do not concern them, they are indifferent towards all their remaining individual peculiarities. 62. In commodity exchange, each actor regards themselves and treats the other as the current possessor of what they part with, and the future possessor of what they stand to receive. Each regards themselves as the possessor of what they offer for exchange, because each regards their will alone as making their agreement to exchange it valid. Each treats the other as the possessor of what they want to acquire from them, by directing their offer or acceptance of the other's offer only at that other. An offer, or its acceptance, aims at reaching agreement, and its initiator or acceptor could not hope to acquire a product from another by means of agreement if they believed that a third party, besides the one to whom their offer or acceptance was directed, also had some say over its exchange. Finally, if each regards themselves as a possessor who concludes an agreement to exchange with another possessor, each must take both themselves and the other to possess what they receive from the other once the exchange is completed. The action of taking possession is ens indeterminate, however. It does not imply a will, or even the competence, to use the thing. Hence, to treat another as just a future possessor of commodities or money is to treat them in abstraction from any further end they may have with it. If each possessor parts with money or commodities in order to acquire commodities or money in return, they cannot attach conditions to the use of what they part with. As no conditions of future use can be attached to what a possessor parts with, and its recipient is only relevant as someone who, on condition of acquiring, supplies what the other wants to acquire, neither actor can act as if they ascribed an end to the other connected to what the other acquires from them, beyond acquisition. Each treats the other in abstraction from any further end, by treating the other simply as a possessor. Indeed, each treats the other as a bearer. Each commodity exchanger treats the other as simply a possessor of what they acquire. Yet, as each thereby provides the other with a particular type of commodity or sum of money that can only be consumed or used in a further action, each must also suppose, to avoid regarding the other as without conscious life activity, that the other plans to exchange or consume what they acquire in a further action. In that each treats the other as a future possessor of commodities or money, neither acts towards the other as if the other has a further end to pursue. Yet each must know, in virtue of this interaction, that it is the other's end to exchange the money they acquire, or to consume or exchange the commodity they acquire. For the same reason, actors are bearers of production with wage labor for continuous money maximization. Each treats the other as just a possessor of what the other acquires, money or commodities. To the end of money maximization, a unit of production cannot attach conditions to the use or non-use of the money it pays the wage laborer. Likewise, to the end of individual reproduction, a wage laborer cannot attach conditions to the use or non-use of the commodities they agree to produce. Yet each necessarily has a further end beyond that interaction. Indeed, each must also suppose, if they are not to regard the other as without conscious life activity, that the other has a further end to pursue, given that the other's agreement would have no point unless it were a means to the end of using the commodity as or money the acquire an aspirate action or interaction. So conceived, a bearer is distinct from a position holder or role occupant. Both de Rendorf 63 and Merton 64 claim that Marx's use of the phrases character mask or personifications of economic categories or bearers can be replaced with the less metaphorical language of social roles. In defense of this sociological interpretation, it might be argued that the reason that individuals cannot be held responsible for the relations to which capital refers is that they are defined by general criteria, which abstract from changes of personnel. For Marx to say that actors jointly assume character masks is then for Marx to say that capital only considers actors as occupants of economic roles. That is the case that could be put for Merton's claim that Marx is abstracting from other variables and regarding men in their economic and class roles. 65 One truth in this sociological interpretation is that it is what Christoph Henning calls a reinterpretation. 66 A reinterpretation of Marx's conception of a bearer defines a bearer by something that an actor either actually does, or is actually expected to do. A reinterpretation contrasts with a purely methodological interpretation, on which a bearer is simply a deliberately one-sided description of an actor. The sociological interpretation is a reinterpretation, because social roles are defined by modes of behavior expected by other actors. Certainly, Marx's aforesided remarks are only consistent with a reinterpretation. An actor cannot become a creature of social relations just by virtue of an observer's reflection. A sociological interpretation of Marx's conception of a bearer is not, however, the only or best reinterpretation, however. On the abstraction Fromen's conception of a bearer is distinct from a position holder or role occupant on at least 6 counts. First, actors are bearers in virtue of what they actually do, rather than in virtue of anything they are expected to do. Second, the fact that an actor is a bearer is a fact that relates to some one type of generalized interaction they engage in. It is not a fact about them as a participant in all the various types of interaction they engage in within a given domain of action that necessarily includes various types of position. Third, actors are bearers only by virtue of their involvement in a system. The concept of a position holder or role occupant does not presuppose the concept of a system. Fourth, the form of unintentional constraint to which bearers are subject would arise even in the absence of social norms. It does not, at least directly, take the form of a pressure to conform to normative expectations. Fifth, this constraint is an upshot of the generalized interaction itself, rather than the sanctioning power of particular role occupants. Finally, bearers engage in a form of conscious life activity that is marked by an abstraction from actors' further ends. Chapter 7. Purchase and Sale. The task in respect of purchase and sale is to explain the two functions of money appearing in the description of the capitalist economic structure as a system. It is to explain why a single measure of value serves as a general means of exchange. If the system of capitalist productionist themist developed form of production to use money, an explanation of these two basic features of money in capitalism is also an argument for defining money by these two functions. Commodity form philosophy is a project whose theses are all founded on an analysis of the commodity form, and which traces the effects, within individual disciplines, of its obscured significance. Insofar as the interaction recognition antinomy thesis belongs to the project of commodity form philosophy, its analysis of purchase and sale must observe these conditions. It must explain money by the commodity form, and diagnose the naturalization of money in economic thought. In the first edition of Capital Volume I, Marx claims, the commodity is an immediate unity of use value and exchange value, hence of two opposites. 1 Use value and value are opposites in respect of possession. 2 If the subjectivity of possession is tied to the commodity form, a commodity form-based explanation of money can appeal to the subjectivity of possession in the context of generalized production for exchange. This possibility is cause to report one of the more comical features of the Anglophone reception of Marx's writings. In the first 2 chapters of Capital Volume I, Marx repeated Liusis Theterm's Possessor Besitzer and Commodity Possessor Waren Besitzer. 3 Yet one would not know it from either the Aveling/Moore translation or the Fowkes translation of Capital. In these translations, Besitzer and Warenbesitzer are rendered as owner and commodity owner/owner of a commodity respectively. 4 The German terms for owner and commodity owner/owner of a commodity are Eigentümer and Wareneigentümer. Neither Eigentümer nor Wareneigentümer appears in Capital's 2 opening chapters. A similar fate has befallen a contribution to the critique of political economy, which covers the same material as Capital's 2 opening chapters. It uses the terms Besitzer and Warenbesitzer over 50 times. 5 Not one use of these terms is rendered as possessor or commodity possessor in the MECW translation. 6 It, 2, uses the terms owner or commodity owner/owner of a commodity. Yet neither Eigentümer nor Wareneigentümer is used by Marx in this text. Anglophone commentary on Marx has accepted and repeated these translations. The comical result is that, on the one hand, the term in current use in Anglophone commentary on Marx, commodity owner, is an equivalent for a term, wherein agentimer, that there is no record of Marx ever having used, in any published or unpublished piece of writing, while on the other hand, virtually no mention or analysis is made of the term Marx repeatedly used, commodity possessor. The concept of possession was the object of a scholarly dispute between two of Marx's teachers of jurisprudence, Friedrich Karl von Savigny, and the Hegelian, Eduard Gans. 7 No diligent student of jurisprudence, let alone a thinker schooled in this dispute, can be assumed to use the terms possession and ownership interchangeably, as if they were synonyms. The difference between possession and legal ownership that matters for Marx interpretationists thought possession is defined in phenomenological terms, whereas legal ownership is not. A possessor has a type of will that a legal owner, who enjoys an enforceable right, need not have. As we will see in Chapter 9, Marx also has a phenomenological concept of ownership. The difference between possession and this phenomenological concept of ownership is that possession does not presuppose anything resembling recognition, but more on that later. The relevance of possession to an explanation of money can be suggested by exposing two problems with Cohen's view of money. For Cohen, a sum of money is, in effect, a highly generalized form of such a ticket that lays out a disjunction of conjunctions of courses of action that I may perform. That is, I may do A and B and C and D, or B and C and D and E, or E and F and G and A, and so on. 8 The qualifier in effect is added in acknowledgement of the fact that conditions other than possession of the required money are necessary to supply the freedom money seekers seek. 9 For example, buyers have to be of age, and sellers may, but standardly do not, decline offers. 10 But assuming these ether conditions are met, thuhala point off money isto extinguish interference, that is its defining function. 11 If I give money to travel on the train, the conductor's interference with my journey is extinguished, for his will is to deny access except in return for money, and what the government in a money economy does is to enforce the asset holder's will. 12 For Cohen, what money renders commensurable, and its transfer facilitates, are uninterfered with courses of action. Cohen's view of money is flawed, even on its own premises. If the government in a money economy enforces the asset holder's will, extinguishing interference is not the whole point of money. An asset holder may will to exclude others from using their asset whether or not that use amounts to interference with any course of action they are free to perform with it. Money can therefore be used to purchase an asset with this in mind. One point of purchasing land may be to acquire the power to keep trespassers off. Nor is it true that extinguishing interference with courses of action is money's defining function. Money serves acquisition with or without any knowledge of what may be done with a purchasable item on the part of the purchaser. No deficiency in the sum of money used to acquire an item or in that acquisition itself would be exposed if, through ignorance or memory loss, a purchaser did not know what the item they purchased was for. Possession is relevant for an explanation of money precisely because it is exclusive and ends indeterminate. Section 1 examines the concept of exchange. Section 2 distinguishes a particular type of exchange, the independent exchange of products. Section 3 analyses possession, which the independent exchange of products presupposes. Finally, Section 4 appeals to the subjectivity of possession to argue that generalized production for exchange cannot be thought without money. 1. Exchange. One basic feature of exchange is conditionality. 13 In exchange, each actor only parts with something on condition that the other parts with something else in return. This is not the only basic feature of exchange, however. Otherwise, mutual aid to a third party would count as an exchange. Exchange is also acquisitional. Each actor who parts with something only on condition that the other does too is also the recipient of what the other parts with. Thirdly, exchange is voluntary. No party is denied the capacity to decline an exchange. Standardly, the acquisitional conditional transfer is a result of an intended agreement. The agreement consists of an offer, described by Adam Smith as "give me that which I want," and you shall have this which you want. 14 and its acceptance. In the non-standard case, conceptually parasitic on the standard case, the acquisitional conditional transfer is merely viewed as if it rested on an intended agreement. One party may deny having had any intention to make or accept an offer, and still be bound by its terms, if, recklessly, or carelessly, they act in a way that another could honestly, and reasonably, understand as an offer or acceptance. 15 The law may then proceed as though the actor has signaled consent. 16 Acquisitional conditional transfer as a result of an intended agreement remains the standard case, if neither party can be legally bound on account of a fact unrelated to what the other can understand as an offer or acceptance. Whether the agreement is real or fictional, no party is denied the capacity to decline an exchange. An agreement to exchange is performed by the conditional transfer, which is also by agreement. It is not possible to perform part of an agreement to exchange be seizing something from the other, because it is not possible to seize something from another on condition that they seize something from oneself. Whilst a conjunction of events can occur in which A seizes from B, and B seizes something else from A, no seizure performs part of an agreement to exchange. In sum, exchange is an agreement between the acquisitional conditional terms of an offer and the acquisitional conditional terms of its acceptance, and a conditional transfer in accordance with that agreement. Any exchange, so defined, is self-seeking. The argument runs as follows: if my in order to motive were just to give you something, I would not attach a condition to its receipt. As a condition is attached, your receipt of it is not, by itself, of any evident independent value to me. Even if, in exchange, I must give you something, I do not act as though your receipt of it has any value for me, except as a means for me to get you to perform the condition I attach to your receipt of it. As the condition I attach is my receipt of some other thing from you in return, what I must be seeking is just to receive that other thing. As my end is just to receive a thing from you, my in order to motive is self-seeking. This argument is not vulnerable to an objection from duty-based reciprocity. Imagine a society in which there is both a legal duty to give, and a legal duty to reciprocate any gift. 17 In principle, the same things transferred voluntarily by exchange could be transferred to and from the same people, by observing those duties. In principle, the physical appearance of behavior in exchange, and the duty-based behavior, could be identical. But the in order to motives would differ. The duty-based behavior need not be oriented to a self-seeking in order to motive. An actor with a sense of their legal duty could attach an independent value to others' receipt of a thing. They could believe a thought they ought to give the other what they give to the other, and conduct the transfer to the end of discharging that duty. What prevents duty-based reciprocity from providing an objection to the argument for why exchange is self-seeking is that the concept of exchange, as an acquisitional conditional transfer standardly by intended agreement, does not include duty-based reciprocity. Reciprocity based on legality to give and reciprocate is not voluntary. Moreover, with duty-based reciprocity, no act of giving is founded on an acquisitional or a conditional agreement, even if a duty to reciprocate a gift with a gift to the giver ensures that no transfer is one way. As duty-based reciprocity does not fall under the concept of exchange, the non-self-seeking character of acts that comprise duty-based reciprocity provides no basis for objecting to the claim that exchange is self-seeking. It has nonetheless been claimed that voluntary reciprocity need not be self-seeking. Reciprocity was a value championed by the manufacturer and early socialist Robert Owen as the basis for trade between cooperative associations. 18 More recently, Cohen affirms, communal reciprocity is the anti-market principle according to which I serve you not because of what I can get in return by doing so but because you need or want my service, and you, for the same reason, serve me. 19. To assess this statement, we need to recall the distinction between in order to motives and because motives. 20 An in order to motive is a future state of affairs an actor expects their action to bring about. A because motive is a pre-existing state of affairs that prompts their action. Because phrases that report motives can be slippery, they can be used to report either in order to motives, or because motives. The above statement of communal reciprocity I save time of this slipperiness. For Cohen, a principle is only an anti-market principle if its in-order-to motive is not self-seeking. The marketeer is willing to serve, but only in order to be served. Point 21. Accordingly, communal reciprocity is only an anti-market form of reciprocity if it is a form of two-way transfer whose in-order-to motives are not self-seeking. A non-self-centered because motive is not, however, evidence of a non-self-seeking in-order-to motive. If the because motive of my offer to serve you is that you need or want my service, my in-order-to motive may still be just to receive what I want from you in return. Hence, if Cohen's statement is to give a reason for supposing that communal reciprocity really is an anti-market form of two-way transfer, the phrase because you need or want my service, which is capable of being read as the report of a because motive, and, if read as such, is irrelevant to the pedigree of communal reciprocity as an anti-market principle, must be convertible into the phrase, in order to provide the service you need or want. The whole sentence must state a truth once it is rephrased as follows. Communal reciprocity is the anti-market principle according to which I serve you not in order to get something in return by doing so, but in order to provide the service you need or want, and you, for the same reason, serve me. This statement is incoherent. If what I want to do is to serve you simply in order to provide you with the service you need or want, I will not attach a condition to my service, that you serve me. If I attach a condition, I place something in the way of achieving my goal of serving you. But until I attach such a condition, my service is no part of a voluntary two-way transfer in which you necessarily serve me too. Either the in-order-to motive of my service is just to serve you, in which case my service does not belong to a form of voluntary reciprocity, or our services are a form of voluntary reciprocity, in which case neither of us seeks simply to serve the other. Once the two because phrases in Cohen's statement are converted into the less ambiguous form of in-order-to phrases, it is apparent that the statement offers no reason for thinking that there is a form of voluntary reciprocity that is not self-seeking. To defend the claim that exchange is necessarily self-seeking, it is necessary to do more than just show that the above statement of communal reciprocity is incoherent. However, even if the above statement is incoherent, the non-self-seeking character of communal reciprocity could be asserted in a different form. In a later passage from the same work, Cohen writes, "My commitment to socialist community does not require me to be a sucker who serves you regardless of whether, if you are able to do so, you are going to serve me, but I nevertheless find value in both parts of the conjunction I serve you and you serve me, and in that conjunction itself, I do not regard the first part I serve you as simply a means to my real end, which is that you serve me." Point 22. The new argument for communal reciprocity Cohen suggests here is that exchangers may be motivated by the conjunction of serving and being served. To hold that exchange is necessarily self-seeking, this final possibility, communal reciprocity marchi, must also be discounted as a possible non-self-seeking form of exchange. The question here is whether communal reciprocity Mark II implies, by virtue of the value that exchangers can put on the conjunction of serving and being served, that their in-order-to motives in exchange are not self-seeking. Now, it follows from the fact that an exchanger values the conjunction of serving and being served that they engage in exchange only if they want to be served. I cannot value the conjunction of serving and being served unless I value being served, and I cannot value being served unless I value a want that service satisfies. If it is a condition of communal reciprocity Mark II that an exchanger wants to be served, each exchanger's decision on the extent to which they engage in exchange will depend on their own wants. If the extent to which people exchange depends on their own wants, each exchanger regulates the extent to which they exchange by deciding whether they want the wants they have, and that others' services may satisfy, to be satisfied, and how many of those wants they want to be satisfied. If A decides that they are content to leave some of these wants unsatisfied, A lessens the extent to which A exchanges. If A decides that they will avail themselves of fewer services from others, A performs fewer services for others. At the most extreme end of the scale, if B, who may be a highly talented individual, decides that they will avail themselves of no services from others, the extent to which B exchanges is reduced to nil. Communal reciprocity Mark II permits both full autarky, and cheap forms of suicide. What these two extreme cases bring to the fore is that, if the extent to which actors exchange is a function of their decision to satisfy their own wants, each exchanger's in order to motive is self-seeking. If an actor exchanges only if and to the extent that that is what they prefer, any exchange they conduct is just a means to satisfy their preference order. Hence, communal reciprocity Mark II is not a counterexample to the claim that exchange is necessarily self-seeking. If actors instead have a moral duty to seek to make agreements to serve and be served, they could carry out an agreement in order to discharge a moral duty, rather than to serve themselves. But then each cannot be sure of providing another with a service they need or want. What separates forms of reciprocity thought need not be self-seeking from forms of reciprocity that are necessarily self-seeking is the presence or absence of a prior duty. If transfers occur on account of a prior duty, actors in order to motive s need not be self-seeking. Each actor can conduct their transfer in order to uphold their duty. If, by contrast, reciprocity is voluntary, both legally and morally, actors in order to motives are necessarily self-seeking. As it is unattractive to rest communal principally and legally or morally and for said reciprocity, and impossible to rest it on voluntary reciprocity, reciprocity is not a value suited to sustain criticism of self-seeking behavior. What the foregoing critique of communal reciprocity has revealed is that the self-seeking character of exchange is an implication of its voluntary acquisitional conditionality. Exchange is self-seeking, while reciprocity need not be, if it rests on a prior duty. Hence, not all inferences to be drawn from exchange can be drawn, once exchange is subsumed, as Cohen subsumes it, under the heading of reciprocity. 23 One inference to draw from the self-seeking character of exchange relates to the fact that the object of self-seeking behavior in exchange is the thing that the actor seeks to acquire, not the thing that they part with. Accordingly, if A exchanges with B, then A would hamper the pursuit of their own in order to motive if they were to attach conditions to the future use of what they part with, unless its use by B would impact negatively on further acquisition by A, and A is B's only potential supplier. If A were to attach any such conditions, A would have to find someone willing not only to part with what A wants, but also willing to accept those conditions. A wouldn't have either for themselves to achieve their self-seeking in order to motive. If, therefore, exchangers are clear about their in order to motive, and what its means are, they do not attach conditions to the future use of what they part with. Capital can remark that a commodity falls 24 or drops out of the sphere of circulation into the sphere of consumption, because the distribution of products by means of exchange does not fix their particular use afterwards. 2. Independent exchange of products. Exchange, in virtue of its voluntary acquisitional conditionality, is necessarily self-seeking. But in capitalism, the exchange of products is also independent. To say that the exchange of products is independent is just to say that products are exchanged as independent products. Products are exchanged as independent products if their exchange is not guided by a policy in respect of the total social product, in virtue of which they could be exchanged as shares of the total social product, instead of as independent products. If the total social product is in all phases of its distribution split between actors who have transactional rights vis-a-vis one another to exchange all products, it will not be possible for any exchange of product to be guided by a policy in respect of the total social product, because at no point will all products pass through the control of a single agency. Under this condition, exchange will have an independent character. The independent character of an independent exchange of products is not an implication of voluntariness and conditionality in acquisition. It is possible to conceive of a hypothetical arrangement in which all transfers involving products are voluntary, conditional, and acquisitional, but not independent. Suppose a public agency controls the use of all productive facilities, and administers the distribution of means of individual consumption from a single fund. All withdrawals of means of individual consumption from the fund are regulated by a principle that specifies the respect in which like cases are to be treated alike. Assuming people do not desire to work, that is, work whether or not they are rewarded with means of individual consumption, no principle is feasible that does not make the withdrawal of at least some means of indi. Visual consumption conditional ownwork. Swamagen further that withdrawals from the fund are administered according to the principle that all means of individual consumption distributed to producers are to be distributed in proportion to work performed. Any given producer's withdrawal limit in respect of means of individual consumption will then be fixed in light of a projection of both the total size of the fund and the total amount of labor over a given period. But if any given producer's withdrawal limit cannot be specified without estimates of these totals, it cannot be specified without rendering all the components of or contributions to these totals commensurable as among themselves. If so, the Grundriss says, a producer's withdrawal limit is not a definite particular product, but a certain share of communal production. 25 An independent exchange of products is not an implication of voluntariness and conditionality in acquisition, because it is possible to conceive of a version of this arrangement in which all labor contracts are voluntary. It is possible to imagine a version of the arrangement in which no individual has a duty to work, so that all labor contracts are voluntary on the side of individuals, and the public agency has no duty to employ any given individual, so that all labor contracts are also voluntary on the part of the public agency. Voluntariness on the side of the public agency would be undesirable. But it is possible to conceive of undesirable arrangements. What matters here is that not even voluntariness on both sides would give the exchange an independent character. Each producer's withdrawal limit in respect of means of individual consumption would remain dependent on projections of both the total size of the fund, and the total amount of labor over a given period. The public agency would still have to render commensurable the components of or contributions to each total to determine any given producer's withdrawal limit. As the independent character of the independent exchange of products is not an implication of voluntariness and conditionality in acquisition, the independent exchange of products is a particular type of exchange. Indeed, it is the particular type of exchange characteristic of capitalism. Exchange in capitalism cannot just be understood as self-seeking reciprocity. 26 Only if the exchange of products is independent are products exchanged as commodities. As the Grundriss remarks in respect of the general kind of arrangement just imagined, not its specifically voluntary version. The individual's labor is posited from the outset as social labor. Hence whatever the particular material form of the product they create, or help to create what they have bought with their laboris natate finite particular product, but a certain share of communal production. Thus, they also have no particular product to exchange. Their product is not exchange value. 27. The non-independent exchange of products is not a commodity exchange, because an value is expressed in it. If exchange is not an independent exchange, the expression of the commensurability of products as parts of the total social product does not occur in the form of the expression of their power of general exchangeability as independent products, that is, in the form of the expression of their value. Relatedly, suppose, in the context of the general kind of arrangement just imagined, that the reward of labor by means of individual consumption is facilitated by what Marx's critique of the Gotha program refers to as a certificate 28 of labor. Labor is performed in return for a certificate of labor, and then a certificate of labor is redeemed for means of individual consumption. A certificate of labor that can be redeemed for means of individual consumption is a divisible, durable, and transportable means of exchange usable by all. Butit can render products commensurable by expressing a power of general exchangeability that they do not have. Hence, it is not a measure of value. Suppose that all exchanges in a society are voluntary, acquisitional, and conditional. Thought would still not entailed hate exchangers rise an unrestricted exclusive claim to ana products the transfer. A public agent could be solely agency permitted to alienate products, and it might be bound by a principle as to how to distribute all components of the fund of means of individual consumption. Nor need an independent product transfer dictate that actors raise an unrestricted exclusive claim to what they transfer. Even if the total social product is split between independent producers, so as to prevent transfers from being guided by a policy in respect of the total social product, all transfers might be a legal duty. 29 The independent exchange of products does, however, presuppose actors who raise an unrestricted exclusive claim to the products they transfer. To explicate the nature of the claim raised in exchange when exchange is an exchange of value, we must examine the concept of possession. 3. Possession, Savigny and Marx. A community occupies land if, besides simply settling in it, its highest constituted power treats that land as a space to which that community has an unrestricted exclusive claim. Samuel Pufendorf, in Of the Law of Nature and Nations, identifies a first occupant as him who, before others, took bodily possession of it, with intention to keep it as his own animo. Sibi Habendi. 30. In specifying two conditions for first occupancy, Pufendorf implies that possession has two components, corpore et animo. Savin is the right of possession, das Recht des Besitzes, explicates possession in these same terms. Savigny's aim in the right of possession is to investigate the Roman law concept of possession that provides a Conditionbedingung of rights, as distinct from the concept of possession that is a consequence of legal property. 31. To say that possession is a condition of rights is just to say that possession is a requirement for acquiring certain rights. It is not to say that possession is a condition of property. Possession might be a condition of rights distinct from property. Indeed, Savigny claims that possession can only establish a right of property if it is acquired with bona fides and justa causa. 32. Possession need not be acquired with either bona fides or justa causa to ground a right of interdict. However, 33. At issue here is not a list of all the rights that possession grounds, but the concept of possession that Savigny elaborates as their common condition. In this respect, the concept of possession, as the right of interdict shows, does not include bona fides or justa causa. According to Savigny, possession has two components. In order to be a possessor, one must not merely have detention, but also want to have it. 34. In other words, possession consists of detention, and the will for detention, or, as Savigny also says, animus domini. 35. As argued below, both detention and the will for detention, animus domini, exhibit exclusivity. Moreover, both detention and animus domini can be conceived in the absence of a legal system. On Savigny's concept of possession, it is indeed possible, as Marx suggests in the Grundriss, that one can imagine an isolated savage possessing Besitzend. 36. Marx's study of Savigny's the right of possession is documented in a letter Marx wrote to his father, Heinrich Marx, in November 1837.37. At one point, Marx even uses a similar formulation. Savigny remarks in regard to occupancy of a thing that the acquisition of possession Besitz is the real ground of property Eigentliche Grund des Eigentums itself. 38. Marx's critique of Hegel's doctrine of Thestate contains a similar formulation. Hier Ground auf private property Eigentliche Grund des Privateigentum's, possession Besitz, is a fact, an inexplicable fact, not a right. 39. To refer to possession not just as a fact, but as an inexplicable fact, is to deny that it can be incorporated within an account of the rational development of free will. To understand Marx's later use of the concept of possession, it helps to examine Savigny's elaboration of detention and animus domini. Savigny defines detention as the state in which not only one's own effect on a thing is physically possible, but also every alien effect can be obstructed. 40. The first aspect of detention, the physical possibility to affect a thing, presupposes that a thing over which detention is held does not have an untamed life of its own. For example, it is not a wild animal that is yet to be caught. Savigny also adds the subjective test that the possibility of affecting a thing it will must be capable of being thought as an immediate present possibility by he who wants to acquire possession. 41. An actor can think that they can affect a thing it will if, for example, they can see that it is motionless and in their bodily presence. But an actor would presumably not pass this subjective test if they were found to have acted on the belief that the thing had an untamed life of its own, for example, that it is a wild animal that is merely wounded. Even if the thing did not in fact have an untamed life of its own, it is in fact dead. The criterion for the second aspect of detention, the capacity to obstruct any uninvited effect by another, is the mere possibility of defense. 42. It must be possible for an actor to defend a thing from any uninvited effect by another, although it is not necessary for them to be able to succeed. An actor is able to defend an object from an uninvit defect be another if for example they have the object within their reach, or they have the set of keys to it. 43 Someone who is sailing on an open sea, by contrast, does not have detention of it. 44 Because they cannot defend it from any uninvited effect on it by another. A sea is too vast and unbounded for anyone who is merely sailing on it to defend it from any uninvited effect by another. Detention should not be confused with the capacity to use an object, or with its actualness. Neither is necessary or sufficient for detention. Although an actor is required to be able to affect an object at will, they are not required to have acquired any specific competence in regard to it, and hence to be able to affect it in a way that counts as a use. Moreover, whether or not an actor knows how to use an available object, or actually uses it, they only have detention of it if it is possible for them to defend it from any uninvited effect by another. The second component of possession, the will for detention, or animus domini, is the will to affect a thing independently and to obstruct every alien effect on it. Savinus says, only he can count as a possessor who treats the thing whose detention he has as an owner, i.e. who wills will to dominate it factually just as an owner is empowered befugged to do by their right, and hence, more particularly, without willing to recognize einer kennen sie wallen another more entitled than himself. 45. The clauses that follow I.e. first appear in the 6th, 1837, German edition of the right of possession. 46 It is quite possible that Savigny added these clauses to the 6th German edition to imply a criticism of Hegel and / or his followers. What matters at this point, however, is just their contribution to Savigny's concept of possession. Their relevance for a dialectic of non-recognition and recognition is discussed in Chapter 9. First, for a to will to affect a thing without willing to recognize another more entitled to affect it is for a to act as if they do not require anyone else's permission to affect the thing, and as if they are not affecting it on anyone else's instruction. If B acts as if they require another's permission or instruction to affect a thing, for example, by borrowing a book from a library, B has no will to affect it if that permission is not forthcoming or if the are otherwise instructed. B does not will to dominate the thing just as an owner is empowered to do. Second, for a to will to defend a thing from any uninvited effect by another, without willing to recognize another more entitled than A cannot act as if they require someone else's permission to defend it, or as if they are defending it on someone else's instruction. If B acts in this way by, say, looking after someone else's luggage, B does not will to dominate the thing just as an owner is empowered to do. Note that the exclusivity that defines animus domini concerns an actor's rule over a thing, not the benefits of that rule. It is inaccurate to elaborate the will component of Savigny's concept of possession as an intention, of being able to use it an object jf, with no limitation of time, exclusively for your own benefit, animus domini. 47 An intention to be the exclusive beneficiary of any use of a thing is neither necessary nor sufficient for possession. It is unnecessary, for possession, to intend to use a thing for one's own benefit, because animus domini can revide stat of mind in a paternalistus in order to motive. An intention to be the sole beneficiary of an effect on a thing is also insufficient for possession. To have possession of X, A must will to defend X from any uninvited effect by another, including any uninvited effect of the kind that A knows A is sure to be the sole beneficiary of. The point to hold on to here is that animus domini, like detention, is ens indeterminate. Savigny's concept of possession does not say anything about the end for which possession is held. A separate point, although Savigny has recourse to an analogy with legal ownership to define the will component of possession, animus domini is not a will to acquire a right of ownership. It is not a will to assume any legal consequence at all. The law may attach legal consequences to animus domini. But animus domini is not itself a will to bring about any legal consequences. For example, according to Savigny, the type of will required to acquire private property in a captured wild animal is animus domini. 48 As a recent legal commentary confirms, a particular will to acquire property is not presupposed. 49 Possession is a fact, conceivable without a legal system, even if, with the existence of a legal system, it may be a fact with legal consequences. Point 50. As Marx suggests in the Grundriss, one can imagine an isolated savage possessing Besitzend. But then possession besitz is not a legal relation. Point 51. Further, the will that is required to initiate possession, animus domini, is not a will that a legal private property owner must have. The legal private property owner of a thing is someone who is at liberty to use it as they please, and to whom others have a duty not to interfere. Accordingly, the legal private property owner of a thing is permitted to have animus domini in regard to it. But nothing stops them from seeking another's permission before they use it, or from following Ganithar's instruction to a seat, or from tolerating Ganithar's invited effect on it. They may be so disposed owing to a special relationship, or to an ethical attitude in respect of members of a particular group. The legal private property owner of a thing does not cease to be its owner by acting in such a way, although someone who acts in this way lacks the animus domini required for possession. A will not to recognize another in respect of a thing is constitutive of possession, but it is not constitutive of legal private property ownership. Savigny adds in respect of the continuation of possession. Possession is continued by the continuation of the same conditions, corpore et animo, by which it was acquired, but it is natural that the immediate physical rule required at the start of possession is unnecessary for its continuation. What matters is rather the continuing possibility of reproducing that immediate relation at will. Point 52. Possession only continues for as long as the one who takes possession is able to restore their detention of it, for example, return to where they kept it. Nor may a possessor cancel their animus domini, or become incapable of animus domini, without losing possession. On Savigny's concept of possession as reproducible detention and animus domini, the independent exchange of products is a mode of possession. It is a mode of possession because firstly each exchanger can only perform their part of a voluntary acquisitional conditional transfer if they can reproduce their detention of what they agree to part with. Secondly, and more importantly, however, in an independent exchange of products both the ferundits accept ants are a mode of animus domini. Someone who offers or agrees to exchange an independent product acts as if their will alone makes its alienation valid. Suppose A offers X to B in exchange for Y. A's offer amounts to a statement to B of the form, "Give me Y, and I will give you X." As such, A's offer to B asserts that, as far as A is concerned, the only condition to which B's receipt of X is subject is whether or not A agrees. A is not after B's permission to make their offer, or ready to be instructed by B in respect of X. A's offer also provides a basis on which A could defend X from any uninvited effect from B in their own name. As the same goes for what B's acceptance of A's offer indicates of B's will in respect of Y vis a, the independent exchange of products is a mode of possession on both sides. By contrast, neither a duty-based transfer of an independent product nor a voluntary but non-independent exchange is a mode of animus domini on both sides. In the former, the one to part with the product would have to regard themselves as requiring the permission of the authorities not to exchange. In the latter, the one to part with the means of consumption would have to regard themselves as under an instruction to exchange by those who enforce the principle of distribution that is to be applied. For commodities and money. If production for exchange is generalized, the exchange of products is independent, and a mode of possession. Hence, if the commodity form is a general form of wealth, possession is a general type of subjectivity. It is permissible, then, for a commodity form-based explanation of money to appeal to the subjectivity of possession in the context of generalized production for exchange. Before reconstructing Marx's explanation of money, however, consider what can be said, from a commodity form perspective, about the explanation of the origin of money offered by economics. For economic thought, founded on the concept of an economic good, it is a given that human beings seek to obtain goods to provide for their wants, including by means of exchange. Accordingly, Menger's explanation of money in Principles of Economics proceeds from the starting point that every man, in regard to the goods they are to obtain from exchange, has just the use value in view. Point 53. The explanation takes the form of an illustration. Menger asks us to consider the plight of a weaponsmith who has to sit soft copper armor on wishes. to exchange them for copper, fuel, and food. 54 The weaponsmith's problem is that few if any sellers of copper, fuel and food may want to exchange them for suits of copper armor. A solution to the problem lies in the fact that some goods are more marketable than others, that is, will be accepted by more people, in a larger and more elastic quantity, with fewer spatial or temporal limits. 55 The weaponsmith can approach their goal, sparing themselves a significant loss of time, if they first exchange their copper armor for a good with greater marketability, and then exchange the latter for what they want to consume. 56 For Menger and others, money is the marketable good that first some, and then all, seek to acquire in exchange to get around the problem of non-complementary desires for use values, so that it becomes the most marketable good. 57 The fundamental function of money, on this account, is its function as a general means of exchange. 58 One point to note about this explanation is that it does not explain money simply by the existence of an unregulated economy in economic goods. The existence of an unregulated economy in economic goods only explains money in conjunction with an additional fact about human beings that is not implied by the concept of an unregulated economy in economic goods. An economy is unregulated if there are no prohibitions on exchange. An economist cannot explain money just by the existence of an unregulated economy in economic goods. However, that is just by virtue of the coming gintoit sound of the rationality bound up with the concept of an economic good, because it is conceivable for the total social product to consist entirely of one type of economic good, whose exchange is unregulated. Recall, from Chapter 6, the features of Roemer's sketch of a society that produces one good, corn. 59 A few owners of seed corn employ half the population at a subsistence wage, and reap a surplus of corn from each producer they hire, while the rest of the population produces for subsistence on their own. In this sketch, the total social product consists entirely of corn. It also has economic goods character because corn is only obtained by labor and labor is undesirable. As the total social product in this society consists of just one type of economic good, whose exchange is unregulated, its reproduction without money would prove that money cannot be explained simply by an unregulated economy in economic goods. The society Roemer sketches can indeed reproduce itself without anything an economist can regard as money. No exchange takes place in it apart from the exchange of corn for labor, and no economist can regard the corn that is exchanged for labor as money. It is not a good that any actor lacks, and which they must first acquire, in order then to make use of its greater marketability, in exchange, to acquire what they want to use. The hirers in Roemer's sketch already possess corn, first by stipulation, and subsequently as the direct result of a prior round of production, and the producers they hire will acquire corn in return for labor, directly consume all their corn. Money cannot arise, because no one has any need to convert a good they have into a more marketable good in order, then, to go about using it in exchange to obtain what they want. Roemer's sketch proves that economists must appeal to an additional fact about human beings, extraneous to the rationality bound up with the concept of an economic good, to explain money. Money cannot be explained just by virtue of the coming into its own of the rationality bound up with the concept of an economic good. The explanation of money in economic thought also rests on the following additional fact: human beings have an evolving variety of wants. An economist must say, as human beings are a species with wants for a variety of different types of economic good, an unregulated human economy generates money. For if a species of being were to exist that only had wants for one type of economic good, that species could develop an unregulated economy without money. Yet the fact that human beings have an evolving variety of wants is a trans-historical fact about human beings. It is true of human beings at all stages in their history. The economic explanation of money naturalizes money, that is, traces it back to a trans-historical fact about human beings, because its basic concept is that of an economic good, which has historically specific assumptions packed into it, possession, that are not acknowledged as such, and because, too, only an extraneous trans-historical fact about human beings needs to be added to the rationality bound up with this concept, to explain money from an economic point of view. Commoditiform philosophy by contrast can offer an explanation of money that does not rely on empirical premises extraneous to its fundamental concept. The starting point of this explanation can be defended by showing up the derivative nature of Menger's starting point. Menger's starting point is that each exchanger has just the use value in view. Point 60. By this, Menger seems to mean that every individual wants to acquire particular types of use value, just as a weaponsmith wants to acquire copper, fuel, and food. Yet, the particular types of use value that any given individual wants to acquire will reflect broader life plans, formed in light of the society in which that individual lives. In the weaponsmith's case, the train of thought is, in this society, anyone may choose to work in any branch of production for exchange. I want to live by producing copper armor for exchange, therefore, I will acquire copper, fuel, and food in return for the copper armor I produce. If we express the implication of the starting premise of this train of thought in a less artificially individualistic form, we can replace Menger's starting point with the explicitly intrastructured starting point. In a society defined by generalized production for exchange, each possessor seeks to acquire, in exchange, whatever product they want to acquire in light of other possessors wanting to acquire whatever product they want to acquire. This brings us to Marx's remark in Capital Chapter 2. For each commodity possessor wherein besitzer, every alien commodity counts as a particular equivalent for their commodity, hence their commodity as a universal equivalent for all other commodities. But since all commodity possessors wherein besitzer do the same, no commodity is a universal equivalent, and thus commodities also possess no general relative value form in which they are equated as values, and their value magnitudes compared. Hence they do not confront one another as commodities at all, but only as products or use values. Point 61. Which particular type of product a possessor wants to acquire will depend on what all the various types of product they could acquire are worth. A possessor does not have a preference for acquiring one type of product over others independently of all information about what amounts of each type of product they would be acquiring. They do not have a preference to acquire commodity A over commodities B, C, etc. They have a preference to acquire Z amount of commodity A over Y amount of commodity B, X amount of commodity C, etc. A possessor may prefer to acquire a car than to acquire a television, but, given the possibility of resale, they cannot say that they prefer acquiring cars over acquiring televisions irrespective of what amounts of each they would be acquiring. So, to know what they want to acquire, a possessor must compare the worth of every type of product they could acquire. To do that, a possessor must know what all the various types of product are worth in a single measure. So, to know what they want to acquire, a possessor must adopt a measure for comparing the worth of every type of product. One type of product's exchangeability can only be expressed in another type of exchangeable product. Thus, only a particular type of exchangeable product can provide a measure of value. A possessor's purpose in employing a measure of value is to ascertain what they want to acquire. To that end, there is no more direct measure of value than the type of product they possess, which they can immediately exchange. If a possessor adopted a type of exchangeable product they did not possess as a measure, they would have to measure the exchangeability of a type of product that they did possess in it, to know what they could acquire, and only after this conversion could they ascertain what they wanted to acquire. So, if D possesses W amount of D, D uses D as their measure of value by estimating, in D, all the amounts of all the types of product they could exchange it for. No product can be acquired in exchange, however, without the agreement of its possessor, whose will is not subject to instruction, but is a will to acquire whatever they want to acquire. As the independent exchange of products is a mode of possession on both sides require a measure of value. Just as D estimates all the amounts of all the types of product for which they could exchange their possession, W amount of D, all the possessors of all those other types of product must also employ a measure of value in order to ascertain what it is that they want to acquire. Insofar as all the types of product that any given possessor could exchange a their product for must be acquired from their current possessors, all of whom will to acquire whatever they want to acquire, and who can only determine this by employing a measure of value, Any given measure of value that one possessor adopts must be consistent with every other possessor adopting a measure of value. Otherwise, it will not be able to inform action in a context in which all exchangers act as possessors. Na possessor has causato consider all the amounts of all the types of product that something is worth just because another possessor possesses it. If a possessor is to acquire whatever they want to acquire, they must adopt, as their measure of value, something to which they relate as a possessor. So, the possessors of all the other types of product besides D do not all compare the amounts of all the types of product that their respective product is worth in amounts of D. Insofar as each possessor thinks like D, each possessor instead adopts a type of product that they possess as their measure of value, and so adopts a different measure of value. It is not consistent, however, for possessors to adopt different measures of value. For then the thought that each possessor has, when employing their own particular measure of value, of the exchangers of the other types of commodity whose value is measured, is not a thought of them as employing their measure of value, and so not a thought of them as possessors. D's thought, W amount of D is worth Z amount of A, or Y amount of B, or X amount of C, is not a thought of A, B and C, the holders of A, B and C, as employing their measure of value. What possessors must adopt if they are all, simultaneously and without contradiction, to compare the amounts of all the types of product that they could acquire, is a universal equivalent. 62 A type of product is a universal equivalent if it is universally employed to express the power of general exchangeability of any type of product. A universal equivalent exists just by dint of the fact that the possessors of every type of product adopt it as a measure of value. The question, however, is how all possessors can adopt some one type of product as a measure of value, when generalized production for exchange presupposes that possessors do not all produce the same type of product, and so ensures that possessors cannot all settle on some one type of product as a measure of value on account of everyone possessing it in virtue of everyone having produced it. A particular type of product can only be adopted by all possessors as a measure of value if it is something to which all can relate as a possessor. In the independent exchange of products, each regards themselves and treats the other as the current possessor of what they part with, and the future possessor of what they stand to receive. So, a particular type of product can become a universal equivalent if it is something to which all exchangers can relate either as the possession they part with or as the possession they stand to receive in their respective exchanges. A particular type of product can become a universal equivalent, then, if it is one or other of the two possessions that every possessor relates to an exchange. That is, a particular type of product can become a universal equivalent by serving as a universal means of exchange. Tau Schmidl. 63 If one or other of the two possessions that possess oral attesto in exchange as a universal means of exchange, each possessor can adopt it simultaneously and without contradiction as a measure of value. For the thought that each then has, in so adopting it, is consistent with the thought of the exchangers of all the other types of commodity as acquiring just whatever they want to acquire, by virtue of what they exchange or seek to acquire in exchange. Its adoption as a measure of value can therefore inform action in a context in which every exchanger acts as a possessor. Although the logically first function of money is its function as a universal equivalent, a divisible, durable, and transportable means of exchange used by all that lacks this function is not money. A type of product performs this function only by virtue of performing a second function, that of universal means of exchange. Connecting both functions of money, Capital remarks. Commercial intercourse, in which commodity possessors wherein besitzer exchange and compare their own articles with a variety of other articles, never takes place without the various commodity possessors wherein besitzer various commodities, within commercial intercourse, being exchanged for, and equated as values with, one further kind of commodity. 64. The type of product that is both a universal equivalent and a universal means of exchange can be called the money commodity. The first type of product to serve as the money commodity will be a relatively marketable product. A product may be relatively marketable, Marx writes in A Contribution to a Critique of Political Economy, either on account of its being the most common use value in a given community or on account of its acceptance in exchange by merchants who export it to other communities. 65 But the function of money as a universal equivalent is best served by a product whose material is repeatedly divisible into indistinguishable exemplars. 66 Only then can it smoothly measure the value of every possible amount of every type of product. The type of money commodity best suited to serve the function of a universal means of exchange, meanwhile, is one whose material is durable and easily transportable. 67 Precious metals such as gold and silver combine the kinds of qualities well suited to perform both of these functions. Nonetheless, the divisibility and functional equivalence of quantities of a money commodity can be increased by coin, 68 and coin, insofar as its acceptance is guaranteed against effects of wear and tear has an artificially enhanced durability. 69 The move from a money commodity to coin can be explained as a deliberate intervention to remove the imperfections of a money commodity in respect of its functions as a universal equivalent and a universal means of exchange. Chapter 8. Exploitation. What is now required, to support the interaction component of the thesis, is an argument for characterizing production with wage labor for continuous money maximization as a kind of exploitation. If successful, it will show that exploitation is essential to capitalism. Insofar as the interaction recognition antinomy thesis belongs to commodity form philosophy, the argument for characterizing production with wage labor for continuous money maximization as capitalist labor exploitation must rest on an analysis of the commodity form. Just as in the case of the explanation of money, it is not to introduce facts that are extraneous to the commodity form. It is to apply to a description of capitalism purely in terms that the commodity form presupposes. As Backhaus puts it in the dialectic of the value form, generalized production for exchange cannot be thought one without money. A money commodity is what enables all exchangers to act as possessors, who acquire whatever they want to acquire. The conception of capitalist labor exploitation presented below rests on the claim that not all possessors, however, can maximize their monetary wealth. Money maximization, as a universal law of human nature, cannot be thought. Marx's distinction between use value and value can explain why a maxim of money maximization fails a system-level universalizability test. Section 1 presents a case, against the quantitative Marxist view of exploitation, for conceiving exploitation in general terms. Section 2 cautions against defining exploitation in normative terms. Section 3 analyzes the general conception of exploitation as instrumentalization suggested by the German ideology. Sections 4-8 elaborate its 5 conditions. In particular, Section 5 outlines a system universalizability version of the harm condition, and distinguishes it from 2 other concepts: fallacy of composition, Elster, and collective unfreedom, Cohen. Section 9 formulates the system universalizability conception of exploitation in light of these elaborations. Section 10 then argues, on the basis of this conception, that production with wage labor for continuous money maximization is exploitative. Sections 11-13 argue that this conception facilitates a solution to 3 problems: the exploitation and need problem, the agency problem, and the capitalism, rights, and injustice problem. Section 14 concludes by listing the reasons to endorse a system universalizability conception of exploitation. 1. The quantitative Marxist view of exploitation. On the quantitative Marxist view of exploitation, the most popular view among advocates of Marx's value theory, there is no Marxist conception of exploitation in general. Rather, exploitation is regarded as a sui generis term for the appropriation of the product of unpaid labor. On the quantitative Marxist view of exploitation, production is the only context in which exploitation can occur, and capitalist exploitation concerns the difference between 2 quantities of value. Tony Smith, for example, writes, exploitation is defined in terms of the difference between the value that labor power creates, measured by socially necessary labor time, and the value of labor power, measured by the socially necessary labor time it takes to produce the commodities necessary for the production and reproduction of the commodity labor power. 2. Similarly, Michael Heinrich states, The fact that the individual worker receives a lesser value from the capitalist than the value he produced through his laborious referred to be marked as exploitation. Exploitation refers solely and exclusively to the fact that the producer only receives a portion of the newly produced value that he or she creates. 3. These statements by Smith and Heinrich, which report a widespread view in the literature, neatly state the quantitative Marxist view of exploitation. On the quantitative Marxist view, exploitation in capitalism rests on four premises: a certain level of productive power, the commodification of the human capacity to work, class division between those who sell their labor power and those who control productive resources, and a claim about the determination of value by socially necessary labor time. With a certain level of productive power, producers can produce the commodities that are required to reproduce their labor power in less than their total dispensable work time. Thus, on the quantitative Marxist view, if the exchange ratio of commodities, including labor power, is governed by their value, as determined by socially necessary labor time, capitalists who pay the full value of labor power, and put it to work, exploit wage laborers by appropriating the product of what capital calls surplus labor. We have seen that the worker, during one part of the labor process, merely produces the value of their labor power, i.e. the value of their necessary means of subsistence. The second period of the labor process, in which the worker toils beyond the limits of necessary labor, costs them labor, is an expenditure of their labor power, but provides them no value. It constitutes surplus value. I call this part of the working day surplus labor time, and the labor expended in it surplus labor. 5. Assuming the full value of labor power is paid, and nothing more than that, capital continues. Surplus value is in the same ratio to variable capital money used by a capitalist to purchase labor power (JF) as surplus labor is to necessary labor. The rate of surplus value is thus the exact expression of Ausdruck for the degree of exploitation's grad of labor power by capital, or of the worker by the capitalist. 6. Similarly, value price and profit, 1865, contains the apposition, the real ratio between paid and unpaid labor, the real degree of the exploitation, you must allow me this French word, of labor. 7. It is easy to see how the above passages could give the impression that there is no Marxist conception of exploitation in general. The argument is as follows. A ratio is a proportional relationship between two quantities. As exploitation is a ratio that can only differ in degrees, both the benefit and the object of exploitation must always be of the same kind. If not only the benefit of exploitation, but also the thing exploited, are always of the same kind, exploitation is a sui generis term. As it is labor, power, that is exploited, production is the only context in which exploitation can occur. There are four textual objections to the quantitative Marxist view of exploitation. The first narrowly concerns Marx's uses of the term exploitation. The quantitative Marxist view goes beyond Marx's use of this term in the aforecited passages, while it is inconsistent with Marx's use of it in other passages. On the one hand, the quantitative Marxist view of exploitation requires the above claims about degree of exploitation of labor power or the degree of exploitation of labor to be understood as if they were claims about exploitation asuk. The tread goes beyond the text. It is not on that account wrong. But it is undermotivated. Just because capital refers to a degree of exploitation of labor power by capital without first saying anything more general about exploitation, that is not to say that, for Marx, there can be no exploitation in capitalism that is not a degree of exploitation of labor power by capital. On the other hand, the quantitative Marxist view of exploitation is at variance with the fact that Marx was not shy to suggest that capitalism engenders. Writes that Malthusian theory is but the economic expression of Ausdruck for the religious dogma of the contradiction between spirit and nature and the resulting corruption of both. Mu. 1, p. 520, MECW. 3, p. 439. Engels is claiming that an idea of one discourse, religion, is expressed in another, political economy. Here, expression of is correct and expression for incorrect. MECW gets this one right. Whether Ausdruck für is to be rendered as expression for or as expression of depends on the context. In the above passage, Marx affirms two distinct ratios, a ratio between two quantities of value, and a ratio between two quantities of labor time. Hence, in Marx's conclusion that the rate of surplus value is the exact Ausdruck für the degree of exploitation, Ausdruck für must be translated as expression of. To translate Ausdruck für here as expression for creates the impression that there is only one ratio of interest to Marx, just as cooling is nothing other than the occasional escape from the drying room into fresh air. Expression for thereby encourages talk about a rate of exploitation, a bogus phrase that illicitly conjoins terms from two different ratios, creating the false impression that there is only one. See below, 7 MECW, 20, p. 136. Exploitation 235. Other kinds of exploitation. The Communist Manifesto proclaims, the exploitation of one nation by another will cease as the exploitation of one individual by another ceases. 8 Capital describes the relation between landlord and tenant as secondary exploitation, accompanying the original exploitation that occurs immediately in the process of production itself. 9 Marx's first draft of the Civil War in France claims that the French middle class turned the immense machinery of government into the object of a second exploitation of the people by assuring to their families all the rich places of the state household. 10 As Marx's various uses of the term imply that neither the benefit nor the object of exploitation are always of the same kind, they presuppose a general conception of exploitation. The second textual objection to the quantitative Marxist view of exploitation is that it begs the question, why, in the context of production, adopt this French word 11 exploitation, at all? If Marx wanted a sui generis term to express a claim specific to production, is it not odd for him to adopt a term with a history of being applied, in French social criticism, beyond the context of production? Would not Marx have been better advised, when writing in German, to stick to the Germanic term Ausbeutung, and to avoid the term exploitation, to emphasize that, for him, if not for French social critics, exploitation in production is sui generis? The third textual objection is that Marx's project in Capital is not limited to, or primarily an exercise in, quantitative analysis. Capital is a study of the form of value. 12 Just as it is one thing to ask what determines the magnitude of exchange value on danathertos quot money is, so it is a thing to ascertain the degree of capitalist labor exploitation, and another to ask what capitalist labor exploitation is. If capital is the kind of work that studies what money is, that suggests it will also be concerned with what capitalist labor exploitation is. But if one asks what capitalist labor exploitation is, independently of its degree, one may answer with reference to a general conception of exploitation. Finally, the quantitative Marxist view of exploitation does not even manage to express Marx's quantitative claim faithfully, and expressing this claim faithfully adds urgency to the qualitative question of what it means to say that labor, power, is exploited. In the quotes cited above, both Smith and Heinrich report that exploitation is a difference between two quantities of value. In this they are not alone. Cohen states, the ratio of surplus value to variable capital is called the rate of exploitation. 13 Wood remarks, Marx dubs the ratio of surplus value to variable capital the rate of exploitation. 14 Norman Garres considers Marxian exploitation, the ratio between what the worker makes and what the capitalist takes. 15 Frederick Jameson refers to the rate of exploitation of the variable capital, workers. 16 All these statements are false. In the aforecited passage from Capital, the degree of exploitation and the rate of surplus value are distinguished. The former is a ratio between periods of socially necessary labor time, the latter a ratio between values. Das Kapital never refers to a rate of exploitation. Occasional uses of this phrase in the English translations are all fabrications. 17 Rate of exploitation is a bogus phrase that illicitly conjoins terms from two different ratios, rate from rate of surplus value and exploitation from degree of exploitation, creating the false impression that there is only one. All of the above authors perform an economistic distortion. The monetary difference between what a producer can buy with their wage, and the value of the product they produce, is the basis of a complaint that can be formulated in terms of economic goods theta producerisdani. By contrast, a complaint directed at the fact that the system of capitalist production maximizes the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor is beyond economic thought. It is not a matter of the economic goods that a producer does not possess. It is merely expressed in that form, in the absence of a redistributive tax scheme. In this context, it is instructive to recall Marx's remark in his economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844. 13 Cohen 1988, p. 211. See, also, Elster 1978a, p. 5, Elster 1985, p. 177, p. 187, p. 324, Schwartz 1995a, p. 277. In a subsequent work, Cohen says that exploitation, for Marxists, concerns labor time, Cohen 1995, pages 145-7. In a still later work, Cohen reverts to saying that exploitation, for Marxists, concerns right to the product, Cohen 2001, p. 108. Cohen never acknowledges a discrepancy. For to speak of private property is to believe one is dealing with a thing exterior to the human being. To speak of labor is to deal directly with the human being. This new formulation of the question already includes its solution. Point 18. It is necessary to distinguish the degree of exploitation from the rate of surplus value to answer the questions: what is capitalist labor exploitation? Why is the use of labor power for continuous money maximization a kind of exploitation? If capitalist labor exploitation is located in the dimension of laboring activity, rather than in the dimension of value, capitalist labor exploitation may rest on a characterization of the end pursued by hiring labor that produces what has value, on criteria applicable to the pursuit of other ends. 2. A non-normative concept of exploitation. Exploitation is often defined in normative terms. Romer once viewed exploitation as the distributional consequences of an unjust inequality in the distribution of productive assets and resources. Point 19. For Cohen, a person is exploited when unfair advantage I stake no them. Point 20. On this point at least liberal theories of exploitation concur. Robert Goodin writes, built into the concept of exploiting a person is a notion of unfairness. Point 21. Alan Wertheimer's book Exploitation discusses the morally relevant features of transactions and relationships in which it is claimed that one party is taking unfair advantage of another. Point 22. Yet it is better to define exploitation non-normatively. One reason not to define exploitation in normative terms is that, as Cohen says, it is a philosophical vice to regard other thinkers, with whom you disagree, as obviously wrong. Point 23. One form this vice can take is to define terms such that those with whom you disagree are obviously incoherent. Point 24. Exploitation always has an analytical component, from which, in any pejorative use, a speaker distances themselves. Point 25. If so, it is always possible for another speaker to be of a different view, and not distance themselves from it. Only a non-normative definition of the term avoids making the speaker with that different view obviously incoherent. If freeriding were defined in normative terms, as a bad, someone who expressed a belief that freeriding is permissible would be regarded as obviously incoherent. Likewise, to define exploitation in normative terms is to understand an author, like Nietzsche, who asserts that exploitation is good or just, as contradicting only himself. Point 26. The force of the assertion is lost. To define exploitation in non-normative terms is not, of course, to be committed to denying it normative significance, no more than freeriding lacks normative significance on account of a non-normative definition. 3. Bazard, Marx, and the 5 conditions for exploitation. Marx was aware of the history of this French word 27 exploitation. The German ideology hints at a general, and non-normative, conception of exploitation in appealing to the original French expression. The expression exploitation of man by man, exploitation de l'homme par l'homme, was coined in the Doctrine de Saint-Simon. Exposition 1829-28, authored mainly by Saint Amand Bazard. Point 29. The exposition appeared after Henri Saint-Simon's death, in what the German ideology dubs the Bazard period of Saint-Simonianism, its most significant theoretical development. Point 30 The German ideology adopts the French expression exploitation de l'homme par l'homme in the course of diagnosing the appeal of utilitarianism. Charge JF more than others do in the hope and expectation that they will thereby provide less care than others do, and thereby exploit and benefit from others' pains. Cohen 2008, p. 308. People who reduce their care need not hope and expect, by reducing their care, to do something unfair to others. What they hope and expect is to benefit, irrespective of whether they also believe that what they do is unfair, and so hope and expect to do something unfair. The real relations presupposed here are particular exercises of specific individual qualities. These relations are henceforth not to have their characteristic meaning, they are to express and represent a separate relation foisted upon them, the relation of utility or utilization. Such redescription only ceases to be meaningless and arbitrary once those relations have validity for individuals not on their own account, not as self-activity. Verbal masquerade is only significant if it is the unconscious or conscious expression of a real masquerade. In this case, the relation of utility has a very definite significance, namely, that I derive benefit for myself by my doing harm to another. Exploitation de l'homme par l'homme. 31. Marx's diagnosis of utilitarianism's appeal can be left to one side, although, as that diagnosis says that utilitarianism is a symptom of exploitation, it suggests that Marx's conception of exploitation is not underpinned by utilitarian concerns. The issue here is to consider what could have interested Marx in this French expression, and led him to render it as he did. Consider the following excerpts from the exposition. Let us turn, first, to the age in which the vanquished became the property of the victor, and the latter made of him an instrument of work or pleasure. In short, let us return to the institution of slavery. Only then did exploitation begin. In the beginning, exploitation encompasses the entire material, intellectual, and moral life of the man who is subject to it. The slave is placed outside humankind, he belongs to his master like the land he possesses, like his cattle and stock, the slave is his thing chose by the same title. The slave has no rights, not even the right to life, the master can dispose of his days, and mutilate him at will, to appropriate him for whatever functions he decides. The slave is not only condemned to misery and physical suffering but intellectual and moral brutalization. He has no name, no family, no property, no bonds of affection, and no recognized relation with man or the gods, for the slave has no gods, which only exist for the master. In short, he cannot aspire to acquire any of the goods denied to him, or even to approach them. 32. The exposition adds, the worker is exploited materially, intellectually, and morally as the slave was, only less intensely. 33 and concludes. It is evident that the constitution of property must be changed, since, by virtue of this constitution, some men are born with the privilege of living while doing nothing, that is, living at the expense of others, which but prolongs the exploitation of man by man. Exploitation de l'homme par l'homme. 34. As the German ideology brackets the French expression exploitation de l'homme par l'homme alongside its own phrase, let the following criteria be adopted. The defining features of Marx's general conception of exploitation must, I, appear in the phrase I derive benefit for myself by my doing harm to another. Ich mir Dagerch nutze, das ich einem anderen Brücke. Tuesday 35 and, 2, be connected, by the passages above, to this French expression. On these criteria, exploitation requires one party to benefit. Marx refers to benefit, and the exposition says the slave renders work or pleasure to their master. Second, another party is harmed. A Brücke, literally, a breaking or tearing off, or that which has been torn off, is noncommittal as between a distributive and an anthropological account of harm. 36 The exposition, 2, says the slave is placed outside humankind, and brutalized. Third, the beneficiary inflicts the harm. The beneficiary in Marx's first clause, mir, is the subject causing the harm in the second, ich. Likewise, the exposition says the slave is the thing of the master who benefits. Fourth, the benefit accrued is the consequence of the action causing harm by the beneficiary. Syntactically, the conjunction das subordinates the clause it introduces to the preceding clause. The semantic effect here is that the event in the subordinate clause, my doing harm to another, facilitates the event in the former clause, my deriving a benefit. The exposition, too, suggests that it is in virtue of being his thing that the slave benefits the master. Fifth, it is either intended or foreseen that the benefit will result from the action harming another. The adverbial dagerge suggests that the event described in the subordinate clause, my doing harm to another, is instrumental for the event described in the former clause, my deriving a benefit. The exposition, similarly, says exploitation originates when one makes of the other an instrument. To say that action causing harm is an intended means for the benefit is not to say that harm is intended. To say that it is foreseen that action causing harm will result in the benefit is not to say that harm is foreseen. The 5 conditions of the German ideology's general conception of exploitation as instrumentalization can be stated as follows: 1. One party derives a benefit, the benefit condition. 2. Another party is harmed, the harm condition. 3. The harm is caused by the beneficiary, the causal condition. 4. The benefit is the consequence of action causing harm, the consequence condition. 5. The action causing harm is a means for the benefit, the means to ends condition. Capital. 2. Describes capitalist labor exploitation as a kind of instrumentalization. It refers to unavoidable antagonism between the exploiter and the raw material of their exploitation. 37. Sheer brutal exploitation of the worker as material arbiter material. 38. And a mass of exploited human material Menschen material. 39. Echoing the exposition's phrase, capital also refers to the capitalists' free exploitation of man by man freien Ausbeutung des Menschen durch den Menschen. 40. An elaboration of these 5 conditions can therefore hope to cast light on Marx's later use of the term. The most controversial condition, the condition requiring the most elaboration, is the harm condition. For the benefit condition. The benefit condition states one party derive a benefit. The verb nutzen, to above use or advantage to sby/sth, to benefit sby/sth, has a beneficiary as its dative object. The benefit is thus distinct from any pleasure an actor might take in the action causing harm in the manner of the bully who just enjoys bullying. The benefit allows an actor to satisfy further wants, and is actually obtained, rather than merely striven for. To say that the benefit is enjoyed by myself is to deny that it is enjoyed by all, or by the harmed party. It is an exclusive advantage, such as money, power, honor, or leisure. The Germanic word Ausbeutung that Marx uses interchangeably with exploitation is related to Beut, loot, an exclusive advantage. The benefit condition distinguishes exploitation from behavior towards others that produces no exclusive advantage, and hence from behavior that satisfies the harm condition only. It implies that the exploitee is excluded from a benefit in virtue of exploitation rather than from all benefits altogether. Even a slave must be kept alive. 5. The harm condition. The harm condition states, another party is harmed. The harm condition is the most controversial condition, due to the need to elaborate the harm. Without an elaboration, it is unclear why those who are exploited are exploited. 2 types of elaboration of the harm condition can be distinguished: distributive elaborations and anthropological elaborations. Distributive elaborations require an exploitee to receive less than a given amount of something. Anthropological elaborations require the treatment of the exploitee to fall short on some other criterion, such as the valuing of a property of a whole. An anthropological elaboration can be defended by recalling the critique of the quantitative Marxist view of exploitation. For as long as capitalist exploitation is located in the dimension of value, the fact that what labor produces has value at all is taken as given, as far as an analysis of capitalist exploitation is concerned. For if capitalist exploitation is located in this dimension, there will be a redistribution of value on which capitalist exploitation ceases. If, by contrast, capitalist exploitation is located in the dimension of laboring activity, it can rest on an assessment of the end pursued by hiring labor to produce commodities for money maximization, which is served by maximizing the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor. Capital Volume 3 includes the apposition, exploitation, the appropriation. Exploitation 243. Ation of alien unpaid labor exploitation. Die Einung fremder unbezahlter Arbeit. 41 Labor is alien if the laborer's end is cut adrift from the end for which their labor is appropriated. This invites an anthropological elaboration of the harm condition that focuses on the end pursued by hiring labor for money maximization. The anthropological elaboration defended here is a system universalisability version of the harm condition. It says, another party features in a course of action whose maxim is reinforced by a system and cannot be thought as a universal law of human nature. In this section I suggest why it is plausible to take Marx to appeal to a universalisability test, 2. Explain what a maxim is and how a universal law of human nature can be contradictory in conception, 3. Explicate the harm, and 4. Respond to 2 difficulties. In his contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, Introduction, Marx declares, the critique of religion culminates in the doctrine that the human being is the supreme being for the human being, and thus with the categorical imperative to overthrow all relations in which the human being is a debased, enslaved, abandoned, despicable being. 42. This is a remarkable declaration, in 2 respects. Firstly, it is remarkable that Marx invokes a concept coined by Kant, the categorical imperative, in an introduction to a critique of Hegel. Even if we know from a letter Marx wrote in 1837 that it was Hegel who first inspired Marx, against Kant, to seek the idea in reality itself. 43. This declaration and its appearance in a published critique of Hegel shows that Marx still thought it possible to draw critically on Kant's ethics in spite of that. 44. Secondly, it is hard to imagine a categorical imperative that is more distant from Kant, both politically and philosophically. Politically, Kant could condemn Marx's declaration. A call to overthrow defective relations seems to be a call for revolution, and Kant denied any right to revolution. 45. Philosophically, Kant would reject Marx's claim that a categorical imperative presupposes a critique of religion. For Kant, religion, as the connection of the idea of freedom with immortality and God, provides the postulates of practical reason. 46. Further, Kant would deny that a categorical imperative is binding specifically on the human being. For Kant, a categorical imperative is binding on all rational beings. Finally, even after having put aside the revolutionary, anti-religious, and anthropological error of Marx's declaration, Kant would still object to the thought that there could be a categorical imperative to replace all defective relations. Any categorical imperative that commands agents to adopt an end must, for Kant, have rational nature in an agent as its object. If its object is not the rational nature of an agent, but instead a state of affairs to be brought about, a categorical imperative to honor its value would entail that the rational nature of those agents it bound was merely of instrumental value. No rational agent could recognize such an imperative as categorical and regard their will as autonomous. Marx's declaration represents a rejection of fundamental features of Kant's thought, yet Marx would only make such a declaration if he was attracted to something about it. I propose to take this as an invitation to elaborate a harm condition using an anthropological system-level version of the test of contradiction in conception, CC test, belonging to the formula of the categorical imperative known as the formula of the law of nature, FLN. A system-level version of this test is able to justify what Marx, in Value, Price, and Profit, describes as the revolutionary watchword, abolition of the wages system. 47. It also fits the German ideology's remark that the central relations of exploitation are determined independently of the will of individuals by production as a whole. 48. The suggestion 49 that Marx would endorse Hegel's criticism, in Elements of the Philosophy of Right, of Kant's moral philosophy as an empty formalism 50 is not fatal to this proposal. If there is a critical distance between an anthropological system-level universalisability test and Kant's FLN. 51, the difference can be underscored by distinguishing 4 different conceptions of autonomy. The general concept of autonomy is freedom in obeying a self-given law. Depending on whether an individual or a community is thought of as the autonomous entity, and whether or not autonomy is thought to rest on a capacitive or normative action, for different conceptions of autonomy can be distinguished. An individual level, non-normative autonomy consists in the exercise of the individual's capacity to regulate their action by rules that reflect their own personal values. This conception of autonomy informs Harry Frankfurt's account of a person who can distance themselves from their first-order desires, as distinct from a wanton, who can impose no order on the direction in which their desires take them. Point 52. An individual-level normative autonomy consists in the exercise of an individual's capacity to regulate their action by a universally binding moral law. This is Kant's conception of autonomy, and the one that Hegel criticizes as an empty formalism. Point 53. By contrast, a community-level, non-normative autonomy holds that members of a community are free in obeying the laws that derive from their nature as self-interested agents. Rawls's account of the just society in terms of principles and policies that self-interested agents would agree from behind Avalov ignorance's aversion of this view. Point 54. Finally, a community-level, normative autonomy holds that members of a community are free in obeying laws derived from their nature as members of a community that can make ethical use of its organized power and knowledge. This conception of autonomy, which is in line with what Marx's Theses on Feuerbach refer to as human society, or social humanity 55, may be called self-legislative human community. If an anthropological system-level universalizability test reflects a commitment to self-legislative human community, while Hegel's criticism of empty formalism is directed at an individual-level conception of autonomy, no claim to the effect that Marx would endorse Hegel's criticism need be fatal to the elaboration of the harm condition proposed here. Marx's categorical imperative is in the spirit of self-legislative human community. Marx says in the same piece that the critique of religion enables the human being to revolve around himself and thereby around his true son. Point 56. However, the human being is no abstract being encamped outside the world. The human being is the world of the human being, state, society. Point 57. Human autonomy. For Marx is an autonomy whose subjectus the human community. In such a community, as on the Jewish question puts it, the human being has cognized erkannt and organized his forces proprias as social powers. Point 58. A human community not, as in Kant's ethics, the will of a rational being is to be autonomous, for it is a human community Thesis the power to act universally, that is, create, abolish, or modify types of generalized social relation. By formulating his categorical imperative, Marx is not making use of self-consciously Kantian vocabulary to encourage us to think of the individual as having a value. Point 59. Marx is using self-consciously post-Kantian vocabulary to encourage us to view a human community as having ultimate value. A system universalizability version of the harm condition is in this spirit. If autonomy is conceived as self-legislative human community, any system that precludes human community by dividing society, as revealed by an anthropological system-level universalizability test, is contrary to autonomy. 2. A maxim is a subjective principle of action. It has the form, in conditions X, I will do Y, in order to Z. Point 60. Drinking coffee is a description of an action, but not a maxim. The maxim might be, for example, when I get up in the morning, I will do something to make myself alert. Kant's FLN commands, so act as if the maxim of your action were to become by your will a universal law of nature. Point 61. A law is universal if it holds for all the entities that satisfy its condition, it admits no exception. A maxim is a universal law, therefore, if its means and end are adopted by everyone who satisfies its condition. To take the alertness maxim, everyone, when they get up in the morning, will do something to make themselves alert. It is a widely held view that the universality of a universal law of nature holds by causal necessities. Cite. Point 62. For example, everyone, when they get up in the morning, cannot but do something to make themselves alert. To conceive of a maxim as a universal law of nature is to conceive of a hypothetical world in which, whatever other laws it has, a maxim is adopted by causal necessity by all those who satisfy its condition. For example, a hypothetical world in which, whatever other laws it has, everyone, when they get up in the morning, cannot but do something to make themselves alert. Part of FLN is a test of contradiction in conception. CC test FLN commands an agent to refrain from adopting a maxim if the thought of any hypothetical world in which that maxim is a universal law of nature contains a logical contradiction, P and not P. There is a contradiction in the conception of any such world if we must suppose that at least one hypothetical agent who satisfies the conditions of the maxim's counterpart universal law of nature is unable to perform the action, cannot do Y, or is unable to achieve their end by performing the action, cannot achieve Z by doing Y. FLN does not command an agent to refrain from adopting the alertness maxim, because there is no contradiction in the conception of a hypothetical world in which it is a universal law of nature. It is possible to imagine a hypothetical world in which everyone who gets up in the morning cannot but do something to make themselves alert. But it is widely believed that FLN does command an agent to refrain from adopting the following maxim of false promising: when I am in need of money, I will make a false promise to obtain a loan. 63 Some believe that this is because the action of making a false promise would become impossible, while others believe that this is because the universalization of the maxim would undercut the chance for an agent who makes a false promise to achieve their end of obtaining a loan. 64 The anthropological system-level universalizability test proposed here differs from Kant's CC test. It says, a system that reinforces action on a maxim that cannot be thought as a universal law of human nature fails a system-level universalizability test. 3 differences can be highlighted. First, the test is not a test of a maxim, which is a principle of individual action. It is a test of a system, albeit by reference to a maxim it reinforces. Hence, it is an ethical not a moral test. 60